Chapter 1 An additional 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts? 300,000. I only want 300,000 today. Xin Feng, I have brought the household registration book today. As long as you give me the 300,000 yuan in the card, you and Shuer can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get your marriage certificate now. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a 40-year-old middle-aged woman held a red household registration booklet in one hand and said with a determined look on her face. As she spoke, she unconsciously slapped the household registration booklet in her hand. In front of her, a very handsome young man lowered his head slightly, clenched his fists, and had a very ugly expression on his face. This person is Xin Feng. Looking at his aggressive mother-in-law Chen Yin in front of him, Xin Feng ignored her and turned to look at the girl next to her. Shuer, do you think this is okay? Xin Feng, I. Wang Shue's face looked a little ugly. She hesitated for a moment and looked at her mother, seemingly very embarrassed. I think this is great. Without waiting for Wang Shue to answer, her mother pulled her behind her and said, Our Shuer is naturally beautiful. Her admirers are all lined up at the end of our alley. We must not let her suffer any loss. In fact, Chen Yan had something else to say. They have twins, a boy and a girl. The elder sister is Wang Shui and the younger brother is Wang Lin. Because Wang Lin has graduated now, the house is too small, so Chen Yan found a buyer and wanted to sell the house and exchange it for a bigger one in a better location. A few days ago, I estimated that there was only a shortfall of 200,000. That's why I followed him today, intending to get 200,000 yuan from Xin Feng. As for the 300,000, she thought it would relieve the pressure when her son gets married. Aunt, you said at the beginning that you must have a house and a car in Shanghai to marry Shuer. I have done all these. After that, you said that the house should be named after Shuer, so I did that. As for the dowry, you said your daughter was well off and was raised like a princess. It wasn't easy. You asked for a dowry of 200,000 yuan, and I gave it to you. But... Xin Feng looked at the ferocious face of his mother-in-law Chen Yan, his eyes red. As the saying goes, a penny can make a hero fall. The money for the wedding plus the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift were nothing to him. The assets he had accumulated from years of hard work in the big city were enough for him to deal with it with ease. But the house and car in Shanghai drained all his assets in an instant. The middle-aged woman in front of me demanded full payment because she didn't want her daughter to help pay the loan. But even so, he could still gather enough money for the wedding. Just a gift. In order to raise the 200,000 yuan dowry money, he begged everyone and even borrowed money from his childhood friend Xiao Jin, who had just retired from the army. When the brother heard that he was getting married, he immediately took out his military pension, which was still hot, and lent it to him. Xin Feng knew very well that once he lost his severance pay, Xiao Jin's pockets would be cleaner than his face. When the other brothers heard that he was getting married and needed money urgently, they all tried their best to lend him some. Finally, the 200,000 yuan betrothal money was collected. All the difficulties have been overcome. But just one final step. Aunt, Shuer and I have already arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Because of your matter, we have been delayed for more than 20 minutes. We are just one step away from entering the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate. Can you give me some time and let Shuer and I go in to get the marriage certificate? We can talk about the betrothal money first? After a long sigh, Xin Feng asked in a negotiating tone. Where is he going to get 300,000 now? The 200,000 yuan betrothal gift is almost gone, and you want to increase the price by 300,000 yuan? Where did he get 300,000? I can't even kill him with one sword. He is such a strong man, but now he feels so wrong that he wants to cry. He. A sneer interrupted his emotional brewing. The middle-aged woman looked indifferent and turned to ask her daughter, Shuer, what do you mean? Xin Feng looked at his girlfriend Wang Shui with a dim look in his eyes. He knew his girlfriend very well. She always listens to her mother's opinions, which is why her mother-in-law is so confident. However, Xin Feng still felt that she should be able to understand him. After all, he and she had been in love for 5 years. If it weren't for these 5 years of relationship, he probably wouldn't even be willing to pay the full amount for the house. Feeling Xin Feng's impatient look, Wang Shui felt confused and she didn't know how to face Xin Feng. But the next moment, Wang Shui decided to obey her mother's decision. She looked at Xin Feng in an awkward manner and hesitantly said, Xin Feng, you see that all your good friends are in Shanghai, why don't you talk to them for help? And borrow some more money? Fuck, is this what you mean? Although Chin Fong had good family education, he couldn't help but swear when he heard his girlfriend's answer. He never expected that his girlfriend would say such a thing. 5 years of relationship, is this it? Maybe his mother-in-law doesn't know how the marriage money and the betrothal money came from, but Wang Shui knows. Chin Fong shamelessly went to his relatives and friends one by one to borrow money. Of course she also knew about Chao Jin's affairs. She married him, and now she uses Huabei for her meals and transportation, and she has to ask the elderly at home for money from time to time. This good guy also wants him to borrow? Wang Shui, I just want to ask you one question today. Do you want to get married or not? Chin Fong, who felt that his life was meaningless, looked at his girlfriend and blurted out these words helplessly. He really wanted to find a place to cry his death. And these words also made Wang Shui's face turn extremely pale. She was too familiar with Chin Fong. Chin Feng's reaction means that this matter has violated his bottom line. She also felt that her mother's demands were a bit excessive. She opened her mouth, intending to persuade her mother. However, before I could even open my mouth, I was frightened by that look and swallowed the words I was about to say. What's the matter? From your tone, it seems like soft tactics won't work, so you want to use hard tactics? Chin Fong, I won't make it difficult for you. I don't want 300,000, but 200,000. Take 200,000, and you and Schwer go in and get the marriage certificate. But without these 200,000, you can forget about having Schwer. Seeing that her daughter wanted to speak, Chen Yan pulled her hard, stood in front of her daughter, and shouted at Chin Fong. Mad, I don't want to get married anymore. Looking at the aggressive look of his mother-in-law and his girlfriend whom he had known for 5 years, Chin Fong was disappointed. This is still a hammer. Even if he sold everything he had, he couldn't raise 200,000 yuan. What's more, Wang Shui is no longer worth doing all this for him, he just wants to be alone and quiet. If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. Who's afraid of who? Seeing that Chin Fong had given up, Chen Yan still maintained her firm attitude and fought back without any fear. Let's go home. If this guy doesn't get married, there are plenty of other people out there. Our girl is so pretty. Are you afraid that you won't be able to find a partner if you want to get married? Having said that, she took Wang Shui's hand, turned around and left. Finally, we've completely broken up. With a deep sigh, Chin Fong didn't want to stay here anymore. Unlucky. Excuse me, did you bring your household registration book? Just as he turned around, a very sweet voice suddenly came. Chapter 2, Tear Up the Certificate. Lawyer's letter of warning? Of course I did. What? Chin Fong was slightly stunned and answered subconsciously. Turn around and look. He saw a tall, beautiful woman with long red hair holding a red household registration booklet, looking him up and down with a strange look. Your marriage is off the table. Would you mind marrying someone else, like me? The girl scratched her cheek shyly with her left hand and asked with a sweet smile. Black question mark. Chin Fong was stunned. Didn't he expect the other party to say such a thing? My goodness, is this a big reality show or a prank? What do you mean? A prank? Chin Fong was about to step forward to find out more, but was interrupted by a sharp voice. Hey, little girl, this guy is just a poor bastard. Don't do anything stupid just because he's handsome. Chen Yan, who was about to take her daughter away, saw a girl prettier than her own daughter chatting up Chin Fong, and immediately got involved. Chin Feng's family conditions are not bad. And he is really handsome. Otherwise, she would have stopped her daughter from dating him on the first day. No need, I have money. Chen Yan wanted to say something, but was blocked by the girl. The pretty girl looked at her with some disgust, turned around and pulled Chin Fong, who didn't know what was going on, into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Next. Physical examination report, photo, certificate, stamp. All in one go. Chin Fong tried to speak several times, but was blocked by the girl. To be honest, he also wanted to marry a beautiful girl, but this. It's like a dream. A few minutes later. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chin Fong had a red book in his hand. And on his right hand, he was holding the hand of a very beautiful girl. This, rising straight from the bottom to the top of life? I am now married? To be honest, Chin Fong is still confused until now. Although he had already prepared to get the certificate. But the results seem a little different. My significant other changed from the familiar Wang Shui to a strange beautiful girl? Good boy, I was shocked. Lang Ying? That's his wife's name. Xin Feng looked at the name and photo on the marriage certificate and said silently. You. Holding the red book in his hand, Xin Feng realized that he seemed to have never spoken a word to his wife. Okay, honey, it's time for us to go home. Without waiting for him to say anything, the girl took his arm and pulled him out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xin Feng, did you really get the certificate? When the two of them walked outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xin Feng was surprised to find that Wang Shui and her mother Chen Yan had not left yet. When Chen Yan saw that he was holding a red book in his hand, she was a little confused. What's going on? Hello, my name is Lang Ying, and I am Qin Feng's newlywed wife. At this moment, Lang Ying let go of Qin Feng's hand, came to Wang Shui, quietly showed her marriage certificate, and smiled slightly. This seems like a demonstration. My name is Wang Shui. At this time, Wang Shui was already confused. My fiancé, whom I have been in love with for 5 years, is getting married to another woman? And the other person's newlywed wife is standing in front of him, smiling and shaking hands with him? How come everything changed? She believed that Qin Feng would definitely not refuse to marry her. This time I went back just to try my best to raise money, because I will come here to get the marriage certificate with her eventually. But now, everything has changed. It doesn't matter what your name is. I just came here to tell you that Qin Feng is my husband now. I don't care what happens between you two, but after that, I hope you will never have anything to do with Qin Feng again. Lang Ying retracted her outstretched hand and her eyes suddenly turned cold. What do you mean? Feeling the temperature around her drop, Wang Shui felt that Lang Ying's words were like an icy knife stabbing into her heart. Just half a step away from entering the palace of marriage, and that is it? A feeling of loss and grievance suddenly surged into her heart, and the tears in her eyes were about to flow out. Hey, what do you mean? Seeing her daughter's aggrieved look, Chen Yan naturally stood up. It's nothing, I just want to warn you. Seeing Wang Shui's mother stand up, Lang Ying immediately took a step back. It's not that she was afraid of Chen Yan, but she had no intention of confronting this shrew. It was really too cheap. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. You guys take care of yourself. My husband and I need to find a place to hold our wedding party. Having said that, he pulled Qin Feng and prepared to leave. You. A tough woman like Chen Yan would naturally not stand this kind of insult. She was just about to step forward, curse, or even hit him. But immediately a dark-colored Rolls-Royce drove over from not far away. It's nothing. Magic City. These two words alone are a symbol of prosperity. It wouldn't be surprising to see any vehicle here. But the strange thing was that the Rolls-Royce happened to park in front of Chen Yan, separating Lang Ying from her. Click. The car door was opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked out from the driver's seat. Miss, are you going home? The middle-aged man in the luxurious suit walked to Lang Ying's side, helped Lang Ying open the door very politely, and was very respectful to Qin Feng. What's even more exaggerated is, Lang Ying accepted all this very naturally. Lift your foot and step into it. Hubby, why are you still standing there? Let's go home. After reaching out and pulling Qin Feng into the car, Lang Ying glanced at Wang Shui with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and said coldly to Wang Shui's mother Chen Yan, "Oh, I almost forgot, you must return the betrothal gift that brother Qin Feng gave you in time. If I don't see it within 3 days. So what if I don't return it? That's what my daughter earned." When Chen Yan heard the word bride price, her face suddenly became panicked. He. Instead of rushing to confront the opponent, Lang Ying just smiled slightly. I've already warned you, if you don't give it to me, be careful of the lawyer's warning letter. I am confident that I have this connection. Click. The car door was closed. What kind of person is this? He drives such a nice car and still has the nerve to ask for the betrothal gift back? Chen Yan said viciously as she watched the Rolls-Royce driving away. She didn't know exactly how much the Rolls-Royce was worth. But all she knew was the car's logo. The symbol of the flying goddess. This car will cost at least several million or tens of millions of dollars to buy. Not to mention a person driving a car. The man driving the car had the temperament of a wealthy man's butler, and was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. What if I don't return it? There's even a lawyer's letter, just like I'm afraid. Daughter, let's go. Chen Yan muttered, looking indignant. As she said this, she was about to pull her daughter Wang Shui. But at this moment, Wang Shui looked dazed. She cried with some regret and asked, "Mom, did I completely miss Qin Feng?" When Shen Yin saw her daughter like this, she felt helpless. "If you miss it, you miss it. You are so beautiful, there will definitely be someone more handsome than Qin Feng who will come to marry you." "No, I only want Qin Feng." Chapter 3: The Daughter of the Richest Man? The back seat of a Rolls Royce. If you have any questions or want to know anything, you can ask now. Lang Ying stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers. The driver in the front row immediately understood and quickly raised the baffle between the front and rear rows. Because of this baffle, the two of them do have some private space. Qin Feng sat in the back, looking at the extremely luxurious interior of the car and the beautiful girl opposite him, and finally asked, "What is going on?" "My name is Lang Ying, I'm 23 years old, my father is Lung Zian, my mother is Lin Yanran." "No, wait a minute." Qin Feng was slightly startled when he heard Lang Ying say her father's name. "You said your father's name is Lung Zian? The richest man in the Lang Group who specializes in cold chain, Lung Zian?" He had some exposure to cold chain technology where he worked. The highest authority on this subject remembers it very clearly. Lung Zian, the leader in cold chain, occupying refrigeration infrastructure on all sides. More importantly, he seems to be the richest man in Shanghai. He is indeed a big shot in the cold chain industry, but he is the richest man. It's only a matter of a few days. I'm not sure. Taking out a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses from the wine cabinet nearby, Lang Ying poured the wine by herself. She was very calm about Qin Feng's surprise, as if she had seen it before. "So you are the daughter of the richest man?" Lang Ying handed the poured red wine to Qin Feng, pursed her lips, and then said, "Do you like this name?" Boom. Although after seeing such a luxurious Rolls-Royce, Qin Feng had a vague idea of Lang Ying's identity. Which company chairman's daughter is worth a lot of money? But he really didn't expect that the other party was the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai. "I'm actually married to the daughter of the richest man?" After taking the wine glass, Qin Feng unconsciously pinched the red notebook in his pocket, feeling that everything was unreal. His head is buzzing now. Lung Zian. This name is well known even in other provinces. And he. It's just because his cold chain technology and refrigeration infrastructure are so large that he almost monopolizes the entire refrigeration industry. And it has also integrated many other industries. Although they are not as big as the cold chain, they are also very successful. Supermarkets, drug development, hotels, tourism, schools, hospitals. He has a hand in almost every industry. But now, Qin Feng, an ordinary person, actually married the daughter of the richest man? Is this okay? This is not good. He no longer needs to struggle, just eat and wait for death. Gulp. After swallowing his saliva, Qin Feng calmed down. "But why did you choose me?" He didn't think he was lucky enough to have such a thing fall from the sky. Not to mention, it seemed like he had never seen Lang Ying before. This guy got the certificate directly? Impossible. Even if she takes over, she is the daughter of the richest man. If one sentence is released, at least tens of millions of people in the country will be willing to take this opportunity. What's more, the woman in front of him is top-notch in both figure and appearance. Hearing Qin Feng's question, Lang Ying's eyes suddenly dimmed, and she said faintly, "Because we have known each other since childhood, and you even said you would marry me, but you just don't remember me yet." She was Qin Feng's childhood sweetheart. When she was young, she lived with her mother because her father was often not at home because of his business. Coincidentally, when she was 5 years old, the company grew bigger and bigger because of the improvement of the new cold chain technology invested by her father Lung Zian. And she also followed her mother and completely left the place where she had been living. Left Qin Feng completely. When she grew up, her father sent her abroad to study and changed her name. Just returned home in recent days. With sufficient resources, Lang Ying easily found Qin Feng's residence. Originally, after finding out that he had a girlfriend, she planned not to bother Qin Feng. But curiosity got the better of me. The more she didn't want to think about it, the more she wanted to see in person which woman was so lucky to receive his love. Who knows? I saw such a scene at the Civil Affairs Bureau. She was so angry that she impulsively got married to him. But she doesn't regret it now. After all, she has liked Qin Feng since she was a child. Knowing each other since childhood? Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying. showing no intention of remembering her at all. He had never met such a beautiful girl before. 170 centimeters tall, fair skin, amazing looks, and a strong background. How could he possibly know a girl like this? Although his family background is pretty good, it wasn't that good when he was a child. His family was very poor at that time. He basically had no childhood. If there hadn't been a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll and often played with him when he was in school, he probably. Wait, a porcelain doll? A little girl? Recalling this, Xin Feng was completely stunned. He looked at Lang Ying, who was tasting wine nearby, and asked blankly, "Are you the porcelain doll? The little girl who often came to play with me when I was a child? A small mirror? Yo-ho! You finally remembered." As if a great burden had been lifted off her shoulders, Lang Ying heaved a long sigh of relief and spoke softly. But now there was an unconcealable joy on her face. "But, your name is not Lang Ying? Changed the name. How did you change so much? Girls change a lot when they grow up." "They grow up." "Oh." Xin Feng nodded slightly and stopped talking. Let me get off at the next intersection." After chatting with Lang Ying for a while, Xin Feng looked out the window and suddenly said, "Ah? You won't come home with me?" Lang Ying was a little surprised, because it was originally agreed that Xin Feng would meet his parents. Although it was a bit abrupt, Xin Feng was her childhood sweetheart. Her father had heard of Xin Feng a long time ago and had even seen him. Not to mention her mother, who often came to his house when she was a child and even had the intention of arranging a marriage for them. I'm sure her parents will accept it. But now, Xin Feng doesn't want to go home with her? I'm not ready yet. Give me some time to get into the role of husband. Alright, it's only a matter of time anyway. After listening to Xin Feng's explanation, Lang Ying understood. Most people would not be able to handle a sudden marriage. Besides, she also felt that the two of them were moving a little too fast. After thinking about it, she decided to respect Xin Feng's opinion. "Butler Lin, please stop the car at the intersection ahead." Sizzle. A black Rolls-Royce stopped at the intersection, attracting the attention of passers-by. "Rolls-Royce, isn't this car too stable? You call this being steady? You call this being pretentious? This car must cost at least 300,000 or 400,000, right? Auntie, you're right." Click. The car door opened and Xin Feng walked down from the back seat in a daze. "Xin Feng, don't leave yet." And at this time, Lang Ying seemed to suddenly think of something, and followed Xin Feng down the car the moment he got off. "Ah? Anything else?" Xin Feng was a little confused and stood in front of the car looking at Lang Ying. "Of course there is something. Take out your phone and turn on the camera." Lang Ying approached Xin Feng with a smile, and suddenly gave him a kiss in front of the camera. Chapter 4. Not only is he marrying a beautiful, wealthy woman, but there is also a system? Click. An intimate photo was saved on the phone. "I'll stamp it for you, and then." As she spoke, Lang Ying lowered her head and fiddled with her phone. She opened WeChat and clicked on the moments. "Announce it to the world." Xin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the message that Lang Ying was about to post on her circle of friends. "Love you, love you, love you, love you," and attached are the photos they just took. The standard for announcing a relationship on WeChat moments. "Can I send it now?" Lang Ying held the phone in her hand and looked at Xin Feng with a pleading look on her face. She respected Xin Feng's decision very much. She would never send it if he didn't want to. After all, husbands are meant to be pampered. "Sure." Nodding, Xin Feng said with a smile. Since they have already obtained the marriage certificate, there is no need for him to hide it anymore, as that would seem very pretentious. "Oh yeah, long live Xin Feng." Lang Ying jumped for joy when she got permission. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful girl with a mature look could do such a cute move. Xin Feng was a little stunned by what he saw. "It's just an official announcement, no need to be so happy." After regaining consciousness a little, Xin Feng looked at Lang Ying jumping around and smiled helplessly. Judging from Lang Ying's appearance, he originally thought that she was a cool, domineering, serious and overbearing female CEO. You know, when Lang Ying was confronting Wang Shui and her mother Chenyan before, the expressions and momentum she displayed were very domineering, and she had an indescribable temperament. But I didn't expect that under the appearance of a mature lady, there is actually a cheerful and cute girl? The character collapsed in an instant. But that's okay. Xin Feng is not interested in cold and aloof older sisters, but he likes lively and cute girls. After all, who doesn't want a girl who is both domineering and cute? It's official now. I'm going home. With a slight smile, Xin Feng identified where he was, waved to Lang Ying, and planned to go home first. At this time, Lang Ying's mood also calmed down. Okay, Xin Feng, I just added you on WeChat, please accept it later. Also, you are not allowed to look at other girls when I'm not around, and you definitely can't talk to other girls. You are mine, I will pick you up tomorrow. Lang Ying smiled sweetly, waved vigorously towards Xin Feng, watched him walk away, and then got into the car reluctantly. As soon as she got in the car, her cell phone started buzzing. As the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai, Lang Ying lives abroad, but her circle of friends includes a small number of Shanghai's rich second generations and young talents. What's more, she has a close friend, Su Yanran. Su Yanran has lived in the Magic City for many years and knows almost everyone in the aristocratic circle. These rich people can see the posts she forwarded to their friends' circle. The daughter of Shanghai's richest man officially announced her love relationship? This news is undoubtedly a shock that can only be produced by the dropping of an atomic bomb. Although Lang Ying is abroad, there are still photos of her. In addition, she is very mysterious, so most of the rich kids are very interested in her. While returning to China, she was forced by Su Yanran to attend a party. Because of Lang Ying's stunning beauty. Just like that, the rich circle was in an uproar. And now she's declared she's in love. Everyone has a question. Who is the other party? How could he bypass these young talents and directly capture the heart of the goddess? Yang Xiaohua, congratulations to the beautiful Lang for ending her single life. Li Ran, is the man in the photo the boyfriend of the beautiful Lady Lang? He is very handsome. Su Qing, indeed, he is good looking. When will the beautiful Lang take him out for a walk? Su Yanran, Su Qing, you can't speak, what do you mean by pull it out for a walk? Lang Ying, I will take you to meet him in a while. Yang Xiaohua, Li Ran, Su Qing, good. Lu Jiazui in the Magic City, Thompson Epine. A man stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine in one hand and a mobile phone in the other, looking at the photo of Lang Ying and Xin Feng, gritting his teeth secretly. And the other side. Xin Feng has returned home. After closing the door, he looked at the one-bedroom apartment he rented and shook his head slightly. Then he walked towards the washroom. What happened today was so dreamy that he decided to wash his face and wake up. At this moment, a strange electronic synthesized female voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, the life winner system is activated. Xin Feng suddenly looked up and stared at the mirror in shock. I just married a beautiful, wealthy woman and now the system comes? What's wrong with him? Are you the best of the best? System? There was no sound for a long time. Xin Feng looked at himself in the mirror and asked tentatively. The system is in. What exactly can you do? Xin Feng asked the question he wanted to ask most. Replying to the host, this system can make the host proficient in various skills, making the host the most perfect person in the world and the top winner in life. Mastering all kinds of skills, the most perfect person? Listening to the system's answer, Xin Feng pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. He is thinking about his future. Although he has already gotten married to Lang Ying. But what can an ordinary marriage certificate prove? It proves nothing. There is a huge gap between his and Lang Ying's status. His father was once the richest man in Shanghai. What kind of person is he? He is just a relatively successful market analyst. Although Lang Ying's father and mother had a good impression of her when she was a child, what about now? It doesn't necessarily mean that they would ignore the idea of being well matched and let Lang Ying be with them. Besides, he definitely couldn't afford to support Lang Ying. She is the daughter of the richest man, so it's almost enough to support her. Thinking about all these things, Xin Feng looked at himself in the mirror, frowned slightly, and clenched his fists secretly. The disparity between their identities is too great. If he really wants to be with Lang Ying for a long time, he must develop quickly like Long Outyen. Freeloader? He. Xin Feng sneered. He definitely won't eat free food. What's more, he now has a system, so it's not certain whether he can continue to live off others or not. Just as Xin Feng was thinking, the voice that appeared in his mind made his eyes light up again. Ding, the host is detected to be clenching his fist, and the physical fitness skill is activated. Currently, the host makes a fist once and transforms his body once. System sound completed. Suddenly, Xin Feng felt as if his body was washed by the water. He felt very comfortable and his fists became stronger. So thoughtful? He clenched his fist again with some disbelief, and at this time, the system's voice appeared again. Ding, host's fist detected, transformation point +1. Gurgle. Swallowed his saliva. He now realized that this was not a dream. This system is really cool. Make a fist. Enhanced. Make a fist. Enhanced. Xin Feng realized the changes in his body and kept clenching his fists, as if he had a bug. 20 minutes later. At this time, the system no longer made a sound when he clenched his fist. And now his body has undergone a transformation. The body, which was originally in a sub-healthy state, now becomes stronger. Xin Feng quickly took off his shirt, revealing his upper body. Just see. The belly that originally had some fat has now been replaced by abdominal muscles. The whole body has become very healthy. This made Xin Feng a little happy. Good job. He loved the system, which allowed him to have abdominal muscles that he couldn't have in a short period of time just by clenching his fists. If clenching my fist can trigger it, what about me reading a book? Do it when you think of it. Xin Feng hurried out of the bathroom and found one of the few investment magazines in the house and started reading. It is detected that the host is learning investment knowledge, and the strongest investor skills are activated. Currently, the host studies for 1 minute and gains +1 knowledge point. Sudden. Xin Feng felt a surge of knowledge flooding into his mind. His eyes suddenly became clearer. Chapter 5 all in, 50 million. But, it doesn't seem to be any different? Xin Feng pinched his brows and decided to try again. He has hardly read the investment book after he bought it. The bookstore owner initially tricked him into thinking that this book is the most comprehensive book on investors in the world. If you understand the secrets inside, you can go directly to Wall Street and become the Wolf King. Currently, the host has read for 2 hours, and the knowledge points are +120. I watched it until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Xin Feng rubbed his red and swollen eyes and put the investment magazine on the bed. Then he turned on his mobile phone and took a quick look at the stock market. His job in Shanghai is to be responsible for the company's market analysis, and he also has some research on the stock market. But usually Xin Feng just takes a look and doesn't buy anything. Stock. It can make a person a millionaire overnight, or it can make a millionaire become a pauper overnight. This high-risk, high-return income model is obviously not suitable for a worker like him. But he still took a look as usual. Hiss, what happened? Did you damage your eyes by looking at your phone? Xin Feng pinched his brows and held the phone, and was very surprised by the red line on the screen. Crane Technology? This stock is crossed out by a red line. At first he thought it was a problem with the phone, but once he returned to the home page, the red line disappeared. Once your eyes leave the phone, the red line will disappear. Is it the system? Suddenly enlightened, Xin Feng turned to look at the investment magazine he had just read. Now he finally understood what the knowledge point +1 the system was talking about. Emotions directly guide him to buy stocks. System, what does this red line mean? In order to prevent himself from losing money due to blind operations, Xin Feng still kept an eye on the system and asked. If this red line means selling instead of investing, then he is doomed. Ding, the red line indicates that this stock will rise in the short term. Cray Technology has recently developed the latest cold chain technology. The stock price will rise rapidly after 3 o'clock today and reach its peak at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If the host takes out all assets to buy before 3 o'clock today, and sells at 10 o'clock tomorrow after the stock market opens, he will make a profit of 50 million. 5,000, 10,000? With a loud shout, Xin Feng was stunned. Wow, this is a direct profit of 50 million? This is an asset that most people cannot earn in their entire lives. He could earn that much in just one night? Wealth and honor are sought through risk, let alone a system. After slapping his face, Xin Feng instantly came to his senses, hurriedly turned on his computer and entered the stock market. With the system speaking, he felt confident. If it weren't for the fact that he had limited funds at his disposal, he would have mortgaged his house and car to buy this stock. All in. Take out all your bank cards and transfer all the borrowed money to the same bank card. Click. 15 minutes before the stock market closed, Xin Feng clicked the buy button with his mouse. If this one fails, then it will be a disaster. After buying it, Xin Feng felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He got up and went to the bathroom. Look in the mirror. After a systematic transformation, his already handsome face became even more handsome and three-dimensional. The high nose bridge, thin lips, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes reveal a sharpness and shrewdness that seems to see through everything. His cheeks are angular, and he is extremely handsome whether from the side or the front. His body also became more upright. With a height of 185 centimeters and strong muscles, he was the dream lover of thousands of girls. Call. Shin Guan took a long breath and closed his eyes. Ding dong. At this time, his cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from Ling Ying. Shin Feng, my friends all want to meet you. I have a party here at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Would you like to come? Reunion? Shin Feng frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then replied, go. Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Followed by a happy emoticon. Looking at Long Ying's reply, Shin Feng smiled helplessly. How could he not know what Lang Ying's friends were thinking? The richest man's daughter got married suddenly? Maybe they wanted to see who he was, or take the opportunity to mock him at the party? He. How could he not guess something so obvious? He knew that Long Ying's beauty could easily make her coveted by the wealthy. Well, whether you really want to see me or you are mocking me, I will fight back and will not embarrass Lang Ying. Walking to the window and looking at the messy environment in the community, Shin Feng decided to make a change. And after 10 o'clock tomorrow, that will be the time when he will be truly reborn. The next day, Shin Feng came out of home early in the morning. Lang Ying told him last night that she would come to see him at 8 o'clock in the morning and take him to buy some clothes and other things. After all, she was meeting her friends, so there was nothing wrong with dressing her husband up to look handsome. And Shin Feng readily agreed. There was nothing he could do even if he disagreed. All the assets he could mobilize were invested in the stock market. His wallet is now cleaner than his face pocket. What to play with? A fiery red Lamborghini stopped at the entrance of Sakura Community. As soon as the car stopped, it attracted the attention of passers-by. There is no way. This car is really beautiful. The outstanding streamlined models and architecture always demonstrate the youth and passion of Lamborghini. Wow, this car is so cool, I wish I had one. The dream of a young person is to own a Lamborghini. This car must cost 5 or 6 million, right? Auntie is right. In the car, Lang Ying was sitting in the driver's seat, and her best friend Su Yenran was sitting in the passenger seat. My dear miss, you are really amazing. I didn't realize you could get married so quickly. When I saw you posting on WeChat Moments, I thought you were some young master from Shanghai. You actually said you were a small market analyst? Are you crazy? And the neighborhood where he lives is so bad? His annual salary may not be as much as you make in a day. Are you going to support a gigolo? Su Yenran pointed at the phone in both hands and spoke to Lang Ying without turning her head. As early as last night when she talked to Lang Ying about the situation, she started to criticize Lang Ying non-stop. A market analyst for a company and the daughter of the richest man. Are these two married? Bullshit. This can only be achieved in novels. So what? I have money. And Xiao Su, you haven't been punished by me for a long time, how dare you talk to me like this? Holding the steering wheel, Lang Ying narrowed her eyes and spoke in a slightly cold tone, acting like a complete queen. In front of Shin Feng, she is a little woman, but in front of others, she is the president of a listed company. And she had long regarded Shin Feng as her husband, and anyone who spoke of her dear husband in this way was provoking her. No, don't be angry. Noticing that the air around her was a bit cold, Su Yenran immediately put down her phone and spoke to Lang Ying in a nice voice. Lang Ying knew her parents and they often chatted. If she complains to her parents, if things go wrong, her family will cut off her living expenses, which is equivalent to killing her with a sword. Su Yenran can't afford it. But what I said was also the truth. He is so ordinary, yet so confident. He is never a good match for you. And before anything happens, you start protecting your husband. He even showed no mercy to my best friend. Pouting, Su Yenran turned to face the front again. However, one person suddenly caught her attention. Wow, Lang Ying, look at that young man coming out of the neighborhood. He's so handsome. If your husband is as handsome as him, then I understand why you got married so quickly. He is really handsome. Lang Ying looked at Su Yenran with a crazy look on her face, rolled her eyes helplessly, pulled her back, then got out of the car and waved to Shin Feng. Husband, here. Chapter 6 I don't have a girlfriend, but I have a wife. The young man who was more handsome than Peng Yuyan and who saw Lang Ying smiled slightly and walked up to her quickly. Here I come. Xin Feng walked to the car door and smiled gently at Lang Ying. Who is this? Pointing at Su Yanran, who was lying on the car door with a confused look on her face, Xin Feng frowned slightly and looked at Lang Ying. He didn't know that there were other people following him today. Oh, I forgot to introduce her. Her name is Su Yanran, and she is my only best friend. Seeing Qin Feng's confusion, Lang Ying hurriedly introduced her best friend. Or maybe she was careless and forgot to tell Qin Feng last night that there was someone else going with him. Su Yanran, this is my husband, Qin Feng. Husband? Gurgle. Swallowed his saliva. Now Su Yanran finally understood why her best friend had a sudden marriage with a stranger. If she met such a handsome guy, she would get married quickly. Hello, brother Qin Feng. My name is Su Yanran. You are so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? No hesitation. Su Yanran looked at Qin Feng with an infatuated look, her eyes curved with smile. There is no way. Qin Feng's appearance was originally too good. After a systematic transformation last night, he became more handsome and angular. Not to mention Su Yanran, even Lang Ying seemed to be fascinated by it. Hello Miss Su, my name is Qin Feng, and I don't have a girlfriend yet. Lang Ying was stunned. Although I don't have a girlfriend, I already have a wife, and you are right, I am indeed very handsome. Seeing Lang Ying's reaction, Qin Feng smiled secretly, then shook hands with Su Yanran very generously. Lang Ying let out a long sigh. Brother Qin Feng is really good at joking. While the three were chatting, passers-by around them were also discussing it. Fuck, this young man. That woman is so pretty, and that man is also very good looking. Are they a male and female celebrity? That shouldn't be the case, right? I've never met these two people before. Are they a couple? Look at them, they are a perfect couple. Look at me, why doesn't my girlfriend look like this? The clown is actually me? We should go now. Noticing that passers-by were about to gather, Qin Feng hurriedly pulled Lang Ying into the car, intending to leave first. No way. They both look so good. One is a royal sister, giving people a very cold feeling. One is a tough and upright talent, giving people an extraordinary feeling. As soon as the two of them stand on the street, a lot of people will gather around to watch. Lang Ying also felt embarrassed being stared at by so many people, so she quickly started the car and left Sakura community. Only passers-by were left with confused faces. Where are we going now? Buying clothes? The vehicle drove for a while, and Qin Feng asked Lang Ying while looking at the time. It's 8 o'clock now. The system says to sell at exactly 10 o'clock. That's not the case. The people at the party are all friends I met in the Magic City. Any clothes are fine. Brother Qin Feng, you can wear whatever you want. Before Lang Ying could answer, Su Yanran turned to the back and smiled at Qin Feng enthusiastically. Qin Feng nodded and said nothing. What he is concerned about now is the stock market. Just after getting in the car, he took out his mobile phone and went into the stock market to check the trend of crane technology, which was rising steadily. This stock has been rising slowly though. But the good news is that it has been rising all the time and has now become a bull stock. It is estimated that many people will follow suit after the stock market opens. During this period, Qin Feng slid the page on his mobile phone and wanted to check other stocks. But after looking for a long time, the stocks marked by red lines did not appear on his phone, which made him very depressed. But what Qin Feng didn't notice was Su Yanran, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had been looking at him secretly since he got in the car, and seemed to be very interested in him. She kept looking at Qin Feng through the reflection of her cell phone, with a gleam in her eyes. Okay. Lang Ying looks aloof and like she is out of touch with the world. What are you talking about, childhood sweethearts? Are you angry? This girl must have been attracted by Qin Feng's handsome appearance. Thinking of this, Su Yanran turned to look at Lang Ying, who was concentrating on driving, revealing a playful smile. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. You, the beautiful Lang, are so pure and innocent, and you look like a queen or a CEO, but you are still a vulgar person in essence. Just like me, I like good-looking guys. Magic City, number 5, West Suburb. This is a high-end restaurant. Compared to other restaurants in Shanghai, the food here is very expensive. A serving of stone pot rice costs 998. Although the quality and ingredients are fresh and precious, the consumption is really not affordable for ordinary people. Those who come here to eat are either rich or noble. Shin Fong had only seen the reviews of this restaurant on Douyin, and he never thought that he would be able to eat here again in his lifetime. Is it necessary to be so luxurious when having a dinner with friends? On the passenger seat, Su Yenran looked at the English letters on the restaurant sign, curled her lips, and got out of the car. Not many people said they wanted to come, but they all commented on it in their circle of friends. It's a good place. Lang Ying got out of the car, walked naturally to Qin Bian, took his arm, and walked in. And Su Yenran was stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. How shameless. Now that you have a husband, you don't want your best friend anymore. How can that be possible? Pouting, she saw Lang Ying and Qin Feng walking away, and she hurriedly followed them. A meal here would cost her 2 days' pocket money, although 20 or 30,000 yuan is not very expensive. But in Su Yenran's value system, it would be better to spend the money in a nightclub. If Lang Ying hadn't invited her, she wouldn't have come. Hey, wait for me, you woman who values love over friendship. Enter the restaurant. The first thing that catches your eye is the decor. One wall was completely empty and turned into a starry sky wall dotted with diamonds. The other side is even more exaggerated, filled with exquisitely packaged red wines. The whole restaurant feels like a check-in destination for couples. Luxury. Qin Feng looked around and said silently. At this time, a waitress with dignified appearance and beautiful looks came towards them. Hello, do you have an appointment? Standard service with a smile. But what's strange is that the smile on this beautiful waitress's face was much more natural when she faced Qin Feng. Maybe he is really handsome. Room number 6, there should be someone inside. I was very keenly aware of the different treatment. Lang Ying unconsciously tightened her grip on Qin Feng's arm, as if declaring her sovereignty. Okay, I'll take you there. The waitress looked up at Lang Ying, nodded, and led the way. Moment. In room number 6. The three were brought in by the waitress. And just as Lang Ying said, there were already several people sitting in the room. 4 men and 2 women, just an ordinary gathering of friends. However, after Qin Feng received the blessing of the system, his senses became very sharp. As soon as he entered the door, he could clearly feel that someone was looking at him with an unfriendly look. Sure enough, it's still targeted. Chapter 7. Get out of the way, I'm going to start dressing up 13. Oh, the beautiful Lang is finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. Is this how you bypassed all the young talents in the Magic City and won the boyfriend of the beautiful Lang in one fell swoop? He looks good, right? Hee hee, it's just skin. Shut up, look at how they look at how you look. You're just kidding. That's right. As soon as they entered the room, the men looked up at them, laughing and joking. After listening to a few words, Qin Feng noticed that there was one person who didn't say anything at all. Let me introduce you again, Qin Feng, my husband. Still holding Qin Feng's arm, Lang Ying introduced them with a smile. At the same time, she was also helping Qin Feng introduce her friends. Sun Feifei, Zhang Shui, Yang Xiaohua, Su Qing, Li Ran, and Duan Kuan? Seeing the man sitting on the sofa and slowly shaking a glass of red wine in one hand, Lang Ying frowned unabashedly, a little surprised by his appearance. At this time, Su Yenran also frowned slightly. Why is he here? Lang Ying asked Su Yenran in a low voice. I don't know. He didn't say he was coming, and I don't know. Su Yenran rarely spoke in a low voice, and answered quietly. For Duan Kuan. The two of them didn't get along. Is he annoying? At this time, Qin Feng tilted his head and asked. Indeed, this man has been haunting me. Lang Ying answered somewhat awkwardly. After returning to China, Su Yenran took her to a large gathering of wealthy people. Get to know the rich second generation in Shanghai. These people are either rich or noble, definitely high-ranking officials. Their fathers are basically company directors and hold great power. And sooner or later, the company and other things will fall into their hands. It is better to get to know each other early so that you can bring in some allies to help you when the business becomes serious, or to prevent the situation where no mercy is shown at all in the end. However, due to Lang Ying's stunning beauty, she was favored by many rich second generations as soon as she arrived at the party. The most shameless and disrespectful one among them is Duan Kuan. During the party, he kept asking for Lang Ying's WeChat like a headless fly. He even wanted to force Lang Ying into his car after the party. So when they saw him coming, Su Yanran and Lang Ying both frowned. And he has a very bad reputation in the circle. He looks okay, but he always likes to flirt with those internet celebrities and throws them away after he gets them. Finally, Su Yanran quietly made another move. Understood. Listening to Lang Ying's explanation, Qin Feng nodded slightly. To sum up, it's just a rich second-generation man who wants to pursue Lang Ying. But he got intercepted. Brother Qin Feng, you have to be careful. Giving Qin Feng a look that said you know what I mean, Su Yanran sat directly next to her good friend Sun Feifei, quite far away from Duan Kuan. Nodding slightly, he also found a seat with Lang Ying. It's just opposite Duan Kuan. Qin Feng certainly understood the look in Su Yanran's eyes. This party was destined to be unhappy. Are you Lang Ying's husband? As soon as he sat down, Duan Kuan looked Qin Feng up and down with a look of disdain. Any questions? Qin Feng asked back despite his youth and his lack of self-esteem. Not really. Duan Kuan raised his eyebrows and shook his head slightly. But at this moment, he looked at Lang Ying, grinning, looking very obscene. I just didn't expect that the beautiful Lang, who looked so pure and innocent, would end up keeping a gigolo. A market analyst for a small company, hee. I actually thought I had found true love and kept pursuing it. Now it seems that I was really blind. As he spoke, Duan Kuan took a sip of red wine, looking like a villain. All that was missing was a sneer. Hearing this, Lang Ying's eyes suddenly turned cold. But she was not in a hurry. Instead, she bit her nails and looked like she was thinking. As I recall, your family seems to be in the seafood business. Do you need me to cut off your cold chain supply? Your business has been bad for many years, so if it stops, it won't cause much damage to my company. This is feasible. What do you think, Qin Feng? Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng, her eyes full of smiles. She doesn't care about these little minions. I think so. Raising his eyebrows, Qin Feng said with a smirk in his heart. He was still thinking about how to taunt back, but he didn't expect his wife to be so supportive and taunted back directly. He no longer has a sense of existence. Lang Ying, are you serious? Duan Kuan became obviously panicked. If you continue to commit suicide, then I will be serious. Very calm, Lang Ying said softly. Duan Kuan only relies on his father. I don't have any assets. For this kind of pure second-generation rich man, Lang Ying, a strong woman who returned to China and started her own company, crushed them unilaterally without any suspense. He's just a gigolo who lives in a senior citizen apartment and doesn't even have a decent car. He's just garbage. 50 million. No, 5 million. I don't think he can earn that in his lifetime. And you and him, will your dad accept it? Feeling a little angry and embarrassed, Duan Kuan stood up and spoke condescendingly to Lang Ying. Every word is looked down upon. Every sentence was filled with a tone of contempt for the poor. Lang Ying had no intention of getting up to confront them. Instead, she silently took out her cell phone from her Gucci bag and planned to call the company if she really wanted to cut off Duan Kuan's family's cold chain supply. But at this moment, Qin Feng held down Lang Ying. He just stood up silently. Get out of the way, he's starting to act smart. You said I was just a small clerk, I'll let it go if I'm a gigolo, but you said I can't make 5 million in my lifetime? Taking out his mobile phone from his pocket, Qin Feng entered the stock market in front of Duan Kuan. The stock market is trading frantically at this time. Countless investors are investing in one stock. Crane Technologies. The price per share is already as high as 2,000 yuan. The price is the highest in the entire stock market. It just so happened that Qin Feng held 250 lots, or 25,000 shares. Now, the share price of Crane Technology is as high as 2,000 yuan per share, which is unprecedented. If Qin Feng sells it now, he can get exactly 50 million. I don't like 5 million, I like 50 million, wait a minute. As he spoke, Qin Feng pointed at his phone and started selling stocks. And this was the perfect time to buy in, as the stock he wanted to sell was traded successfully in less than a second. 25,000 shares disappeared in an instant. The amount instead is 50 million, minus the transaction fee of $5 per share. He also wants to make a net profit of more than 40 million. Sorry, 50 million, I made a profit. Qin Feng gave Duan Kuan his signature fake smile, then sat back down next to Lang Ying. His mysterious operation even stunned Lang Ying, who had done business worth hundreds of millions. No, who would buy more than 20,000 shares of a small stock? Duan Cohen was obviously a little unconvinced. But just now he did clearly see the trading volume of more than 20,000 shares. Just when he was about to speak, Lang Ying interrupted him. Get lost before I lose my temper. Duan Cohen's face gradually turned red. He finally realized that coming here today was a mistake. Lang Ying's CEO temperament made him feel suffocated. Xin Feng's mysterious operation made his scalp tingle. 50 million? Wait a minute. I made a profit. That hateful upstart face made him sick. Lang Ying, don't regret it. I will come back sooner or later. After swallowing his saliva, Duan Cohen felt that he had embarrassed himself today, like a clown, so he hurried out of room number 6. As soon as Duan Cohen left, the rest of the people became active. It seems that the guy's character is really bad among the rich circle. Brother Qin Feng, you were so funny just now. When you stood up, I felt like you were going to act silly. Su Yanran playfully gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. More than 20,000 shares, betting on a small stock, you have great foresight. Suddenly, Sun Feifei, who was sitting next to Su Yanran, narrowed her eyes and looked at Qin Feng with admiration. Chapter 8 What's Wrong with Touching Your Wife? Forehead. Qin Feng was a little confused when he saw the other party's admiring look. He buys stocks because of the system. Sun Feifei, my family is in finance. This kind of woman is not real, you should talk less to her. Lang Ying said quietly beside Qin Feng. No. Qin Feng answered awkwardly. My wife seems to be very worried about me. That's right. A man like him, who is so handsome and talented, is really eye-catching when walking on the street. Even before Qin Feng got the system, there would be many girls coming up every day to ask to add his WeChat moments. It's just that he never gave it. Alas, handsome guys are also troubled every day. Soon, 3 hours passed. The party did not end hastily because of any unpleasantness. On the contrary, the rest of the people all have genuine connections with Lang Ying. Moreover, they treated Qin Feng with courtesy, truly respected Lang Ying's decision, and regarded him as Lang Ying's husband. This made Qin Feng very comfortable. Not all second-generation rich people are brainless guys like Duan Cohen. After this party, Qin Feng also learned more or less about Lang Ying's current situation through Lang Ying's friends, a listed company that develops luxury goods such as perfumes. Very well done. He is not the kind of rich second generation who can only rely on his father. Other friends also have their own assets under their names. It can be said that these people have all experienced hardships and are not just useless rich second generations who eat and wait to die and then ask for money. The party ended in the afternoon. After coming out of the restaurant, Lang Ying turned around and said to Su Yanran, I'll transfer 300 yuan to you via WeChat. Take a taxi home. Qin Feng and I have other things to do. What? Hearing Lang Ying's words, Su Yanran's hand that was about to open the car door suddenly stopped. She looked at Lang Ying in surprise, as if she didn't know her. No, I'm your best friend that you've known for 8 years. Now that you have a husband, you don't want me as your best friend anymore? Even if you value love over friendship, you can't. As Su Yanran was speaking, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. She found Lang Ying staring at her silently behind her. She was smart and changed her mind immediately. It's just a taxi back home, no problem, Miss Lang, enjoy your time with brother Qin Feng, I'll take my leave, haha. Making an expression that showed everyone understood, Su Yanran left with a wry smile. Her heart was broken at this moment. Not only did I come here to eat dog food today, but I was also abandoned. It's so miserable. Some people started crying while laughing. Where else are we going? After watching Su Yanran leave, Qin Feng opened the car door and got in while asking Lang Ying. Certainly. As she spoke, Lang Ying suddenly pulled Qin Feng to sit in the driver's seat, and she took the initiative to sit in the co-pilot seat. This action made Qin Feng a little confused. Let me drive? He looked at Lang Ying and asked. Lang Ying smiled sweetly and nodded. Duan Cohen is annoying, but he also reminded me, she said. Remind you of what? You guess. Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng with a smile and spoke in a mysterious manner. You're going to give me 50 million? Qin Feng smiled helplessly. I don't have 50 million now, but 5 million is about right. Duan Cohen's mockery of you reminds me that you do need a better car. Lang Ying said seriously. At the same time, she took out her mobile phone and looked at the nearest Lamborghini 4S store. Let's go buy a car and let that guy taunt you. Muttering, Lang Ying had already prepared the navigation. Xin Feng turned his head and looked at the girl who was pouting and had a cute expression of being angry, and the corners of his mouth curled up. With a wife like this, what's wrong with being a gigolo? Yes, my dear wife. Holding the steering wheel, Xin Feng was about to shift gears when he discovered that the car's operating lever was a little different. Why is it so slippery? After a slight pause, Xin Feng looked down, only to find Lang Ying with a red face, looking at him with gloomy eyes. What are you doing? The voice was as thin as a mosquito, a little shy, and a little angry. Xin Feng was stunned. It was then that he realized that Lang Ying was wearing something different today. Usually Lang Ying always likes to wear loose clothes, such as long skirts. When they first met, Lang Ying was wearing a white floral dress, giving people a very fairy-like feeling. But today, she was wearing a professional black hip skirt, contrary to her usual style. The skirt fits tightly against her skin, and although it has some wrinkles, it shows off Lang Ying's perfect cleavage to the fullest. She wore a standard white women's shirt, which looked a bit professional. She has fair skin, a curvy figure, and is an unrivaled beauty. However, Xin Feng was sitting in the back in the morning and did not notice it. When I entered the restaurant, I was attracted by the decoration and didn't notice it. Now that I look at it carefully, it is a bit of a benefit. It's a bit overwhelming. Xin Feng quickly moved his hand away from Lang Ying's leg and rubbed his nose awkwardly. Seeing Xin Feng's somewhat shy look, Lang Ying felt like laughing. It's true. Men like sexy women. Put the gear in here. As if she knew what Xin Feng wanted to do, Lang Ying retracted her legs and pointed at the joystick. Well. Looking at Lang Ying's attempt to hold back her laughter, Xin Feng realized that he had lost his composure and wanted to explain, so he said. I was slow to react just now because the steering wheel was too white. No, the joystick was too long. No. Xin Feng felt that his mouth was out of control. I accidentally said scoop. Lang Ying couldn't hold it back any longer and burst out laughing, covering her mouth. Okay, I know what you mean. At the same time, her face was a little flushed. Besides, we have already obtained the marriage certificate, so it's okay to touch, there's no need to be so nervous. Okay. I don't know what to say. Xin Feng felt that he was neither good nor bad. I just chose to shut up. It's never wrong to shut up. Just when he finally started the car, the system's voice appeared in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for driving the Lamborghini Centenario for 1 second, the Akina Mountain Car God skill is activated. Currently the host drives for 5 seconds, and the driving points are +5, and all car models are rewarded with drag racing skills and flexible driving knowledge. In an instant, countless knowledge flooded into Xin Feng's brain. He felt as if he had learned everything by himself. Looking at the Lamborghini, which he originally didn't know how to drive, he now felt a very familiar feeling. It's like I've been playing racing for decades. Good boy, I am showing off. Holding the steering wheel, Xin Feng stepped on the accelerator. The vehicle suddenly launched itself onto the road. The bus that was blocking the road in turning gave way in panic to let Xin Feng pass first. There is no way. The Lamborghini Centenario costs more than 6 million yuan. If he crashes it, he will have to pay for it himself. Xin Feng is a very efficient person. This is also reflected in his driving skills. The journey, which normally takes 30 minutes, was completed in just 10 minutes by him. It's really strange. Soon, near Qixin Road, Hangzhou Airport, Shanghai. A red Lamborghini stopped at the door of the 4S store. As soon as the car was parked, Lang Ying hurried out. She actually felt a little dizzy. Xin Feng, can you drive slower next time? Lang Ying took out some drinking water from her Gucci bag, took a sip, and said to Xin Feng with a bit of resentment. A little bit excited. Seeing that Lang Ying was really a little uncomfortable, Xin Feng hurried to her side and put his arm around her. It's okay to touch your own wife, so what's the big deal about holding her hand? Chapter 9 Lamborghini's Shortcomings? Xin Feng. Seeing Xin Feng extending his arm, Lang Ying hesitated whether to take it. Before this, except for her father, she had never had such intimate physical contact with any boy. Although Xin Feng was her husband, she was not prepared for the sudden incident. Her heart is beating fast now. What's wrong? Xin Feng looked concerned. It's all right. Lang Ying was not a shy person. After hesitating for a moment, she took the arm Xin Feng extended to her and put her arm around him. Feeling the warmth from her arm, Lang Ying's delicate face flushed and she felt a little shy. It doesn't matter since the other party is Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt his arm sink, and his nose was suddenly filled with a faint fragrance, and he felt refreshed instantly. Just such a beautiful woman hugging me. He was a little distracted. Let's go in. Two people entered the 4S store. However, due to the outstanding looks of Qin Feng and Lang Ying, they attracted attention as soon as they entered the door. There were 4 or 5 salespeople in the store who actually showed signs of stepping forward to greet him at the same time. However, before they could even raise their feet, a female salesperson in professional attire walked over quickly, fearing that someone would snatch the goods from her. "Hello, you two, do you want to see the car?" The female salesperson asked with a smile while secretly looking at Qin Feng and Lang Ying. Both of them are extremely good looking. Handsome guy and beautiful girl. Take a look at the Lamborghini Aventador. Instead of giving an ambiguous answer, Lang Ying directly reported the model of the vehicle. That car? When the saleswoman heard Lang Ying talking about this car, her eyes suddenly lit up. Generally, not many people come to see the car by name. But if people like this say they want to see it, they will most likely pay for it. You know. The Lamborghini Aventador has a landing price of more than 6 million. If she sells this, the commission will be more than 100,000. Become rich. After a little excitement, the female salesperson quickly led the two to the exhibition hall next door. As the only 2 Lamborghini sales stores in the central area of Shanghai, they can supply spot goods. The vehicles are on display in the exhibition hall not far away. If someone wants to buy it, they can basically drive it away on the same day. Silver? Before entering the exhibition hall, Qin Feng saw the real car through the special tempered glass. The silver gradient exterior coating in the streamlined shape with clever design strips makes the car look very domineering. Well, if you don't like it, our store can also communicate directly with the manufacturer and provide you with the same car model in other colors within 7 days. I heard Qin Feng say silver. The saleswoman thought he didn't like the color and quickly explained. That's not the case. I'm just wondering if the silver gradient coating is a bit too much. Qin Feng gently took Lang Ying's arm, walked to the front of the car, and looked at her carefully. You are so young, I didn't expect you like to keep a low profile so much. The saleswoman smiled sweetly. 2 years of experience. She has also met many rich second generations. They will only complain whether the car is cool enough. Will it be face-saving to drive it out? Who would find it exaggerated? They would like the vehicle design to be extravagant. Shall I introduce you to the parameters of this car? As she spoke, the female salesperson handed Qin Feng a form with both hands, which detailed the various parameters of the vehicle in front of him. Equipped with a new V12 engine and carbon fiber monocoque body material, the Aventador's interior is also equipped with a luxurious interior crafted with high-end technology and superior materials. Its workmanship adheres to the Italian tradition of continuous improvement, and it has basically everything it should have. Maximum power is 740 CV, 554 kilowatts. The maximum speed can reach 350 km/h, which means it only takes 2.9 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h. It is simply a performance monster. Almost impeccable. But this car has one biggest drawback. After introducing the parameters of the vehicle, the saleswoman giggled. What's the downside? Expensive? Qin Feng looked at the salesperson in confusion. He always ignores the disadvantage of being expensive. Being expensive has never been a disadvantage of a manufacturer. It's your shortcoming. That's not the case. The saleswoman looked at Lang Ying with a smile and said, the biggest drawback of this car is that it's too hot inside. Women always like to take off their clothes after getting in the car. Miss, you have to keep a close eye on your boyfriend. He looks too dangerous. Of course, you don't have to tell me. With a hint of pride on her face, Lang Ying nodded slightly. Joke. Her husband is so handsome, of course she has to take good care of him. Only. This mysterious sales operation made Qin Feng a little embarrassed. He was a little confused. The female salesperson asked this sensitive question, will she still sell the car? Can I test drive this car? Rubbing his nose, Qin Feng tried to change the subject. Sir, it's possible, but... The female salesperson seemed a little embarrassed and was reluctant to speak. Can't you make the decision? You should call your manager. Xin Feng was quite capable of reading people's expressions. This kind of thing was obviously not something a salesperson could decide, so he asked immediately. But what he didn't expect was that the female salesperson actually shook her head. That's not the question. I'm the manager. You're the manager? Xin Feng understood why the other salesman gave up immediately after this woman came forward. It turned out to be the manager. The current difficulty is that we only have this car in our store. It's no problem to test drive it, but you see this is on the second floor, and it's in the showroom. The salesperson scratched his face helplessly and explained, and if you want to test drive it, you need to make an appointment. These things can't be done until tomorrow at the earliest. I see. Xin Feng nodded in reply. Generally, a sports car test drive does require a reservation for the venue and the test drive service. That's understandable. Before Xin Feng could finish his words, the saleswoman immediately said, but we do have another low-end sports car in our store. It has all the same decorations as the Lamborghini Aventador, but its power parameters are lower, and it does not require advance reservations. How about we test drive that one first? If you are satisfied, I will arrange a specific test drive tomorrow. Is that okay with you? The saleswoman asked tentatively. Judging from the appearance of Xin Feng and Lang Ying, they definitely don't look like they are here to see the world. Booking a car and a venue would just waste a little time for her. If she really sells the car, her performance will be good. That's fine, I'm not in a hurry. Xin Feng nodded in reply. Suddenly, a slightly rough and hoarse voice appeared behind him. Miss Lin Lan, have you completed all the paperwork for my car? I want to pick it up today. Xin Feng looked back and saw a fat middle-aged man walking towards them with a woman with an internet celebrity face. Good afternoon, Mr. Li. I have a customer here. Salesman Lu in the store can also help you pick up the car. Please forgive me. With a standard smile, the saleswoman explained, then turned to look at Xin Feng and Lang Ying. Sales manager at Lamborghini. I will never look at people through tinted glasses. Even if someone comes to pick up a car, she needs to finish the task at hand before serving the next customer. Absolutely fair. Did I hear you right? Lin Lan, you are actually going to give up serving Mr. Li? The middle-aged man didn't react at all, but the internet celebrity-looking woman next to him was the first to exclaim. Just now I heard these two young men wanted to test drive the car. They are obviously trying to show off by taking photos under the pretext of buying a car. Maybe these two people can't even take out $200. Manager Lin, can you continue to talk about this? Look at that man, are his clothes worth more than 2,000 yuan? I guess they are not even worth the price of a belt of Mr. Li. What are you talking about? Come and help Mr. Li pick up the car. Chapter 10. Sorry, money really allows you to do whatever you want. Watch your words, this is a high-class place. Hearing what the internet celebrity-faced woman said, saleswoman Lin Lan frowned slightly and spoke sternly. The slightly disgusted look in his eyes was not concealed at all. This momentum made the woman stunned for a moment. Why are you being so mean to her? I'm just saying that, dear, look at her. The internet celebrity-looking woman was frightened by Lin Lan's aura, and quickly leaned towards Mr. Li, with a look of anger and a bit of disgust on her face. Don't be afraid, baby. Manager Lin is just joking with you. It is obvious that Mr. Li's mind is not on the baby beside him who was acting coquettishly. He put one hand in his pocket and touched the internet celebrity-looking woman with the other hand, while his eyes were looking at Lang Ying's thigh who was standing behind Xin Feng, and he was laughing. And his eyes became more greedy. Lang Ying instantly felt uncomfortable, frowned, and moved behind Xin Feng. Xin Feng also noticed the fanatical and greedy look in Mr. Li's eyes. Needless to say, Lang Ying's appearance is fatal to any man. Even if he used his knees to think, he knew what evil things were in Mr. Li's mind. Xin Feng is not a person who likes to cause trouble, nor does he want to confront disgusting people. However, if he encounters provocation, he will definitely not be a coward. And now the other party obviously has evil intentions towards Lang Ying, so he can't let things go rashly. Say something pretentious. The dragon has a reverse scale, whoever touches it will die. Lang Ying's feelings for Xin Feng are unquestionable, but he actually had such thoughts about her in front of him? It's definitely seeking death. If you can't speak, you can remove your mouth. If you have money, you can do whatever you want? With a somewhat cold look in his eyes, Xin Feng took a step forward and spoke very impolitely. This step just blocked Lang Ying's long, white and delicate legs, and Mr. Li's attention was immediately shifted to Qin Feng. He looked at the unruly Qin Feng and recalled what he had just said. He was stunned for a moment and then sneered with disdain. He replied to Qin Feng very seriously, "I'm sorry, but if you have money you can do whatever you want." After saying that, he started to laugh. Young people don't always think about showing off. What you have will certainly come to you in the future, and what you don't have will certainly never come to you in the future. As for that car, you can only test drive it. The Lamborghini Aventador costs over 6 million yuan. It hurts me to buy it, let alone you two young men. Mr. Li looked at Lang Ying with a smile, but the greed in his eyes was hard to conceal. Very disgusting. That's right. With Mr. Li's financial resources, he can only afford a Porsche 911 with a floor price of 2.8 million. I don't think you two have ever seen so much money in your lives. That's right. I guess taking some photos and posting them on WeChat moments can satisfy your vanity. The internet celebrity-looking woman felt jealous when she saw that Mr. Li's eyes were always fixed on Lang Ying. But she couldn't get angry at her rich father. He could only mock Qin Feng and Lang Ying in a sarcastic manner. How can there be such a disgusting person? Is this really going to never end? With a frown on his face, Qin Feng was in a very bad mood. Even though he was well educated, he couldn't help but want to hit someone. It's a pity to let such a beautiful girl suffer. It would be better for her to follow me and let me take her to see what high society is like. Beauty, are you interested? Seeing that Qin Feng didn't say anything, Lang Ying just stood there. This guy actually thought there was a chance, and he really walked up and looked at Lang Ying with a smile on his face. It was as if it was a blessing from heaven that a pot-bellied, greasy middle-aged man like him fell in love with the beautiful and smart Lang Ying. You're really courting death. Qin Feng slapped away the hand that the greasy middle-aged man extended and looked at him coldly. Mr. Li shuddered suddenly. However, as a social tough guy, he immediately regained his composure. He is weird. How could a young man, a youngster, show such a look? What are you doing? In a society ruled by law, do you still want to beat someone up? This is a high-class place. Still feeling a little frightened, Mr. Li didn't dare to get too close to Qin Feng. Don't be fooled by his big body, it's all fat and actually useless. If a fight breaks out, he will definitely be the one who gets beaten. Hit you? You think too much. Qin Feng still disdains to confront such a disgusting person. He turned to look at Lin Lan and asked, "If we can't go out for a test drive, can we sit in the car and look at the interior?" Lin Lan obviously didn't expect Qin Feng to ask this question at this time, and quickly replied, "Of course, no problem at all. You can get in any vehicle in their store and look at the interior. Even a car worth more than 6 million is the same. You said you drive a Porsche 911, worth 2.8 million? Looking at Mr. Li, Qin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked in a somewhat domineering tone. Yes, have you ever seen so much money? Although Mr. Li was a little afraid of Qin Feng, he still made some taunts. At least that's what he thought in his heart. Qin Feng must be a poor guy. Nowadays, which rich person's clothes cost no more than 2,000 yuan? With his years of experience in society, he could tell at a glance that the other person was poor. This is not a holy place for collecting rent. This is the Magic City. Really? Without wasting any more words with Mr. Li, Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying into the Lamborghini Aventador, caressing the steering wheel. Specific information about the car suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's mind. There is even a racing video of this car. The sound and the speed attracted him. Moreover, this car seems to be much better than the one Lang Ying drove today. Want to buy it? Lang Ying's mentality is really strong, and she still stands silently behind Qin Feng. She ignored the ridicule from the greasy man and the internet celebrity-faced woman. It went in one ear and out the other, and her heart was calm. Certainly. Smiling at Lang Ying, Qin Feng opened the car door and got out. Manager Lin, this car is great. I want it. You have decided to buy it now? When Lin Lan saw Qin Feng coming down, she wanted to persuade him not to be angry, saying that there are always some nouveau riche in society who look down on others. But I didn't expect him to say he wanted to buy the car? She was a little confused. However, her professionalism was very high and she recovered in an instant and began to explain to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin Feng, this car is worth 6.25 million. If you pay in installments, the service fee for each installment is... Never mind, I want the full amount. Qin Feng interrupted Lin Lan and spoke slowly. What? Full payment? Lin Lan was stunned. She doesn't meet many people who pay in full for their cars. This is a car worth more than 6 million. 6 million at one go? And he is still so young? Could he be the son of some business tycoon? Shake your head. Lin Lan can't think too much. Just pay the full amount, even though you'll earn less. But now she really wants to resolve all this quickly. Okay, Mr. Qin Feng, I'll draft a contract for you right away. Please show me your ID card and bank card. I can get you some discounts after I input the information. Quickly speaking the standardized sales terms, Lin Lan stretched out her hand, wanting to go back and print out the contract. Forehead. Looking at the white and tender little hand that Lin Lan stretched out, Qin Feng touched his pocket and frowned. Good job. The incident happened suddenly. He thought he was just going out to have a meal today and didn't bring any bank cards with him. But how can there be a problem when installing 13? Honey, you put the card in my bag. Just when Qin Feng was feeling embarrassed, Lang Ying came out of the car and silently handed Qin Feng a dark black card. Oh, I almost forgot. Qin Feng took the bank card and handed it to Lin Lan. When Lin Lan took the bank card, her eyes suddenly lit up and she exclaimed. Black card? Chapter 11. There are many demons who look down on others. Things are not that simple. She knew the importance of the black card. There are only a handful of people who can produce a black card these days. Even in a prosperous city like Shanghai, it is rare. You should know that banks have extremely strict requirements for black gold card holders. To become an ICBC black card holder, one must be a member of the Haruan Wealth Ranking or a member of the Longhua Harbor Jockey Club, and the annual spending must be at least 2 million yuan, which does not include large car and house purchases. And even if you meet all the basic conditions above, you may not necessarily become a black card holder. Because you cannot apply for a black card proactively. It can only be approved if a letter of recommendation is written by the branch president or above, and it is highly confidential. Lin Lan has been working in Shanghai for 2 years, and has seen many rich second generations and business tycoons buying cars in the past 2 years. But it was also the first time she saw a black card. Mr. Qin Feng is really a young and promising man. With trembling hands, Lin Lan excitedly took the black card and bank card and hurried to print the contract. This kind of young talent must not be offended. It's just a black card. Our CEO Li doesn't even care about it. Seeing Lin Lan's reluctance to be negligent, the internet celebrity-faced woman muttered something sourly and turned to look at the middle-aged greasy man next to her. Mr. Li, take out your card. The CCB Platinum card is not much worse than the black card. Just shut up. I don't know why. Mr. Li suddenly shouted angrily at the woman beside him, not daring to look at Lang Ying. Boss Li, why are you so mean to me? Startled by the scolding voice, the internet celebrity-looking woman lowered her voice, leaned against the man next to her and acted coquettishly. But strangely, she found that the other party had no reaction at all. Before, whenever she acted coquettishly, the other party couldn't stand it and his big hands began to wander all over her body involuntarily. But now he is surprisingly honest. What's going on? Mr. Li? The woman turned to look at Mr. Li in confusion, her expression suddenly startled. I saw that the man next to me looked very ugly, and there was a lot of sweat on his fat face. Moreover, the look in his eyes when he looked at Lang Ying changed from greed to fear and respect. Mr. Li, it's just a black card, there's no need to be so nervous, right? What if it's not theirs? Besides, even if it is true, so what? The overdraft balance of your CCB Platinum card and black card is almost 50 million. Don't be afraid. I told you to shut up. Before the internet celebrity-looking woman could finish her words, Mr. Li interrupted her rudely. He is in a panic now. When Qin Feng showed him the black card, he saw it clearly. He had the good fortune to see Heike a few times. But there was something wrong with Qin Feng's black card. Generally, the entire black card is black with the bank's gold-plated logo printed on it. But the black card Qin Feng presented was bright ink in color, and although the lettering was also gold, it looked much more advanced than the gold-plated one. He had only seen this kind of card once. At that time, he was attending a party with the director of his company, with the purpose of finding a top billionaire to sign a contract. When it came time to pay the advance payment, the top rich man had run out of checks. Moreover, the project amount is not very large and it is an integer, so it is indeed easier for the company to settle the account after it is returned. So the rich man used his own card to pay first. At that time, he was using a black card like Chin Fong. Shouldn't it be? The figure of the rich man appeared in Mr. Li's mind. That rich man is the richest man in Shanghai. Lang Xian. Gurgle. After swallowing a big mouthful of saliva, Mr. Li's fat body trembled a little. He had heard rumors before that the daughter of Shanghai's richest man, Lang Xian, was returning to China to develop her career. Could it be such a coincidence that we met here? Then his ancestors' graves would really be filled with black smoke, and he would definitely be dead. Mr. Chin Fong, this is a bit troublesome. Please confirm your bank password first before I can enter your information. At this time, Lin Lan trotted over with a POS terminal card swiping machine in one hand and a drafted contract in the other. It caused the cleavage to jump constantly. In her 2 years of working in the industry, she has never seen such a situation. I actually have to enter my bank card password before the system can input my information. Damn it. It's fine if I lose. My husband doesn't like people handing him things. Before Lin Lan handed the POS terminal to Chin Fong, Lang Ying stepped forward, took it first, quickly entered the password, and then handed it back to Lin Lan. Oh, that's all right now. When Lin Lan saw the successful verification page pop up on her phone, she smiled slightly and handed the contract to Chin Fong for him to sign. This simple sentence actually made Mr. Li next to him even more frightened. Good job. If verification is successful, this means that the other party is really the holder of the top black card. What was he doing just now? Mocking someone. Taunting the holder of a top-tier black card? Why did I have to encounter such bad luck? Could she really be Lang Xian's daughter? Mr. Li looked at Lang Ying with fear in his eyes. He had heard about Lang Xian's daughter's personality. She is pure and innocent, a queen type, and has strong working ability. But look at the beauty in front of you. Indeed, exactly the same, but with a more feminine attitude. Etc. Mr. Li seemed to have thought of something and became even more nervous. If the other party is really the daughter of the richest man, then the man next to her. Isn't he the son-in-law of the richest man? Shit. After silently cursing, Mr. Li immediately planned to run away. As long as you run fast enough, you can avoid any bad luck. But before he could even raise his foot, Chin Fong stopped him. Hey, Mr. Li, you just left after making a mockery. How can such an easy thing happen in this world? I was blind to the truth. I didn't expect Mr. Chin to be so low-key. Gritting his teeth, Mr. Li saw that he was locked up and said with gritted teeth. And at this moment, he has already pushed away the internet celebrity-looking woman next to him. After all, she said a lot of sarcastic words just now. Mr. Li? What's wrong? The woman looked at Mr. Li's respectful look, frowned, and was a little surprised. What's going on? Shut up, that guy is not someone you can afford to mess with. He said it in a low voice, and Mr. Li quickly apologized with a smile. However, this series of operations surprised Chin Fong. He hasn't even started to act smart yet, and he's already given in? This is too fast. Boss Li is truly a man of insight. He's already praising me? Shaking his head, Chin Fong just finished signing the contract. Lin Lan also handed the key to Chin Fong. But the moment Chin Fong took the key, Lin Lan seemed to have thought of something and asked, Mr. Chin Fong, do you need a car pickup ceremony? Car picking ceremony? Chin Fong immediately thought of that messy way of celebrating the car, and immediately shook his head and said seriously, no need, that's too exaggerated, I am a low-key person. I see. There aren't many people in this society who are as low-key as you. Lin Lan's eyes suddenly dimmed. The other person is so handsome, she really wants to spend more time with him. Oh, this is our store's official WeChat account. If there is any problem with your car, you can consult us at any time and we will immediately send the appropriate equipment to solve it. Suddenly, I thought of something. Lin Lan's eyes brightened, she took out her cell phone and asked Chin Fong to scan it. After Chin Fong finished scanning, what was displayed was his personal account. But he had no objection to this. Never mind. Just add it. He experiences this kind of thing every day, and it would be embarrassing to talk about it now. Add. Chin Fong said lightly. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chin Fong, I will start the booth and let it go down to the first floor. Seeing that her friend passed, Lin Lan was somewhat happy and immediately spoke. Seeing Lin Lan coming downstairs, Xin Feng looked at Mr. Li and the woman with the internet celebrity face. The opponent lowered his posture so much that he had no intention of fighting him. There are many people in Shanghai who look down on others. He can't do this every time. What's more, the other party is so disgusting, he really doesn't want to get entangled with him anymore. Miss Lan, shall we go? Xin Feng looked at Lang Ying and asked. Xin. No, husband, you go to the car first. Lang Ying replied. Xin Feng understood immediately and quickly got into the car and waited. He knew very well that Mr. Li was going to be in trouble. At most, he was just slapping someone in the face. Just have fun and it's all over. According to Lang Ying, things are not that simple. Chapter 12. No one can bully my husband. May I have your name? Mr. Li. The greasy middle-aged man had cold sweat on his face and answered in a trembling voice. I'm not asking about your position. Her eyes turned cold, and Lang Ying felt a little annoyed as she looked at the middle-aged man. In fact, the main reason was that this person bullied Xin Feng. Otherwise, she probably would never have a conversation with such a disgusting person like this in her entire life. Don't be so fierce. Mr. Li's full name is Mr. Li. Seeing that Mr. Li was so cowardly in front of Lang Ying, the internet celebrity-looking woman next to him also lost her confidence and answered weakly. Just stop talking. Mr. Li wiped the sweat off his face, put on a smile and looked at Lang Ying, explaining, my parents wanted me to be the general manager, so they gave me this name. So? Lang Ying was speechless. This name is really an advantage. This name applies no matter where you go or where you hold office. Whenever the full name is needed, everyone should call him Mr. Li. Moreover, this guy really lived up to his parents' hopes and made it to the position of general manager. Where do you work? Tianyue Technology Company, Limited. Got it. Take care of yourself, Mr. Li. When Lang Ying said these two words, her tone was deliberately much heavier. After saying that, she went down the stairs from the second floor. Well. Watching Lang Ying leave, Mr. Li seemed to have lost his soul. He was deflated in an instant, like an eggplant hit by frost. Drooped. My life may be over. Sitting in the Lamborghini Aventador, Lang Ying stared at the phone in her hand with her beautiful eyes, clicked a few times, and then put it in her bag. Because Lang Ying did not hide her intentions from Xin Feng, who was sitting in the driver's seat, only needed to turn his head slightly to see Lang Ying playing with her prestige. And the tapping on the phone just now was actually typing. The content is, please help me check if there is a Mr. Li in Tianyue Technology Company, Limited. Good job. Now you can tell what she wants to do even with your toes. That's not necessary. Xin Feng reached out and tentatively patted Lang Ying's little head, saying helplessly. It is necessary. No one can bully my husband. Lang Ying did not resist Xin Feng's touch on her head. She turned around and answered stubbornly. Maybe in her heart. Xin Feng, whom she had only known for 2 days, had already become an indispensable part of her life. When Xin Feng heard Lang Ying's explanation, he was stunned. The hand that was stroking her little head also stopped. He really didn't expect Lang Ying to be so supportive of him that she wouldn't even let him suffer this little bit of grievance. What else can I say when I have such a beautiful woman? Lang Ying, has no one ever told you that you are cute when you are stubborn? Lang Ying was stunned when she heard Xin Feng suddenly say this. Seeing Xin Feng's smiling face, she immediately became alert. What do you mean? Without waiting for Lang Ying to react, Xin Feng put his arms around her waist and hugged her tightly in his arms. And his lips had reached her rosy lips. Lang Ying smelled the fragrance on Xin Feng's body, her eyes widened, and her heartbeat reached its peak at this moment. This is her first kiss. A blush suddenly appeared on her face. I don't know what's going on. Ever since she met Xin Feng, the number of times she blushed has skyrocketed. I blushed more in 2 days than in the previous year? Although Lang Ying had never been kissed before, she gradually got used to it under Xin Feng's guidance. Very quickly. A sweet taste surged into Xin Feng's mouth. A long time passed. Lang Ying's face turned red, and when she couldn't bear it anymore, Xin Feng let go. At this time, the bright red lip glaze on Lang Ying's lips had been eaten clean by Xin Feng. However, the corners of Xin Feng's mouth were a little pink. Lang Ying, who was trying hard to breathe and stay calm, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw this scene. She took out a pack of tissues from her bag and wiped Xin Feng's mouth. Idiot, lip gloss is also poisonous, okay? Eat it all. Listening to Long Ying's doting voice and her royal face, Qin Feng felt like he was going to faint. This is even more powerful than the bone-dissolving pong. Don't talk to me in that tone again. Grabbed Long Ying's hand. Qin Feng said seriously, I'm afraid I can't stand it. But. Lang Ying covered her mouth and laughed. My husband is so cute. It seems I have to tease him well in the future. Well, let's go to your house now. My home? Qin Feng was surprised. Now it was his turn to look at Lang Ying with a wary look. What do you want to do? Stop it. This reaction made Lang Ying laugh even more. So funny. I just want to see where you live. If possible, how about I help you buy a house tomorrow? Oh, I see. Qin Feng was a little disappointed. To be honest, he is not really a virgin. If Lang Ying insisted, he could reluctantly cooperate. Just now I'm talking about buying a house. Isn't this a bit early? He has lived in the community for so long that he has become familiar with all the neighbors. The 50 million will be deposited tomorrow. We'll see then. Qin Feng replied. Due to stock market rules, no matter how small or large the amount obtained from transactions on the same day is, it must be withdrawn the next day. Avoid trading too frequently. It also prevents stock instability. Okay, let's go to your house today. After taking a deep breath, Lang Ying adjusted her seat and turned to look forward. You don't want the car anymore? Qin Feng pointed in the direction of the parking lot. Lang Ying didn't care and replied, come back tomorrow or ask Butler Wang to drive it back for me. I just want to be with you right now. Qin Feng was slightly stunned when he heard Lang Ying's reason. Stupid, there's plenty of time. After saying that, he took the steering wheel, started the car, and stepped on the clutch and accelerator in one go. The car also started with a catapulting motion and shot forward. Chapter 13, It doesn't matter, there is still a long way to go. Soon, Qin Feng's Lamborghini Aventador stopped at the entrance of Sakura Community. This is the house Qin Feng rented after graduating from university. A small apartment, about 50 square meters, with a living room, balcony, bathroom, kitchen, bedroom, etc. Although the Sparrow is small, it has all the organs. Such an apartment costs 3,000 yuan a month, which is relatively cheap in Shanghai. And as a price, the environment here is not so good. The garbage is never cleared. The vast majority of people living here are elderly. As soon as Qin Feng's car stopped, the eyes of the neighbors were all focused here. There is no way. This is not an upscale neighborhood, and they have never seen anyone drive in such a cool car as the Lamborghini Aventador. Whose car is this? Why would anyone in our neighborhood drive this car? I don't know. Click. After parking the car, Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying out of the car. When the neighbors saw that the person coming out of the car was Qin Feng, they were all stunned. The people of Qin Feng were handsome, and they all looked familiar and knew each other. But they were very surprised. This young man's financial situation is obviously not very optimistic. He was borrowing money on the street a few days ago. Are you all driving a sports car? And when they saw Lang Ying, they were even more confused. The old man who was out walking his dog didn't even notice that the leash had fallen off. Not only did Qin Feng drive back in a sports car, he also brought back such a beautiful girl? And judging from her temperament, she looks like a star? Good job. Could this be some rich second generation from Shanghai who came here to experience life? Not pretending anymore. The showdown is over, Qin Feng is a billionaire? But of course Qin Feng didn't know these thoughts. He took Lang Ying's soft little hand very naturally, nodded to the neighbors who were watching, and went upstairs with Lang Ying. After seeing Qin Feng going upstairs, several neighbor aunties seemed to be attracted to the group and gathered together in an instant. I say, what's wrong with this kid Qin Feng? What else could it be? I didn't expect Qin Feng to be so rich. That car looks quite expensive. I've long seen that the child is destined to be extraordinary. As expected, he is a low-key rich second generation. The main thing is that he is really handsome. The last time I saw him, he wanted to introduce my daughter to him. Come on, look at the girl next to him, she's so pretty and has the temperament of a celebrity. Look at it this way, why is our guy so useless? He lies in bed every day during the holidays, and his limbs are almost degenerated. Look at other people, sigh. Several middle-aged women kept discussing, their tone full of envy. He is really the other people's child. Upstairs. Open the door. Xin Feng bent down and made a gesture of invitation to Lang Ying. Is this your home? Lang Ying smiled, grabbed Xin Feng's hand, and walked into the room with a curious look on her face. A faint smell of negative oxygen ions rushed into her nose. What a refreshing fragrance! Lang Ying's eyes lit up and she was a little surprised. It is said that boys' homes are like pig pens. Dirty and messy is the basic. It's normal not to wash your underwear for a week. There are mountains of clothes and I am too lazy to wash them. She remembered it very clearly when she was young, and so did her father Lang Zian. Without his mother to take care of him, he could go 2 weeks without doing laundry. It's better now. Let us look at Xin Feng's residence. There was no peculiar smell, no dirty clothes, and the whole room was very clean. The air is also unusually fresh. Is this the boy's residence? Lang Ying couldn't even keep her own room so tidy. Xin Feng, why is your house so tidy? There's even a nice fragrance. This doesn't look like the residence of a man living alone at all. He looked around at the furniture curiously. Lang Ying finally sat on the sofa in the small living room under Xin Feng's guidance. I clean up when I have nothing to do. When I was a kid, my mom didn't like the house to be dirty, so I was a little influenced by her. Xin Feng smiled and said casually. He still remembers the time when he went to the river as a child to play in the mud and got covered in dirt, and then went home and was beaten on the buttocks by his mother. That's no different from killing a pig. This is much better than my dad, whose cleaning staff does all the work. Pouting, Lang Ying answered helplessly. Your father is much stronger than me. Xin Feng smiled bitterly. That's Lang Zian, the richest man in Shanghai. There is a huge gap between him and Lang Zian. Oh, yes. Do your parents know about our marriage? Will your father approve of me? Lang Ying thought about it. It shouldn't be difficult. Come on, your father is the richest man in the Magic City, worth trillions, and you are his only daughter, how can it not be difficult? Xin Feng picked up the cup of water on the table and took a sip, then shook his head and said. This is also the reason why he didn't dare to meet Lang Zian after he and Lang Ying got their marriage certificate. He needs to develop like crazy. Otherwise, he will definitely not be worthy of Lang Ying in the future. 2. Lang Ying lowered her head and frowned as she thought. Let me make it clear first, I don't like being a son-in-law or a live-in son-in-law. Xin Feng said quietly. However, upon hearing this, Lang Ying suddenly looked up and was stunned. Phew! She almost burst out laughing. Stupid, how is that possible? Even if my father lets you be one, I still don't agree with you being a live-in son-in-law. Besides, he hasn't taken care of me since I entered junior high school, so his opinion isn't that important. Xin Feng felt warm in his heart when he heard Lang Ying's words. This girl is always on his side. Holding Lang Ying's hand, Xin Feng's expression was somewhat serious. Don't worry, I have the confidence that my father-in-law will accept me. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be the one in my life. What if something unexpected happens? Lang Ying asked blankly. It was you who was involved in the accident. Xin Feng looked into Lang Ying's eyes and answered seriously. Good. Seeing Xin Feng's serious expression, Lang Ying nodded very seriously. She could see that Xin Feng's words came from the heart. Besides, how could the man that Lang Ying likes be unknown? And no surprises. She will always be Xin Feng in this life. Xin Feng, I believe you. She believed what Xin Feng said. Then, to Xin Feng's surprise, Lang Ying came up and kissed Xin Feng on his lips. This time take the initiative. Just think of it as a reward for his sincere promise. For a long time. After showing Lang Ying around his residence, Xin Feng sent her away. There is no way. If Lang Ying really stayed overnight at his house, he really couldn't bear it. And before getting Lang Zian's approval, Xin Feng didn't want to force Lang Ying. I really plan to spend my whole life with Lang Ying. It doesn't matter, there is still a long way to go. Chapter 14. My goodness, I am such a big kid of the system. 7 o'clock in the evening. If it were a normal time, Xin Feng might be playing games, watching videos, or watching TV. But now he has Lang Ying. Life became about chatting with Lang Ying while studying the mysteries of the system. Since the system is to make yourself the most perfect person, then Xin Feng himself cannot sit idle. The system allows him to learn whatever he touches. Of course, he had to cram in a lot of knowledge in a short period of time in order to be prepared for any emergency. It is always good to be a person who plans ahead. And just now, while we were eating, Shinfeng learned another skill through the system. The strongest chef skill. Now, the food he makes ranges from various wonderful delicacies from Dragon Country to those from foreign Michelin chefs. He can beat anyone. If Qin Feng's family didn't have any complete ingredients, he could have cooked a full banquet. There is no way, the conditions are limited. Now his family can only make 4 dishes with the ingredients they have. Looking at the 4 dishes on the glass table, Qin Feng frowned and started eating. Soon, an hour passed. Oh. Qin Feng took a long breath, raised his hands and held his head, lying on the soft bed. An inexplicable fragrance filled his nose. Lang Ying had slept on this bed before, and there was still a hint of her scent on it. The richest man in Shanghai, a trillionaire. Squinting his eyes, Qin Feng was thinking about what he should do next. He now has assets worth 50 million. For ordinary people, his current assets have surpassed most people. But this is the magic city. 50 million was invested, and not a single splash was made. He still needs primitive accumulation of capital. 50 million is just a small amount of money. Running a company campaign takes no more than a month to burn out. What's more, he doesn't know what specific work to do now. Finance? Qin Feng frowned and pondered over this point. He has the strongest investor skills. With the support of the system, it should not be a problem to set up a financial company. Okay, let's try. Qin Feng suddenly sat up from the bed, walked to the computer desk and began to study financial knowledge. To hell with that crappy investment magazine. Now he is going to study systematically. Time is urgent, and for Lang Ying, he has to study hard. A sleepless night. Qin Feng was immersed in the world of system-accelerated learning and couldn't extricate himself. The originally obscure financial knowledge was enhanced by the system and turned into jumping bytes that madly poured into Qin Feng's brain, and could not be stopped. It wasn't until the sky started to brighten that his alarm interrupted his thoughts. Is it morning already? Qin Feng rubbed his slightly red eyes, turned off the computer, and got up to wash up. He needs to sober up. In one night, he learned a lot of financial knowledge. But these alone might make him a top figure on Wall Street. However, to catch up with the richest man in Shanghai, some original capital accumulation is still needed. To put it bluntly, still need enough money. After washing up, Qin Feng looked through the messages on his mobile phone. At this time, the 50 million yuan from stocks had already been credited to the account. Looking at his 50 square meter room, Qin Feng realized that it was time to move to another house. But at this moment, the system that had been invisible all along suddenly spoke. Ding, it is detected that the host has studied through the system all night, and has been awarded the title of extra diligent, and is rewarded with a first-class tension in Magic City, a set of 2 independent villas in a special area, with a total value of 230 million. Please note that the villa keys have been distributed under the villa footpad, and the property certificate and purchase contract have been distributed to the table in the lobby on the first floor of the villa. Please pick them up as soon as possible. The villa has been purchased by the host through legal channels, please rest assured. After listening to what the system said, Qin Feng's body suddenly shook and he was stunned for a few seconds. Good job. This system is okay. I am like its own son. After studying all night, you get a house as a reward without any further ado, and it's a luxury house? But I still have to get the property title and contract. This son is still not close enough to me. Qin Feng said jokingly with a slight smile. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and searched for the location of his house. Thomson First Class. It is a real estate project developed by Thomson Group Company, Limited, and is located next to Lujiazui Binjiang Avenue in Shanghai. As soon as it was launched, Tangchen Yiping began pre-sale at a unit price of 110,000 yuan per square meter, setting a record for the highest price of a luxury home in Longhua. Although the price was eventually reduced to 50,000 yuan per square meter, it is still an extremely luxurious property. Let's go and have a look. After searching the location of his villa on his mobile phone, Qin Feng opened the door. It's hard to imagine. There are still people in this world who need to search in order to see their own house. Moment. Driving the newly bought Lamborghini Aventador, Qin Feng set off according to the instructions on the evil map. 20 minutes later, he came to the gate of the community. Because the house purchase contract has been generated by the system, Xin Feng's personal information has already been entered into the door access control system. He can pass through the access control just by scanning his face. After entering Thompson first grade, Xin Feng was somewhat shocked. The entire community is highly green, with large private gardens. The apartment complex also provides leisure, fitness, swimming, sauna, SPA and private banquet services. What is surprising is that it took Xin Feng half a year just to decorate this villa. All the materials are precious. Of course, such terminology is introduced systematically. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? The more Xin Feng looked at it, the more surprised he was, but he really liked it. After parking the car, he went to 2 villas in a special area. Now Xin Feng can't wait to see what his house looks like. The outside is so luxurious, do I need to tell you what the inside is like? After a facial verification, Xin Feng walked for a while and found 2 villas. Under the footpad. In front of the villa. Xin Feng looked at the black footpad, bent down and touched it, and took out a golden card. He looked at the electronic door in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then he swiped it. The second floor of the villa. Standing on the protruding pavilion, Xin Feng looked outside. He has seen the house. In one word, very good. But what satisfied him most was this pavilion. Comfortable bedrooms and magnificent living rooms may be found in other luxury homes, but the sense of superiority of standing on the balcony of Thompson 1 and looking down on the Magic City can only be felt in Thompson 1. The moment Xin Feng entered the second floor after looking at the first floor, his eyes were attracted by the protruding pavilion of the villa. And he finally understood why the house was sold at such a high price. Standing on a high place and looking down, he felt as if he owned the entire Bund and the Huangpu River. He believed that customers who purchased Thompson 1 were not just buying a luxury house, but a movie ticket that would allow them to see the past and future of Shanghai. Phew, luxury. Lying on the railing of the pavilion, Xin Feng narrowed his eyes and silently gazed at the entire Demon City. Next door is Special Area 1. It was also a very large apartment, only slightly bigger than his house. Xin Feng became interested and turned to look. He wanted to see what one looked like. At this moment, on the pavilion of Building 1, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was holding a newspaper and reading it seriously. Xin Feng smiled immediately. Are there still people reading newspapers these days? It's incredible. Just search on Baidu on your mobile phone and it will show up. However, when Xin Feng was about to leave, he was suddenly startled. That man looks like Lang Ying. Chapter 15 Lang Ying's father? I only know a little about stocks. No. To be more precise, the two of them seem a bit like father and daughter. Gurgle, gurgle. After swallowing twice, Xin Feng got goosebumps all over his body. I'm here to see a house. I hope I don't run into Lang Ying's father. Thinking about. Xin Feng quickly took out his cell phone and opened Baidu. As Lang Zian is the richest man in Shanghai, Baidu would certainly have a record of him. There will definitely be pictures on it. No way? Really? Xin Feng opened the Baidu encyclopedia and secretly compared it with the middle-aged man reading a newspaper next to him. Good job. It cannot be said to be exactly the same. They looked exactly like they were carved from the same mold. Lang Zian, the richest man in the Magic City, my father-in-law, lives next door to me? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly and Xin Feng hurried to leave. Anyway, he had already finished observing his villa, so it was okay. It's extremely dangerous here. He had to leave quickly. He must not meet Lang Ying's father until he has made some achievements. Thinking. He opened the door and left. It was just a coincidence that he met Lang Zian as soon as he went out. Xin Feng was startled, took a quick look, and hurried towards the exit. When Lang Ying's father saw Xin Feng, he looked very interested in him. I guess this guy is the young man who bought 2 buildings a few days ago? So young? What a promising young man. She is good-looking and has a good temperament, a bit like me when I was young. But why does he seem so hurried? Following behind Xin Feng, Lang Zian looked him up and down and praised him silently. Being able to purchase Thompson's first-class product at the age of 20-something, all of this was achieved by Xin Feng alone and with his system. Little brother, you are the owner of Building 2, right? I am your neighbor, and you are not very old. When they reached the center of the courtyard, Lang Ying's father took the initiative to wave and greet Xin Feng. He is an old father. Concerned about daughter's marriage. Seeing that Qin Feng behaved in a generous and extraordinary manner, and more importantly, he sought his younger self in Qin Feng, Lang Ziyan couldn't help but feel fond of him. Yes, are you, something wrong? Seeing Leng Ying's father greeting him, Qin Feng knew he couldn't avoid it, so he had to bite the bullet and go ahead. It's true that heroes emerge young. You're so young and you can buy a house in Thompson first floor. Which director in Magic City are you the son of? The moment Leng Ziyan saw Qin Feng face to face, his eyes suddenly lit up. It had been a long time since he had seen such an energetic young man with such sharp and bright eyes. Those who can afford the special area of Thompson first class in Shanghai must be either rich or noble. It is definitely impossible to start from scratch. So he asked directly who Qin Feng's father was. This made Qin Feng very upset. I'm not the son of any director. I'm just a young man. There is really no other way. Qin Feng answered with gritted teeth. How could his father be a director? Oh, he started from scratch and achieved great success at a young age. Seeing that Qin Feng was unwilling to speak, Leng's father did not force him to ask and gave an ambiguous answer. Are you looking at stocks? I caught a glimpse of the newspaper in Leng's father's hand, and there was a bright red circle on it. And the circle shows the trend of a certain stock. Oh? Leng's father weighed the newspaper in his hand and said, I bought it for fun. What? Do you understand this? At this time, Qin Feng had also calmed down. Although Leng's father had seen him in the past, he had changed so much in the past few decades that he probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. I just know a little bit. Qin Feng is the chosen one who possesses a system. Whether the stock price will rise or fall in the future, he can predict it in advance. Hearing what Qin Feng said, Leng's father smiled slightly, showing a smile that showed he saw through everything. He is certainly being modest. Little brother, you are too modest. Since you know a little bit, can you help me see how Wanqing Pharmaceutical stock is doing? As he spoke, Leng Ziyan unfolded the newspaper in his hand without any hesitation and moved closer to Qin Feng. But when Qin Feng saw Leng Ziyan's actions, he was stunned. The richest man in Shanghai, is he so approachable? Okay, let me take a look. Qin Feng was reading the newspaper while taking out his mobile phone to search for stocks. At this time, his strongest investor skill was also activated. I have to say that Leng Ziyan has a very unique business acumen. The stock price of Wanqing Pharmaceutical has fluctuated during this period, but according to the system, in the next week, the world's top pharmaceutical tycoon will take office as CEO of Wanqing Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. By then, this stock will definitely soar. But I think Wanqing Pharmaceutical is not very good. It will experience a sharp rise and fall in a week. It is very unstable, but it is worth a try. But if it were mine, I would choose to sell it as soon as possible. As for Inghui Pharmaceutical, you can buy some of it. This stock may skyrocket. Watching Qin Feng pointing at two stocks, Dad Leng blinked, looking a little dazed. He looked at this stock for a long time and asked several people about its value, and no one said anything bad about it. But the young man in front of me actually said something bad? Moreover, the flagship company of Inghui Pharmaceutical is Inghui Technology Company, Limited, which is an old traditional industry in the industry. Relying on special cold medicine, it has been lukewarm. How could it possibly skyrocket? My opinions are for reference only, you can just listen to them for fun. Looking at Leng Ziyan's expression, Qin Feng knew that he definitely didn't believe what he said. But it doesn't matter. He also couldn't pat his chest and ask Leng Ziyan to sell. This is obviously weird. He didn't believe what he said, but there was nothing he could do. Even the richest man in Shanghai probably doesn't care about this little money. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Qin Feng didn't plan to stay long. If Leng's father suddenly remembered him, he would be finished. It's better to walk fast. Okay, bye. Looking at Qin Feng's leaving figure, Leng's father shook his head and was very appreciative. Calm and generous, elegant in conversation. More importantly, he did not show any anger because he did not believe in his vision. It is very rare among young people. But what surprised him was that he had never heard of this person in Shanghai. According to Qin Feng's economic strength, it is impossible to remain unknown. Wanqing Pharmaceutical will fall, and Inghui Pharmaceutical will rise? Never mind. Dad Leng frowned and didn't take it seriously. Whether it is right or not is another matter. He is now very curious about Qin Feng's identity. Back home, Dad Ling put the newspaper he had been reading for a long time on the sofa, took out his tablet and searched carefully, but he looked very happy. At this time, a beautiful woman with charm came into the living room with a plate of fruit. This is Lang Ying's mother, Lin Yanran. The only difference between her and her best friend Su Yanran is a last name. Seeing her husband with an inexplicable smile on his face, she asked, "Is it because another little girl wants your prestige today that makes you so happy?" "No, don't set me up." Father Lang looked at his wife with a wary look on his face, shook his head and said, "I just saw a very nice young man today, and he looked familiar." Hearing this, Lin's mother chuckled. "I never thought that you would praise someone. That guy must be pretty good. I think that young man is a good match for Ling Ying. Let me ask which director's son he is." Mother Lin looked at her husband's excitement and couldn't help shaking her head. People are afraid that their daughters will get married too early. He was afraid that his daughter would get married too late. "I worry about this all day long. Come on." After saying this silently, Lin's mother stood up and left, leaving the old father to enjoy himself. Chapter 16, I own half of your company? Is Mr. Lung cold? At the entrance of Thompson Epine community, Xin Feng drove out of the community under the envious eyes of the security guard, and then contacted Lang Ying immediately. "I think I saw your dad today." In the director's office of Lang's Fragrance Company, Limited, Lang Ying crossed her long legs and looked at her mobile phone with a confused look on her face. "What?" "Xin Feng, I met your father at Thompson Epine." "Lang Ying, my father does have a house in Thompson 1, but he rarely lives there." "What are you doing there? Buying a house? Good job." Looking at the WeChat message, Xin Feng's mouth twitched. "It seems that my father-in-law has more than one house. That S. Thompson first class. How could he hardly live in such a luxurious property? It's hard to imagine what Lung Zian's real residence looks like. I bought a villa in Thompson first floor. Can I take you there to have a look in a few days?" Xin Feng thought for a moment and sent it to Lang Ying. "Good." Lang Ying replied. "I have something to deal with. Let's talk later." After Xin Feng sent the message, he put his phone aside. Lang Ying said this because she really had something going on. However, just when Xin Feng wanted to go home to continue studying the system to make money, his cell phone rang again. "If you have time, you can also come to visit my company. In the future, half of this place will belong to you." Seeing this news, Xin Feng smiled slightly and started the car to Lang's fragrance industry. And at this time, after Lang Ying, who was far away in the company, sent this message, her face turned a little red. As a CEO, she is always the first to be shy in front of Xin Feng, her beloved. But when she saw the business plan in front of her, a look of worry began to appear on her face unconsciously. Recently, a piece of land in Shanghai is being put up for bidding. It was not implemented last time. A piece of land on Shaohua Road, Zixing Avenue in Shanghai is a special economic development zone. According to relevant sources, there will be some changes in Zixing Avenue in the next 5 years, causing the land on Shaohua Road to become one of the most economically prosperous areas in the region. Certainly. Since Lang Ying could find someone to figure it out, then other bigwigs in the Magic City could also know it. Like Lang Ying, they are determined to get this piece of land. Although Lang Ying has hundreds of millions of dollars in her hands, it may not be enough to face these well-funded old guys. Lang Ying pinched her brows, feeling a little depressed. She knows. If Lang's fragrance industry acquires this piece of land, the company's stock will surely skyrocket after it goes public. On the contrary, it is not very optimistic. Unless someone in their company can come up with a hit perfume to reverse the situation. But how is that possible? We agreed to start our own business. Does that mean I can only rely on my father for everything? Shaking her head, Lang Ying immediately gave up the idea. She had promised her father Lang Zian before. She is in full control of the company's affairs and he cannot interfere. And now, how can you say that you need help with even the slightest difficulty? Forget it, if it doesn't work, just give up. Lang Ying sighed. Although she felt unwilling, she couldn't say anything. Let those big guys fight to the death. The other side. At the entrance of Lang's fragrance group, Xin Feng found a parking lot, parked his car, and then came to the first floor of the building. "Hello sir, this is Lang's Incense Company. Non-company employees are not allowed to enter." Before he could go in, he was stopped by the etiquette lady at the door. However, for a handsome guy like Qin Feng, even if he was stopped, the etiquette lady would explain in the most gentle tone. Can I come in if I have an appointment? Qin Feng also understood that it was too lame to allow anyone to join such a large company. Do you have an appointment? When the etiquette lady heard Qin Feng mention the appointment, she asked very politely. Sorry, no then. Qin Feng answered honestly. Hearing this, Miss Etiquette couldn't help but sigh helplessly, and looked at Qin Feng dimly. Don't tease me, if I'm seen, my salary will be deducted. Okay, I'll ask her to come down and pick me up. Without making things difficult for the etiquette lady, Qin Feng took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lang Ying. He is also a worker, so it is understandable not to let him in. Everyone can understand. After a while, Lang Ying came down. The clothes Lang Ying wore today really caught Qin Feng's attention. Maybe it's because of work. Lang Ying was wearing a professional outfit today, a short skirt and black stockings, and her long black hair was neatly tied up on her head. Dressed like this, Lang Ying's royal sister temperament is fully displayed. It's very nice. My wife is indeed the most beautiful. She looks good in whatever she wears. When the etiquette lady saw Lang Ying coming, she was a little surprised and quickly bowed her head to greet her. Hello, Mr. Lang. Lang Ying ignored him and walked towards Qin Feng with concentration. Lang Ying, here we come. Qin Feng asked with a smile. I forgot to tell the front desk your name in advance. I've been a little forgetful lately. I'm sorry, husband. When she reached Qin Feng's front, Lang Ying naturally put her arm around his and leaned against him sweetly. And saw this scene. The etiquette lady suddenly began to doubt her life. This is a good guy. Who was the aloof female director who just passed by her? President Lang, whose aura is so strong that even the senior executives dare not speak to him easily, is actually leaning on a man at this moment? And you call him husband? What a joke. When did Mr. Lang get married? And she looks like such a little woman. Is this still the President Lang she knows? The etiquette lady was stunned and stood there at a loss as to what to do. Just watched Lang Ying and Qin Feng walk over. Soon. Led by Lang Ying, Qin Feng came to the top floor of the building. Entering the office, Qin Feng looked at the white papers on the desk, which looked a mess. Sigh. The president's job is no easier than that of the employees. Sit here. I have a meeting later. Do you want to come with me? Lang Ying pinched Qin Feng's shoulders and pressed him into her position as CEO, while she went to the water dispenser and poured a glass of water for Qin Feng. That's fine. I'm quite free now anyway. Watching Lang Ying walking around, Qin Feng felt a little bored. Seeing a project plan on the table, he picked it up and started flipping through it casually. The bidding proposal for Zixing Avenue and Xiaohua Road? Murmuring. Suddenly, the system voice appeared. Ding, it is detected that the host is reading knowledge about real estate and has obtained the title of the strongest businessman. Detected that the host is learning real estate knowledge, knowledge point +1, reward business map. Chapter 17, Magic City Business Map? That land is rubbish. Business map? Listening to the voice of the system in his mind, Qin Feng was very surprised. But then, countless unfamiliar messages suddenly flooded into his mind, and he couldn't stop them. Buzz. With a muffled groan, Qin Feng couldn't quite believe it. All the events that would happen in the next month in Magic City flashed through his mind quickly. House relocation, stocks, company transactions, auctions. Each of these events could make an average person a millionaire. There are so many opportunities. However, for Qin Feng, these opportunities take too long and the rewards are too slow. This is? Frowning slightly, Qin Feng seemed to have found something special from a pile of useless information. In the next 3 days, the Shanghai municipal government will formulate a new real estate policy and build a new subway line on the left side of Qixin Road in Shanghai. Magic City. It is an extremely prosperous metropolis. Wherever the subway goes, development will occur. According to the information just now, the Shanghai municipal government clearly intends to develop the Qixin Road area. What if the land happens to be bought by one person? That's a windfall. Qin Feng murmured for a moment, then put down the plan and took out his cell phone from his pocket to search. Unethical map plus Baidu. Under the powerful information engine, the specific information of Qixin Road in Shanghai was immediately searched out. What surprised Qin Feng was the new subway line actually runs through the old city area of Shanghai? You know. although the Qixin Road area is relatively close to the downtown area of Shanghai. But the economy has not been very good, and the roads in the old city are complicated and the transportation is not good, so basically no one goes there. It has been almost forgotten by young people in recent years. Why did we start planning this again? How strange. Shaking his head, Xinfeng looked at the passing points along the new subway line. When he saw that the subway terminal was near the coast, he immediately understood the purpose of this trunk line. Good job. There are often large-scale comic exhibitions near the Mickey Mouse Park in Shanghai, and there is even an undeveloped real estate project not far away. If this trunk line is open, this place must be a feng shui treasure land. There is no trunk line in Shanghai that connects 3 or 4 large economic regions like this one. After the trunk line is open to traffic, this place will definitely become the area with the largest flow of people in Shanghai. We must take this piece of land. Xinfeng clenched his fists, determined to win. Just as he was immersed in thought, Lang Ying waved her hand in front of him with a look of confusion on her face. Xinfeng, what are you talking about? What must be taken down? Nothing. Xinfeng came back to his senses instantly, looking at the exquisite and royal Lang Ying in front of him. He couldn't help but smile and answer. Lang Ying got the response and looked at Xinfeng helplessly. He looked like an idiot just now. She was scared to death. I'm glad you're okay. I thought you were possessed. As she spoke, Lang Ying took the land plan from the table and no longer had any hope for this project. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Miss, I'm Linen. I have something to talk to you about. It's about the last bidding. Hearing that it was Assistant Linen who was talking outside, Lang Ying did not think twice and answered directly, Okay, come in, the project plan is here. Hiss. The door was pushed open and Linen walked in. Because Lang Ying's desk was facing the door, as soon as he came in, he saw Xinfeng sitting in the president's chair. After looking around, he saw his young lady Lang Ying sitting next to him with a project plan in her hand. Miss, the bidding price for the Shaohua Road land has exceeded 300 million. The big guys in Shanghai will definitely add more money. Should we follow suit? Linen looked at Xinfeng, and although he was a little surprised, he didn't say anything. As Lang Ying's assistant and housekeeper, he is very good at reading people's expressions. Xinfeng sat in the main seat. His young lady Lang Ying obviously had no reaction and looked as if it was a matter of course. It should be someone I know or someone I get along well with. Just don't worry about it. Has it exceeded 300 million? It's faster than I thought. Handing the plan in her hand to Linen, Lang Ying frowned, looking very melancholy. Those local tycoons in Shanghai are really rich. The area on Shaohua Road is obviously not worth 300 million yuan. To be honest, 300 million, a very dangerous price. If the land is not developed within 2 years, the capital chain will be in short supply. Of course, it's her company. Those local bosses should have the strength to swallow this pit silently. The risk is too great, so I choose not to invest. Although she felt somewhat unwilling, Lang Ying could not easily gamble on the future. She is fully responsible for Lang's perfume business, so she should at least do a good job in order to show it to her father Lang Zian. However, all the preparations made for this land these days have been wasted. It's a bit of a pity. Miss, wait for another opportunity. Seeing Lang Ying's unwilling look, Linen felt uncomfortable too. He saw how hard Lang Ying worked these days. It would be a pity to give up now. Why do you look so unwilling? That piece of land is worth at most 200 million. It's the right choice for you to give up. Looking up at the unwilling expressions of Linen and his wife Lang Ying, Xinfeng suddenly broke the silence and spoke in a flat tone. Linen looked at Xinfeng and frowned slightly. Xinfeng, my husband. Lang Ying introduced. Oh, Mr. Lang's son-in-law. Linen nodded and murmured as if he understood. No wonder Lang Ying had no objection to sitting in the director's chair, it turned out to be her husband. What? Husband? Miss, is this your husband? Sudden. Linen jumped up. He was confused. What's the meaning? Miss, when did you get married? I haven't heard Mr. Lang mention it, so how come I don't know? Seeing Linen so surprised, Lang Ying was very calm. She had already simulated this kind of scene in her mind. If her father Lang Zian knew about this at this time, he would probably be even more excited. We just got the certificate, we didn't have a wedding, but you can't tell my dad now, otherwise you won't be my housekeeper anymore. Waiting for Linen to calm down, Lang Ying said in an unquestionable tone. What? Your dad doesn't know you got the marriage certificate yet? Linen was confused again. Good job. Getting married with someone else without telling her father, shouldn't this be the impression he has of Lang Ying? Miss, you are a little too crazy. Linen reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and reluctantly agreed to Lang Ying. But what if you don't agree? He has been working with Lang Xian for a long time and is considered a veteran. When Lang Ying was a child, he often took time to take care of her. And because he had no children, he simply treated Lang Ying as his own daughter. At the moment, he can only follow Lang Ying's wishes and hide it from Lang Xian. Xin Feng looked at the elegant Linen in front of him and felt that this middle-aged man was very accommodating to Lang Ying. But he didn't expect it. When Lang Ying threatened Linen, she actually had a cute and arrogant vibe. This kind of daughter-in-law, I love her. Chapter 18. Can you always trust Xin Feng? You just said that the land on Xiaohua Road is worth at most 200 million, but if I lose this land, I won't be able to find a good location in the Magic City. Feeling a little depressed, Lang Ying sat on tiptoe on the huge desk and asked Xin Feng casually. How could she not know what Xin Feng said? But if there are better options, why would she stick to one plan? Land in Shanghai is so expensive that it is not easily developed. It will be hard to find a location as good as Xiaohua Road in the future. Linen looked at Xin Feng, his tone still showing reluctance. I have a better plan. Xin Feng spoke slowly, clasping his hands together. You? You're probably just pretty, what good plan can you have? Does that mean you have better vision than 30 excellent market analysts plus me and the young lady? Linen frowned, with a hint of disdain in his tone. Hearing this, Lang Ying couldn't help but glare at Linen. Don't be so quick to deny it. Xin Feng didn't care about Lin An's hostility. That's right. Seeing the cabbages that had grown for so many years suddenly being picked secretly, he was lucky enough not to beat up the person who picked the cabbages. Xin Feng picked up his phone, stood up and walked to Lang Ying, pointing to the Xiaohua Road area and began to explain. Although the land on Xiaohua Road is close to the development zone, it is surrounded by heavy industrial parks. Although the pollution problem is not that serious, it does more or less lead to a sparse flow of people around it, and there is only one large commercial building. You should know the nature of this land better than I do. It will definitely not be developed within 2 years. I would not pay 100 million to buy a development zone that will not be developed in the short term. Listening to Xin Feng's explanation, Lang Ying nodded slightly. She had considered these issues, but because they were too minor, she didn't think about them in detail. After Xin Feng's analysis, it is indeed not worth it. Although it is an important piece of land, just wait for it to appreciate in value. But the price is unlikely to increase in the short term. If the development cycle is too long, her company will lose 300 million yuan at once, and the subsequent business plans will be reduced. If there is not sufficient funds, the company will have some problems in the future. So what do you think? After listening to Xin Feng's explanation, Lin An's anger subsided. This guy who stole the cabbages that he had watched grow in his home is really capable. Hubby, if you say that, you must have already found another good location for the land, right? Lang Ying also raised her head at this time and looked at Xin Feng with anticipation. Through these few days of chatting, she also got to know Xin Feng's personality. He would never do anything he was not sure of. Xin Feng looked at the two people's expectant eyes, raised his eyebrows, and opened another page on his mobile phone. The Qixin Road area of Qihai Avenue in the Magic City. Here? Hearing this location, Lang Ying frowned immediately. Linen, on the other hand, was outspoken and questioned directly, here? Please start your performance. Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng, also wanting an explanation. She had also analyzed the location of Qixin Road. On the contrary, this area has been thoroughly analyzed by all the bigwigs in Shanghai. The conclusions reached by all parties are surprisingly consistent. A piece of rotten land. Backward transportation, backward housing, backward everything. It is not far from the downtown area of Shanghai, but its economy is very poor. Anyone who buys in this kind of area is a fool. Don't be impatient, just listen to me slowly. Xin Feng answered calmly without any haste or impatience. He pointed at Qixin Road. This place, although it's terrible, but you see, isn't it located near a series of large commercial buildings? Even though the traffic is terrible, is there a lot of traffic through these narrow paths? The important thing is that it is cheap. Buying this area will also allow Lang's incense industry to have enough funds to resist unexpected accidents. After listening to the explanation, Lennon looked up at Chin Feng with a look as if he was looking at a fool. Are you kidding me? Do you think this is a geography test, asking you to explore geographical factors? Everyone knows the factors Chin Feng mentioned, but the old city is too bad. Although there is a lot of traffic and it is close to commercial buildings. But one communication is worth 1,000 words. It really sucks. The road can only support one-way traffic, in case another car comes from the opposite direction. Sorry. You can only return the same way. This place is obviously a waste, an area that is neither tasty nor worth throwing away. I thought you were a discerning person, but I didn't expect you to be such a swindler. Lennon said to Chin Feng with great dissatisfaction. Why did his young lady choose this person? It was really impulsive. He was thinking that the other party was pointing out a good section of the road, but he didn't expect it to be a rotten old town area that had been analyzed as bad by the bigwigs from all sides in Shanghai. If this place was really useful, it would have been snatched away by bigwigs from all sides long ago. Can you leave it alone for the next 2 or 3 years? Ridiculous. Hearing Lin En's questioning tone, Chin Feng was not angry. On the contrary, he walked to the computer with a smile, searched for the same information as on the mobile phone, and then rolled a piece of paper into a strip and placed it horizontally on the page. What if a subway line is planned for Qixin Road in the near future? Do I look like a fool? Are you kidding me? Linen was speechless. He looked at Chin Feng and asked, Do you think you are a prophet? A god descended from heaven? Can you open a subway just because you say so? Chin Feng threw the paper away, shrugged helplessly, and replied, If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Anyway, I decided 3 days ago that I would never do anything that I'm not sure of. Lennon felt helpless when he saw Chin Feng's asking for a beating look. He was very confused. Why would such smart Linging marry this guy? What else does this guy have besides being handsome? I believe you, Chin Feng. At this time, Lang Ying, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke and smiled at Chin Feng. Miss? Lin En's forehead was covered with sweat. Good job. Is stupidity contagious? What happened to his lady? Linen, stop talking. I believe in Chin Feng. Did you know that Chin Feng made 50 million in one day? Lang Ying turned and asked Linen. 50 million a day? Linen was a little surprised. Cray Technology, the stock price rose sharply 3 days ago. Chin Feng bought it when it was only 10 yuan per share, and sold it at the upper limit of 2003 per share. Lang Ying explained softly. After saying this, Linen was stunned. What is this? Was it this young man who predicted the last stock market boom? What kind of eyesight is this? He also plays stocks. I didn't pay attention to the stock of Crane Technologies at that time. The rise of this inconspicuous stock is purely due to human manipulation. But after he learned about it, he found that it was a legitimate appreciation. This kind of eyesight, is it possible for a human to have this kind of vision? I have nothing to say. Linen looked at Chin Feng, and there was finally some admiration in his eyes. Chapter 19, 150 million? In whole numbers? Because the stock price increase of Crane Technologies was the first in recent years. The value increased from $10 per share to $2,000 per share. Not once in 3 years. Logically, this kind of sharp vision should be deduced by a veteran with rich age and experience like Warren Buffett. Unexpectedly, it was a young man in his 20s? What kind of eyesight is this? With this kind of vision, his doubts are no longer of any reference value. How about it, wife? Do you want this piece of land on Qixin Road? Ignoring Lin En's admiring look, Chin Feng walked to Lang Ying and asked seriously. Actually, Chin Feng really wanted Lang Ying to take over the land on Qixin Road. Because no matter what, he will find a way to get this land. But now he only has 50 million yuan earned from stocks. He has already made a thorough analysis of the land on Qixin Road. The bigwigs in Shanghai don't know its value now, and no one is interested in this land. But the land was too big. It stretches like a jet from the downtown area of Magic City to the coast. Even if no one is interested and the price has been falling year after year, it would still cost at least around 200 million yuan to buy it. Chin Feng's 50 million is definitely not enough, he needs to find someone to raise funds. But he was unwilling to find someone else, it would be much better to have his own wife. She just needed this land. And how much land does it take to expand a company? There will definitely be some left over. Auction the excess land for the second time. His investment of 50 million will also increase exponentially. The system said that the approval document from the Magic City government would be implemented in 3 days, so he still had time to gather funds and invest in Inghui Pharmaceutical. Huge profit. Now let's see how much Lang Ying trusts me. Thinking in his heart, Xin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Lang Ying, who was making a decision. Because 200 million is also a considerable amount for Lang's company. If losses occur, Lang Ying company may be in trouble. Anna sighed. Lin remains silent. He was also waiting for Lang Ying to make a decision. Making choices is something a president must learn. He can't help. Hubby, I believe you. After confirming with the finance department that the company could directly take out 200 million, Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng and answered seriously. Isn't it just 200 million? What is this? For Xin Feng, she would even sell the company. What's more, she believed in Xin Feng and believed in him unconditionally. However, this decision made Lin very upset. Miss, are you sure? He asked again. This is 200 million, not 200 yuan. No need to ask any more questions. You will be responsible for purchasing this land from now on. You can take as much as you can from the 200 million yuan. Lang Ying resumed her royal sister's CEO demeanor and gave direct orders to Lin. Yes, ma'am, I'll do it right away. Seeing Lang Ying gave the order, Lin said nothing more and nodded to get things done. At this moment, Xin Feng suddenly called Lin. Follow the investment, 50 million. Hearing Xin Feng's casual words, Lang Ying and Lin were both stunned and looked at Xin Feng with some confusion. Lang Ying believes in me so much, I also believe in Lang Ying. This is Xin Feng's explanation. After saying that, he took out a green bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lin. Transfer the money yourself. The password is the last 6 digits of Lang Ying's ID card. Xin Feng reminded him. Lin took the bank card, looked at Xin Feng, and finally had a look of satisfaction. Although he talks a lot of nonsense, he is a nice person. Plus he is a rare business genius, which makes him worthy of the lady. Good. Lin nodded, walked out of the office quickly, and went to the office hall of Moto Real Estate to purchase the land on Qixin Road. After Lin left, Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng with a gloomy look. Xin Feng, you don't have to do this. She knew that Xin Feng had lived a very difficult life before. It seems that he really only has 50 million left. Now take it all out. If you make a profit, everyone will be happy. If you lose, it's all gone. More importantly, she didn't want to disappoint Xin Feng. Don't look at me like that. I can't stand it. Xin Feng didn't dare to look at Lang Ying's gloomy eyes. This is too destructive. The last time she used this look, I almost couldn't help myself. Isn't this a test? But these words made Lang Ying very happy. She looked at Xin Feng with a smile and reached out to gently pinch the soft flesh on his waist. You don't even want to be loved by others, really. If you lose the 50 million, you will be left with nothing. Lang Ying said quietly. But you still have to support me, don't you? Xin Feng didn't tolerate Lang Ying. He quickly grabbed her hand and held her in his arms. He pressed Lang Ying under him, leaned against the office desk, and spoke very seriously. What's more, I won't pay for it, even if I do. Since I can earn 50 million, I have the ability to earn another 50 million, it doesn't matter. Lang Ying was mesmerized for a moment as she watched Xin Feng speak so confidently. Xin Feng is so handsome when he is so confident. Now it was her turn to be unable to bear it. Xin Feng, has no one ever told you that you look good when you are serious and confident? While Xin Feng was stunned, Lang Ying put her arms around his neck. He took the initiative to kiss her. According to my guess, the value of that piece of land will at least quadruple, and I'll make a lot of money by then. So can you give me 150 million in pocket money? Don't talk while you're kissing. So you agree? Now. If Lin, who was on his way to the office hall of Moto Real Estate, heard the conversation between Xin Feng and Lang Ying, he would definitely be speechless. 150 million, with some integers in between. How much pocket money does his wife give him? A full $100 a month. This good guy Xin Feng directly spent more than 100 million. Did you listen to what others said? And the other side. Because Lang Ying had already given up on taking over Shaohua Road, she was too lazy to go to the bidding. However, this situation has become a laughingstock in the eyes of those big guys in Shanghai. The office lobby of Madu Real Estate. Bigwigs from all walks of life in Shanghai sat in the bidding hall and chatted. The bidding has not started yet. And there are only 3 people who actually want to invest in buying the land. Others just came to watch the fun. This group of people can't beat Ling Zian in the business world, but they can easily bully his daughter. Oh, the bidding is about to start. Has Lang Ying not arrived yet? Among the 3 big guys, a well-mannered middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses asked. The price was raised by 400 million before, but it was not implemented. This time it will be even higher. A small company like Lang's incense industry will definitely not be able to afford it. Another obese man with a slightly out-of-shape chuckled and analyzed casually. A little girl is a little girl. She is too young. The last man with Mediterranean hair was a little sarcastic. But he didn't look at the 2 people next to him. After all, they are also enemies after the bidding begins. Chapter 20. Greedy and Cute Ling Ying. Xin Feng, I can't breathe. In the president's office, Lang Ying felt very uncomfortable being kissed and spoke as if begging for mercy. Xin Feng stood up immediately. Why? You were the one who initiated the kiss just now. It's only been 10 minutes and you're done with it? Looking at Lang Ying's disheveled hair and blushing face, Xin Feng couldn't help but tease her with a smile. He was almost stunned by Lang Ying's initiative just now. Fortunately, he was one step ahead in skills and kept the initiative firmly in his own hands. You're the one who forced me to lie on the table. Lang Ying rolled her eyes at Xin Feng and tidied her clothes and hair. At this time, Xin Feng didn't tease her. Instead, he pulled his phone out of his pocket. The bank has already notified that 50 million has been transferred away, and only a little interest remains in his account. But even if it's the interest, it's enough for him to live on for the next few days. By the way, do you have Sun Feifei's prestige? Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Xin Feng put his phone in his pocket, turned around and asked Lang Ying. That scumbag in finance? Why do you want her prestige? Lang Ying was a little confused and looked at Xin Feng and asked. However, even though she asked this, her delicate hand had already reached for the cell phone in her Gucci bag. She didn't believe that Xin Feng would find another woman behind her back. I want to start a financial company, but I don't have a specific idea yet. I need a reference point. Xin Feng explained truthfully without any intention of hiding anything from Lang Ying. If he wants Lang Zian to approve of him, he must put on a show. At least it can't be too wasteful. Otherwise, why would they choose him, an ordinary person, over so many upstarts in Shanghai? For no reason. Financial company? Husband, you actually want to do this? Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng with interest, took out her cell phone, found Sun Feifei's WeChat, and immediately sent it to him. I just wanted to try it. With a slight smile, Xin Feng explained to Lang Ying. But Lang Ying didn't seem to care about it. She held Xin Feng's arm, leaned on him, and said sweetly, I believe you, no need to explain. I know what you're thinking, just go for it. Hearing this, Xin Feng was slightly startled, then suddenly started laughing. He reached out and touched Lang Ying's waterfall-like black hair, his face full of doting. By the way, do you want to see my company? Okay. Xin Feng readily agreed. At this time, on the other side, in the office hall of Motor Real Estate, Linen has spent 250 million to buy all the land for sale on Xishan Road. He left with a large number of land purchase contracts. Buying the land is not the end of the job, he still has to go to Xishan Road for a detailed inspection. It's just, unfortunately. Linen's back as he walked out of the real estate hall was seen by 3 bigwigs from Shanghai who had just finished bidding. Is that Assistant Lang Ying? Why is she here? The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses frowned and asked the 2 people next to him with a sullen face. Why don't you just ask and find out? The Mediterranean man pointed at the office worker next to him, his face not looking very good. I don't know why. Miss, may I ask what did the man who just walked out of the door buy from you? Don't be fooled by his fat appearance, the obese man with a big belly is a man of action. While the 2 people next to him were still chatting, he immediately walked to the front desk and asked the staff. Because all real estate transactions are recorded. And these transaction records are not confidential, you can find out if you ask. So quickly, the staff found Linen's purchase records. The 3 of them quickly came over. moment. Let out a burst of laughter. Ah, I say, Ling Zian really raised a good daughter. That's right. I was wondering what her assistant was here for. Turns out she was here to buy that piece of land? The little girl is inexperienced and has no vision. Ling Zian is not good at teaching her. Although the three spoke differently, their goals were surprisingly consistent. Too tender. Ling Ying is too young. She actually spent 250 million to buy Qixin Road? It's because of Ling Zian that we have today's business. If we really fight hard, who can beat us? She is just a young girl. I want to see how she squandered these 200 million. Linen did not hear what the three people said. Because he has now arrived at Qixin Road. After getting out of the car, Linen looked at the environment around Qixin Road and began to believe what Qin Feng said. The environment here, coupled with sufficient traffic, is enough to develop a shopping mall. Perhaps all this area needs is a convenient trunk line. If the plan is really implemented, the land value will at least increase fivefold. Linen murmured in a low voice with some admiration. Night. Qin Feng had already returned home, and Lang Ying was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at her phone boredly. She looked at Qin Feng, who was busy in the kitchen, and smiled. This kind of life is what she dreams of. A small room for two people, living a sweet life together. My husband shows off his skills from time to time. You really don't need my help? Lang Ying shouted with some concern. Need not. Qin Feng didn't even turn his head and process the ingredients carefully. The decision was made the moment he learned cooking with the help of the system yesterday. I must let Ling Ying eat the food I cooked tonight. And half an hour later. Sure enough, there was a pot of twice-cooked pork still steaming on the table in the living room. It smells so good, honey, are you such a good cook? Ling Ying's eyes lit up and she came over and sniffed with her nose. The unique fragrance of fresh meat filled her nostrils. The fragrance is everywhere. Try it? Hearing Ling Ying's praise, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile happily and handed Ling Ying a pair of chopsticks. Good. Ling Ying, who had been impatient for a long time, immediately picked up a piece of meat from the pot and put it in her mouth. Mmm. Delicious, delicious. The hot air was blowing in a loud voice. Ling Ying's eyes began to sparkle. The meat is delicious and the taste is pure. As soon as you take a bite, your whole mouth is filled with fresh and fragrant taste. Fatty but not greasy, an absolute delicacy. You look so anxious, why don't you blow it first before putting it in your mouth? Qin Feng was speechless when he saw Lang Ying's cute look as if the meat in her mouth was burning, but she didn't want to spit it out. His wife? Why do you look a little dazed? It's delicious. Lang Ying, who had completely lost her royal sister and CEO demeanor, reluctantly swallowed the meat in her mouth and looked at Qin Feng with an innocent face. And I want another one. Okay. Qin Feng couldn't do anything to Lang Ying, so he blew on her before handing it to her. But at this moment, Lang Ying's Gucci bag on the sofa suddenly vibrated. Wait. Lang Ying looked at the bag and then at the meat in front of her. I decisively chose to swallow the meat in one bite and then went to answer the phone. However, when she saw the caller ID on the mobile phone page, she was a little confused, but she still picked up the call. Dad? Chapter 21. The child was conceived for half an hour, and the father is a second cooked pork? My dad beat me. Lang Ying frowned slightly and showed Qin Feng the incoming call notification on her cell phone. Could he have already known that we got our marriage certificate? Not daring to answer, Lang Ying moved closer to Qin Feng and asked fearfully. She has a very bad relationship with her father Ling Zian. Even at home, I don't talk much to him. Apart from asking about business matters, there is really no other topic of conversation. He's calling me so late now. Something must have happened. Probably not. Go ahead. Looking at Lang Ying's frightened expression, Qin Feng felt fearless. He patted Lang Ying on the back and motioned for her to answer the phone. What a joke. Judging from Lang Ying's attitude towards him in the past few days, what would it matter even if his father-in-law knew about it now? Good. Nodding, Lang Ying hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone and turned on the speakerphone. After the call was connected, there was no sound from the other end. Boss Lang, what's the matter? After waiting for a few seconds, Lang Ying took a deep breath and asked calmly. Her tone made Qin Feng a little confused. This tone is clearly that of a subordinate and a superior. Is the relationship between father and daughter so bad? They always talk like a king and his subject on the phone? I heard that you spent 250 million to buy all the land for sale in the Chishin Road area of Magic City? On the other end of the phone, Lang Zian asked somewhat hesitantly. Any questions? Lang Ying put the phone on the table, her eyes dim, and answered very calmly. Sure enough, the call was about business. I respect your decision, but I also want to tell you that Li Yunche has acquired the land on Shaohua Road. I think Yunche is pretty good. Can you meet him? Hearing her father's words, Lang Ying sighed deeply and didn't intend to continue the conversation. I see. Mr. Lang, do you have anything else to say? When Lang Zian heard his daughter say this, he fell silent. Apart from business, he really has no topics to talk about. Even if he asked Lang Ying about matters in life, she probably wouldn't answer. He knows. For a long time. Lang Zian on the other end of the phone sighed and said, "Let your mother talk to you. She misses you." After that, a woman's voice appeared on the phone. After hearing the woman's voice, Lang Ying's aura suddenly relaxed. Xin Feng just listened to the call quietly. The conversation between Lang Ying and her mother Lin Yanran was not as clear as that between Lang Zian. They just chatted about family matters and asked about each other's well-being. This is a normal mother-daughter conversation. It seems that the relationship between father-in-law and daughter is not very harmonious. Stroking his chin, Xin Feng thought. Maybe. Can I make him identify with me by improving this relationship? And at this time, the Thompson Ipin community is far away on Binhai Avenue in Shanghai. One special villa area. A middle-aged man with neatly combed hair and wearing a white shirt looked at the beautiful woman next to him with anticipation. How is it? What did Lang Ying say? How is she doing recently? 3 questions in a row. This made Lang's mother Lin Yanran speechless. She threw the phone in her hand to her husband Lang Zian and said unhappily, "Why didn't you ask just now?" Lang Zian was also very embarrassed and explained innocently, "I don't know how to tell her, and she won't answer me." Lao Lang, your mouth is like an iron clamp to others, it will open with one bite, but it is like a lock to your own daughter, it will never open no matter what. Lin Yanran interrupted her husband's explanation and said helplessly. The relationship between Lang Zian and Lang Ying has been at a stalemate for a long time. My husband is not good at speaking and cannot express his feelings. He was only concerned about Lang Ying's business affairs and didn't ask about anything else. She was also very confused. Her husband was very good at talking to others, but when it came to talking to his own daughter, he stuttered? Ying Er said she's doing fine recently. Don't worry about the 200 million. She said she has her own ideas. Giving Lang Zian a cold look, Lin Yanran got up and went back to her room, not wanting to see him. Seeing that his wife was also blaming him, Lang Zian held his phone, feeling a little distraught. What is a mere 250 million? If my daughter is willing, I can spend 2 billion or 20 billion at will. But the relationship between the two. Wouldn't it be great if someone could come and help me adjust my relationship with Lang Ying? Lying on the sofa, Lang Zian was also depressed. It is hard to imagine that the richest man in Shanghai with assets worth trillions of dollars would be so exhausted. On the other side, at Qin Feng's home, Lang Ying hung up the phone, threw the phone on the sofa and ignored it. Okay, let's continue eating. As if she had turned her depression into motivation to eat, Lang Ying ate unusually much for dinner. Half an hour later. Under Qin Feng's worried gaze, Lang Ying stroked her slightly bulging belly and lay on the sofa very contentedly. He squinted his eyes and looked very comfortable. It would be nice if every day could be like this. Lang Ying murmured longingly. Don't do that. If you keep doing this every day, I don't think you'll last 3 weeks. You'll turn into a fat pig. Pointing at the pot of twice-cooked pork that had been mostly eaten, Xin Feng said with a twitching mouth. He was very confused. How could Lang Ying, who has a slim figure, eat so much food? Her belly is a bottomless pit? My goodness, even a landlord's house can't be built like this? Xin Feng said helplessly. Hearing this, Lang Ying blushed and chuckled. No, I only ate a little bit, only about 80% full. Standing up slightly, Lang Ying raised her jade hand, pinching her little finger and spoke carefully. It looks very cute. In response to Lang Ying's sophistry, Xin Feng chose to provide physical evidence. He directly picked up the wok containing the twice-cooked pork and showed it to Lang Ying. Is this only 8/10 full? Seeing that the meat in the pot was almost reaching the bottom, Lang Ying blushed immediately. She covered her face with her hands, not daring to look at Qin Feng, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "This is 8/10 full. You're not afraid of holding on." Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Feng reached out and rubbed Lang Ying's waterfall-like hair, then stood up, picked up the bowl and a pot and went to the kitchen. What to do? What can I do? You should pamper your wife no matter what. Let's go for a walk before we take you home later. Qin Feng suggested. Lang Ying also felt that she had eaten a little too much, and nodded slightly in agreement. It was just ordinary twice-cooked pork, but she didn't know why it was so delicious that she couldn't stop eating it. Maybe it's just because Qin Feng did it. This was what Lang Ying was thinking. Moment. After Qin Feng had put the pots and pans away, he took Lang Ying's soft little hand and went downstairs for a walk. And because Lang Ying ate a lot, her belly was slightly bulging, as if she was pregnant. Before the two of them even left the community, someone who was more familiar with Qin Feng began asking Lang Ying how many months old the child was. In response, Qin Feng could only sneer. The child was conceived just 1 day ago. Their father is twice-cooked pork. Chapter 22, He is the tallest one among the short ones? Downstairs in the community. Qin Feng took Lang Ying for a walk on the street. This was a place he used to go to often, a must-go place on his way to work. But usually when I pass by, I am in a hurry, and I rest at home in my free time. It's rare that I have the mood to go for a walk today. Will you still eat so much in the future? Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying's blushing face and said helplessly. Even though it's already night. But as a magical city, the nightlife has just begun. The flow of people on the sidewalks increased instead of decreased. Neither of them wore any decorations to cover their faces, so when they went out, their outstanding looks instantly attracted the attention of all passers-by around them. Look, that couple is so happy. That guy is so handsome, I'm good with him, brother. Don't look at him, he already has a girlfriend, and it seems she's pregnant. No way, that woman is so pretty, and her slightly bulging belly looks so beautiful. Listening to the envious voices of passers-by around her, Lang Ying's face turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. How did she get pregnant? She ate too much. If they knew they were pregnant with a baby. That scene. Lang Ying shook her head, not daring to imagine it. Qin Feng turned around and looked at Lang Ying's shy expression, smiled dotingly, and took her hand to lead her into a narrow path where there was not much traffic. That's right. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people around, Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and asked, Lang Ying, who is Li Yunche? He knew this name from listening to the conversation between Lang Ying and Leng Xian. Anyway, he had never heard of it. And what as important is? From what Leng Xian said, he wanted to bring Lang Ying and Li Yunche together. How can this be? Your father-in-law actually matches your wife with another man? That guy Li Yunche? He. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that Lang Ying shook her head slightly after hearing the name, looking very disdainful. Why? Is this person annoying? Qin Feng asked doubtfully. Li Yunche's father is called Li Nidian, and his net worth is second only to my father's as a business tycoon. He is also the president of a listed company and has a thorough understanding of stocks and futures. Lang Ying answered seriously. Qin Feng frowned slightly, feeling that this Li Yunche was a little unusual. At this time, Lang Ying did not notice Qin Feng's thoughts and continued to explain. I was at a party before, and at the end of the party, he was pushed out by someone and said he wanted to get to know me. He didn't mean to pester me, so I followed business etiquette and gave him my business card, and that was that. I'm not interested in him. No matter who he is, he's not as good as my husband. As she spoke, Lang Ying happily took Qin Feng's arms and snuggled into his arms, looking very sweet. Just at this moment. Qin Feng seemed a little absent-minded. But your dad likes him very much, doesn't he? He asked. My dad likes it? Lang Ying shook her head and said truthfully, he looked down on all the young men in the Magic City. He just picked the tallest one among the short ones. Hearing these words, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good job. It turns out that my father-in-law has such high standards. He looked down upon anyone who was inferior to him. However, Qin Feng felt a little melancholy now, as he looked down upon the son of the second richest boss. Wouldn't that mean I have even less chance? Lang Ying, I will make your father recognize me. Looking at Lang Ying leaning in his arms with a sweet look on her face, Qin Feng murmured in his heart. Moment. After taking a walk, Qin Feng drove Lang Ying home just like he did yesterday. It's still the same reason. He can't stand it. If Lang Ying was left at home, Xin Feng was afraid that Lang Ying would really get pregnant. Night. The window was open and a cold breeze blew in. Lie on the soft bed. Xin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared silently at the ceiling of his home, thinking about something. At this moment, the cell phone next to him suddenly vibrated. This means that Sun Feifei, the girl whose family is in finance, has agreed to his friend request. Xin Feng immediately stood up, picked up his phone and entered Weixin. Hello, Xin Gus Hen. Looking at the news on Weixin, Xin Feng laughed at himself. How can he be called a stock god? He is just an ordinary person who was chosen by the system. Xin Feng thought for a moment, then replied in seconds. Hello, Miss Sun, I want to know everything about finance and starting a financial company. After he asked this question, the message box on Sun Feifei's side immediately changed to input in progress. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. Xin Feng was not idle. He is studying like crazy, expanding his knowledge like crazy. Because Lang Ying is Sun Feifei's good friend, she loves her and answers all of Qin Feng's questions. Except for the real secrets in the business world, she was completely open with Qin Feng about other issues. One night down. Qin Feng has already mastered most of the financial knowledge and the current components of the Magic City market. It's just a pity Sun Feifei did not tell him most of the financial information about Wall Street. After all, these materials contain Sun Feifei's vision, and these information alone are worth tens of millions. It is understandable that Sun Feifei kept her reservations. Qin Feng didn't care about these. This knowledge is actually enough for him to start a company, not to mention the support of the system. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. The knife is sharpened, all that's left is to slaughter the pig. It was not until 1 o'clock in the morning that Qin Feng lay down to rest. But his brain was still working. Only 1 o'clock in the evening. At this time in Shanghai, a city that never sleeps, the carnival has just begun. At the same time, inside the Tenluan Hotel in Shanghai, a gathering of business tycoons from all walks of life was held here as scheduled. Although these people are not considered to be top companies in Shanghai, their net worth exceeds 10 billion, and some are even higher than that. In other words, if you are not worth 10 billion, you should be embarrassed to attend the party. If these people were to unite, it would not be impossible for them to intimidate the entire Demon City. These bigwigs from various business areas were all looking at a white-haired old man. Everyone, thank you for coming today to celebrate the birthday of an old man like me. The position of the guest of honor. The white-haired old man raised his glass and stood up. Although he was thin, he looked energetic. As the old man stood up, all the business tycoons present also stood up and raised their glasses to congratulate him. Among this group of people, a young man stood out from the crowd. He is the youngest among all the big guys present. Yun Che, you are very courageous in bidding during the day. Even I was surprised. When the white-haired old man was waving for others to sit down, he suddenly asked when he saw Li Yun Che. I don't have any courage, it's just that my opponent is too weak. Very proud, Li Yun Che smiled slightly and answered in a calm tone. This answer made the white-haired old man very happy. Well, young people are not complacent and arrogant. This character is rare. Unlike Long Xian's daughter. I heard that she spent 250 million to buy all the land for sale on Xixin Road. She really has no vision. As the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai and because she is beautiful, Lang Ying attracted a lot of attention as soon as she returned to China. The news that she gave up Shaohua Road and invested in Xixin Road also spread in the business circle. Even in the eyes of this old man who no longer manages his business, Xixin Road is a piece of garbage land. Everyone here is a billionaire. Needless to say, the vision is excellent. Xixin Road has been thoroughly studied long ago, if it is really valuable. They had already taken the lead in investing, so how could it be the turn of a little girl? Even though behind her is Leng Xian, the richest man in Magic City. Mr. Li, Lang Ying is just a little girl. It's understandable that she would miscalculate. Don't say it again to deliberately put her down. Li Yunche raised his wineglass and said calmly without any sarcasm. There are winners and losers in business wars, which is basically the norm. Seeing Li Yunche say this, the white-haired old man known as Li Lao was slightly stunned, and then laughed and scolded, You kid, are you protecting her now? Everyone present knew that among the younger generation, only Lang Ying and Li Yunche had the most potential. The news that Li Yunche publicly expressed his interest in Lang Ying at the party also spread to the business circle. In their eyes, his behavior was simply protecting his own child. Chapter 23 Overconfidence, Magic City Financial Association? Mr. Lee, please stop teasing me. Li Yunche took a sip of red wine, shook his head slightly, and looked to the upper left corner, obviously reminiscing. I remember Miss Lang just gave me her business card at the time. This is a normal business rule and should not be of any interest to me. He stood very straight and answered in a calm tone, as if he didn't care. But, although he said that he was marrying above his station, his expression was actually very relaxed, and a sense of arrogance that belongs to a young man arose involuntarily. All the big guys in Shanghai present here are well aware of this momentum. This is arrogance. He doesn't care at all. But even the daughter of the richest man in Magic City didn't care, and they also felt that Li Yunche was a little too confident. But young people, if not now, when? You, Yunche, are the most promising among all the young talents in the Demon City. How could Lang Ying look down on you? Lang Xian's daughter has such poor taste. Shaking his head slightly, the white-haired old man called Mr. Li slowly turned around and went to the room next to the hall. Take care, Mr. Li. Li Yunche bent down slightly and spoke calmly. After that, he drank the red wine in his hand and went to negotiate with other big guys in the Magic City. Large gatherings are never just gatherings. But the bureau. A bureau to attract investment and drive market strategy. Usually there is a purpose. As a veteran in the business world, Mr. Li naturally knew this very well, so he left early and left the opportunity for these young people to negotiate. A night passed. At this time, Xin Feng didn't know that Lang Ying was ridiculed by the entire business world because she believed in his decision. He had just woken up and was brushing his teeth in the bathroom. I watched my face become more and more handsome and three-dimensional. Xin Feng felt more and more that the system was a good thing. Although it's not as perverted as other rebate systems, the feeling of being rewarded for his efforts makes him feel good. I'm so handsome. Looking in the mirror, Xin Feng rubbed his face narcissistically. But at this time, his cell phone started vibrating. Xin Feng casually wiped his face with a towel, then took out his cell phone from his pocket and answered the call, without even checking the caller ID. As soon as he answered the call, a very majestic voice came from the other end. Hey, Xin Feng, are you still going to work? You haven't been to work for 3 days. Don't you want to work anymore? What is that? Xin Feng was confused when he heard the voice on the phone. Is there anyone who dares to speak loudly to him these days? Now I have a system, I am the chosen one, and if I develop myself well, I will definitely be invincible. Who is the other party? Who are you? Xin Feng frowned, somewhat displeased. What he didn't expect was that the person on the other end of the phone was even more unhappy. Who am I? I'm your boss, Li Nan. If you don't come to work today, you don't have to come. Beep beep. After saying this, the phone was hung up. Xin Feng was completely confused. Why did it feel like a dream? Put your phone on the table. Only then did he remember. I don't think I have resigned yet, and I haven't been to work for 3 days now. Good job. Xin Feng was shocked. He said he seemed to have heard the name Li Nan somewhere before, and it turned out that he was his boss. Only. He doesn't need to go to work now, why are you still trying to coward him? Sitting on the sofa, Xin Feng thought about Li Nan yelling at him just now, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it, I'm still being mad at you now? Xin Feng grabbed the phone on the table, found Li Nan's phone number, and called back without hesitation. When he was working in the company before, he remembered how Li Nan made things difficult for him. Because I am handsome, I am very popular among the girls in the company. This guy always makes him work overtime, and it's always in the afternoon when he's off work. Very hateful. Hello. Little fatty Li Nan, did I give you the face you deserve? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Listen to me, I'm done with this. I'm telling you, if you dare yell at me again, you can just wait for your wife to cheat on you. After yelling, Xin Feng hung up the phone without hesitation, then blocked and deleted the message in one go. Call. Xin Feng let out a long sigh and lay on the sofa, his chest rising and falling slightly, feeling very relieved. In a venture capital company far away in downtown Shanghai, the chubby Li Nan was holding the phone with a confused look on his face, not knowing what to do. He really didn't expect that the employee who had been buying into his promises would actually yell at him? Well, maybe I ate too much pie. Next time, I'll paint a smaller pie for new employees. Let's say that the one with the best performance during the new year will get an additional reward of 30,000 yuan. At home. After Qin Feng took a breath, his cell phone vibrated again. Oh, you still want a curse back? Qin Feng stood up, answered the phone and started cursing. But as he was cursing, he realized that there was no sound from the other end of the phone. That's strange. He remembered that Li Nan was also good at scolding people, so why was he silent? Has this guy changed his gender? Qin Feng looked at the caller ID and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Qin Gusen, what's wrong with you? Why are you so irritable when you wake up? Suddenly, a very sweet girl's voice appeared on the phone. When Qin Feng heard this voice, he suddenly panicked and almost threw his phone away. He recognized this voice. I was listening to it last night. Who else could it be if not Sun Feifei? Ahem, no, is there anything wrong, Miss Sun? Qin Feng asked sheepishly, feeling a little embarrassed. What did it mean that Sun Feifei called him early in the morning? Nothing else, just asking you. I have an invitation from the Magic City Financial Association, do you want to attend? The other end of the phone. Sun Feifei was lying on the Simmons bed. She looked down at the two exquisite invitations in her right hand, her pair of white and delicate long legs shaking boredly. She was staying at home and dressed very casually. She was only wearing a small white vest on the upper body and hot pants on the lower body. Every move she makes is very tempting, but it's a pity that she is the only one at home. Modu Financial Association? Can you let me go? Can I go? Qin Feng was a little confused after listening to Sun Feifei's words. He had seen relevant information about this association when he was studying before. Magic City Financial Association. This term is very valuable. His reputation in the financial circle of Shanghai is top-notch. Every once in a while, the association would invite many bigwigs from Shanghai's financial circles to a party, which was to set up a scheme. The minimum threshold for joining the Shanghai Financial Association is assets exceeding 100 million yuan. Please note, the assets in liquid funds exceed 100 million. This does not include business value or personal worth. The people who go there can't just be described as rich or noble. That basically means millions with just a wave of the hand. Spend money like water. Given the scale of this gathering, who knows what opportunities may arise? Even if not, it's okay to make friends with some people. I'll go. Without hesitation, Qin Feng answered immediately. After hearing Qin Feng's answer, Sun Feifei, who was bored just now, slowly stood up and planned to change into clothes suitable for attending the cocktail party. How about this, you come to the left intersection of Pudong Bridge and wait for me, I will take you there. Good. Qin Feng didn't care much and nodded and agreed. Lung Ying's schedule is full today, and all things will not be completed until tomorrow. He has a very idle day. Go out with Sun Feifei and see the world. Not bad. After getting his clothes, Qin Feng set off. The Lamborghini Aventador rushed into the traffic, unscrupulously emitting charming sounds on the streets. Chapter 24, See the Tomato 4 Magic Cars? Party? Morning, 10 o'clock. Qin Feng drove to the left side of Pudong Bridge and waited quietly for Sun Feifei to appear. Hey, Qin Gushen, here. Not far away, Sun Feifei's voice appeared. Because the Lamborghini Aventador has very good sound insulation inside and outside. Even if you have sex inside the car, there will be no sound. As for the outside, you can't hear it at all unless the sound is too loud. Afraid that Sun Feifei was not clear about her location, Qin Feng deliberately opened a car window after parking the car. Hearing the very sweet voice, Qin Feng got out of the car and followed the sound. Just see. Opposite him, a girl in a white miniskirt and cream-colored high heels was looking at him with a smile. But at this moment, Qin Feng was stunned. In his impression, Sun Feifei didn't seem to be that beautiful. At the party, Sun Feifei's appearance was obviously above average. How come you look so good today? She jumped directly from a beauty with 80 points to a super beauty with 95 points. Forget it, maybe I didn't dress up well that day. Shaking his head, Qin Feng didn't think about it. Here you are, stand there and don't move. After giving the instructions, Qin Feng walked over first. Because there is no traffic light at this intersection, it is a bit dangerous overall. He saw that the traffic had decreased a little, so he hurried to Sun Feifei's side and pulled her back. Moment. The two got in the car. Qin Feng also looked carefully at Sun Feifei's makeup at this time. She wore light makeup and her hairstyle was well done. She wore a white long skirt decorated with light blue floral patterns. Although the skirt was long, it did not cover her legs. Although she had the temperament of a girl next door, she always gave people a very eye-catching feeling. This outfit is perfect even for a party. How is it? I look beautiful today, don't I? Seeing that Xin Feng was looking at her, Sun Feifei asked with a smile. Indeed. Xin Feng did not shy away from telling the truth. After all, Sun Feifei is really beautiful today. I thought you would be late, but you're so punctual? You're quite contractual. She glanced at the time and found that it was more than 20 minutes earlier than the time they had agreed on, which was very rare for a girl. Where are we going next? Miss Sun. Xin Feng said casually. I'm not the kind of woman who has to spend 2 or 3 hours in makeup. Sun Feifei took out 2 exquisite invitations from her bag, handed one to Xin Feng, and then pointed at the invitation and said, of course, we will go directly to the destination. Xin Feng took the invitation and opened it to take a look. It was an ordinary invitation, but the font was stamped with gold. He is indeed someone from the financial circle. Making an invitation is like making a luxury item. The Bund, the gilded building. Xin Feng silently muttered to himself, climbed onto the steering wheel with both hands, and started catching shrimp farmers. Gilded building. It is a newly built commercial office building on the Bund. But the strange thing is, at the top is a top-notch revolving restaurant, and the interior structure is like a huge exhibition hall with a lot of space, which is not very comfortable to use for gatherings. It is said that if you stand at the window of this restaurant, you can see the iconic building of Shanghai, the Pearl Tower, in the distance. 20 minutes later, Xin Feng and Sun Feifei came to the parking lot downstairs of Lu Jin building. After getting out of the car, Xin Feng looked around and was suddenly a little surprised. The small parking lot is filled with all kinds of luxury cars. He even saw Tomato S4 magical cars. He really didn't expect that an association would have such great power. Not only could it invite most of the people in the financial circle, but it could also invite the real bigwigs? There are special security guards at the entrance to the parking lot. Anyone without an invitation must park in the open-air parking area outside or turn left to park on the upper floor. After coming out of the parking lot, Xin Feng was taken by Sun Feifei into the Lu Jin building. Direct elevator access. The top-notch revolving restaurant on the 104th floor. Shouldn't there be very few places for a party like this? How could you have 2? Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one in the elevator, Xin Feng asked Sun Feifei. Well, very little. Originally my dad and I were going to come to this party together, but my dad had something urgent to do, so I had to come alone, and I didn't want to be alone, so I asked you to come along. Sun Feifei explained lightly. But when she spoke, she didn't look at Xin Feng, but kept looking up at the floor numbers. All right. Xin Feng nodded and believed this explanation. People brought him to such a high-end gathering to broaden his horizons, what else could he say? When Sun Feifei saw that Xin Feng believed her, she stood on tiptoe and smiled slightly. Actually, this was Lang Ying's request to her, asking her to help Xin Feng more. After dozens of seconds, the elevator reached the 104th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Xin Feng felt a lively atmosphere. Before he even reached the restaurant, he could hear someone playing the Moonlight Sonata outside. High quality. There were waiters walking around inside, and there were also many wealthy socialites talking in low voices and laughing softly. Good job. Is this high society? It's a bit contrived. After handing the invitation to the security guard at the door, Xin Feng muttered something and followed Sun Feifei in. As soon as the two of them entered the restaurant, they attracted some people's attention. Sun Feifei is so beautiful today. It feels different to these wealthy people. Although what Xin Feng is wearing is not a famous brand, he is still a handsome guy. A suit that costs less than 10,000 yuan can look good on him. Most importantly, he is confident. He is 1.85 meters tall, has a handsome face, a calm demeanor, and is surrounded by beautiful women. No matter how you look at him, he is tall, rich, and handsome. Not to mention, looking around, the youngest man in front of him seems to be him? But I think so. Those who can come to the party today are people who can easily spend 100 million. These characters are basically elderly. Those who are a little younger are all over 30 years old and show obvious signs of weight gain. There were also many young people at the party who had made their fortunes thanks to their parents, but they were too boastful, full of arrogance, and so sharp that they wouldn't let anyone get close to them. Qin Feng is much better now. Her confident and composed demeanor almost made the eyes of all the wealthy ladies and celebrities in the restaurant shine. One by one, their eyes are almost green with envy. There are too many wolves and too little meat, and the meat is not tasty. They finally find one that smells good, so of course they are jealous. And those wealthy people are all smart people. He clearly felt the gaze of the girl next to him on Qin Feng, which made him feel a little unhappy, and all the attention was focused on Qin Feng. "You're being targeted, young man." Patting Qin Feng on the back, Sun Feifei reminded him while trying not to laugh. As the daughter of a financial tycoon, she has a very sharp eye and can see through the little thoughts of these wealthy socialites at a glance. "Keep a low profile and go get something to eat." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as Qin Feng suggested in a low voice. Sun Feifei nodded in agreement. Anyway, the party officially starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's okay to fill your stomach before that. As Sun Feifei turned around, Qin Feng walked to the side, picked up the wineglass and started chatting with her. In fact, it is basically knowledge about the financial circle. While Qin Feng was listening, he suddenly heard a noise in his ears, and the name of one of the people caught his attention. "Yunche, you really have great courage." "Yeah, that piece of land was taken directly to turn the tide, and this time it wants another 100 million? Thank you for the compliment. 100 million is nothing." Chapter 25, seems like I was seduced by a socialite? Yunche? Li Yunche? Without thinking too much, Qin Feng instantly listened to the sound and determined the location, intending to find the place where the voices came from. He wanted to see what kind of son-in-law his father-in-law would accept. By seeing the true self, he will have a chance to develop. "What are you doing? Looking for someone?" When Sun Feifei saw Qin Feng turning around repeatedly as if he was looking for something, she couldn't help but blink and asked in confusion. "Do you know Li Yunche?" Looking around, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked casually. However, what he didn't expect was that Sun Feifei seemed very familiar with the name after hearing it. "Of course I know him. He is one of the most powerful second-generation rich people in Shanghai. He runs a listed company by himself. He is really amazing." As she spoke, Sun Feifei stretched out her jade hand and quietly pointed to the innermost part of the restaurant, and then said, "I saw him talking to someone just now, it seems he went inside." "No." Taking a step back, Qin Feng also walked towards the inside of the restaurant. "No, why are you going? There are big guys in there." Seeing Qin Feng leave quickly, Sun Feifei held the red wine with a confused look on her face, and began to feel at a loss. Seeing Qin Feng walking further and further away and ignoring her completely, she stomped her feet in anger and hurriedly chased after Qin Feng. Just at this time, a business tycoon her father knew recognized her and greeted her happily. "You have to give this greeting, otherwise there will be big problems." Gritting her teeth, Sun Feifei looked towards Qin Feng's position with some worry, and chased after him, ignoring the big man. "I'm sorry, Uncle Yang, I'm looking for a friend. I'll chat with you later." Seeing that Sun Feifei was so anxious, the big man who spoke to her smiled helplessly and nodded. "Young people. Maybe something really happened." Inside the restaurant, Qin Feng gently pushed through the crowd, and the sound of the moonlight music in his ears became louder and louder. But at this time he had already stopped. He suddenly realized that he had never seen Li Yunche before, and there were so many people at the party that he couldn't find him at all. Thinking about it, Qin Feng decisively chose to go back to find Sun Feifei. Since Sun Feifei knew Li Yunche, of course she could recognize him. Only. Before he turned around, a woman in a red evening dress came towards him. The woman held a red wineglass in one hand and walked with graceful and light steps, much like a precious cat. "Hello, I'm Liu from IKEA Real Estate in Shanghai. Can I get to know you?" The woman approached with a smile on her face, took out her business card from her bag and handed it out. "Modu IKEA Real Estate Company, Ltd." Qin Feng took the business card, looked down at it, then extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Qin Feng. IKEA Real Estate in Shanghai. It is also a listed company." Qin Feng had also bought their stocks, but the room for appreciation was very small. Qin Feng only invested a little and then withdrew his investment decisively. "I just didn't expect to meet people from this company here. It's Mr. Qin. Are you alone? Can you have a drink with me?" 3 questions in a row. With a slight smile, Liu took the initiative to raise the red wine glass in her hand and carefully clinked it with the glass in Qin Feng's hand. Clang. There was a sound of glass colliding. Xin Feng did not resist. He quietly looked at the woman in front of him, who was obviously around 30 years old. But she has a great figure and well-maintained looks. She still has some charm and a noble look on her face. There is another friend, but he just left. But it's okay to have a drink with you. Xin Feng responded with a signature smile and also raised his glass to clink with Lu Yu's. Anyway, he couldn't find Li Yunche now, so it would be nice to chat with the woman in front of him. Oh? Is that the woman who came in with you just now? Taking a small step forward, Liu leaned forward slightly, showing off her figure without hesitation. At the same time, she took a sip of red wine. It's nothing. But this guy deliberately slid his tongue along the edge of the wineglass, and then looked at Xin Feng with a smile. Xin Feng immediately understood. Good job. The woman's teasing intentions were already very obvious. It's just that the smell of Lu Yu's perfume is a bit strong, which makes Xin Feng feel a little uncomfortable. TMD, this woman is so slutty. Certainly. He said this silently in his heart, but on the surface, Xin Feng still kept smiling and slowly drank the red wine in the glass. He just wants to leave now. This woman might be lusting after his body. It's sexy as it is. Compared to Lang Ying, it is no exaggeration to say that she is not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Boss Qin really has a good alcohol tolerance. Lu Yu covered her mouth and chuckled, and was about to take another step forward. Xin Feng frowned slightly and took a step back. At this time, Sun Feifei's voice appeared. Xin Feng, why are you walking so fast? I almost couldn't catch up with you. Call. Xin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Sun Feifei's extremely sweet voice. Finally, I have an excuse to leave this woman. The scent on her body is really strong. Besides, this woman is so coquettish, Xin Feng is really afraid that something might go wrong. Miss Lu, my friend is here. Goodbye. Xin Feng remained calm and composed. After talking to Lu Yu calmly, he took Sun Feifei away. Watching Xin Feng leave, Lu Yu smiled jokingly and did not chase after him. After all, the party lasts a long time. Holding Sun Feifei, Xin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks for saving the day. But when he looked at Sun Feifei, he found that she was looking at him with contempt. That's strange. What's wrong? Xin Feng asked puzzledly. I really didn't expect that you have such a wide range of tastes. You can even talk about Lu Yu. Sun Feifei's tone was a little annoyed, but she did not break free from Qin Feng's hand. Ah? Do you know that woman? Is Lu Yu annoying? Xin Feng asked Sun Feifei in a low voice, feeling a little strange. Hearing this, Sun Feifei decisively broke free from Qin Feng's hand and said angrily, She's a socialite, don't you find it disgusting? With a look of contempt, Sun Feifei took a step to the left and chose to keep a distance from Qin Feng. It was her best friend Lang Ying who asked her for help. How could this guy be like a scumbag? Only. Sun Feifei's behavior left Qin Feng speechless. I don't know her. She came here on her own, okay? I just wanted to find Li Yunche. Touching his nose, Xin Feng explained innocently. He didn't have a good impression of Lu Yu. The scent on her body was so strong that it started to choke my nose after I smelled it for too long. And that woman is so sexy. As a shrewd man, Xin Feng more or less guessed what kind of person this woman was, so when he saw Sun Feifei coming to him, he quickly found an excuse to leave. Tisk, I'll trust you for now. Listening to Qin Feng's explanation, Sun Feifei felt that it made some sense. After all, ignorance is not a crime. She had talked to Lu Yu before she knew her. Taking a step to the right, Sun Feifei followed Qin Feng again. You just said you wanted to find Li Yunche? Suddenly, Sun Feifei asked. Yes, but I've never seen him before, so I plan to wait for you to recognize him. Qin Feng answered truthfully. Ha, really? Sun Feifei smiled helplessly, looked at Qin Feng like a fool, and then signaled him to look forward with her eyes. At this time, Qin Feng realized that the two of them had arrived at the place where the piano was being played. In front of the piano, a young man who looked to be in his 20s put the red wine on the piano and sat on the chair. It looks like he's planning to play a song. Chapter 26. Can't you really endure a little bit of grievance and stun the whole audience? That person is Li Yunche? Qin Feng turned his head slightly and asked Sun Feifei. Yes, the best among the younger generation. Sun Feifei praised generously and gave a very concise answer. Xin Feng nodded and observed silently. Sun Feifei also tacitly kept silent at this time. At this time, Xin Feng found that more and more people were gathering around him. Many celebrities and wealthy people focused their attention on Li Yunqie. It seems like this rich second generation is really something. The fact that he has attracted so many people's attention shows that he is indeed capable. Xin Feng was very clear about this. The rich second generation are not as arrogant and domineering as they are in novels. Rich people pay the most attention to education. After 3 generations, if the sun goes out, he will shout, "Who is my father and who is my father?" and mock others madly. Not to mention that his father would be angry to death. Even his ancestral graves might be emitting smoke from anger. While Xin Feng was thinking, Li Yunqie had already made preparations and started playing. After listening for a few seconds, Xin Feng could tell that he was playing Chopin's Winter Wind Etude, one of the internationally famous virtuoso piano pieces. This piece of music is very difficult to play. Basically, only piano masters at the performance level can play it completely. There are also many art students studying music theory on the internet who are complaining about whether they have a grudge against Chopin, because it would take 100 million days just to learn the score of this piano piece. Let alone the fact that Li Yunqie is playing without a score now. After listening for a while, Xin Feng also discovered that Li Yunqie was playing with some emotions. This is real ability. I didn't expect that Li Yunqie was so good. He could even play such a difficult piece as Chopin's Winter Wind Etude. Halfway through the performance, Sun Feifei nodded slightly and murmured softly. Hearing Sun Feifei's praise, Xin Feng was about to speak, but he heard a rich man's voice in his ears. Not only is the young master of the Li family very promising in business, he is also a master in music theory. Really? In comparison, Lang Xian's daughter is a little inferior. I heard that she bought the land in that shabby place on Xixin Road. That's crazy. She just relies on her good looks. I don't think Lang Ying is worthy of Li Yunqie. The last sentence was recognized by many wealthy people. They nodded frequently in a small circle, but their voices were so quiet that they didn't disturb others. But Xin Feng heard it clearly. Haha, a bunch of idiots. With a sneer, Xin Feng ignored him. This group of mocking people will realize tomorrow that Lang Ying's decision is absolutely correct. But now he was feeling very unhappy. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, someone is detected to be more pretentious than the host, which makes the host unhappy. The system adds a special task: surpass Li Yunqie and become the focus of the audience. The mission was successful and the reward was 31% of the shares of Longguan Meili Film Company, Limited. After hearing this, Xin Feng was stunned. Good job. He is really a big boss of the system, and he won't be allowed to suffer any grievances. He had been planning to come back tomorrow to give these wealthy people a slap in the face. The system can't stand it anymore, it wants it now. He likes this temper. Without any hesitation, Xin Feng walked out of the crowd and went straight to the piano under Sun Feifei's confused gaze. At this time, Li Yunqie had finished playing a piano piece and the people around him were applauding. As soon as Xin Feng walked out, someone noticed him. Who is this person? What is he doing at Li Yunqie's place? Don't tell me you want to show off your skills, too? Ha, looking at his body shape and arms, he doesn't look like a pianist. It's true. Don't pretend to be awesome and then come back in disgrace. That's embarrassing. Sun Feifei's face darkened as she listened to Zhou Ren's words. She just wanted Xin Feng to come back. She didn't think Xin Feng could play better than Li Yunqie. She had also studied music theory before, and Li Yunqie's playing skills were completely capable of catching up with piano masters. Xin Feng would only make a fool of himself if he went. What made her helpless was that Xin Feng had already arrived in front of Li Yunqie. There was no way she could call him back with so many people around. Brother Li, can you let me play a song? Ignoring the discussions of the people around him, Xin Feng came to the piano and asked in a calm and composed tone, very steadily. A kind of steady temperament that is not typical of a young man now appears on him. What? Oh, of course. Li Yunqie was stunned when he saw a man who was more handsome than himself suddenly approaching him, and then nodded. He just wanted to play a piano piece. Since someone wants to take over, he has no objection. Li Yunqie stood up from his chair and left, standing among the crowd. At this time, Xin Feng slowly sat down. He was a little surprised to find that the piano in front of him was the world-famous Steinway. How could this restaurant be so rich? Interesting. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Xin Feng put his hands on the piano, but did not start playing. He turned around and looked at Li Yunche, and said directly, "The technique and rhythm of the Winter Wind etude you just played are a bit problematic. Pay attention to me and learn well." Li Yunche was stunned, frowned, and looked at Xin Feng. No one dared to question him like this. With a disdainful sneer, Li Yunche crossed his arms and made a gesture of invitation. Xin Feng smiled slightly, took a deep breath and focused his attention. The fingers slowly fell on the piano. Then, his fingertips began to dance on the piano. "It's really flying." Xin Feng's hand was so fast that it left an afterimage. The elegant, rhythmic, and emotional sounds of nature rang out, surrounding everyone. All the wealthy people in the audience were stunned, and many of them exclaimed, "What the hell? What kind of hand speed is this?" The wealthy people present were all amazed. Li Yunche, who was standing next to Xin Feng, became serious and shocked when he heard the voice. "Lists? The bells?" He murmured softly, squinting his eyes to watch Xin Feng's techniques while listening to the rhythm, trying to spot any mistakes. "But it's a pity. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This playing level is far better than his." The difficulty of the bells in Etude to Winter Wind is similar, because they are both piano pieces that require extreme virtuosity, but the difficulty of the bells lies in the extremely high requirements for rhythm and accuracy. Li Yunche understood immediately. No wonder this guy turned around and asked him to watch and learn carefully. His face was a little dark and he felt very uncomfortable. He was educated by others. "I just don't believe you didn't make any mistakes." Li Yunche, who didn't believe in evil, stared at Xin Feng closely, trying to find any mistakes. "But it's a pity." "No. Some famous pianists have their own special habits to a greater or lesser extent. Some like to shake their legs, some like to shake their heads. This action is quite entertaining when performed live. But Xin Feng didn't. The feeling he exudes is stable, conventional, yet extremely smooth. There is no wrong rhythm. Not a single note is wrong. A stable group. And the voice is very well controlled, elegant, yet proud. A true master." The experts present who really understood music theory calmed down from exclaiming in surprise and began to enjoy it. Enjoy the sounds of nature. Her fingers dance lightly on the piano like a free butterfly. Apart from the word beautiful, I can't think of any other adjectives. Chapter 27, Ignorance? Cute girl? Meet two more beautiful girls? Sun Feifei, who had not been optimistic about Xin Feng before, was particularly amazed at this moment. She originally thought that Xin Feng was only knowledgeable about the stock market. Better than ordinary people, but not a big deal. She had stayed up late to explain financial knowledge to Xin Feng only because Lang Ying, who had always been noble and indifferent, suddenly lowered her status and asked her for help. She agreed reluctantly. It would be marrying above your station for a man like this to marry Lang Ying. But it seems now, neither of them is out of their league. The two are surprisingly well matched. Sun Feifei believed that based on Xin Feng's current playing level, there would definitely be countless wealthy women willing to accept Xin Feng, not to mention that he was really handsome. What rich people lack the least is money. What they lack is the temperament that matches their status. What if their husband or son-in-law is a world-class piano master? It's a matter of face. Xin Feng, you are so surprising. Sun Feifei said this silently in her heart and was also immersed in the wonderful music. Soon, when the piano piece is playing to the end, the rhythm at this stage is particularly important, and the sound of the piano here has a lot to do with the quality of the piano itself. But the piano in front of him is the world-famous Steinway. The tone and rhythm are both tuned to the best level, so Xin Feng can operate it to his heart's content. The fingers are light and the keystroke force is just right. Enjoy. It is really a pleasure to listen to Xin Feng playing the piano. The rich man who had seen Xin Feng come forward to play the piano couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Such a talented pianist, and they just mocked him? This is really a lack of etiquette for rich people. It's really embarrassing. However, even though they felt a little guilty, they were not willing to leave at this time. Instead, they stood still. No way. The music played by Xin Feng was so steady that it gave people an amazing feeling. They didn't want to miss this performance by a master of the caliber. After all, if you want to hear such performances in other places, money alone is not enough. The entire piece of the bell is only about 4 minutes long. Happy times are always short, and as Qin Feng concentrated on playing, the time seemed to be accelerated. The song ends. Qin Feng had a little sweat on his forehead, which was the result of his high concentration. Looking around, he stood up from his chair and bowed to the wealthy people. This is basic etiquette. But when he raised his head and looked at them again, Qin Feng found that this group of people were all stunned. Everyone, the performance is over. Qin Feng couldn't help but remind him. At this time, the wealthy people present came to their senses. Then there was loud applause. Beautiful, so beautiful. Master, can you teach my child piano? The fee is not a problem, $3,000 an hour. Excuse me, are you interested in participating in a commercial performance? All you need is to play one song in each performance. Master, my daughter is 12 years old and looks stunningly beautiful. She is a perfect match for you. Before Qin Feng could react, some wealthy and famous people in the crowd had already rushed up and kept asking questions. These questions are nothing more than asking Qin Feng to teach them how to play the piano, or to give commercial performances. I'm sorry, I just noticed some problems with Brother Li's playing and I wanted to correct him. I don't teach anyone or perform commercially, and I don't like lowly. Qin Feng was very cunning and directed the conflict towards Li Yunche. Although this guy has no grudge against him. But he focused his attention on Ling Ying, and that was the biggest grudge. What this gentleman is teaching me is that there are indeed some problems with my rhythm and technique just now. Thank you for correcting me. Seeing Qin Feng mentioned him, Li Yunche couldn't help but answer quickly. Although he was extremely unhappy in his heart, he pretended to be nonchalant on the surface and smiled at Qin Feng. No way. If he looks unhappy at this time, he will be directly regarded as having no magnanimity. Too small. The pattern is small. The most taboo thing for a businessman is to lack magnanimity. I'll leave it to Brother Li again. I have something else to do here. Qin Feng smiled back at Li Yunche and walked to Sun Feifei's side with a smile on his face. He has a very sharp eye. What had happened to the smile on Li Yunche's face when he was talking to him? But Qin Feng didn't care. He was happy that Li Yunche was in pain, so he didn't mind calling him a chicken-hearted person. Okay, no problem. Li Yunche saw Qin Feng walk into the crowd, gritted his teeth, and sat in front of the piano again. At this time, the eyes of the wealthy people around him were no longer on him. When he started playing, he didn't feel like the center of attention as he did just now. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. And Qin Feng felt it very keenly. He just smiled and decided not to watch, so he and Sun Feifei left the crowd. After all, his goal has been achieved. When the two of them came to a less conspicuous position, Sun Feifei finally couldn't hold back her doubts and turned her head to ask Qin Feng, when did you learn to play the piano? And you are so good at it? I worked in a music store during my college summer vacation, and I learned it by listening. Qin Feng found a nice dessert on the table, picked it up and casually answered Sun Feifei. You can master piano skills in just one summer vacation? Who are you trying to fool? Seeing Qin Feng's casual look, Sun Feifei said with some dissatisfaction. I'm a genius, so forget it if you don't believe me. Qin Feng put the dessert into his mouth and answered nonchalantly. TSK, what a genius. Sun Feifei puffed up her lips and muttered, obviously not believing Qin Feng's nonsense. But in fact, Qin Feng is indeed a genius. His world-class piano playing skills were achieved through his own practice in just 5 hours. In fact, with the help of the system, he had learned most of the songs after just 1 hour of study. But adhering to the working philosophy of thinking about one thing thoroughly, Qin Feng studied for 4 more hours with the help of the system and achieved a top-level piano playing level. If you don't say it, forget it. Seeing that Qin Feng kept using eating as an excuse to avoid her questions, Sun Feifei gave up the idea of asking further questions. Anyway, as long as Lang Ying likes the man in front of her, that's fine. It didn't matter what she did. Stop eating. A party is never just a party. Don't be blinded by the food. Seeing Qin Feng's puffy mouth, Sun Feifei rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly. Qin Feng heard it wrong and quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, looked around and asked, "Cute girl? Where is the cute girl?" Sun Feifei was suddenly stunned and then became speechless. This guy is really good at playing stupid. I won't ask anymore. Sun Feifei compromised. But in fact, there were really 2 cute girls walking towards this side. Passing through the crowd, 2 women whose temperament and figure could barely catch up with Lang Ying walked quickly and came to Qin Feng and Sun Feifei. Miss Sun, you are here too. Is that your boyfriend next to you? Isn't your uncle here? Chapter 28, The Three Biggest Illusions in Life, She Likes Me? Hearing the voice, Sun Feifei looked back and immediately showed a puzzled look when she saw the person coming. Why are you here? You are not related to our circle. At this time, Xin Feng also followed the sound. These two girls are different from the socialite Lu Yu just now. Although their temperament is slightly inferior to Lan Ying's, they are much better than ordinary socialites. If Lan Ying is 10 points, then these two women are 8 or 9 points. It just lacks some flavor. If you don't fit in with the circle, you can't come to the party? A woman with burgundy medium-length curly hair and wearing an elegant black evening dress raised her eyebrows and spoke to Sun Feifei with a smile. That's right. My company is also planning to get involved in finance next year. Can't you come and get some information? But, who is the person next to him? Would you like to introduce him? Another woman with long smooth black hair and a bright red slim skirt asked softly. However, when this woman was speaking, her attention was obviously not on Sun Feifei. Instead, she was looking at Qin Feng with her eyes narrowed in admiration. What a pair of vixens. Muttering something, Sun Feifei shook her head and looked at Qin Feng. She found that Qin Feng was popular with women, and no matter where he went, beautiful women would come up to him and talk to him. And Sun Feifei is now looking around. You will find that for some reason there are many more socialites and wealthy women around the four of them, and they observe them from time to time with regretful eyes. Actually, this is easy to understand. The men who are invited to such gatherings are either tycoons with a net worth of over 100 million or the sons of these tycoons. And it is better for them to talk to a handsome and elegant man than to those pretentious young men, greasy middle-aged men and old men. But they only discovered this when they wanted to come over and talk to Qin Feng. Qin Feng already has 3 very beautiful women around him, and they are famous women in the circle of wealthy people in Shanghai. Her status is not lower than most of them. I had to awkwardly pretend to get food nearby. So much so that more and more people gathered around the 4 of them. There's no way, handsome guys are always so eye-catching. My friend's friend, named Qin Feng, just came here to meet a big shot in the financial circle. Sun Feifei looked at the 2 women in front of her and answered helplessly. The woman with burgundy curly hair is the vice president of Will Venture Capital, Mo Shuang. The woman with long black straight hair and pink miniskirt is Lin Shuhan, the daughter of the director of Lin's Real Estate Technology Company, Limited. These 2 guys are almost the same as her. Moreover, she has some business dealings with her father, and she can't just turn her back on him. Hello, my name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who had a sharp eye, naturally noticed Sun Feifei's displeasure. But he simply ignored it and shook hands with the 2 beauties in front of him generously. We're Venture Capital, Mo Shuang. Lin's Real Estate, Lin Shuhan. The 2 women held Qin Feng's strong hands and introduced themselves with a smile. However, when Mo Shuang heard Qin Feng's name, she frowned, as if she remembered something. Your name is Qin Feng? Mo Shuang looked at Qin Feng seriously. Are you Qin Feng, who bought Crane Technology stock last time? An idea suddenly flashed through Mo Shuang's mind, and she suddenly remembered the information she had compiled before. She snapped her fingers and looked at Qin Feng with her eyes lighting up. How do you know? Qin Feng was a little confused as to how Mo Shuang knew his name, but he did not deny it. What he said made the somewhat aloof Mo Shuang exclaim. Sure enough, you are the boss. She looked at Qin Feng with a little disbelief. Mo Shuang originally thought that Qin Feng was just Sun Feifei's boyfriend, an ordinary second-generation rich guy from Shanghai, who was just a little better looking. If Lin Shuhan, who had been chatting with her, had not become interested and kept pulling her over, she would definitely not have had any interest in actively chatting with such a young man. But I didn't expect it. Is this young man the stock god who made more than 50 million from stocks? The key point is that this person is so young? It was just a coincidence. I bought the stock and it started to rise. I couldn't do anything about it. But how did you know my name? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at Mo Shuang. It should be impossible for anyone to find out the information when just buying a stock, right? Shuang, why are you reacting so strongly? Lin Shuhan looked at Mo Shuang with curiosity. She knew her best friend's personality very well. She was always calm and composed. Why was she shouting and getting excited today? Shuhan, you are not in the financial field, so you may not know that Mr. Qin Feng has a very sharp vision. He invested in Crane Technology stocks with a small investment and made a net profit of more than 50 million. Even I admired this kind of venomous vision. Mo Shuang also felt that she had lost her composure just now, so she adjusted her mood and began to explain to Lin Shuhan. After the explanation, Lin Shuhan realized Qin Feng's strength, and his admiration grew stronger and stronger. Handsome, elegant, and with a unique vision. Isn't this a definitely tall, rich, and handsome guy? This is the ideal person she has always dreamed of. It just so happened that her father was urging her to find a partner recently, otherwise he would force her to go on a blind date with the son of the CEO of another company. Are you kidding? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? And now Qin Feng appears in front of her. Is he really the chosen one? Thinking of this, Lin Shuhan's eyes began to shine as he looked at Qin Feng. Lin Shuhan, what do you want to do? Only. In Sun Feifei's eyes, this kind of look became a real seduction. She unconsciously took a step closer to Qin Feng, pretending nothing had happened. Hee, I'm just happy that I found the treasure boy. Laughing, Lin Shuhan looked at Sun Feifei, who was almost sticking to Qin Feng's arm, and was immediately dissatisfied. She then said, "What are you doing? Don't you know that you can't bully your friend's husband? It's none of your business." Seeing that she and Qin Feng were really close, Sun Feifei blushed and quickly took a small step to the left so that they were not so close. Good job. If today's ambiguity were to get out, she could imagine Lang Ying's extremely cold eyes. But Qin Feng didn't care. The innocent are innocent, he didn't have any feelings for Sun Feifei. The three major illusions in life are included here. My phone vibrates, I can fight back, and she likes me. Qin Feng was not so narcissistic as to think that a woman he had known for less than a day liked him. Is this a joke? Although the former has already obtained a marriage certificate with him. Don't be ridiculous, that was just a coincidence. Qin Feng saw that the situation was a bit like a Shura scene, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. At this time, Lin Shuhan was obviously a little too enthusiastic. She stretched out her jade hand again, shook Qin Feng's strong hand and said, "Let me introduce myself again. I'm Lin Shuhan, the daughter of the chairman of Lin's Real Estate Technology Company, Limited. I'm single, 21 years old, and my measurements." Sun Feifei, what are you doing? Chapter 29. A woman blinded by love. You're on a blind date here? Why are you going into so much detail? Seeing that Lin Shuhan was talking more and more outrageously, Sun Feifei suddenly pounced over and covered her mouth. Seeing this, Mo Shuang quickly dodged and let these two clowns make a scene. Qin Feng also didn't care. It was not yet time for him to speak. Sun Feifei and Lin Shuhan are very well mannered. Although they may quarrel a little in such occasions, they will never go too far. This is a question of quality. Okay, stop making trouble. You've already attracted attention. Qin Feng keenly noticed that many eyes were looking at them, and quickly spoke out to stop them. And he finished. Sun Feifei and Lin Shuhan were very obedient and stopped. Sun Feifei, I didn't expect that a quiet woman like you would also fight. Her face flushed, Lin Shuhan pinched her waist, breathing softly. Who told you to keep talking nonsense, even mentioning my measurements? Muttering with great dissatisfaction, Sun Feifei tidied her messy hair and skirt, covering her belly with one hand. When they were playing just now, Lin Shuhan's elbow accidentally hit her stomach. Now I feel a little pain. If you want me to take care of it, I'm willing to do it. Lin Shuhan curled his lips and looked at Sun Feifei, with the same displeasure on his face. Stop bickering. Seeing that the two were bickering and were about to fight, Qin Feng was speechless. He quickly stepped forward and pulled Sun Feifei back. Who quarreled with her? She was obviously the one who mocked me, and I can't fight back. Sun Feifei muttered in a low voice, somewhat unconvinced. But the more she did this, the more her stomach hurt. Hiss. Sun Feifei frowned slightly, took a breath and stopped talking. It wasn't a big deal just now, but now she really feels a little pain. What's wrong with you? Seeing Sun Feifei's face twisted and one hand tightly covering her stomach, Qin Feng frowned slightly, a little worried, and asked in confusion, Did you touch your stomach just now? Sun Feifei didn't try to be brave even though they were tiny mosquitoes and flies, and just nodded obediently. Because of her physical condition, she has been very afraid of pain since she was a child. The days when I have my period every month are worse than death, and the pain is so severe that I even go to my grandma's house. When she went to see a doctor, he simply attributed the cause to her physical condition and told her to exercise more. But after so much time, there is still no effect. The pain is unbearable and the only way to relieve it is to take painkillers. Then I'll help you sit over there. With one step, Jin Feng quickly took Sun Feifei's arm, supported her up, and slowly helped her walk to the rest area next to her. And watched the two of them walk towards the rest area next to them. Lin Shuhan was also afraid that Sun Feifei had some problems and wanted to follow her. But unexpectedly, her hand was suddenly grabbed by her best friend Mo Shuang. Why are you pulling me? Don't tell me Sun Feifei is really in trouble. You know her physical condition. Lin Shuhan asked doubtfully. What a coincidence. After Sun Feifei was knocked down by someone at a party and almost taken away by an ambulance, everyone in the wealthy circle in Shanghai knew that she was weak. My dear sister, are you sure you really went to see Sun Feifei? Holding a glass of red wine, Mo Shuang smiled and hooked her arm around Lin Shuhan's neck, then put his arm on her shoulders. And he looked at her with eyes that had seen through everything. What do you mean? A blush appeared on her face, and Lin Shuhan didn't dare to look directly into Mo Shuang's eyes. You went there just to chat with brother Qin Feng, how could you hide this from me? With her eyebrows raised and an anti-smile on her face, Mo Shuang let go of Lin Shuhan and casually picked up a dessert from the table next to her and put it in her mouth. You know, and you still hold me back, fake sisterhood. Lin Shuhan puffed up his lips and muttered somewhat unhappily. When Mo Shuang saw her cute look, she immediately laughed helplessly. Oh, my little cutie is angry? Shuhan is really angry. Tell her something that will make her happy, or she will ignore you. Lin Shuhan demonstrated in detail what it means to go down the slope and climb the tree by borrowing a pole. Following what Mo Shuang said, she really pouted and looked at her with an unhappy expression. Hey, that's too much. I won't help you if you keep doing this. Mo Shuang said seriously. As soon as these words came out, Lin Shuhan immediately became timid, and quickly grabbed Mo Shuang's arm, looking at him pleadingly. I'm joking, tell me quickly, how can you help me? I really like Qin Feng. TSK, a woman blinded by love. Putting the wine glass in Lin Shuhan's hand, Mo Shuang immediately came over to analyze it for her. I mentioned it when I introduced my identity just now. Brother Qin Feng was brought here by Sun Feifei. And being able to bring him to this kind of party, I don't need to tell you how much brother Qin Feng means to Sun Feifei, right? Besides, you were confused just now. You didn't see the way Sun Feifei saw Qin Feng shaking your hand. When I see that sour and pitiful look, I just want to hug her and comfort her. Smacking her lips continuously, Mo Shuang patted her best friend Lin Shuhan's back as if to comfort her. The intention couldn't be clearer. No way, you said Sun Feifei likes Qin Feng? After listening to Mo Shuang's analysis, Lin Shuhan couldn't help feeling a little depressed. What the hell? The man you like has actually been liked by other women for a long time? Did I accidentally become the third party? And looking at the emotional foundation between the two, I, as the mistress, have no chance. But she doesn't look like it. Sun Feifei didn't have a sour look on her face. Instead, she really wanted to help protect others and looked aggrieved. Good sister, would you like to have a bite? Taking a small piece of fruit from the table, Mo Shuang smiled and put it to Lin Shuhan's mouth. No, I'm heartbroken. I'm not in the mood. Pushing Mo Shuang's jade hand away, Lin Shuhan grabbed his hair, a little dazed. Mo Shuang was speechless when she saw her best friend's hair standing up and her confused expression. Good job. She hasn't even started dating and she's already broken up. But she didn't care about that. Putting the fruit into his mouth and chewing it, Mo Shuang pulled Lin Shuhan over and whispered, as long as the hoe is used well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. You are no worse than Sun Feifei, why are you so cowardly? I don't think Sun Feifei and Qin Feng look like a couple. Maybe they haven't confirmed their relationship yet. Besides, you are the eldest daughter of Lin's real estate company. If they are together, won't you compete for her? After listening to Mo Shuang's analysis, Lin Shuhan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if hope was rekindled. One word from you is worth 10 years of reading. Lin Shuhan chuckled, poked Mo Shuang lightly with his elbow, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that you, who have never been in a relationship, can analyze things so clearly and professionally. As he spoke, a thumb appeared in front of Mo Shuang. Mo Shuang rolled her eyes speechlessly and then dismissed it, then said impatiently, well, today's gathering is also a game. How about I ask the relevant personnel to move your position together with Brother Qin Feng's position during the investment negotiation meeting later? You really are my best friend. Hearing this, Lin Shuhan looked at Mo Shuang with shining eyes. He threw himself into her arms affectionately and rubbed his head against her continuously. But Imo Shuang looked disgusted. Ah, a woman whose eyes are blinded by love, how can a man have as much fun as her stocks? She calmly took a sip of red wine and looked towards the rest area. However, because the chairs in the restaurant's lounge area were high-seat sofas, it was impossible to see what Qin Feng and Sun Feifei were doing. Chapter 30. Being handsome is also a trouble. Is he being targeted? The other side. The restaurant's lounge area. Does it still hurt? Qin Feng half knelt in front of Sun Feifei on the soft sofa. Seeing the sweat on his forehead, he knew that he had said nonsense. It must be painful. I'm sweating. It doesn't hurt that much anymore. Sun Feifei said in a low voice, forcing a smile. Got it, I'll get you some hot water. Nodding, Qin Feng got up and went to ask the waiter for some hot water. He certainly doesn't believe this. When Sun Feifei said it didn't hurt, her expression looked more painful than if her father had died. It would be strange if it didn't hurt. No. No need. Sun Feifei was about to say no, but Qin Feng had already left. She quietly looked at Qin Feng's receding back and shook her head. This kind of meticulous feeling, yet the company knows what you need just by looking at your actions and expressions. Is it boyfriend power? She was a little intoxicated. Moment. Qin Feng walked over quickly with a cup of warm water in one hand and a transparent glass bottle in the other. The water temperature is just right. I've tried it. There's hot water in this glass. Hold your stomach. As he spoke, he placed the transparent glass bottle on Sun Feifei's legs and handed her the warm water with one hand. Nodding softly, Sun Feifei took the cup hesitantly, took a few sips, and then handed it to Qin Feng. Tried it. I just drank it in advance. So did she kiss Qin Feng indirectly? A few blushes appeared on her face. Sun Feifei held the not very hot glass bottle in both hands, thinking wildly. What's going on? Why does her heart feel warm? Qin Feng, are you so warm to everyone? Blinking her eyes, Sun Feifei looked up at the handsome man in front of her. Everyone? No. Qin Feng waved his hand with a smile, and then said seriously, I am only warm to people who are important to me. Hearing this, Sun Feifei was stunned. Are you only warm to people who feel important? Am I important to him? Sun Feifei started to have wild thoughts again. The water is a little cold. I'll get some warm water. After accompanying Sun Feifei to rest for a while, Qin Feng felt that the warm water in his hands had almost cooled down, so he stood up and was about to leave. It's okay, my stomach doesn't hurt that much anymore. Seeing Qin Feng was about to leave, Sun Feifei hurriedly grabbed his hand and spoke quickly. It doesn't hurt anymore? Qin Feng turned around and stared at Sun Feifei's face. Seeing that her expression had indeed eased a lot, he nodded and sat down again. And saw Qin Feng sitting down. For some reason, Sun Feifei felt much more comfortable. It seemed that her stomach didn't hurt as much when Qin Feng was around. And so, the two sat for a while. During this time, Sun Feifei took the cup from Qin Feng's hand and drank up the warm water in it. At this time, the piano music at the party had stopped. Sun Feifei looked down at the time and found that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Business people's gatherings are never just gatherings. What's more, this is a special gathering invited by the Magic City Financial Association to attend by people in the circle. She knew exactly the purpose of this party. In fact, it is about making friends, recognizing friends, and then holding an investment negotiation meeting. Participate if there is benefit, leave if there is no benefit. However, such business meetings are generally very popular. But it has nothing to do with her anymore. She brought Qin Feng to this party just to see some fresh air and get acquainted with the bigwigs in the financial circle. Qin Feng, let's go back. Feeling that she was in good shape, Sun Feifei stood up and made a suggestion to Qin Feng. Good. Qin Feng nodded very briefly. They had indeed been sitting for a long time. The two walked out of the lounge area and came to the party hall, only to find that the investment negotiation meeting had already begun. Investment discussion meeting. They are entrepreneurs recommended by some new small and medium-sized enterprises in the financial circle or other business associations. Bring along a prepared business plan and investment proposal. Let's give a detailed explanation. It's like a public tender. If any of the big guys here are interested, you can choose to invest. Of course, we will exchange business cards after the meeting and then discuss other matters in detail. This approach is very friendly to entrepreneurs and business development. To attract investment. And because this party was not very formal, its main purpose was to make the bigwigs in the financial circle feel comfortable, so it was very casual. Even when the negotiation meeting started, the president of the association had already started speaking with the microphone, and there were still people hanging around below. Among them are Qin Feng and Sun Feifei. That's not right, Qin Feng, why are you here? In the middle, Sun Feifei was scratching her hair, a little confused. The seats for the party were arranged by the association. In order to make the boss comfortable, people of high status are basically in the front row. Qin Feng's invitation was originally from Sun Feifei's father. Her father was one of the most powerful people in the financial circle and should have been in the front row. But why, now in the middle? Forget it, let's just stay here. The middle is not bad either. Qin Feng didn't care about this. He came just to watch the show. All right. Sun Feifei nodded, and after settling Qin Feng down, she walked forward to find her seat. Only. What a coincidence. As soon as Sun Feifei left and Qin Feng sat down, he smelled a fragrance. Looking to the left, he saw Lin Shuhan, wearing a pink miniskirt, sitting next to him very generously. Qin Feng, what a coincidence, we are sitting together. Yeah, what a coincidence. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Feng smiled helplessly. He was a little confused at first. By letting the bigwigs in the financial circle sit in the middle and back seats, isn't this financial association afraid of offending people? But when I saw Lin Shuhan and Qin Feng, I understood. Good job. This must be the position she asked someone to move to. Lin Shuhan is the daughter of the chairman of Lin South Real Estate Technology Colorado, Limited, and her status is similar to that of Sun Feifei. Sun Feifei is now sitting in the third row in the front, and she should at least be sitting in the fourth row. Although this is in the middle, it is a bit far back. This was clearly not the place she was supposed to be. Being handsome is also a kind of trouble. Qin Feng said this silently in his heart, looked at Lin Shuhan, and then shook his head. This woman should have some feelings for me. I looked at it quietly. She has a nice figure, looks okay, and she's not that annoying. Anyway, it's nice to make friends with this person. Maybe it will be useful in the future? Just as Qin Feng was thinking, Li Yunqie actually sat down next to him. Any comments? Seeing Qin Feng's strange look, Li Yunqie frowned and asked. Chapter 31 Forced Marriage, Bickering with Li Yunqie. No, it's just very strange. Given Brother Li's worth, how could he end up in such a bad position? Showing a standard smile, Qin Feng asked calmly. Oh, I'm not that qualified. Li Yunqie didn't really care about this embarrassing question and answered it very easily. His net worth was enough to get him a seat in the front rows. But the financial circle does require certain qualifications. Although he is the most promising and capable young talent of the younger generation, he is too young and lacks experience, so it is acceptable for him to sit in this position. Brother Li is generous. Seeing Li Yun's nonchalant attitude, Qin Feng was a little surprised. He nodded slightly and answered immediately. This guy is very arrogant, but he doesn't care about such very reasonable things. Not a bad person, but who made you fall in love with Lang Ying? Shaking his head, Qin Feng thought helplessly in his heart. At this time, on the table that was hastily prepared in front, a college student who was starting a business was already presenting a detailed introduction to his prepared business plan. Qin Feng listened to a few words at first, but then he started playing with his phone and didn't intend to pay attention. He had a ton of financial knowledge in his head, and he was an excellent market analyst before he got the system. It sounds like what the college student said above is a project that has no development prospects and whose profits cannot be recovered in the short term. Other people may be interested in this kind of project and try to invest in it. But Qin Feng would never vote. With this time, he might as well play the stock market. However, Li Yunqie was very disdainful of this behavior. He glanced at Qin Feng and then said slowly, "It is basic etiquette to listen silently when others are talking. You play the piano very well, but your etiquette is very poor." Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately smiled, tilted his head towards Li Yunqie and replied, "Oh, could it be that Brother Li also likes to listen to people talking nonsense?" After saying this, he still held his phone in his hand and looked at the stock market, not paying much attention to what Li Yunqie said. Why is it just nonsense? I think that project is pretty good. After hearing the conversation between the two, Lin Shohan, who had been looking for an opportunity to chat with Qin Feng, finally couldn't help it, so he leaned over and asked with great interest. The project is good, but the cycle is too long and the profit is too low. I don't like this way of investment. Shaking his head, Qin Feng moved closer to Lin Shohan and explained. Compared to Li Yunche, he would prefer talking to Lin Shohan. I don't like this way of investing either. I thought it was pretty good just now. Resting his chin on his right hand, Lin Shohan squinted his eyes and started thinking with his little head, referring to Qin Feng's statement. She definitely didn't do this to agree with Qin Feng. But I really think that the project has some problems and it is not worth over-investing in it. Then sir, what kind of project do you think is good? Li Yunche was very annoyed and asked unhappily. The reason why he listened to this project carefully was actually because he wanted to invest in it. But after Qin Feng said this, he also felt that this project still needs to be observed. If you are not careful, you will lose money. And for some reason, Qin Feng made him very uncomfortable. He always feels like he's being targeted. I feel that in recent months, no project has been better than purchasing the land on Xixin Road. Qin Feng said subconsciously without raising his head, his eyes fixed on the stock market on his mobile phone. Xixin Road? Ha ha ha. When Li Yunche heard these three words, he actually laughed out loud. He looked at Qin Feng, decisively stretched out his hand and asked, I have talked to you for a long time, but I still don't know your name. Qin Feng. Ignoring the laughter, Qin Feng looked away from the phone interface, grabbed Li Yunche's hand and said his name lightly. It turns out to be President Qin. Your vision is decades ahead of the big guys in Magic City. Shaking his head, Li Yunche said while trying to hold back a laugh. He originally thought that Lang Ying was the only one in the entire Magic City who would buy that piece of rotten land. Didn't expect there would be a second Twitch who would have the same idea as her? It's so ridiculous. At this time, Lin Shohan did not refute Li Yunche's words. Of course she had heard about Lang Ying buying Xixin Road. Like other big shots in Shanghai, she also thought that the land was garbage. After being ahead of the big guys in Magic City for decades, there are still 2 or 3 days. Looking at Li Yunche, Qin Feng replied calmly. Is there any other project that can rake in at least 300 million in 2 days? Absolutely not. Others laughed at him for being too crazy, he laughed at others for not seeing through him. By tomorrow, those who were watching the joke won't be able to laugh anymore. A while later, several university entrepreneurs came up on the stage one after another, and then left after their presentation. During this period, Li Yunche behaved much more honestly and stopped talking nonsense. After watching the stock market, Qin Feng felt bored and chatted with Lin Shohan. Only. While he was replying to a WeChat message on the way, the woman beside him disappeared. When Qin Feng looked towards the stage, he found that Lin Shohan, wearing a pink miniskirt, was already standing on the stage in front, and the screen behind her had turned into a dilapidated, unfinished building. She took the microphone, smiled and began to explain in great detail. What you are seeing now is the unfinished Hangqiao Zhongshan project that Lin's real estate technology took over a few years ago. Due to project downtime and some force majeure factors, these half-developed projects have been shelved until now. That's all for now. Lin Shohan bit his lip, took a deep breath, and continued to speak to the crowd. Now our Lin's real estate technology company wants to sell this property. Does anyone have this intention? After asking, there was silence. And a few seconds later, there was a lot of discussion below, but it was mostly laughter, and none of the bigwigs from various parties sitting there expressed any interest in this project. Only Qin Feng frowned and thought. The location of that unfinished building seems a little familiar. And on the stage, when Lin Shohan heard the occasional laughter from below, he thought of Lang Ying. With an embarrassed expression on her face, she seemed to have made up her mind, pointed the laser pen at the unfinished building area on the screen, and continued explaining. In fact, this piece of land still has a lot of room for development, but Lin's real estate technology does not have enough energy to manage it now. We now have a new development direction, so we want to sell this piece of land. I also know what you think. The price we took over this land was 150 million. If you are interested, we can sell it for 100 million. Although the investment time will be longer, the profit will definitely double if the development is successful. After she said all this, the occasional laughter from below stopped. But it's embarrassing. As the laughter died away, so did the talking. The whole place suddenly became quiet. This is very weird. In the past, after the college students explained their projects, at least some wealthy people would discuss them, but now they are completely silent. Seeing this scene, Lin Shuhan's face turned pale and she was at a loss. She promised her father, if she could sell this unfinished building, she wouldn't have to go on blind dates. Otherwise, her father would definitely force her to marry the sons of other companies. Lin Shuhan felt scared at the thought of marrying someone she didn't like. But this situation. Danger. That's a nice word to say, but the location is exactly the same as Qixing Road. In the audience, Li Yunche listened quietly to Lin Shuhan's explanation and came to this conclusion. Brother Li, why do you say that? At this time, Qin Feng turned his head and asked with great interest. Li Yunche glanced at Qin Feng and then smiled disdainfully. If a company as big as Lin's real estate can't get this piece of land, how can other companies do it? Chapter 32, I invested in this project? What do you mean? Qin Feng frowned in thought, wanting to hear Li Yunche's analysis. Although it is very profitable to develop a property, it requires a lot of complicated procedures and sufficient funds to develop it. Li Yunche was also very generous and began to explain to Qin Feng, Lin's is a real estate tycoon, and it's not like they don't have money, but they've had this piece of land for at least 2 years, and there's no news of development yet. Crossing his legs, Li Yunche thought quickly and continued, besides, if this project is really that good, there's no need to bring it out at the party. Others won't be able to grab it in time. Oh, so that's how it is. Qin Feng listened to Li Yunche's explanation silently, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket to look up the location of the unfinished building. And just as he was checking, Li Yunche beside him suddenly raised his eyebrows and smiled, but if I buy this unfinished building and give Lin's daughter a gift, it would be a very cost-effective deal. Why? Is Mr. Qin interested? He saw Qin Feng searching on his phone, and suddenly became interested, so he came over and asked. Somewhat. After looking at the page on his phone, Qin Feng also raised his eyebrows and answered. It suddenly occurred to him. The business map of Shanghai that the system provided previously included information about the Hongqiao Zhongshan community area. There will be a major development in this area in 2.5 weeks. The specific development matter is to build a key high school in this area. At that time, he didn't know that there would be an unfinished building at this location, so the commercial map provided by the system was only a plan, without any other hints, so he had to rely entirely on his own vision. He only saw the land on Qixing Road at that time. But now look at it this way. The business of hoarding unfinished buildings is a sure win. Good fellow. Qin Feng licked his lips and looked up at Lin Shuhan on the stage. At this time, because Lin Shuhan was the last person to come out to solicit investment, the bigwigs from all sides below had already taken out their mobile phones to play and prepare for the next round. Joke. 100 million yuan was invested in an unfinished building with no hope. No one will vote. What's more, the real estate industry is extremely competitive now. If it fails, the 100 million will be wasted. Rich people are definitely not stupid, they are already smart. This kind of project is an insult to one's intelligence. Moreover, at this time, the big guys in the front row of Shanghai seem to be about to leave. This project definitely cannot be invested in. Is there nothing else you can do? On stage, Lin Shuhan smiled bitterly when he saw the reaction below. There is really no other way. Just as she was about to unplug the USB drive and download it, a very attractive and youthful voice suddenly appeared. I've invested in this project. In the audience. With a jerk, Qin Feng suddenly stood up in front of Li Yunche's confused gaze and spoke loudly. And at this time, almost everyone was attracted by this voice. At the same time, the bigwigs from all sides in the magic city below all looked towards Qin Feng's position. 1 second. The originally silent gathering place suddenly became lively. The whole place was filled with voices. The wealthy people were all talking at once, and the whole place was buzzing. Isn't this the young man who was playing the piano just now? I don't understand. Is there something mysterious going on in this unfinished building? I don't know. Young man, you have played around with finance, right? Real estate and finance are different. Don't they count development funds and procedures? I really don't understand this time. Are the young people this year so good? Do they dare to invest in this? I think, how come it looks like Thomas? Could it be that this young man likes the daughter of the Lin family and is willing to spend 100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile? Everyone's eyes were on Qin Feng. Next to him, Li Yunche looked confused. He just saw Qin Feng looking up the unfinished building and just wanted to know where it was. When I heard him say he was a little interested, I just took it as a joke. My goodness, the guy had just analyzed to him that this unfinished building could not be sold, and he immediately got up and invested. There's no need to go against him like this. Hey, Mr. Qin, are you crazy? Suddenly, Li Yunche froze as if he had thought of something, and asked quickly, no way, you don't really like the daughter of the Lin family, and you think buying a house for your wife is a good idea, do you? Damn it, I was just kidding, sit down now. Although Li Yunche is proud of his achievements, he has good family education and rarely swears. However, he had never seen such a scene before, and he couldn't help but swear. He spent 100 million to buy an unfinished building just to make a beautiful woman smile. This is a move. It is similar to King Yu of Zhou, who set off beacons to trick the princes in order to win the smile of a beautiful woman. Front row. The bigwigs from all parties who were sitting there looked at Qin Feng in confusion. They didn't know what Qin Feng was going to do. This project is obviously not feasible. The fact that they didn't say anything at the time said it all. Among them, Sun Feifei narrowed her eyes and focused, and was stunned when she saw that it was Qin Feng who stood up. She hurried towards the back row. Ms. Lin, if I give you 100 million yuan now, can you give me the unfinished building? It was as if the people around him weren't surprised enough. Qin Feng asked loudly again. And at this time, on stage, Lin Shuhan, who was originally distraught and somewhat afraid of future blind dates, just stood there, forced to freeze. She looked at Qin Feng with her eyes blinking. I find things a little unbelievable. She didn't think that anyone would buy this unfinished building. After all, this piece of land was really, as others said, with a long development cycle, and it would be a waste of money if you were not careful. She was just giving it a try, otherwise she would be dragged out on a blind date. Might as well give it a try. But now, the whole place was silent, as everyone felt that she was treating others like fools. Qin Feng stood up. Dark Horse, Prince. With her mouth slightly opened, Lin Shuhan spoke softly. In her eyes, Qin Feng now really looks like the Dark Horse Prince who saved her. That handsome and unrestrained face, calm temperament, and standard figure. It's amazing. She looked at Qin Feng, speechless for a moment. Chapter 33. Sun Feifei, draw a curse on you. Hey, is Yunche sitting next to that young man? What did he say just now? It seems to be about buying a house for my wife. Although these two sentences were spoken in a low voice, they were heard in the conference hall the moment they were spoken. Boss is also human. They also like to listen to this kind of gossip, but they usually don't have much time. When the people in the meeting heard this explanation, most of them understood. Fuck, this young man. He spent 100 million to pick up girls. He's really talented. What a love-crazy guy, spending 100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile. Haha, this young man has the demeanor of me back then. 100 million is nothing. I would be willing to spend 200 million to marry the daughter of the Lin family. It's a pity that I already have a family. The lover in the financial world, what's the name of that young man? I've never seen him before. He must be a new young talent, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a big move. Investment discussion meeting. The discussions that followed were even louder than before. The gossip hearts of the bosses are burning, even more so than in Boruto. For a moment, all kinds of noises were heard throughout the entire gathering place. Their eyes also moved back and forth between Qin Feng and Lin Shuhan. Qin Feng is handsome and calm, while Lin Shuhan is beautiful and attractive. Most people think that if these two people were to be together, they would be a perfect match. And at this time, Lin Shuhan, standing at the projector position on the stage, looked at the chaotic scene below and listened to the sounds that came into his ears from time to time. He was easily led down. She had always liked Qin Feng. After hearing what the people below said, she became even more convinced. Looking at Qin Feng's determined eyes, there was a faint smile on his face. She was sinking. A blush quietly crept up her pretty face, and Lin Shuhan finally walked down from the stage and walked towards Qin Feng's seat. Excited, shy, happy? These feelings don't matter anymore. She only wants Qin Feng now. I dare not say anything else, but Qin Feng is definitely the Dark Horse Prince sent by God to save her. That look, that temperament. Who can stand this? At this time, Qin Feng saw Lin Shuhan was about to come down and wanted to pick her up. But suddenly, Sun Feifei pushed through the crowd and walked to his side, grabbed him, and then said while panting, "What's wrong with your brain? That piece of land is just a big piece of rotten land. Do you have a serious illness?" Sun Feifei looked at Qin Feng with a look of disappointment on her face. Her cheeks were red and all the words she had said were blurted out. There was anger in his eyes, but more of it was disappointment. When she came here, she took the shortest route, which required her to pass by many people. Of course she heard the 100 million they talked about. Of course she doesn't care about what some people say. But since everyone said so, she got excited and was easily led along. "Qin Feng, I stayed up late to tutor you on financial knowledge. You have such a good vision. Do you really want to marry into the Lin family? Do you still have Lang Ying in your heart?" Sun Feifei narrowed her eyes and trembled with anger. And in an instant, she thought of it again. What right did she have to be angry? Qin Feng is just her friend's husband. Even if the 100 million is lost, it will not affect her. What's wrong with me? A little helpless. Sun Feifei quickly pushed Qin Feng away and walked quickly towards the restaurant entrance. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid she would lose control. Oh my God. Why are you so excited? What about marrying into the family? When did I ever say that? Qin Feng looked back and saw Sun Feifei angrily rushing out of the restaurant, with a confused look on his face. But he recovered instantly. Looking at the noisy party scene, Qin Feng reached out and slapped his forehead. His size 13 is a bit big. Being misunderstood. Sun Feifei, wait for me. Not intending to care about the party, Qin Feng picked up the clothes on the chair and hurriedly chased after Sun Feifei. Although I don't know what she meant. But Qin Feng almost felt that this girl seemed to be jealous. Could it be that my wife's best friend has a crush on me? Just kidding. Moment. When Sun Feifei was about to enter the elevator, Qin Feng grabbed her hand and pulled her out. Why are you so excited? It's not what you think. Everything I did was for profit, definitely not for Lin Shohan. Don't tell lying nonsense. Trying his best to regulate his breathing, Qin Feng spoke very quickly. Don't get excited, calm down. Qin Feng swirled his right hand back and forth in front of his chest to comfort Sun Feifei, then explained, the unfinished building does have investment value. I have some inside information. Wait for me to sign the land purchase contract with Lin Shohan first, and then I will explain it to you in detail. You must be seriously ill. Don't touch me. I will scream if you touch me again. Sun Feifei didn't want to pay any attention to Qin Feng at all. She kept shaking her arms, trying to break free and leave. But Qin Feng's body had been transformed by the system, and his grip strength was incredibly strong, so Sun Feifei's slender arms couldn't break free at all. Let me go, I'm calling security. Sun Feifei stared at Qin Feng, her face flushed and a little angry. Did they? At this time, Qin Feng keenly heard footsteps not far away. Are there really security guards coming? Qin Feng muttered to himself and let go of Sun Feifei's hand. But the funny thing is, after he let go, Sun Feifei did not leave. Instead, she pouts and stares at Qin Feng with a resentful look on her face. Aren't you going to leave? Please. Feeling a little funny, Qin Feng leaned against the elevator button and looked at her with a smile. There are also advantages to having a high floor. There are only 2 elevators in this building that go to the top floor. But now the elevator next to it is under maintenance and the operating elevator has just gone down. Sun Feifei couldn't leave at all. And Qin Feng had just realized that this girl didn't really want to go down. She just wanted to vent her anger on herself. None of your business. Rubbing her red wrist, Sun Feifei looked at Qin Feng and said proudly, I don't want to leave again. Whatever. Holding back a smile, Qin Feng was also waiting for the elevator. Son of a bitch. Seeing Qin Feng's fearless look, Sun Feifei looked at him quietly and muttered to herself. Within 3 seconds, this little girl had cursed Qin Feng more than 30 times. It shows how much she hates him. Da. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Qin Feng, you are here indeed. On the left side of the corridor, Lin Shohan, who was wearing a pink miniskirt, looked around. Seeing Qin Feng at the elevator entrance, she was slightly delighted and hurried up. When Qin Feng saw Lin Shohan coming over, he also showed joy. He thought Lin Shohan would not catch up with him, and he planned to find her to sign the contract tomorrow. Every extra day you spend signing a contract adds to the risk. Although the plan to build a key high school in Hangzhou Zhongshan district was not announced until more than 10 days later, various procedures were still required after the signing of the land purchase contract before the property could be truly in hand. This takes time, and Qin Feng doesn't want it to be too slow. Only. Sun Feifei became unhappy when she saw Qin Feng smiling. She began to mutter again, cursing Qin Feng more than 40 times. Ms. Lin, did you bring the land purchase contract for Hangzhou Zhongshan community? I think I can sign the contract with you now. Without paying attention to Sun Feifei, Qin Feng asked Lin Shuhan directly. What? Hearing this, Lin Shuhan was stunned, and then became shy. She said shyly, Qin Feng, you don't have to do this for me. It's not necessary. What's unnecessary? Qin Feng was a little helpless, he just wanted to sign the contract quickly. What she didn't expect was that Lin Shuhan curled her lips and directly refused. I don't want it. Chapter 34. Have you thought of a name for your child? Why? Qin Feng was confused. I know you have feelings for me, but it's really difficult to develop that unfinished building. I don't want your 100 million yuan to go to waste. Lin Shuhan looked at Qin Feng and answered very firmly. Even if the land cannot be sold, her father will take her to a blind date. But she still couldn't bear to let Qin Feng be the scapegoat. It was enough for her to know his intentions. Just hearing this, Qin Feng was so shocked that he couldn't breathe. Damn! Why is it so difficult to make money? Of course he heard what the wealthy people at the party were speculating about. $100 million for a beautiful woman's smile. Are you kidding? He is smarter than a monkey, how could he do such a thing? But unfortunately, he couldn't tell the specific reason now. Qin Feng lowered his head and looked at Lin Shuhan's shy face. He immediately realized that this stupid girl had misunderstood. Forget it, let it be a misunderstanding. I won't suffer any loss anyway. Qin Feng muttered to himself, frowned and thought for a while, then explained to Lin Shuhan very seriously, Ms. Lin, I want to buy this unfinished building. You don't have to worry about whether it makes money or not. If you bring the land purchase contract, let's sign it quickly. But I need 3 days to deposit the funds into your account, is that okay? I brought the land purchase contract, but... Lin Shuhan half bit her rosy lips with her little canine teeth, raised her head and looked at Qin Feng, looking very embarrassed. That look of someone working seriously. That face. It's amazing. Well, 100 million is not a small amount, but it is not a large amount either. I need time to transfer the funds, but it will definitely arrive in the account within 3 days. Miss Lin, don't worry. Seeing Lin Shuhan's hesitation and embarrassment, Qin Feng thought she was troubled by financial issues. After all, he signed the contract without even putting up the money, which does seem like he was trying to get something for nothing, so it's normal to feel embarrassed. No, there is no problem if the funds are credited to the account within 3 days. Lin Shuhan waved her hands quickly and explained, it's just that the land purchase contract is not in my hand. It's in my assistant's bag. We have to go to her to get it first. Unable to persuade Qin Feng, Lin Shuhan decided to accept his love first and then decide on other things. Although this will definitely cause the other party to lose 100 million. But at worst, she and Qin Feng can work hard together. Although she is not strong, fortunately she also runs a women's shoe company. If Qin Feng didn't mind, she could just let Qin Feng take over her company. No problem. Bite. The elevator went up again. Qin Feng looked at Sun Feifei, took out the key of the Lamborghini Aventador from his pocket, threw it to her and said, wait for me in the car first. I will go down after I sign the contract. The car key drew a graceful arc in the air. Sun Feifei quickly grabbed it. Son of a bitch. Muttering something, she hesitated for a moment, then walked into the elevator and went down. Watching the elevator go down, Qin Feng looked at Lin Shuhan and smiled. Okay, now let's go sign the contract. Yeah, okay. Lin Shu blushed shyly, sent a message to her assistant, and then took Qin Feng back to the party venue. Moment. In the lounge area on the left side of the restaurant. Qin Feng took a large stack of A4 papers and looked at them carefully, intending to finalize the contract after reading it. I have to say, he is really foresight. About contract terms. Qin Feng is professional. 2 nights ago, he spent 3 hours cramming and transformed himself from a legal illiterate into a professional lawyer. Although it is a bit difficult to fight a lawsuit, after all, I have no experience at all. But it is more than enough to look at the contract terms. It's very well prepared. Xin Feng narrowed his eyes and turned the page. This was the last page of regulations. Always be prepared. On the other side, Lin Shohan's female assistant replied with a smile. The contract prepared by Lin was very standardized and detailed, including part.I's signature, the company's seal, authorization instructions, etc. All these troublesome procedures were completed in advance. After eliminating the hidden traps and ambiguous regulations in contracts, Xin Feng asked for a pen and signed his name in the lower right corner of the last page of the authorization form. It's a pleasure to work with you. Xin Feng smiled as he handed the thick contract back to Lin Shohan's assistant. It's a pleasure to work with you. The female assistant gave the same answer and handed a copy of the contract to Xin Feng. Thus, the contract comes into effect. And at this time, Lin Shohan looked at Xin Feng blankly, wiped his saliva, and asked, "Is this all you have read? You won't read it again? What if there are loopholes in the contract?" Ah. Hearing Lin Shohan's words, Xin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He patted Lin Shohan on the head with the copy of the contract, and then said, "Why do I find that Miss Lin is a bit naive? What were you thinking about just now? How can part.A ask part.B to check the contract carefully?" As he spoke, Xin Feng looked at Lin Shohan. He suddenly discovered. This Lin Shohan had a dazed look, similar to Lang Ying before. What's going on? Do all senior executives stay like this? How to manage the company? I'm not stupid. I run a company. I'm very smart. Lin Shohan said this unconvincingly, but his eyes were a little evasive. She was looking at Xin Feng just now, wondering what their child would be named, whether it would be a boy or a girl, etc. Xin Feng stood up so suddenly that she didn't react. Just said that kind of words. Ouch. Lin Shohan felt her face getting hot. When Xin Feng saw Lin Shohan like this, he shook his head slightly, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket and gestured, "Give me the company account Weixin, we will contact Weixin in the future." Oh. Lin Shohan nodded, and then asked, "Do you need me to send the property ownership certificate and land purchase transaction records to your company?" Moment. Xin Feng stopped walking out. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, "Send it to Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. Ms. Lin, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he walked out of the restaurant. "I spent 100 million today, and in a dozen days, this 100 million will double. Don't be in a hurry. Tomorrow is also a bombshell. Xixin Road, it's time to rise." Thinking this inwardly, he had already walked out of the restaurant. Chapter 35 Sun Feifei, the two-faced person, why don't you use the 100 million first? In the rest area. Blinking his eyes continuously, Lin Shohan stared at Xin Feng's receding back, feeling a little reluctant. When she thought about what Xin Feng had done for her today, she couldn't help but get excited. Xin Feng. Xin Feng. Lin Shohan muttered, his chin resting on the soft sofa. Next to her, her female assistant had already sorted out the land purchase contract. She looked at her eldest daughter's distraught expression, then raised her head at Xin Feng's departing back and smiled helplessly. "It seems that I have to report today's events to the chairman. Miss, we have to leave too." "All right." Just as she stood up, she found her best friend Mo Shuang coming over. After leaving the restaurant, Xin Feng walked towards the elevator. Soon, he walked out of the gilded building and headed towards the parking lot. And at this time, there are no security guards stationed in the parking lot. And because the big shot of the party had already left, his silver-white Lamborghini Aventador was now parked in the large space on the right side of the parking lot. Found it. Xin Feng sought his car easily and walked over. But just as he approached, he saw Sun Feifei sitting in the passenger seat, grabbing the car headrest with both hands and pounding it, and she seemed to be mumbling something. Judging from the shape of his mouth, he seems to be cursing a bastard. It seems that he is still angry. Xin Feng held his forehead and said with a wry smile. He walked around from the rear of the car to the driver's seat, opened the door, and sat down. At this moment, Sun Feifei suddenly shut up. She just turned her little face away and didn't look at Xin Feng. The land purchase contract has been finalized, and the other formalities will probably be completed the day after tomorrow. Putting the land purchase contract in his hand on the side of the car, Xin Feng spoke to himself in a calm tone. Tisk, it's just a bunch of garbage. Muttering disdainfully, Sun Feifei grabbed the land purchase contract, sorted it out, and placed it obediently in front of the passenger seat. But after finishing, she still crossed her arms and ignored Qin Feng. In response to this, Qin Feng just smiled. The girl said she hated him, but her body was extremely honest. She knew that the contract was very important to him and she didn't dare to throw it away. It's quite cute. Qin Feng tried to hold back his laughter. Immediately, he turned to look at the angry Sun Feifei, and then explained to her seriously. My vision is definitely better than that of the big guys in the Magic City in half a month. After half a month, you will see the true value of that unfinished building. TSK, there is no value in hoarding an unfinished building no matter how long it is stored. Sun Feifei secretly watched Qin Feng from the corner of her eye. She felt moved by his confident and detached look. But even though she thought so in her heart, she still expressed disdain. Sundara. If you don't believe it, forget it. Raising his eyebrows, Qin Feng answered indifferently. As long as she doesn't say nonsense to her wife, he doesn't care about anything else. After finding the key, Qin Feng started the car and drove towards his neighborhood. Only. He had just merged into the traffic flow when Sun Feifei spoke. Qin Feng, you bastard, you don't even have 100 million now, how are you going to pay Lin? She asked softly, looking at the rearview mirror on the right. Ah. Hearing Sun Feifei's mumbling, Qin Feng scratched his ears, almost thinking that he had misheard, and asked tentatively, how do you know I have no money? Her face wasn't looking towards him, and Qin Feng thought that this girl was talking to the air. TSK, Langing told me that you used your only 50 million to buy land for her. Only after he said this did Sun Feifei turn around and look at him. She looked puzzled and asked, with your eyesight, you can definitely tell that the land on Xixin Road is bad land. Why did you invest in it? Instead of dragging Langing along? Black question mark. Qin Feng drove the car into a lane with slower traffic, and then asked, didn't Langing tell you that I asked her to buy Xixin Road? The 50 million is just my follow-up investment. What? After hearing this, it was Sun Feifei's turn to be puzzled. She originally thought that purchasing the land on Xixin Road was Lang Ying's own decision, and Qin Feng just believed in her and respected her decision, so he invested 50 million. But good fellow. It turns out that Qin Feng asked Lang Ying to buy Xixin Road. She said Lang Ying would never be so stupid as to buy a piece of crappy land. No wonder she was so hesitant when I asked her about the land yesterday. So it was you? Looking at Qin Feng, Sun Feifei was speechless. She gritted her teeth and asked, are you seriously ill? I have my own decisions. Langing, trust me. I won't be wrong. Ignoring Sun Feifei, Qin Feng drove the car slowly with both hands. When Sun Feifei saw Qin Feng's indifferent look, she was so angry that she lost her temper. She turned her head and looked out the window, angrily. Only. After a while, she suddenly turned to look at Qin Feng and said coldly, go to Tiandi Bank. What are you going to do at Tiandi Bank? Qin Feng looked at Sun Feifei strangely, not knowing what she wanted to do. What are you talking about? Do you have 100 million funds to pay Lin? I didn't bring a card with such a large amount of money when I came out. I'll go to the bank and transfer the money to you. You pay it to Lin's. Sun Feifei said unhappily. She knew very well that Lang Ying did not have much funds to mobilize at this time. Because her company had just gone public, taking out 200 million yuan to buy land was already a trade-off, and she definitely couldn't come up with an extra 100 million yuan. No way. Now only Sun Feifei can save people. 100 million, let Qin Feng use it first. Let me make it clear first. I am helping Lang Ying, not you. Xixin Road is also a bad place. You won't be able to make back your investment. Sun Feifei lowered her head and sent a message to the bank. Without even looking up, she spoke to Qin Feng. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, I laugh at them for not seeing through me. Looking at the girl next to him, Qin Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart. She said this as if she was trying to cover up the truth. But unfortunately, he doesn't need this kind of help now. Because tomorrow, countless people in real estate, entertainment, the internet and other fields who are interested in developing industries on Xixin Road will contact Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. Until then, Sun Feifei's 100 million is just a drop in the ocean. He doesn't lack. Still can't you see through it? I think you have a serious illness. Pouting, Sun Feifei raised her fist and punched Qin Feng hard on the shoulder. What are you doing? Be careful or I'll sue you for personal assault. Rubbing his shoulder, Qin Feng pretended to be in pain and said, don't talk to me, Che. Sun Feifei turned her head again and didn't look at Qin Feng. Just keep quiet. Qin Feng answered indifferently, with a bit of a rogue air. However, he turned around and headed for the Magic City Tiandi Bank. At this moment, that statement is really a bit crazy. After all, the planning provisions of the Magic City government have not yet come down. No one could have imagined that the land on Qixin Road needed to be planned. Sun Feifei, the 100 million yuan will be regarded as your investment in Qixin Road. When I make money, I will give you triple leverage, okay? You actually want to cheat me out of my money? No way. This 100 million is just a loan to you. You have to pay it back in the future. It's all the same, just consider it as an investment. Fuck, you bastard, you even cheated your wife's best friend out of her money? Chapter 36, The Fallen Lin Shohan, The Ruthless Father Lin Tian? Now. The location of the rest area in the Gilded Building. Lin Shohan was holding his cell phone, absent-mindedly checking the WeChat messages from time to time. Opposite her, her best friend Mo Shuang was looking at her with ill intentions. TSK, look at our Lin family's daughter, why is she so distracted? Holding up the red wine from the table, Mo Shuang looked at Lin Shohan with a smile and began to smile like an ant. She knew Lin Shohan's current situation very well. Isn't this the state of waiting for news from your loved one? What do you mean by absent-minded? How could I? Lin Shohan held the phone in his hand. Although he was talking to Mo Shuang, his mind was completely on the phone. She really wanted to show off her prestige to Qin Feng. But then I thought, wouldn't this be too reserved? What should I do? Feeling very depressed, Lin Shohan grabbed another glass of red wine on the table, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Then came this moment of confusion. She decisively took out her phone and sent a message to Qin Feng, "Are you there?" It's very much like a young man's first greeting to his secret crush. After sending the message, she immediately put her phone into her bag without looking at it. This action made Mo Shuang on the opposite side at a loss as to what to do. Were you chatting with brother Qin Feng just now? No. A blush appeared on her pretty face and Lin Shohan shook her head to deny it. However, this poor acting skill naturally could not escape Mo Shuang's eyes. But her focus now is not prestige. She stood up calmly, took the wine glass from Lin Shohan's hand, and then pressed her graceful body against Lin Shohan. Tell me the truth, when did you hook up with brother Qin Feng? I didn't even know. As she spoke, she gently tapped Lin Shohan's brow with her finger and smiled playfully. I don't have any. Lin Shohan looked at Mo Shuang, who was so close to her, and her face turned red for a moment, and she felt a little shy. You're still saying no? They've spent 100 million to buy you, what else do you want? Mo Shuang held Lin Shuwan tightly, preventing her from twisting her body, with a sly smile on his face. I don't know either. Qin Feng and I didn't know each other before. It was. Qin Feng suddenly said. Lin Shohan blushed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Yo, you're still calling Qin Feng directly? You should call him hubby, right? Or baby. Seeing Lin Shohan's face as red as a Fuji apple, Mo Shuang immediately teased, looking at your horny look, I guess you can't wait to enter the bridal chamber with brother Qin Feng right now, right? And as soon as these words came out, Lin Shohan then cried out helplessly. It's so embarrassing. You Mo Shuang. She quickly reached out and touched Mo Shuang's ribs. The sensitive area for most people is under the armpit, but Mo Shuang is a little special. Hers is in the middle of the right ribs. I can't stand being touched by others. When she was suddenly attacked by Lin Shohan, she couldn't help but scream and quickly stood up. Stop it, let's talk it out. With her hands crossed over her chest, Mo Shuang's pretty face turned red and she looked timid. Hey, let you tease me. Lin Shohan had the advantage, so how could she let Mo Shuang go? She pounced on her and kept tickling her sensitive parts. Mo Shuang was caught in a weak spot and was no match for Lin Shohan, so he could only raise his hands to show surrender. Okay, I'm afraid of you. I shouldn't have told you where my sensitive spots are before. Panting and exhausted, the two finally stopped for a while. Lin Shohan sat up and reached for her bag. Mo Shuang looked at Lin Shohan, who had a happy face and was grinning from time to time, and was speechless. This situation really happened to Qin Feng. Seriously, is Qin Feng crazy? Why did he buy your unfinished building? Isn't this just giving money to your heartless father? I don't know either. He said he saw the development prospects of this land. Lin Shuhan tilted his head and looked at Mo Shuang in confusion, then lowered his head to look at his phone. You actually believe this? Mo Shuang shook his head. After Lin purchased the unfinished building in Hangzhou Zhongshan district at a low price, people outside thought that a high-end development zone or commercial building would soon be built, and they all wanted to invest. But a few months passed. There was no movement at all, not even a trace of the surveyors. Those who followed the investment immediately withdrew their funds when they saw that things were not going well. A year later, there was still no movement. This area fell into the hands of the Lin family. Fortunately, 150 million was nothing to the huge Lin family, and they could just run it internally. The land was shelved. This one was shelved for 3 years. When the outside world generally recognized that the land was not good, Xin Feng actually spent money to buy it? Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Is there some value that we can't see? Mo Shuang stroked his chin in thought. But at this moment, her thoughts were immediately interrupted. Ah, Xin Feng replied to my message. He's in the bank. It's really hard for him. It seems that it's a bit difficult to mobilize 100 million funds. If I had known, I would have lowered the price. Holding the phone, Lin Shuhan's face was full of regret. Mo Shuang rolled her eyes and expressed her speechlessness when she saw her best friend falling in love before they even started dating. If her heartless father knew that his daughter wanted to lower the price of the unfinished buildings, he would probably be furious. TSK, a foolish woman blinded by love. Mo Shuang kept smacking his lips, checked the time, then stood up from the sofa and explained to Lin Shuhan, I have a meeting this afternoon, so I'll leave first. You should go home as well. She patted Lin Shuhan's little head gently and left. Okay, after I get home, Xin Feng will probably go home too. Lin Shuhan immediately stood up and prepared to leave. What a fool. Mo Shuang shook his head. My best friend fell so quickly, and I don't even know what her heartless father is like. She had seen the methods of Lin Shuhan's ruthless father, Lin Tian. The wind swept away everything, leaving nothing behind. A senior director. And at this time, Tiandi Bank. Sun Feifei was angry and kept hitting Xin Feng, and came out of the bank with him. Just now, Xin Feng cheated her out of 100 million yuan. He refused to lend me the money I promised him and turned it into an investment. You've cheated me out of my money, are you satisfied? Sun Feifei mercilessly hammered Xin Feng on the chest with her iron hand and said unhappily. It feels good. Xin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and rubbed his chest. Sun Feifei's fists had no power at all. It felt more like a massage than a hammer. Son of a bitch. Seeing Qin Feng's robe look, Sun Feifei immediately started muttering and cursing again. But she wasn't very angry. To put it bluntly, this 100 million is given to Qin Feng. She didn't care what he did. Just treat it as a serious investment in Qixin Road. Okay, I'll take you home. It's almost 5 o'clock. Qin Feng asked after checking the time. All right. Sun Feifei also felt that it was getting late and wanted to go home. But in her heart she didn't want to be separated from Qin Feng. It's a very strange feeling. Just as the two of them walked down the stairs, a voice suddenly rang out. Qin Feng, is that you? Chapter 37, School Beauty Zhang is not suitable for me either, sister-in-law? Hearing someone calling his name, Qin Feng quickly looked back. He saw a young man in black security uniform standing upright, looking him up and down with an uncertain look. Chao, Jean? The young man was wearing a black hat, and Qin Feng couldn't be sure. But the feeling between them as childhood friends for many years made him still speak out with doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man opposite him grinned and suddenly hugged him excitedly. Oh shit, it's really you, Qin Feng. You're so handsome that I can't recognize you. You look a lot more handsome in your security uniform. Suddenly, Qin Feng was hugged by the other party as if he was choking the throat. Instead of being angry, he was happy and hugged the other party with great joy. The two are childhood friends. But because of life direction issues, Chao Jin went to the military after graduating from university, while Qin Feng went on to graduate school. This separation lasted for 3 years. Aren't you in Lepanchui? Why did you suddenly come to the Magic City? Qin Feng was a little breathless while being held by Chao Jin, so he quickly pulled him away and asked. He remembered that when he asked Xiao Jin to borrow money a few days ago, this guy said that he was working in Lepanshui, Guizhou. How come he was suddenly in Shanghai now? I've just retired from the army and I have no money, so my uncle asked me to come to Shanghai and found me this job. He then asked me to prepare for a few months and take the military exam. With a smug look on his face, Xiao Jin grinned and did not hesitate to hide his feelings. That expression seems to be saying, "How awesome is my life? Worship me as much as you can." When Qin Feng saw Xiao Jin's expression, he knew that this guy's personality had not changed and was exactly the same as when he was in college. He starts showing off as soon as he achieves a little success. He doesn't show off to others, but to himself. Qin Feng smiled helplessly, punched Xiao Jin on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "You are good at this. I remember you told me a few days ago that you were poor. Is this what you mean by poor? Hey, stop talking nonsense. I'm not awesome now, but I will definitely be awesome in the future. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know." Giving a thumbs up, Xiao Jin answered confidently. Okay. Qin Feng nodded slightly. To be honest, Xiao Jin might really have this ability in the future. He remembered that Xiao Jin's uncle seemed to be an officer in the military camp, and his position was not low. And since this guy was able to get a security job at Tiandi Bank after retiring from the army, he must be quite capable. If this trend continues, the future will be limitless. Maybe he will really need Xiao Jin's help in the future. Only. While Qin Feng was thinking, Xiao Jin suddenly pulled him aside and asked quietly, "Didn't you borrow 150,000 yuan from me and pay it back the next day? Wang Shui, have you given up?" Hearing Xiao Jin's words, Qin Feng's mind immediately began to replay what happened in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wang Shui has no opinion of her own and her ex-mother-in-law is aggressive. If he really marries into this kind of family, he will be marrying a living treasure and there will be no peace in the family. Give up, she's not right for me. Shaking his head, Qin Feng sighed and was about to feel sad. But before he could even start, he was interrupted by Xiao Jin. When the guy heard that he and Wang Shui had broken up, he was extremely happy and said excitedly, "I said Wang Shui is not good enough, isn't the pretty girl next to you more attractive? With your looks, I don't think even our Magic City Transportation School beauty is worthy of you. Didn't school beauty Zhen confess her love to you at that time?" Patting Qin Feng on the chest, Xiao Jin began to recall his past deeds. "When I was in college, Qin Feng was so handsome. Even in a big city like Shanghai, there are many girls chasing after him. What is strange is that among them is the school beauty of their Shanghai Jiaotong University. It's just that Qin Feng was planning to take the postgraduate entrance examination at that time, and he was obsessed with studying and couldn't extricate himself. He had also established a relationship with Wang Shui. This opportunity is gone. Close Uranus. Schoolgirl Zhang is not suitable for me." Qin Feng waved his hand and interrupted Xiao Jin from continuing to talk nonsense. But at this moment, Sun Feifei came over quietly, frowned and asked, "Who is Zhang Xiaohua?" "Nothing, just a friend." Seeing that Xiao Jin wanted to explain, Qin Feng quickly pinched him and answered first. "My girlfriend's friend, Sun Feifei." Turning around and walking to Sun Feifei, Qin Feng introduced her to his childhood friend Xiao Jin. "Ah? No. Isn't this my sister-in-law?" Scratching his head, Xiao Jin was very confused. The two of them looked so intimate after they came out of the bank, it would be strange if they were not a couple. Good job. Could it be that his childhood friend is a sea king? Not my sister-in-law. Qin Feng and I are just ordinary friends. When Sun Feifei heard the word sister-in-law, her face turned red and she hurriedly explained. "Ah." Xiao Jin nodded and looked at Qin Feng meaningfully. "My good brother is really good at this. Being handsome is just showing off. Ahem, sister-in-law, I'm leaving first. My subordinate called me. I wish you two live happily ever after." With a wicked smile, Xiao Jin waved at the two of them and quickly ran into the bank. And there was actually someone calling him at the bank entrance. "I already said she's not my sister-in-law." Looking at Xiao Jin, who left without saying goodbye, Sun Feifei turned her head and glanced at Qin Feng, her cheeks slowly turning red. She obviously didn't like blushing before. It's happening more and more frequently now. "Xiao Jin, he's my childhood friend. He's just like that. He means no harm. If you tell him you don't like it, he'll remember it." Qin Feng explained calmly. "Xiao Jin has a gentle personality and loves to joke. But if you don't like the way he calls you or the way he speaks to you, he will change it immediately. It is this kind of personality that has allowed Qin Feng and him to play together since childhood without any conflicts. I'm just afraid that Lang Ying will misunderstand me. I don't dare to compete with her for a man. Besides, you're not my type. Muttering, Sun Feifei punched Qin Feng on the shoulder and hurried away. Qin Feng? After sending Sun Feifei off, Qin Feng had nothing else to do. Being bored, he turned around and drove to the nearest supermarket, bought some vegetables and beef, and prepared to go home and make a steak Wellington for Lang Ying. His cooking skills are not yet full, but a simple beef Wellington is still so easy. By the time I got home from buying groceries, it was already 6 o'clock. As soon as he entered the door, a fresh fragrance filled his nostrils. Then, a very soft body hung on him. Needless to say, it must be Lang Ying. Beautiful cold lady, didn't anyone tell you that you are heavy? Qin Feng put his arms around Lang Ying's waist and barely picked her up, then walked step by step to the sofa in the living room. How am I heavy? I'm very light, okay? Living room. Lang Ying pecked Qin Feng on the face happily, then helped him take his hands off the dish. I bought fresh steak. Do you want to eat steak tonight? Tilting her head, she looked at the ingredients, and when she saw meat, Lang Ying's eyes lit up and she looked at Qin Feng. Ever since she ate the food Qin Feng cooked, she no longer enjoyed the takeout spicy hot pot. Show off your skills at making beef Wellington. Qin Feng put some of the ingredients into the refrigerator and walked into the kitchen with the rest. Joke. If you want to capture a beautiful woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Besides, while cooking for Lang Ying, he can also upgrade his skills, which is a win-win situation. Ah! Qin Feng, you are so perfect. Fortunately, I married you. If you were snatched away by someone else, I would regret it for the rest of my life. With a sweet look on her face, Lang Ying completely lost her CEO demeanor and jumped around Qin Feng, looking very happy. A queen-like face with a slightly mature style. But her personality is that of a girl next door? I love this girlfriend. And an hour later, Qin Feng brought out 2 servings of Wellington steak from the kitchen and placed them on the table. It looks good. Raising her eyebrows, Lang Ying put her phone on the table, then picked up the chopsticks and started tasting the food impatiently. The moment she put the steak into her mouth, her eyes lit up. Mmm, delicious. Lang Ying chewed, swallowed slowly, and then immediately started the next one. When Qin Feng saw Lang Ying's greedy look, he suddenly felt helpless. He had a feeling that this girl would probably eat too much again. Fortunately, he controlled the quantity of ingredients today. Ding ding ding. Just as Qin Feng was about to pick up his chopsticks to eat, Lang Ying's phone suddenly vibrated several times. But Lang Ying acted as if she didn't hear it and continued to eat with her head down. Why don't you check the news? Qin Feng asked doubtfully. TSK, I know what they are talking about without even reading it. Those directors must be complaining about the company going bankrupt and buying a piece of wasteland. I still need them to have a say in my decision-making? What bad luck! Lang Ying rolled her eyes and ate her meal in silence without touching her phone. Seeing Lang Ying like this, Qin Feng also smiled bitterly. My girlfriend is really tough. Shall I accompany you to the company tomorrow? You want to go? Of course you can. What's mine is yours. Chapter 38, My husband finally knows how to spend money? Why do I look like a gigolo? What's mine is yours? Listening to Lang Ying's words, Qin Feng smiled helplessly. Lang Ying's company does indeed belong to him half. The woman in front of him trusted him so much that she married him without even getting proof of her property before marriage. What else can I say? By the way, husband, who did you learn your cooking skills from? The food you made is even more tempting than spicy hot pot? Still chewing the beef in her mouth, Lang Ying raised her head and looked at Qin Feng, and asked with a satisfied look on her face. I don't know why. She particularly likes anything made by Qin Feng. She had eaten this beef Wellington many times before, and it was always prepared by the chef of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. But the steaks they made were not as delicious as the ones Qin Feng made now. Very strange. I learned this from a book. Eat slowly. It's not like I won't make it for you in the future. Seeing Lang Ying's greedy look, Qin Feng was speechless. He stood up slightly, lifted up the excess hair dripping from Lang Ying's forehead with his hands, put them behind her ears, and then said, Continue to eat your meal. Good. Lang Ying smiled slightly, and then she ate more elegantly. After dinner, Lang Ying walked slowly in the living room, digesting the beef in her stomach, while holding her cell phone and replying to WeChat messages. Xin Feng was sitting on the sofa checking today's stock market. Suddenly, Lang Ying saw some news and she covered her mouth and chuckled halfway through her walk. "What's wrong?" Xin Feng was attracted and looked up and asked. "Oh, Lin's company made a big move today. A young man was willing to spend 100 million to buy the unfinished building they had been hoarding for 3 years. Although he knew that Xin Feng might not understand even if he told him, after all, it was all business matters. But Lang Ying still came over and showed Xin Feng the messages sorted out by her assistant Linen on the phone. TSK, TSK, TSK. Smacking her lips, she explained, young people are full of vigor. They spent 100 million to buy a piece of rotten land. The more I look at it, the more I think they are going for that silly and innocent Lin Shuhan. Having said that, Lang Ying had walked enough and sat on the sofa with Xin Feng. I think this young man is good. Xin Feng looked at the information on his phone, his mouth twitching slightly, and then he spoke. This young and energetic man is myself. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly and had already reached Lang Ying's hands. Logically speaking, this shouldn't happen. Some idiot must have taken a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments or something. Very good, isn't it? A little simple-minded. Lang Ying pointed at her head, then lay down on the sofa and closed her eyes to rest. Xin Feng was immediately ashamed, and then said, "This young man is me." "Oh." Lang Ying said oh and continued to close her eyes to rest. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly and looked at Xin Feng. "That young man is you?" His eyes were full of confusion. Lang Ying took a deep breath and calmed herself down, then asked, "No, why did you spend 100 million to buy that unfinished building?" "The Lin family has been hoarding that piece of land for a long time, and it will be very troublesome to develop it. I saw its potential." Xin Feng answered calmly. He picked up the water cup on the table and explained, "Besides, this piece of land does not require investment for development. There will definitely be other real estate companies willing to invest in the purchase of the land." "But..." Listening to Xin Feng's explanation, Lang Ying looked at his confident eyes. "Have no choice." She gave up. Lying on the sofa again, Lang Ying began to send messages to Linen. "Angry?" Seeing that Lang Ying ignored him, Xin Feng put down the water cup and asked softly. "Spend 100 million to buy a piece of land that is generally recognized as bad. It's enough for Lang Ying to not lose her temper so often now." What Xin Feng didn't expect was that. Lang Ying twisted her body and lay in his arms, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and then explained, "Of course not, I was just sighing that my husband knows how to spend money." As she spoke, she showed the prestige letter to Xin Feng, and then said, "I just sent a message to Linen, asking him to transfer 100 million yuan from the company for you to use." "Ahem, no, I've already paid." Xin Feng reached out to take Lang Ying's phone and put it on the table, feeling a little uneasy. His daughter-in-law. Are you pampering yourself a little too much? It makes him seem like a gigolo. Does he look like a gigolo? Obviously not. Ah? You've already paid? Lang Ying looked incredulous, thought for a moment and then asked, "I remember you invested 50 million in me, where did you get the money?" "Sun Feifei borrowed it." "Sun Feifei, that woman actually lent you 100 million? Lang Ying narrowed her eyes and thought. Maybe Sun Feifei helped Xin Feng because he was her husband. 100 million funds. This is a favor from an important person. But it doesn't matter. Linen is estimated to be able to transfer 100 million yuan of funds tonight and then return it to Sun Feifei. Playing with finance. 100 million is not much difference. Hubby, if you need money in the future, just tell me. You don't have to borrow money from others." Snuggling in Xin Feng's arms, Lang Ying enjoyed it very much. Joke. What is $100 million nothing to her? Before she met Xin Feng, she started a company to prove to Lang Xian that she was strong. But after meeting Xin Feng, he just wanted to make money for Xin Feng to spend. Husbands are meant to be pampered. All right. Xin Feng stroked Lang Ying's little head and kissed her forehead. My wife is so good to me. He was a little confused. If 100 million is transferred out, what will happen to your company? Won't it stop functioning? It's just giving up some turnover. My goal for my company is to double the turnover every year. 100 million is just a little less. There is actually no difference. Oh. Xin Feng was a little confused. It seemed that his wife was quite rich. 12 o'clock midnight. In a high-end residential area in Shanghai, Mo Shuang was in front of her notebook, carefully checking the information about Hongqiao Zhongshan district. She doesn't think anyone would spend 100 million yuan to play around. And the other party is the stock god who had previously made 50 million by buying stocks. These 50 million may not be worth mentioning to the wealthy people in Shanghai, but the way he earned it is enough to make the entire financial circle recognize this person. All factors are included, only construction and education resources are missing. Murmuring softly, Mo Shuang sighed. However, rebuilding a school is never a man-made event, and none of the bigwigs in Shanghai received the news. Everything is random. Qin Feng, what allows you to take out 100 million yuan to play? Mo Shuang looked at the huge floor-to-ceiling window, unable to figure it out for a moment. At the same time, Hongqiao Airport. Li Yinche was sitting on the plane, scrolling through his circle of friends and chuckling from time to time. Nowadays, the rich circle is talking about spending 100 million to make a beautiful woman smile. Who would have thought that a guy with the best piano skills would spend 100 million to buy a piece of wasteland? But he just took a look for fun. After playing for a while, he put down his phone and picked up the documents on the business desk in front of him to start looking through them. The document clearly stated the Kyoto Mealy Pictures Cooperation Plan. Chapter 39, Leng Ying overpowers all the heroes, no one dares to go against the Leng family. The next day, 10 o'clock in the morning. Madu Lingshire Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. A very cool silver Lamborghini Aventador arrived as expected. Qin Feng pulled Leng Ying out of the car and then entered the company. Moment. The two held hands and came to the boardroom of Leng's fragrance industry. But before they walked over, Qin Feng saw from a distance his assistant Lin holding a project plan in his right hand, pacing back and forth with a worried look on his face. When he saw Leng Ying coming over, he hurried to greet her and said quickly, "Miss, you are finally here. The 17 directors of the company have signed a joint letter to see you and have been waiting for an hour." "Then let them wait another hour," Leng Ying said indifferently. Don't. When Lin heard this, he quickly waved his hands, feeling a little embarrassed. He handed the business plan for the Qixin Road land to Leng Ying, and then advised, "The 17 directors are all concerned about the issue of the Qixin Road land. They think that this directly damages their interests, and they are all indignant." "New." Leng Ying nodded slightly, lowered her head and browsed the project plan, still looking indifferent. She never needs others to object to her decisions. You know. Before she took over Leng's fragrance industry, the company's monthly turnover was declining and it was often in the red. But since she took over, the company's monthly turnover has always been huge. January's turnover was even comparable to the sales of the previous 6 months. The ones who have the least say are those useless directors. I'll go in and take a look. Honey, you wait outside first, okay? After roughly reading the business plan, Leng Ying asked Qin Feng in a coquettish manner. Good. Qin Feng couldn't resist Leng Ying's coquettishness and nodded helplessly. Today Leng Ying was wearing a professional outfit, a black hip skirt on the lower body, a white shirt on the upper body, and her hair was tied up high, which made her look inexplicably cool. But when she acts coquettishly, she is both pure and domineering. Of course he couldn't hold on. Hubby, you're the best. After giving Qin Feng a light kiss on the face, Leng Ying was about to open the door of the conference room with the project plan in hand. But at this time, suddenly an unpleasant sound came from inside. She paused for a moment. Inside the meeting room, 17 directors dressed in expensive suits sat at the rectangular conference table. The director who was closest to the main seat was slamming the table with an angry look on his face. It is well known that the land on Qixin Road is a piece of bad land. Mr. Leng actually bought it? Are you kidding me? And we only found out about it now. It's really stupid. At this time, a director next to him also shook his head. Director Leng is now semi-retired, and CEO Leng is still very young and anxious to prove himself. As soon as these words were spoken, many directors immediately refuted them. You can't play with the interests of us shareholders and not even give us a chance to discuss it? Do you know? I sent more than 30 messages to Mr. Leng last night, but he didn't reply to any of them. Me too, I just rely on my last name Leng. What's so great about that? Outside, Leng Ying listened to the complaints of the directors silently, and then sneered, "How dare these useless directors discuss my decision?" Qin Feng's body has been systematically transformed, and his hearing is better than that of ordinary people. He could hear clearly the constant complaining voices inside. No wonder Lang Ying didn't want to read the WeChat news last night. It's not worth getting angry with them, it's cold. Xin Feng held Lang Ying's hand and was about to say something to comfort her. But at this time, Lang Ying suddenly pushed the door open and he grabbed nothing. Xin Feng was confused. The surname Lang is indeed amazing. Lang Ying pushed the door open and walked in, holding the business plan in one hand. She glanced at the 17 directors in the room with her peach blossom eyes indifferently, and then continued, "But it takes ability to sit in this position." As she spoke, she walked towards the main seat as if no one was around. "I don't have any tips to share with you in this regard. After all, your last name is not Lang. But I can give you a small suggestion here. Less talking and more doing." Walking to the main seat, Lang Ying threw the project plan in her hand onto the table, folded her hands, and looked solemn and domineering. As soon as these words were spoken, the directors below became a little intimidated and immediately fell silent. However, the look of defiance on their faces only grew stronger. Seeing this scene, Lang Ying's mouth curled up slightly. She placed her hands on the table, propped up her body, and looked down at the directors below. "Secondly, please ask the director who just spoke to go back and take a good look at the turnover of Lang's incense industry in the past 3 months. The profit rate has tripled since your management. To be exact, it is 356.67%. That's all for now." The group of directors below didn't dare to say anything anymore, and their unconvinced spirit disappeared without a trace. Seeing the director's shameful reaction of lowering his head, Lang Ying snorted softly, very satisfied. She said again, "Everyone, I, Lang Ying, don't need to prove that I am a member of the Lung family. I can live in the Lung family and wait for death for 3 lifetimes." Lang Ying glanced at the 17 directors and said domineeringly, "But if you want to double your income next year, now is the best time." However, after she finished speaking, several directors below could not help but start talking. "Humph, doubling the income? It's a question whether this year can be made. That's right, Mr. Lang, why did you buy that piece of rotten land on Qixin Road? No one has asked about that piece of land for several years. It would be a waste of money if you bought it. Lang's incense industry is developing steadily under our leadership. Mr. Lang, there is no need to rush for success." Looking at the chattering below, Lang Ying let out a long sigh, raised her eyebrows, and her eyes immediately turned cold. "I'm not targeting any one person here, I'm talking about everyone here. Do you really have the ability to run a good company? Or, you can be better than the Lang family." He spoke these words one by one, and then silence fell. No one dared to speak anymore. Joke. Lang family. Just 2 words are enough to describe success. Lang's group is involved in many fields. In the Magic City, anyone who dares to go against the Lang family will destroy their own future. They can only bully Lang Ying. As for Lang Xian, even if he sold the company, these directors wouldn't dare to say a word. Holding shares means nothing. It's not that they hold the shares of Lang Xian's head office. Even if it was, no one dared to speak to Lang Xian like that. Call. Seeing that the board of directors was very quiet, Lang Ying breathed a sigh of relief and raised her eyebrows. "Everyone, I will come to question you next time. Now please take your concerns about the Lang family out of your mind and take a look at the first-hand plan for the planning of Qixin Road." After saying, Lang Ying handed out the plan and began to explain and ask questions. The 17 shareholding directors below listened in silence, without any of the momentum they had just shown. Outside the door, Xin Feng stared at Lang Ying's domineering look in amazement and swallowed involuntarily. Oh my goodness. He didn't even know Lang Ying could be so cool? In Xin Feng's impression, although Lang Ying looked like a queen and had a sexy body, in front of him, she had a lively personality and acted like a cute girl next door. But just now, that kind of cool female CEO aura that comes from the inside out, and the domineering aura that overwhelms everyone else at the negotiation table. Is this still his wife? He can just live off her. Good boy, I was so good on the spot. Gurgle. Xin Feng swallowed again. Isn't my wife a little too strong? At this time, he looked at Linen and found that Linen seemed very calm, as if he was not surprised at all. Butler Lin, has Lang Ying always been like this in the company? Xin Feng asked with some confusion. Yes, otherwise how could the young lady manage such a large company in an orderly manner? Linen answered casually. No, why are those directors so cowardly? Xin Feng peeked through the crack in the window and was very surprised. Logically speaking, a company's directors have considerable power. However, the 17 directors inside were suppressed by Lang Ying alone, and now they dared not speak loudly. Who would believe this if I told them? Oh, because Mr. Lang alone holds 51% of the shares, and the remaining 49% is diluted by the 17 shareholders. Lin explained in detail. Then this is quite a statement. Xin Feng retorted. He really couldn't figure out why those directors were so cowardly? It's quite funny. Mr. Lang I mentioned is the eldest daughter's father. No one dares to confront the Long family head-on, unless it is a financial enterprise. Lin explained again with a faint smile on his face, feeling very proud. He figured out Lang's identity bit by bit. TSK, Lang Zian, is really awesome. Listening to Lin An's explanation silently, Xin Feng smacked his lips and smiled helplessly. If he didn't know he had a system. Just based on the capital Lang Zian has created, he is definitely the incredible male protagonist in a novel about urban tycoons. He started from scratch and became the richest man in Shanghai in his 40s. Unbelievable. Ding dong. Just as Xin Feng was sighing, his cell phone vibrated. Xin Feng took it out and took a look, and the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. On the mobile phone interface. It turned out to be the latest route policy planned by the Shanghai government. Chapter 40 looks like a clown? Lang Ying is a filial daughter? Mr. Qin, what are you laughing at? Lin frowned when he saw Xin Feng holding the phone and grinning foolishly at the interface. Looking at my phone, the latest document from the Magic City government seems to be expedited? Xin Feng kept smiling as he flipped through the documents. What documents? Lin took out Fruit 13 and started looking it up. And after a few seconds, his whole body froze. Really, it's been developed? The 14th line of the Shanghai Metro runs across the Qixin Road area, directly to the coast, and connects to Binhai Boulevard. Mickey Mouse Park? Sunning Plaza? Comic exhibition? 3 large entertainment venues? With shaking hands, Lin looked in disbelief as he carefully flipped through the documents, feeling so excited that he didn't know what to do. Ever since Lang Ying decided to buy the lousy land on Qixin Road, he has been extremely nervous every day. I checked the latest news from the Shanghai government at 9 o'clock almost every morning. But they were all extremely disappointed. But now, it's really developed. Lin quickly sent this message to Lang Ying. And in the conference room, Lang Ying has finished explaining the planning proposal for Qixin Road. Although the group of directors below were not interested in this, they did not dare to say anything and just listened quietly. She was about to finish when her cell phone rang. What? Lang Ying picked up the phone and took a look. Generally speaking, Lang Ying would never touch her cell phone during a meeting. Even if she really had something to say, she would wait until it was over. But this time it's different. It was Xin Feng calling. Of course I have to reply to my husband's message as soon as possible. Magic City planning document? Lang Ying slid the screen with her slender fingers and saw the important characters among the many official words. Qixin Road. Metro Line 14. He. With a slight smile, Lang Ying put down her phone and looked at the directors below. No more. She picked up the project plan, pointed at her phone and said, "Please check out the latest news from the Magic City." After saying that, she immediately left quickly. Looking at Lang Ying, who left in a hurry, the 17 directors below were all confused. After Lang Ying left, they immediately took out their cell phones to check. Then, surprised voices came from the conference room. At the same time, on the plane to Kyoto, Li Yunche was resting with his eyes closed. At this time, his female secretary shook him gently. Tell me something. Although he didn't open his eyes, Li Yunche spoke very clearly. I only heard him threaten calmly, if it's not important news, you don't have to come tomorrow. Gurgle. The secretary was startled and quickly handed the tablet to him. Then he quickly explained, Mr. Li sent a message saying there is the latest news, let you take a look. Mr. Li? Li Yunche frowned, opened his eyes slightly, picked up the tablet and took a look. Line 14? Qixin Road, Heping District? Seeing this, Li Yunche was stunned and lost all sleepiness. Opening a new subway line can at least boost the surrounding economy. If he could buy the land next to the subway line first, he could make some money easily. But why does the word Qixin Road sound so familiar? He had just woken up and was still a little confused. Heping District, Qixin Road? Suddenly, an idea came to me. Li Yunche thought of it. Then, he quickly slid the tablet to check the passing points of the 14th main line and the location of Qixin Road. Qixin Road, the land that Lang Ying bought before, the laughingstock of the business circle in Shanghai. Cold sweat kept coming out of my forehead due to nervousness. He remembered that Lang Ying had spent a large sum of money to purchase all the land that was for sale on Qixin Road. If the newly planned Metro Line 14 in Shanghai passes through Qixin Road, it will definitely make the Qixin Road area soar. Of course, Lang Ying and Lang's fragrance industry also followed them. With those plots of land, wouldn't they be worth double if they were sold? No. It's possible that it could increase fivefold. Thinking of this, Li Yunche's face turned pale. And a moment. He was depressed when he found out that the Shinkansen did indeed cross Qixin Road. With a bang. Li Yunche slammed his head hard against the seat behind him. I originally spent 300 million to buy Xiaohua Road, and I can only make 80 million at most from that piece of land. But Lang Ying invested 250 million yuan, and without doing anything, she could make at least 800 million yuan by reselling it. Good job. He is about to vomit. I regret it so much. What did he say in front of Mr. Li at the beginning? He said she was a little girl and that she was marrying above her station. Now it seems that I am marrying above my station. The most important thing is that he said this in front of many wealthy people in Shanghai. Damn. He looks like a clown now. As time goes by, more and more people in the Shanghai business circle know that the Shanghai government is planning other areas. After they found out that the development location was Qixin Road, they reacted the same way as Li Yunche. Regret, surprise, confusion, and like a clown. Because Lang Ziyan ruthlessly crushed them in business more than a decade ago, most of them took advantage of Lang Ying's wrong decision and ridiculed her. But now, they made at least 800 million yuan. No need to do anything yet. The originally garbage land suddenly became a popular commodity. Not to mention 800 million, even if it was 1 billion. As long as Lang's fragrance industry wants to sell it, it can be sold in minutes. This is business. This is profit. This makes more money than those people working in finance. It's so scary. And at this time, Lu Jiazui, a special villa area of Thompson 1. In a special villa, Lang Ziyan crossed his legs, enjoying the sunshine while reading the latest news. You won the bet? My dear daughter, how did you know that? Looking at the huge Huangpu River, Lang's father inexplicably thought of the young man he met before, Qin Feng. He also had a unique vision at that time. No, which stock did that guy recommend? Father Lang hesitated for a moment, then stood up from his stool and went to look for the newspaper he was reading. But if that's the case, I don't know how to spend the 2 billion I just earned from abroad. 2 billion, can't you spend it all in your lifetime? Shaking his head, Lang Ziyan went to find a newspaper. 200 million is a rare sum for the Lang family. Making money or not making money. Making 2 billion or losing 200 million is just a small matter. The pocket money he gave Lang Ying was more than this amount. The most important thing is that his daughter makes him proud and is happy, and that's enough. He is not good at speaking, and it was his cold mother Lin Yanran who pursued him at the beginning. Making my daughter happy is more important than anything else. However, the happiest people at this time were the 17 directors of Lang's fragrance industry. After realizing the huge benefits, they hurried to Lang Ying's office and bowed to admit their mistakes. That attitude is just short of kneeling down. But Lang Ying was calm and simply dismissed it. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Losing money earns ridicule, earning money earns respect. This is the norm. In the office, Linen now takes over Lang Ying's personal and company phones. No way. Business leaders in Shanghai knew that calling the Lang's fragrance company's public phone was useless and that they had to call Lang Ying's cell phone or the company's exclusive phone. This is high efficiency. Coincidentally, other wealthy people think the same way. So within a few minutes after the planning document was released, all of Lang Ying's phones were flooded with calls. Merchant. There is no early rise without gain. Now is the best time to gain benefits. Hello, this is Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. I'm sorry, but someone else has already contributed 80 million to the Xiaoguan land on the far right side of Qixin Road in Heping District. The whole lot? 1 billion is not enough for the whole piece of land. Someone has already invested up to 1.1 billion. Hello? You want to offer 1.105 billion? Okay, I'll think about it. What the hell? No waiting after the expiration date? If I consider it, the price won't be this? I'm sorry, Lang's incense industry has no shortage of buyers, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Linnen breathed a sigh of relief. It's really great. When Langing asked for the land on Qixin Road, she was ridiculed endlessly by wealthy people from all sides. Now what? Those guys would call me and beg me to sell them the land. But I'm sorry. I sell the land based on my mood. If I'm not happy with you, I want to sell it to you. I have no shortage of buyers anyway. If you don't buy it, there are plenty of people who will. Even if you don't sell it, you can still make a lot of money by developing it yourself. And he hasn't done anything like this in a long time. When he was with Lang Zian, Linnen would do this kind of thing every month. Now Qin Feng made him regain the feeling of following his father Lang. Butler Lin, please don't be so overbearing. It makes us seem unreasonable. Next to Long Ying's desk. Qin Feng crossed his legs, holding his phone and watching the stock market, while going to get the water that Lang Ying poured for him. Son-in-law Qin, I'm not being overbearing. I'm very reasonable, okay? With a righteous look on his face, Linnen acted as if he was a good person. And then, he became curious again, looked at Qin Feng and asked, but speaking of it, how did you know, son-in-law Qin, that Qixin Road would be developed? Those rich people didn't hear the news. I admit that I gambled a lot, but I gambled right. Qin Feng smiled slightly, and then said, don't sell this land without 1.5 billion, otherwise it's not worth it. Son-in-law Qin, you are truly a talented person. After understanding, Linnen immediately made an okay gesture. At this time, another phone call came and he started to mock again. Seeing Linnen, a middle-aged man in his 40s, looking so arrogant, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile helplessly. Don't overdo it, or you won't be able to sell it. After a brief reminder, he continued to watch the stock market. The stock price of Yinghui Pharmaceutical, which he had been paying attention to before, is also expected to rise. It is estimated that the price will start to rise sharply in a few days. Then he can harvest another wave of leaks. Wait for the funds to come back. Murmuring softly, Qin Feng picked up the water cup and took a sip. At this time, Lang Ying came in from outside the office door. Her face looked fine, but Qin Feng could see that there was something wrong with his wife's eyes. What's wrong? Putting away his phone, Qin Feng stood up and touched Lang Ying's head very gently. My father just spent 2 billion to buy all the land on Qixin Road. Without resistance, Lang Ying enjoyed the warmth of Qin Feng's palm. I don't know why. She felt surprisingly comfortable whenever Qin Feng was by her side. 2 billion, it's a premium, but isn't that good? While lamenting that Lang Zian was really rich, Qin Feng also asked in confusion. Lang Ying should be happy to have earned 500 million for nothing. But the look in her eyes doesn't look like that at all. I don't want to sell it to him so cheaply. I want at least 3 billion, but I lost the negotiation with him and the transaction price can only be 2 billion. Lang Ying was still unhappy, pouting. But Qin Feng was confused by what his wife said. Good job. 2 billion and you think it's too cheap? He estimated that the entire piece of land on Qixin Road was worth only about 1.5 billion. A huge profit of 2 billion. But Lang Ying actually wanted to sell it to his father for 3 billion? What a filial daughter. Okay, now that we have taken advantage of your father, we have made a huge profit of 2 billion. Qin Feng hugged Lang Ying around the waist and pecked her cheek gently. Lang Ying and he both knew it very well. Even if it is 3 billion, after Lang Zian completes the development, these 3 billion will be rare. He earns more. Qin Feng had roughly anticipated this result. Oh, by the way, I transferred 500 million to your account. You can return the money to Sun Feifei now. Chapter 41, I was crazy when I was young. My legs are so reflective? 500 million? Qin Feng was stunned. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Needless to say, it must be the remittance record sent to him by the bank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look down to check the information. Silently counting the 9 extra zeros in his account balance, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh that Lang Zian's remittance was too fast. Lang Ying had just been out for a while and they had already successfully completed the transaction. And his wife has already given him 500 million pocket money. With 500 million, I am also considered a successful person. But a mere 500 million is not enough for Lung Zian to recognize me. With a self-deprecating smile, Xin Feng looked up at the smiling Lang Ying, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Isn't 500 million a bit too much?" He only invested 50 million. According to the investment method, he can get a maximum of 200 million. But now Lang Ying has remitted an extra 300 million. It was you who persuaded me to buy this piece of land. If it weren't for you, I might have foolishly raised the price to buy Shaohua Road. 500 million is not a lot. Just think of it as my extra pocket money for you. Lang Ying walked forward, took Qin Feng's arm, lay in his arms, and said with great enjoyment, "Pocket money? Who needs 500 million for pocket money?" Reaching out and stroking Lang Ying's head, Qin Feng smiled helplessly. "What to do? It seems like my wife spoils me a little too much. Just treat the 500 million as your pocket money. How can those boyfriends who only have 100 yuan a month survive?" But since Lang Ying said so, he couldn't refuse. In fact, if all the 500 million yuan was invested in the stock market, his rise would be even faster. It is a benefit to both Lang Ying and himself. "Wife, you are so nice." When the love reached its peak, Qin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath on Lang Ying's delicate face. Feeling the strong male hormones from Qin Feng, Lang Ying's cheeks turned red and she couldn't stand it. "Stop making trouble, Butler Lin is here." She patted Qin Feng helplessly and said very embarrassedly. When Linen was very young, she followed her father Lang Zian in business expeditions. To Lang Ying, he is an assistant on the one hand, but on the other hand, he is more like a relative. She felt okay kissing her in front of strangers, not so embarrassing. But in front of her relatives, she always felt socially dead. It's always bad. Only. What surprised Lang Ying was that after seeing the two kissing affectionately, Linen immediately hung up the phone and quickly walked out of the office. Before leaving, he made a cheering gesture to Qin Feng. "You guys continue, just pretend I don't exist, hee hee." After saying that, he closed the door, leaving Qin Feng and Lang Ying confused. Butler Lin really has good eyes. Looking at the tightly closed office door, Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly and he raised his eyebrows and said, The voice was as thin as a mosquito. Lang Ying lowered her head and nodded with a ruddy face. There were only two of them left in the office. The atmosphere was a little subtle when a man and a single woman were in the same room. What's more, Lang Ying is now curled up in Qin Feng's arms. The scent of male hormones that emanated from her all the time made her feel uneasy. "Qin Feng, you can't do anything bad to me before my parents approve of you." "There is no silver here," Lang Ying said in a low voice. Qin Feng nodded. He respected Lang Ying's choice. But just when he wanted to let go of Lang Ying and calm down, his lips suddenly felt soft. "Other things can be done." Her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and Lang Ying exhaled a faint trace of hot air. "What?" Qin Feng's defense was instantly broken by this tingling feeling. Lang Ying is wearing professional attire today, a tight skirt and a white shirt. This outfit, coupled with her current look of wanting to refuse but also wanting to accept. A perfect uniform temptation. "That's what you said." Raising his eyebrows, Qin Feng suddenly turned over, pushed Lang Ying against the wall, and kissed her passionately. Noon. Sakura Community. Qin Feng and Lang Ying walked quickly from the parking lot into the community and went straight to the house he rented. Just as Qin Feng took out the key and was about to open the door next door suddenly opened. Neighbor Uncle Li walked out slowly. "Hey, isn't this Qin Feng? Why are his clothes torn?" Uncle Li looked at Qin Feng's torn shirt and asked curiously. "Oh, the quality is poor, I accidentally got scratched." Looking embarrassed, Qin Feng quickly covered the big gap in his chest with his left hand and said with a smile, "I see. Be careful." Nodding slightly, Uncle Li took a step forward and then looked at Lang Ying, who was next to Qin Feng. At this moment, Lang Ying's face was a little flushed. Her upper body clothes were very neat, but her black stockings on her lower body were missing a few small pieces. Although it's not serious, it looks like it was torn apart by someone. "Who is this?" Uncle Li asked doubtfully. "It's my girlfriend." Qin Feng quickly inserted the key into the keyhole and turned the key to open the door. "Good job." He didn't dare say anything more to Uncle Li. I remember the last time Uncle Li heard the young couple upstairs making loud noises at night. The next day everyone in the community knew that they were in good health. Direct social death. If we talk about this any further, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Goodbye, Uncle Lee. Go take a stroll. As he said that, he hurriedly pulled Lang Ying into the house. Uncle Lee lowered his head and glanced at Lang Ying's stockings, which were already in a mess. He looked at Qin Feng and said earnestly, Xiao Qin, listen to my advice. You still have a long life ahead of you. You are indeed good looking, but no matter how good your appearance is, you only have 2 kidneys, right? Don't be too crazy, take care of yourself. When I was young, I also liked to tear things up and light candles, but now that I'm old, I'm glad I stopped before it was too late. Ah. When Qin Feng heard this, he was speechless. Good job. When Uncle Lee opens his mouth, it's like he's telling a stand-up comedy. I see. Thank you. Smiling helplessly, Qin Feng quickly closed the door. Behind the door, Lang Ying's face flushed and she looked embarrassed. You can kiss me, but why are you so rude and pick at my stockings? After slapping Qin Feng on the arm, Lang Ying bent down and looked at the stockings on her legs. The holes are small, but there are more of them. And they are all behind the thighs. The strange thing is that she didn't notice it when she came. What a miscalculation. I have no choice but to do it because I love you so much. You are so beautiful. Rubbing his shoulder, Qin Feng said innocently, besides, why did you pull my clothes? They've been torn. As he said this, he took off his coat and the shirt underneath. The bathroom is on the right. Take off your stockings. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? If you have nothing to do, let's go shopping and buy some clothes. Qin Feng was talking to himself, with his upper body completely exposed. At this moment, he suddenly felt a pair of burning eyes staring at him. What are you doing? Turning to look at Lang Ying, Qin Feng was very confused when he saw her rosy cheeks. He followed Lang Ying's gaze and looked down at his stomach. The 6 abdominal muscles are neatly arranged and very beautiful. This is fatal to the temptation of mature women. Do you like abdominal muscles? Qin Feng turned around and asked. Gurgle. A sound of swallowing saliva was heard quietly. Although Lang Ying didn't say anything, her body answered in detail with practical actions. With a sneer, Qin Feng suddenly laughed. After systematic body improvement, he is almost perfect physically. The position and size of the muscles are very beautiful and full of hormones. It would be strange if Lang Ying could hold on. Put on your clothes quickly, I feel a little hot. Turning around quickly, Lang Ying felt her face was burning hot. Who knew her husband actually had abdominal muscles? So symmetrical and beautiful. Who can withstand this? Okay. Qin Feng quickly found a washed shirt and put it on hastily. Looking at Lang Ying again, she had already gone to the bathroom and closed the door tightly. She can't do it anymore. Those abdominal muscles are really amazing. Moment. After Qin Feng tidied his clothes, he replied to a few WeChat messages and then came to the bathroom door. Lang Ying, are you ready? After knocking on the bathroom door, Qin Feng looked down at the time. 10 minutes have passed now. It doesn't take that long to take off your stockings. She should be putting on makeup. Wait for me a moment. In the bathroom. Lang Ying adjusted her skirt, pouted her lips as she looked at her smooth and delicate long legs, then opened the door and went out. So slow? Seeing Lang Ying coming out, Qin Feng stepped back. He walked into the living room, picked up his cell phone and keys, and prepared to go out. But suddenly, he was stunned. Aren't we going out for a walk? What are you standing there for? Lang Ying didn't have anything to take, so she had already walked to the door and looked at the dazed Qin Feng and asked in confusion. Your legs are too white? Hesitantly, Qin Feng lowered his head to look at Lang Ying's lower body. Those long, white and delicate legs are now beginning to reflect light. This white seam makes people want to go up and touch it. Seeing Qin Feng staring at her legs, Lang Ying pouted and then asked embarrassedly. Does it look good? It looks good. Qin Feng answered very honestly. There'll be plenty of time to read it later. Let's go, shall we? Okay. Qin Feng smiled, came back to his senses, walked forward, took Lang Ying's soft hand and walked out the door. She is right. There will be plenty of time later. Lang Ying is already his wife, how can she still run away? Chapter 42, Is it true that you can eat just because you are handsome? 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This period is still quite sunny in summer. But fortunately, Because the Sakura community is far away from the Zixing commercial street where Qin Feng and Lang Ying are going, it takes an hour even if they drive there. So when they both arrived at their destination, the weather was almost fine. Even if it is very hot, there are large shopping malls such as Suning.com and the commercial street. It's nice to take a walk inside. However, due to the large flow of people in Zixing commercial street, Qin Feng drove his own car. If he drove Lang Ying's eye-catching fiery red Lamborghini, he would inevitably attract a lot of attention. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that his silver gradient Lamborghini is even more eye-catching. Especially when waiting at traffic lights. All the way west. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two finally arrived near Zixing commercial street. Qin Feng spent a few more minutes looking for a parking space and parked the car. Let's go. After feeling the not-so-hot temperature, Qin Feng took Lang Ying and walked out of the parking lot and onto Zixing commercial street. However, because they were both doing business in the middle of the day, they had no time to eat. So as soon as they entered Zixing commercial street, they both agreed to find a place to have a meal first. As soon as they entered the crowd, many people turned around and kept looking at Qin Feng and Lang Ying. Wow, those two are so good looking. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, is this a video for a video on TikTok? I'm so envious, those two are such a good match. That's right, the guy is so handsome, and the girl next to him is so pretty, so queen. Qin Feng listened silently to the whispers of passers-by around him, but ignored them. He was tired of hearing these words. Every time he comes out, people will say he is handsome. No way. Being handsome means having troubles. Only. Lang Ying, who was next to Qin Feng, seldom went shopping, so she had never heard such remarks. Now I feel a little embarrassed to be praised. But after walking for a while, she became thick-skinned. Never mind those remarks. Honey, can I hold your arm? After walking for a while, Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng's stern profile and asked. Whatever, as long as you don't mind the heat. No problem. Lang Ying happily took a step forward, put her arm around Qin Feng's, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Speaking of which, she hasn't gone shopping since she graduated. Every day's work made her feel breathless. She was too lazy to go shopping when she had no schedule, so she could only rest at home alone. And now, Lang Ying did find some fun. No longer a marginal personality disorder. Walked for half an hour. The further you go into Zixing commercial street, the more people you meet. The people coming and going are all young men and women, out shopping and having fun. It's a bit noisy, but it's lively. However, as more people came, more people were looking at Qin Feng and Lang Ying. No way. At this time, Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He looked around, took a look at the store near them, and then said to Lang Ying, "Smoked fish?" "Smoked fish? What is that?" Lang Ying asked curiously. She has only been back in China for 3 months and has basically never left the country unless it is necessary. She knew about fish. But she had never even heard of smoked fish. It's a famous dish in Shanghai. Just give it a try. Qin Feng explained simply. Good. Nodding slightly, Lang Ying followed Qin Feng into the store. Welcome, may I ask? When the clerk saw someone coming, she habitually said the welcome words, but when she carefully looked at the looks of Qin Feng and Lang Ying, she was stunned for a moment. Are you two? After coming back to her senses a little, she walked up and asked with a smile. Right. Qin Feng nodded. Please follow me, can you sit by the window? Do you have a private room here? Instead of following the clerk, Qin Feng looked around and asked. Lang Ying is now bare-legged. He really didn't want her to eat with her legs exposed in a noisy place. Maybe he is just possessive. He just doesn't want other men to see his wife's legs. We do have private rooms, but the minimum consumption for our rooms is 2,000 yuan. Please take your time. The female clerk looked at Qin Feng and asked. No problem. Qin Feng nodded. Well, both of you please come this way. The clerk led the two people upstairs to a small private room. After the two of them sat down, the female clerk handed them 2 tablets. Although this restaurant is not small, Qin Feng did not expect that they would use a tablet to order food here. After taking the tablet, Qin Feng swiped up and down to browse the dishes. At this time, the clerk who had just led them up had already retreated. Honey, what do you want to eat? Lang Ying slid up and down, looking at Qin Feng, hesitant. Moto old smoked fish, it looks delicious, I haven't eaten it for a long time. Xin Feng looked at the signature dishes of this restaurant and placed an order. Then he browsed some more and ordered a plate of Zhuoxian roast goose and lobster rice. The rest is left to Lang Ying. A serving of Madu smoked fish costs only 128 yuan, Zhuoxian roast goose costs only 88 yuan, and lobster rice porridge is very cheap, only 49 yuan per serving. The dishes Xin Feng ordered were all good value for money. After that, Lang Ying hesitated for a long time and started ordering. She finally chose a herbed lamb chop for 399, a braised pork for 289, and a standard braised local dish for only 198. Then she ordered a black truffle for 499, and finally got a plate of 8 treasure duck. Also 399. It's almost enough to meet the minimum consumption of 2,000 yuan. That's a bit much. Xin Feng looked at the dishes the two ordered in total and said with a frown. Probably not many. Lang Ying touched her belly and estimated. Forget it, at worst I can just pack it up. Xin Feng put the tablet aside and started waiting for the food. I have to say that this store is quite efficient. Perhaps because there were not many people in the two restaurants in the afternoon, all the dishes were served in nearly 30 minutes. At the end of the class, Lang Ying ran to Xin Feng's seat and took out her cell phone to take a group photo. What is this for? Xin Feng looked at the photo Lang Ying sent him and asked in confusion. Lang Ying is the CEO, she probably won't take photos and post them on WeChat Moments to show off. Let's record what we did so we can show it to our children later. And when we are old, we can reminisce together. After listening to Lang Ying's explanation, Xin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Good job. They haven't even hit a home run yet, and now they're thinking about having children? Lang Ying, have you even thought of a name for our child? Holding the chopsticks, Xin Feng asked with a helpless look. Not really. Lang Ying scratched her cheek and said very seriously, I thought of several before, but I think they are not good and not worthy of our children. You think about it later. Have you really thought about it? Xin Feng smiled helplessly. The wife he picked up is so cute. She has already started thinking of a name for this child who is still just an infant. Sometimes he felt that Lang Ying was not like a CEO, but more like a girl next door. A little girl who is looking forward to the future. All right. He will protect this little girl with all his heart. Would you like to take another photo? Thinking of this, Xin Feng took out his cell phone, moved in front of Lang Ying, pecked her cheek lightly, and pressed the shutter button with one hand. Well, stop kissing me. Haven't you kissed me enough this morning? Lang Ying rubbed her red face and said unhappily. But she said so. But he did not return to his previous seat. Instead, he pulled his chair next to Xin Feng and ate with him. An hour later. They both finished their meal. Looking at the large and small plates on the table, Xin Feng was only 9/10 full. He made a mistake. These dishes look plentiful in the promotional pictures on the tablet, but in reality they are few and far between. Basically just a few small pieces. But luckily, it tasted good. After dinner, Xin Feng clicks to pay. Joke. He now has a huge sum of 500 million yuan. He can't let Lang Ying pay for it, right? After he paid the bill, the female clerk who had just left came in again to clean up the dishes. But before leaving, she couldn't help it and stopped Xin Feng and Lang Ying. Excuse me, sir. Would you be willing to take a photo with our staff and put it in our store? In return, today's bill can be waived for you. Hearing this, Xin Feng was stunned for a moment. Is it true that you can make a living just by being good-looking? But when he turned around and looked at Lang Ying, he still refused. It's just 2,000 yuan, it's not like I can't afford it, there's no need to do it. Well, thank you for coming, and I hope you'll come again next time. Although the female clerk felt a little regretful, she still answered very professionally. Xin Feng nodded, then pulled Lang Ying out. Chapter 43 Weird, Cute? After the two of them left the store, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The temperature at this time was not very hot, but it was not very comfortable either. Seeing that Lang Ying was still interested, Xin Feng was not in a hurry to buy any clothes. This aloof president finally came down to earth for once. Of course, I have to let her have enough fun before going back. Xin Feng, did you like the store we visited just now? Walking aimlessly on the road, Lang Ying took Xin Feng's arm, looked at the surrounding buildings and suddenly asked. The taste is good, but the quantity is a bit small. Xin Feng thought about it and gave an objective evaluation, but after all, the unit price of the dishes is there. This is Zixing Commercial Street, so the price is about right. It is incredible to open such a big store in this city where every inch of land is valuable. The price is so cheap. The smaller quantity is forgivable, and the taste is indeed good. I like it better too. That's where we went shopping for the first time. As she spoke softly, Langing suddenly had an idea, jumped to the front, and said excitedly, "Why don't we buy that store?" Xin Feng was stunned and didn't leave. He looked at Langing in surprise. "Ah, good job." Because this was their first time eating there, he said it tasted good. Langing is going to buy that store? Is this the logic of all of you CEOs? The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and Xin Feng asked helplessly. No? Looking at Xin Feng with a pleading look on her face, Langing immediately pounced on him like a kitten and rubbed his head against him. No, working in the catering industry is too hard. I won't do it. Holding Langing in his arms, Xin Feng directly refused. Why not do the good finance business and go into the catering industry? He doesn't like it. No, we'll buy this shop and not open it to the public. Just the two of us will come here to eat. With eyes shining, Langing was somewhat excited. She looked very much like she wanted to do that. Xin Feng looked down at his lovely wife and saw how much she wanted to buy it, and thought about it. Come to the conclusion, don't buy it. Not really. When I came out, I saw that the store was selling takeout. If you want to eat, just order takeout. With a slight smile, Xin Feng stroked Langing's little head and gave a reasonable explanation. Okay, I'll listen to you. After hearing the explanation, Langing gave up the idea of buying the store. However, when Xin Feng saw that there was still some light in the eyes of his lovely wife, he knew that she had not given up yet. At the same time, the owner of the store just now felt a chill down his spine and felt uneasy. Who would have thought that a couple who had just tasted their dishes would turn around and discuss the future of his store? Holding Langying's hand, Xin Feng walked with her for a while. And then they somehow wandered to Suning Square. Here we are. The character of the little girl Langying was clearly revealed. He looked at one of them curiously, and then pulled Xin Feng to play with another one. Xin Feng, I want to play that, Omega? Sudden. Langying saw several claw machines placed on the roadside and rushed over with Xin Feng. She played this when she was a kid. But I haven't touched it for many years, and there are very few such things abroad. Besides, she spends most of her time on further studies and has no time to play these things. Only. She didn't expect that after so many years, this ancient and deceptive thing still existed in the world? Hey, you are a CEO after all, don't be so girly, okay? With a wry smile, Xin Feng let Langying drag him around. Very strange. Langying is obviously very slender and tall, and her arms have quite a lot of muscles, but she can't just pull him, an adult man, around, right? TSK. Women who are addicted to shopping are really scary. This is what Xin Feng thought in his heart. But seeing his lovely wife jumping for joy, Xin Feng couldn't help but feel happy too. No way. He picked up the wife from the Civil Affairs Bureau and he would spoil her no matter how hard it was. Slow down, don't you even want your husband anymore? Langying took him over. Xin Feng took a quick look and thought the stuff inside was pretty good. A few yellow mice, a mutwo, a few white bears, and some other weird things. $2 for one catch. The price seems low, but Xin Feng, who had suffered greatly from it, knows it very well. This thing is a scam. But since Langying wants to play, forget it. I'm just happy. Letting go of Langying's hand, Xin Feng took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code. Then Langying immediately started to operate excitedly. Look, I'll make you a Pikachu. Excited, Langying turned the joystick and aimed the grappling hook directly at the yellow-skinned rat inside. She had seen Pikachu at Xin Feng's house, so she wanted to get another one. But 10 times in a row. None of them succeeded. Langying's face turned dark. Let's go. We don't want to play anymore. Pouting, Langying grabbed Xin Feng's hand, wanting only to leave this sad place. She used to be good at business, but now she can't even catch a doll. This is obviously a scam. Cried. No, let me try. Seeing Langying's frustrated look, Xin Feng wanted to laugh. So funny. How can his wife be so funny? Don't arrest him. This is obviously a scam. Holding Xin Feng's arm, Langying was obviously dissatisfied. However, Xin Feng just smiled at this. He took out his mobile phone, paid again, and started to turn the joystick. And the moment he touched the joystick, the sound of the system appeared in my ears. Ding, the host is detected playing the claw machine, and the strongest claw machine skill is obtained. The host is detected to be catching dolls, proficiency point +1. Listen to the system's skills silently. Xin Feng could only remain speechless. Good job. It takes skills to catch a doll. This system is unbeatable. Look at me. After rubbing Long Ying's head, Xin Feng held the joystick, placed it above the position of the yellow-skinned mouse, and then decisively lowered the hook. The claw arm dropped and hooked firmly. Lang Ying blinked and suddenly became nervous. She tried 10 times but failed. Each time she just missed the target or she didn't have enough strength to grab it and it fell. And at least Xin Feng was caught this time. The success rate is at least 99%. But I don't know why. When the hook was about to bring the yellow-skinned mouse to the exit, it suddenly let go. The doll landed next to the exit. Failed to catch him. Oops. Her head suddenly hit Xin Feng's arm, and Lang Ying stomped her feet, speechless. What should we do? She looked at Xin Feng anxiously. Calm down, calm down. Xin Feng calmed him down, then smiled and said, You are a CEO after all, how can a doll make you so nervous? Hearing this, Lang Ying immediately pouted. This is different. This is something you gave me. No amount of money can buy it. Xin Feng immediately raised his eyebrows, deliberately bullying Lang Ying, and then said, Who said I want to give it to you? So what are you going to do? Lang Ying asked unhappily. I have a yellow mouse, I won't give it to my girlfriend. Well, guess what? I'm ruined. Xin Feng said this deliberately while trying to hold back his laughter. If it were another girl, she would have laughed out loud or slapped her boyfriend at this moment. But when Lang Ying heard this, she chuckled and then hugged Xin Feng's waist. He kissed her without hesitation. I am all yours. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. You are not allowed to mess around. Chapter 44. Lang Ying takes the initiative to ask for a kiss. Rocking car, dad is called grandpa? Xin Feng was a little dazed as he savored the softness in front of his lips. He didn't expect Lang Ying would suddenly kiss him on the street. This girl. It seems to be getting bolder. This is the bustling Zixing commercial street, with a lot of people coming and going, especially at this time. There are many passers-by who come out to play. The intimacy between the two of them, coupled with their outstanding looks, immediately attracted a lot of attention. Look, my girlfriend is asking for a kiss. Wow, that little brother is so handsome, and his girlfriend's profile is so pretty. His girlfriend's figure is amazing. Boss Lang, has no one told you that your looks can cause a sensation? Listening silently to the passers-by discussing them quietly, Xin Feng's old face turned red. He patted Lang Ying on the back and said helplessly. They have attracted attention again. Why, are you shy? His face was ruddy and a little hot. Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng with a smile and raised her eyebrows teasingly. Don't you think your face is not red enough? Seeing his lovely wife mocking him, Xin Feng reached out and picked her up by the waist, then leaned over to her ear and blew gently. Ah, stop it. Very sensitive, Lang Ying screamed and immediately raised her hands in surrender. She got scared. Being so close to someone on the street. This was something she had never had before. It is more stimulating than the theories learned abroad and by internationally renowned academicians. Okay, let you down. Seeing Lang Ying's resistance, Xin Feng immediately let go. Since Lang Ying doesn't like this, he will never force her. After getting off Xin Feng, Lang Ying covered her chest with her hands, her heart pounding. Just now, because of her sensitive ears, she was shy and just wanted to get down quickly. But now that she was down there, she actually felt a little longing again. Covering her face with her hands, Lang Ying didn't dare to look at Xin Feng. Shall we still play? Looking at Lang Ying, who was covering her face shyly, Xin Feng pointed at the yellow-skinned rat that fell at the exit and asked with raised eyebrows. Can you really make it? Lang Ying opened a gap with her hands, revealing her eyes, and asked with her head tilted in surprise. Of course. It's already at the exit. I'll grab another doll and smash it out. Xin Feng nodded slightly and answered casually. He has the skill of a master at catching dolls. The reason why I didn't succeed just now. It's just because the unscrupulous businessman adjusted the machine's claw arm strength to the minimum. It is absolutely impossible to catch it in one go. 2 or 3 times is definitely enough. System and profiteers. Of course, the system is more powerful. However, there was a hint of suspicion on Lang Ying's face. She felt that she had failed to do it after 10 attempts. How could Xin Feng, who was so powerful, catch it twice? Is this cheating? Is this okay? Aren't they all stuck at the exit? Somewhat unconvinced, Lang Ying stepped forward to scan the QR code to pay, and let Xin Feng continue. If you were to do it, this would be a possibility. After that, he patted Lang Ying's head and turned the joystick. After all, you are a high-end player who has caught the doll 10 times without changing its position. No, I'm just unlucky. After touching her messy hair, Lang Ying's face turned red, and she looked a little embarrassed. And suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she reached out and grabbed the corner of Qin Feng's clothes, and said seriously, I used all the luck in my life to meet you, of course it's bad. But it doesn't matter, you just have to be lucky. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled helplessly. How many days have you been together? Lang Ying is very flirtatious. Really? Do you want both yellow mice? The operating grappling hook was swaying unsteadily. Qin Feng asked Lang Ying. One for each of us, a couple's edition. Lang Ying nodded quickly, looking expectant. But after she finished speaking, she realized something was wrong. It seemed like she just scanned the code and was able to catch it once. How can you catch 2 Pikachus at once? But when she was about to ask, Qin Feng had already set the bait. The robotic arm slowly dropped down, but the grappling hook was still swinging. Coincidentally, the grappling hook just happened to catch another yellow rat below. It's just not particularly stable this time. Moreover, the claw arm was obviously not strong enough, and the doll was shaky and about to fall. Lang Ying was a little disappointed. Looks like we have to catch him again. She took out her cell phone and wanted to scan the payment code again. But at this time, the sound of iron sheets colliding was heard. It's done. Xin Feng bent down and took out 2 yellow mice from under the claw machine and handed them to Lang Ying. And at this time, Lang Ying looked down at the cute Pikachu, looking confused. She tilted her head to look at Xin Feng and asked curiously, how did you do it? Xin Feng scratched his head and said casually, just grab it casually. The corner of her mouth twitched and Lang Ying was suddenly speechless. She tried 10 times but failed once. Xin Feng caught 2 in 2 attempts. It's so unfair. Is this the European emperor? Is this Versailles literature? Isn't Qin Feng's luck too good? Can you do it again? I didn't see it just now. It's amazing. Shaking Qin Feng's arm, Lang Ying began to act coquettishly. When Qin Feng saw Lang Ying like this, he was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought that the aloof and domineering CEO of Lang's fragrance industry would have such a girlish side? But the 2 dolls are almost the same. They each have one, and more is not good. It's like they're here to purchase goods. No, they're about the same. Keep some interest in it, don't play it all at once, we can come here often in the future. To comfort Lang Ying, Qin Feng handed the yellow rat he was holding to Lang Ying. The doll is not big, only about 60 centimeters. It was just right for Lang Ying to hold 1 Pikachu, but holding 2 Pikachus would look like there was a person in the middle of the Pikachu. Lang Ying, you're so cute like this. With a chuckle, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Tilting her head, Lang Ying was puzzled for a moment. Sudden. She walked back a few steps, then turned to Qin Feng and gave a sweet smile. Hubby, look at me, take a picture of me. Good. Seeing Lang Ying's lively and happy appearance, Qin Feng also wanted to seize this moment. After all, this was his first date with Lang Ying. Very memorable. Pulling out his cell phone, he quickly took a few photos. No photo editing. Afterwards, he also held 2 Pikachus and happily let Lang Ying take a few photos. Then the 2 took a few more photos together before continuing to walk forward to see if there was anything else fun to do. After a while, Lang Ying didn't know what attracted her attention again, and she trotted over. Qin Feng, what is this? The jade hand pointed at 2 or 3 rocking cars, and Lang Ying was very curious. Why? You want to play? Looking at the 3 rocking cars, Qin Feng walked over slowly with Pikachu in his hands. Lang Ying nodded repeatedly and wanted to give it a try. She had never seen this thing before. There was no such thing in Shanghai a few years ago. She now wants to try everything she has never seen before. I don't know when the next date with Chin Fong will be. Now I want to try it. Well, just like a kid. Shaking his head helplessly, Chin Fong took out a few coins from his pocket and threw them in one after another. And suddenly, the rocking car rocked back and forth. My father's father is called Grandpa, and my mother's mother is called Grandma. A very familiar voice suddenly sounded. Lang Ying was completely stunned. Seeing this scene, Chin Fong couldn't stop laughing. No way. So funny. Who would have thought that such a domineering girl would like to ride a rocking car? Ah, Chin Fong, why didn't you tell me? Very embarrassed, Lang Ying quickly got off the rocking car and threw herself on Chin Fong. If you insist on playing, I can't help it. Chin Fong said while holding back a laugh. No way. It's so fun to tease Lang Ying. She is like a little girl who has never seen the world. You bully me. After slapping Chin Feng's arm in annoyance, Lang Ying didn't dare to go over to the rocking car anymore. Let's go, let's stop playing and go somewhere else. Blushing, Lang Ying pulled Chin Fong away quickly. The coin you just tossed is no longer needed. Don't go, it's time for Grandpa's grandpa to call you ancestor. Seeing Lang Ying's shy look, Chin Fong laughed and continued to tease her. Ah, don't say that anymore. Chapter 45, Strong Malice Towards Single People? The two continued walking into Zixing Commercial Street. As we went deeper into the commercial street, we saw many snacks appearing on the street. Lang Ying, do you want to try stinky tofu? Chin Fong smelled a foul odor and turned to look at the street. There happened to be a stall selling fried stinky tofu over there. Stinky tofu? Lang Ying raised her nose and sniffed it gently, and was immediately put off by the indescribable feeling. She waved her hand and refused directly. No, I don't like the taste. Well, let's keep going inside. Don't force it. Chin Fong pulled Lang Ying and continued walking. There are many delicious foods in the small street in front, including ice jelly, candied haws, sushi, and grilled cold noodles. Lang Ying was very happy to try these things. She hopped to various stalls and tried a little of everything, just like a little girl entering the world for the first time, interested in everything. Both of them seemed to have forgotten that the main purpose of coming out today was to buy clothes. Chin Fong, what is this? Magic City fried buns. Is it tasty? You can try. Then I will. Because Lang Ying's dress and appearance are so good. When she was asking Chin Fong for something, the men passing by wanted to explain for Chin Fong themselves. Why don't they have girlfriends who are this pretty, lively and lovely? But they saw that Lang Ying was dressed unusually, and the clothes were made of fine materials, and she didn't look like an ordinary white-collar worker. With such a handsome man like Chin Fong accompanying her, it was natural for people to think of her as a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. They just turned into sour grapes and didn't say much. What about this? Pot stickers. Chin Fong answered patiently. Do you want it? Give me some. Good. With a slight smile, Chin Fong paid for some pot stickers for her. Moment. Lang Ying and Chin Fong were holding a lot of snacks in their hands, and it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Open your mouth. Lang Ying freed her right hand, used a wooden skewer to pick out a pot sticker, and then put it into Chin Feng's mouth. Ah. Seeing Lang Ying was going to feed herself, Chin Feng's old face turned red. With so many people here now, Lang Ying really knows how to choose the right time. But she is my wife after all, so it's okay to pamper her a little. Open your mouth slightly and swallow it in one gulp. Chew it for a while and it tastes great. But the smell of oil smoke is too strong. It's okay to eat it occasionally, but if you eat too much, you will definitely get tired of it. The intimacy between the two of them made the single men passing by feel a strong sense of malice. They just went out for a walk, and they deliberately chose to go out in the afternoon instead of at night. Are you also forced to eat dog food? It's damn true. I wish all lovers will eventually become brothers and sisters. How is it? Delicious, right? Seeing Chin Fong swallow it, Lang Ying asked expectantly. It tastes good. Chin Fong replied with a smile. After getting a response, Lang Ying turned around and wanted to make another one to feed Chin Fong. Feeding is a bit addictive. But Chin Fong waved his hand and refused. There are too many people. He always felt a little embarrassed eating in front of so many people. But Lang Ying didn't care about that. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't want to eat anymore, she just ate alone with a grunt. They walked on for a while. When Qin Feng turned to look at Ling Ying, he found that the food in her hand had been almost eaten and there was almost nothing left. He's really the king of eating. With the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, Qin Feng looked Ling Ying up and down. It has such a slender body, but it can hold so much food. Women are truly horrible creatures. Ling Ying, are we going to buy clothes now? Seeing the high-end clothing store building in Magic City from a distance, Qin Feng turned his head and asked Ling Ying. He didn't forget the purpose of coming out today. After all, Ling Ying's legs are still bare. Okay. Ling Ying nodded quickly, looked at Qin Feng, and then said, the quality of your clothes is indeed a bit poor. They broke when I pulled them this morning? It's just that you're too strong. Rolling his eyes, Qin Feng looked at Ling Ying helplessly. Just a kiss. Who would have thought that clothes could be torn by kissing? It was probably because it was too intense at the time. After a while, the two of them wandered to the 5th floor of the Shanghai World Trade Center. This is the floor dedicated to luxury menswear. The clothes inside are all big brands, and the prices are generally over 1,000 yuan. Qin Feng didn't feel anything when he looked at the price now. After all, he is now the kind of person who doesn't care about the price when buying clothes. Let us go with this store. Looking around, Ling Ying decisively found a brand that she was more familiar with. As he said that, he pulled Qin Feng in. Slower. Being pulled by Ling Ying, Qin Feng looked up at the sign. Fortunately, this store is not Mezitsburg. It's Armani. Hello, welcome to Armani. The clerk greeted warmly. All new styles of the season. Same as when I bought the car before. Ling Ying was clear about her goals, to the point, and very efficient in explaining what she wanted. Only. When she was talking to the clerk, she regained some of the temperament of a cold and domineering female president. Maybe it's because there's no lively atmosphere on the street. Then please follow me. These are all new styles of the season, and the ones next to them are also made of better materials. Gurgle. Swallowing her saliva, the female clerk was startled by Ling Ying's cold CEO temperament, and hurriedly led them to the area with new clothes of the season with a smile. Armani. A high-end luxury brand created by Giorgio Armani. The products symbolize fashion, nobility, and refinement, and fully demonstrate the simple, elegant, and confident personality of urbanites. It is favored and sought after by world superstars and recognized by many successful people. Although their clothes are expensive, they have a unique charm without being overly exaggerated. After looking around, Qin Feng didn't see many strange designs. This made him very happy. As soon as she entered here, Ling Ying let herself go. She pulled Qin Feng to try on various men's clothes. But because of his outstanding looks, he looks good in anything he wears. Actually, your boyfriend's physique is more suitable for a suit, and he will probably look very handsome. The female clerk looked at Qin Feng's handsome appearance and suggested in a low voice. And these words woke Ling Ying up. She looked at Qin Feng and gave him a wicked smile. Chapter 46, Taking Advantage? Balenciaga? Help me find a suit that fits my husband. Price is not an issue. Raising his hand and snapping his fingers, Ling Ying raised an eyebrow at the female clerk and spoke, looking like a nouveau riche. Okay, no problem. The female clerk was very obedient and said a few words. He immediately turned around and looked for a suit suitable for Qin Feng based on his memory. Don't ask if it's suitable. She has been working in clothing sales for a long time and has a very sharp eye. She can guess anyone's measurements roughly, without even asking about the size. Of course, the same goes for women. Watching the female clerk leave quickly, Qin Feng turned and looked at Ling Ying. At this moment, Ling Ying was looking at him with shining eyes, and a little excited. No, I don't need a suit now, there's no need. Qin Feng said helplessly. Yes, you need it very much. Stepping forward to help Qin Feng straighten his shirt, Ling Ying looked into his eyes and answered very seriously. I'm not working now, and suits are a bit hot even in summer, so it's really unnecessary. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't go to work on the day he got the system, and he seemed to have scolded his boss the day before yesterday. He should have been fired long ago. There is no place to buy suits now. I'm not going to work, but I can use it for the party. It just so happens that the younger generation of the Demon City will hold a party the day after tomorrow. You can accompany me to attend it then. Gently stroking Qin Feng's lower abdomen. Lang Ying's face was flushed and her hands were a little wandering. The curvy abdominal muscles were only separated from her hands by a layer of fabric. She had never had much contact with men, but she wanted to lift him up and give him a good caress. President Lang, stop taking advantage of me. Grabbing his wife's dishonest hand, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "Doesn't he know what Lang Ying is thinking? Who took advantage of me?" Being caught on the spot, Lang Ying not only did not feel embarrassed, but instead acted as if it was natural. Joke. What's wrong with touching your own husband? They are husband and wife. Even though her hand was caught by Qin Feng, she was still not obedient and was pulling at Qin Feng's shirt. I'll just touch it, I won't open it. There is no silver here, Lang Ying looked into Qin Feng's eyes and said seriously. I don't trust you. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Qin Feng tapped Lang Ying's forehead lightly. This sentence has the same effect as telling a man that he can only rub but not penetrate. It would be strange if he believed it. TSK, if you don't allow me to touch it, then don't touch it. What's the big deal? Pouting, Lang Ying withdrew her hand, hugged her shoulders and turned to the side. And suddenly, the corners of her mouth twitched a little. Nothing else. Because she found that the female clerk who had just left was holding a few suits and staring at the two of them blankly. Please continue. I was blind just now. Feeling a little embarrassed, the female clerk turned around and left. However, Lang Ying stopped her in time. Now the oil is all gone. Her leaving will only cause trouble. And a moment later, Qin Feng was wearing a suit that didn't fit him well, standing in front of the mirror and looking at himself for Lang Ying to see. After trying them on several times, he chose this one. The style is simple and the wear is casual. This one is nice, but it doesn't fit me well. Pinching her chin, Lang Ying looked her husband up and down, nodding with satisfaction. The discerning female clerk saw that the two of them were very satisfied with the piece and keenly realized that the commission was coming. She quickly explained with a smile, "You two really have good taste. This is a new style designed by our designer recently. Its fabric is not only layered, but also adds some fun, making the suit casual, but also aristocratic and elegant." Listening to the female clerk's explanation, Lang Ying nodded slightly. This kind of words are said to people who don't understand the business. She only looks at the fabric and workmanship. However, it must be said that the design of the suit Qin Feng is indeed quite thoughtful. Not bad. For custom made, contact the best tailor you can find. The labor cost is not a problem. Turning to look at the female clerk, Lang Ying said the most extravagant words in the most ordinary tone. When the female clerk heard that Lang Ying wanted to have custom-made clothes, a smile immediately appeared on her face. If it's a custom-made suit, her commission will be a little higher. Get rich. Well, do you want a full body order, or just a custom-made suit? After calming down her excitement, the female clerk asked very professionally. For the whole body, I'd like to order 2 pairs of Oxford-style handmade leather shoes, and add the green gemstone cufflinks that your store recommends, and the ties I just matched. Pointing to the name, Lang Ying thought for a moment and said, "Okay, no problem. Our store supports door-to-door orders. May I ask your address?" The female clerk narrowed her eyes and was delighted. Lang Ying wants the highest-end items from Armani. The handmade Oxford leather shoes, the emerald cufflinks and the tie she had just paired with her suit. The total market price would be more than 100,000. Isn't it necessary? One is enough? Qin Feng took off his ill-fitting suit and put on his own clothes. Just going to a party, one piece is enough. He doesn't want to participate often, it's too tiring. Besides, he doesn't want to waste time at parties. Wouldn't it be nice to study at night? It's okay. I have money. Without referring to Qin Feng's reasons, Lang Ying continued to talk to herself. She wants the best for Qin Feng. Money? Isn't what you earn meant to be spent? Isn't it natural to give it to your husband? She looked at the female clerk and said, "Go to Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, limited at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and tell the front desk that you are looking for Mr. Lang's office." As she spoke, Lang Ying took out a black card from her LV bag, handed it to the female clerk, then pointed to the clothes Qin Feng had just tried on, and then said, "Pack these up, someone will be here to pick them up in an hour." Okay. The female clerk was stunned when she saw that Lang Ying took out a black bank card. She has been working in high-end luxury brand sales for 2 or 3 years. I haven't seen many people paying with black cards. Moreover, the texture of Lang Ying's black card is different from other black cards she has seen. Much more advanced. I'll do it for you right away. We know that such users are really not short of money and have extraordinary status. The female clerk did not dare to be negligent at all. After swiping the card and paying the bill, she immediately asked someone to pack the clothes. And then, since they had almost bought all the clothes, Lang Ying took Qin Feng away. I strolled around the Shanghai World Trade Center for a while. The two of them came to the third floor again. This is a place dedicated to women's clothing and underwear. Lang Ying hesitated for a long time in front of the Balenciaga store entrance, but was eventually pulled away by Qin Feng. No way. Compared to Balenciaga, Qin Feng could still accept Lang Ying's bare legs. He was afraid that he couldn't bear it, so he went back and wanted to tear it apart. Balenciaga black silk stockings. Some top. Chapter 47. Domineering Lang Ying, no one dares to say bad things about me? Why are you yelling so loudly? When we came out of the Shanghai World Trade Center, it was already past 6 in the evening. This was supposed to be lunchtime. But because Lang Ying is a hidden foodie, and she has rarely been out to play before, she wants to try everything. So after they strolled around Zixing Commercial Street for a while, her hands were filled with various snacks. Aren't you afraid of getting an upset stomach? In the parking lot. Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying, who still had some snacks in her mouth, and patted her soft head helplessly. He was very worried about Lang Ying's health. How can such a thin person hold so much food? It's okay, I'm only 8/10 full. Without resisting Qin Feng's hand, Lang Ying touched her belly and answered confidently. Qin Feng was speechless. Good job. Even after eating so much, she was still only 8/10 full. Let's go back. With a slight twitch in the corner of his mouth, Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying into the car. The evening is when snacks become more popular. He was afraid that if he took Lang Ying out for shopping again, she would buy a lot of snacks again. It's okay to eat snacks occasionally, but eating too much can be harmful to your body. For Lang Ying's weight and health, he still thought it would be better to try not to let Lang Ying come to the pedestrian street at night. Okay, let's continue tomorrow. Lang Ying nodded heavily and sat in the passenger seat. Come again? Are you so free every day? With the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying and asked helplessly. It seems that my lovely wife is addicted to shopping. No one comes here every day. I can finish my work quickly so I can squeeze in some time in the evening to go out and date. As it should be, Lang Ying rubbed her sore wrist and said happily to Qin Feng. And hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly stunned. You idiot, won't you have plenty of time in the future? I won't leave you. With a gentle smile, he was attracted by this lovely wife. Yes, come the day after tomorrow. Lang Ying tilted her head and answered. Qin Feng was speechless. The ambiguous atmosphere that had just existed was instantly broken. Oh, by the way, if I attend the party, will I be asked to slap someone in the face again? Taking out the car keys and starting the car, Qin Feng put his hands on the steering wheel. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned his head to ask Lang Ying. Who to slap in the face? After fastening her seatbelt, Lang Ying put the remaining snacks in the front and asked in confusion. And in an instant, she understood. Lang Ying smiled and explained, at a high-end cocktail party, with my status, the rich kids in Magic City would at most say a few words to me in private, and would not dare to ridicule me in person. You don't need to slap me in the face, don't worry. After saying, Lang Ying was quick to touch Qin Feng's abdominal muscles and then laughed. She was a little addicted to the feeling she had just had in the Armani store. Understood. Having gotten used to Lang Ying's behavior, Qin Feng was too lazy to stop her. Fortunately, she didn't go too far and just rubbed his abdominal muscles to satisfy her desire. Otherwise, he would have to teach her a lesson. The car started, drove steadily onto the road, and turned towards home. On the way, Lang Ying suddenly seemed to think of something and turned to ask Qin Feng. By the way, can you waltz? Waltz? Qin Feng thought for a moment, then smiled and said, I only know a little bit. Are you kidding? If you have the Life Winner system, you will be able to learn everything except giving birth to a child. But what he didn't expect was that Lang Ying didn't seem to care. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Those rich kids of my generation don't dare to say bad things about me, and other rich people don't care either. Hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly felt that his wife had a domineering aura. Good job. He originally thought he would have a platform to show off. Who would have thought that his wife's identity would directly crush others? It's okay, those brothers don't dare to say bad things about me. What Versailles language? All right. Shaking his head slightly, Qin Feng drove home quickly. After all, he didn't want to slap anyone in the face. It's tiring and not pleasing. Because it was almost 6 o'clock. This period of time is the peak time for getting off work in Shanghai. Qin Feng was afraid of traffic jams, so he drove very fast. The journey that originally took an hour now only took 20 minutes, and they returned to the Sakura community. And I don't know why. At the entrance of Sakura community, an ink black Rolls-Royce was parked quietly on the side of the road. Side. Linen, the housekeeper and assistant, was carrying a pile of Versace clothes and waiting silently. Seeing Qin Feng's car approaching, Linen quickly stepped forward and explained to Lang Ying, who got out of the car, "Miss, Mr. Lang said that he wants you to go home once." "My dad wants to see me? Why?" Lang Ying helped Linen put the clothes into Qin Feng's car, with a look of confusion on her face. What else could it be? It's something that happened today. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders after keenly guessing the result. He patted Lang Ying's shoulder and said, "Go back first. Don't make your father wait. He probably wants to improve his relationship with you. It's dinner time." Lang Xian didn't say it earlier or later, but he said it at this time. His meaning was already very clear. "Well, I'm going back then." Lang Ying listened to Qin Feng very much. After waving at him, she followed Linen into the Rolls-Royce. After watching Lang Ying leave, Qin Feng hurried home. 8 o'clock in the evening, in front of the computer. Qin Feng looked at the dancing postures on the computer screen, and beads of sweat appeared on his head. International Standard Dance, Waltz. When he was a junior at Shanghai Jiaotong University, he saw someone perform on stage. The dance is very graceful, just like in TV dramas. But finding a professional video has a different meaning. After the system's support, he will be able to jump in an hour. But I can't escape that charm. Dancing is really hard. Closing his eyes, Qin Feng felt the evening breeze carefully. He finds it difficult even though he has a system, so I wonder how much effort those who may not be as talented will have to put in. Take a break. Qin Feng found the broken down movements of the waltz dance and started practicing again. Learn to dance. You must learn to break down the movements, learn small movements, and then connect them together and dance to the music. Although Qin Feng has already learned it, he still needs to be corrected in detail. Jump out of that flavor. The charm of a master. It's too difficult. However, although this process is very tiring, Qin Feng finds it quite interesting. The system adjusted his physique, improved his body coordination and nerve reaction ability, and added the original system's skills. Qin Feng quickly found that feeling. But for some reason, the next movement didn't have that rhythm. It's still a little difficult, let's try again. After stopping to drink a sip of water, Qin Feng continued dancing. Waltz is a type of international standard dance. Although it looks very simple and the movements are not very particular. But learn it. The pace and intensity of the turning movement are very difficult to master. Plus, dancing to the waltz is particularly difficult. Again. Qin Feng is not in a hurry. Just take your time. Anyway, Lang Ying has already secured the throne, so no one would dare to speak loudly to her even if she can't dance. But he is a serious man. It's something you can learn with practice. How can you embarrass your wife? And that night, he practiced until midnight. In the silent night. The one upstairs, you can't keep your voice down, it makes you look particularly healthy, right? Mad, why are you yelling so loudly? Chapter 48, Doubt, could it be that the old lady has taken a fancy to me? The next day. It was almost 9 o'clock in the morning when Qin Feng left home and drove to Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. It is indeed a bit late at this time. But there is no way. Yesterday he stayed up late to practice the international standard dance waltz, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. In addition, a young boy downstairs complained that he danced too hard, which caused him to make a mistake in his operation and lose a star. I fought against him all the way until 1 o'clock in the morning. Although Qin Feng successfully made the young man stop complaining. But he was too excited about the game at that time, so he lost his sleepiness and didn't fall asleep until 3 in the morning. It's already good enough to be able to leave home at 9 o'clock. If Qin Feng's body had not been specially optimized by the system, he would not have needed so much time to rest. If it were an ordinary person, even if he got up at this time, he would probably still be dozing off. Let us look at Qin Feng. His complexion is now rosy, his eyes are bright, and his spirit is extremely smooth. He does not look like a night owl at all. And soon, a very exaggerated silver Lamborghini Aventador was parked steadily in the open-air parking lot under the Lang's fragrance building. Qin Feng looked in the mirror and saw that he was in good condition. He raised his eyebrows and got out of the car. At this time, he suddenly felt his cell phone vibrate. When I took it out and looked at it, they were WeChat messages from Lin Shohan and Sun Feifei. Sun Feifei was just congratulating him on winning the bet on buying the land. Lin Shohan, on the other hand, is a bit of a naive person. She actually forgot that she was going to come to Lang's fragrance industry yesterday to deliver a bunch of documents including the land transfer contract certificate and transaction records, and said she would come to deliver them at 10 o'clock today. Qin Feng didn't care about this. These certificates had no substantial impact on his acquisition of the unfinished building. One day more or one day less would make almost the same. Just keep the program going. Holding the phone, he quickly replied yet to Lin Shohan, then entered the company building to find his lovely wife. While riding the elevator, Long Ying's message also came. Come directly to my office. The person who made your suit is here. Okay, I'll be there right away. After replying, he hurried out of the elevator and walked towards Long Ying's office. Enter the office. He saw a group of people arranging their clothes in an orderly manner. There are about 10 people. There is also a large dressing mirror in Long Ying's office. This is a big scene. Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Feng closed the door and walked in. But for some reason, Lang Ying was not in the office at this time, only her housekeeper Linen was watching. Mr. Qin, you are here. The lady is waiting for someone in the conference room, and she asked me to help you complete the custom suit. Seeing Qin Feng coming in, Linen explained quickly and politely. Okay, got it. Nodding slightly, Qin Feng followed Linan's lead and walked to the large dressing mirror. At this time, a foreign old man in his 40s with completely gray hair walked towards them. He pushed his glasses up out of habit and explained in not-so-fluent Chinese, Hello, Mr. Qin Feng. I'm Charlie, the tailor of Armani custom suits. I'll be serving you today. Thank you, sorry for the trouble. Qin Feng smiled and nodded in response. Please spread your arms, Mr. Qin Feng. Charlie put a sleeveless shirt on Qin Feng, then took a ruler and carefully measured the proportions of his body, asked his assistant to record it, and he also took out a small notebook to write it down. Care, responsibility, service, are the standards for custom products. He has been in this industry for 20 years and has never made a mistake. As he measured, the old man couldn't help but admire it. What a perfect figure, with perfect proportions and muscle lines. Mr. Qin Feng, your body is so perfect that it can be the size standard for our clothes for the next season. Really? You're flattered. I just practiced it casually. Qin Feng did not refute and answered casually. Joke. The body, proportions and muscle lines that have been improved by the system are of course at the top human level. When Charlie heard Qin Feng's extremely Versailles answer, he laughed helplessly, You are too modest. I have to say. Customization is good in every way except that it is expensive. Soon, the clothes were tried on, 2 sets in total. Then there were 2 pairs of black Oxford-style handmade leather shoes, 2 white shirts, a sleeve scarf, and a dozen socks. But what surprised Qin Feng was. Linen got a watch with a blue strap and a silver dial from somewhere and asked him to try it out. After everything was measured, the group left quickly. Linen went out to see him off and never came back. Suddenly, Qin Feng was the only one left in the entire office. It's a bit boring. Looking at the huge office, Qin Feng tried to dance the waltz a few times. But since there was no waltz accompaniment, he found it boring to dance and soon got bored. Sitting in the president's office chair, Qin Feng looked around casually and suddenly smiled slightly. He found a pen and a slightly larger A4 paper from Lang Ying's desk, thought for a moment, then lowered his head and started drawing quickly. A person's artistic taste will directly affect his or her temperament. Lang Ying's temperament is impeccable, like a castle in the air, otherworldly and cold. Because of this personality, she likes to collect some paintings by current art masters and put them on the walls of her office. Among them are paintings by Mr. Wu Guanzhong. And what a coincidence! In the past few nights, Xin Feng had made up for his high society knowledge and had gained a certain degree of understanding of current art. The painting master's skills are also symbolically stimulated. But although he was inspired, he didn't practice much. Anyway, he was a bit bored now, so he might as well draw something to relieve his boredom. But just when he was reaching the climax of his painting, someone knocked on the office door. "Come in." Almost as a conditioned reflex, Xin Feng said without even raising his head. Painting requires spiritual strength. He doesn't want to be disturbed. "Excuse me, is this the office of the president of Lang's fragrance industry?" A slightly old voice sounded, and it was in English. And hear this voice. Xin Feng frowned slightly and looked up. "Just see." An old foreign lady with gray hair, a slightly hunched body, but very bright eyes walked towards us. "Here it is, but President Lang is in the conference room right now, so he will probably be here soon." Xin Feng answered in fluent English. When he saw that the person coming was an old lady, he did not make things difficult for her. He found a chair for her and let her rest for a while. This old lady has a good temperament and a scholarly air. Xin Feng felt that it should be Lang Ying's client, but she just happened to be away. After he took care of the old lady, he continued painting. And obviously, the old lady was also somewhat interested in the paintings. After sitting down, she kept staring at the wall on the side of Lang Ying's office. After looking at it for a while, she nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with something. "So you are." She stood up and walked to Qin Bian. But when Xin Feng looked up, he found that the old lady was looking at him in surprise. That look was like when a wolf sees a lamb. Xin Feng's heart skipped a beat. "Depend on. Even though I'm handsome, I won't be able to attract an old lady, right? What are you doing?" Sitting back, Xin Feng asked puzzledly. Chapter 49. No, Auntie, we are not suitable. The old lady looked at Xin Feng's puzzled and somewhat frightened expression, then lowered her head to look at the half-finished painting on the table, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in her bright eyes. She picked up the oversized A4 paper and asked excitedly, "This concept, this scene, how did you do it?" Hearing this, Xin Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Fine. The old lady's target was not him. But I think so." Although he was indeed handsome, he was not so handsome that even a 60-year-old man could not resist him. "It's just a casual drawing." Xin Feng nodded slightly, sat back down, and answered calmly. "Just a random drawing? You're so modest, it's just amazing." The old lady held Xin Feng's unfinished sketch with both hands and said in amazement, "It's a poor, even crude painting, but it's the most emotional and powerful work I've ever seen." She fixed her eyes on Xin Feng and asked sincerely, "What's your name?" "Xin Feng." Xin Feng had no intention of hiding anything and answered softly. In fact, he didn't dare to hide it. Seeing the excited look of the old lady in front of him, Xin Feng was afraid that if he didn't tell her, the old lady would just lie on the ground and blackmail him to death. "Oh, Mr. Qin, your paintings are so amazing, and you are so young?" The old lady looked at Xin Feng as if he were a rare species, her hands trembling. "Thank you for the compliment." Xin Feng scratched his face and answered somewhat awkwardly. What can he say? He really just drew this sketch casually when he was bored. And looking at the excited expression of the old lady in front of him, it seems that he has been favored? "Can you please continue with your unfinished painting? I won't disturb you at all." Putting the oversized A4 paper in her hand back on the desk, the old lady looked at Xin Feng and said very seriously. Sure." Xin Feng nodded decisively. He already had the entire scene and complete conception of the painting in his mind. It was just that he didn't have time to finish the painting because the old lady suddenly interrupted him. Picking up the pencil again, Xin Feng thought for a moment, then bent over the desk and continued to sketch. Although he has not received systematic training, he has a system. Even though Xin Feng only looked at the art paintings with the intention of casually understanding them when he was studying, the appreciation level and painting skills in his mind surpassed most people in reality. Maybe this is the chosen one. And moments later, he had his first fully conceived sketch. It's finally healed. Xin Feng took a long breath and shook his sore wrist, feeling a little bit of accomplishment. And at this time, the old lady gently took the sketch that Xin Feng had just completed, which was still warm, and admired it over and over again. Sometimes you look at it from a farther distance, sometimes you look at it from a closer distance. After a while, she suddenly stood up and walked to the wall on the side of Lang Ying's office. The old lady tried her best to place Qin Feng's sketch among the masterpieces of modern masters, and then stepped back to appreciate it carefully. Then she nodded and turned to look at Qin Feng. Are you selling your paintings? I can give you 1.5 million, knife. Hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly stunned. A painting. $1.5 million US, which converts to 10 million. Good job. Are the sketches he drew casually so valuable? Sure. Qin Feng answered immediately. Although he couldn't see the value of his subsequent sketches, he would be a jerk if he didn't make money. No matter whether what the foreign old lady in front of you said is true or false, just agree to it first. Even if it's fake. He had nothing to lose. Can I ask you a question? The old lady asked tentatively, fearing that Qin Feng would not agree. Certainly. Who is your teacher? The old lady asked seriously. Hearing this, Qin Feng was stunned. I don't have a teacher, this is just something I draw casually, he explained again. Only. After he said this, the old lady became even more excited. She pointed at the sketch and explained in detail. Lichtenby pattern, the shape of lightning. In the 17th century, people first discovered that particle accelerators could be used to impact organic glass to form paintings that were filled with the beauty and majesty of physics. This conception, this scene construction. You actually said that you have not been taught by any international painting master. How is that possible? The more the old lady spoke, the more admiring the look in her eyes became as she looked at Qin Feng. The man in front of him looked unnaturally young, definitely no more than 20 years old. How could a man in his 20s, without any systematic instruction, conceive and draw such sketches? Is it true that someone could have such a great talent? She took a deep breath, and a hint of excitement appeared in her old but very bright eyes. Do you want to become the most famous designer in the world? Do you want to go to the highest art hall in the world and become a great artist? Qin Feng said coldly and decisively, I don't want to. Why not? The old lady was confused. Because I just want to get rich overnight. It's natural, Qin Feng answered calmly. Joke. Be a designer and go to an art hall. Getting things done is the bottom line. If he has the time to study art, wouldn't it be better for him to invest in stocks or start a company to make money? Then, your ideological awareness is a bit low. After receiving this answer, the old lady was a little disappointed. Mainly because I don't want to leave my wife. Seeing the old lady disappointed, Qin Feng shrugged helplessly and planned to get up and take her to find Lang Ying. He was a little bored. Excuse me, your wife is? Lang Ying. Oh, Lang Ying. The old lady nodded slightly, but she suddenly remembered. Isn't the female CEO who was going to discuss cooperation with her today called Lang Ying? She asked when she came in just now. You absolutely can't leave. The old lady suddenly grabbed Qin Feng with an excited look on her face. But this did shock Qin Feng. Hey, what are you doing? Auntie, we are not suitable, we can't force it. And at this time. In the corridor leading to the president's office. Lang Ying held her forehead, feeling a little depressed. Next to her, Linen stood quietly, reporting to her this month's sales and the designs that had not been used. Butler Lin, why do you think Ms. Darina is unwilling to cooperate with our company? Is there any high-end luxury brand on the market that is more powerful than our company? She didn't even come this time. If I had known, I would have waited for my husband in the office. Lang Ying said to herself with a depressed look on her face and walked quickly towards her office. Darina is an internationally renowned jewelry designer and has long-term cooperation with 20 other companies. Maybe she doesn't think highly of it. Linen had nothing to say and could only explain it this way. They didn't even show up, their attitude says it all. Lang Ying is a smart person, and no amount of comfort will prove anything. Forget it, let's talk about the high-end jewelry later. Walking quickly, Lang Ying now just wanted to see Qin Feng to improve her mood. Only. When she walked to the front of the office, she heard a lot of noise inside. Lang Ying immediately opened the door and wanted to go in and take a look. But she saw her husband arguing with an old man. Qin Feng? Ms. Darina? What are you doing? Chapter 50 Qin Feng who only wants to be happy? Met Lin Shohan in the company? Because the office door was suddenly pushed open by Lang Ying, Qin Feng and Darina's attention shifted to Lang Ying at the door and Linen behind her. The eight of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Especially Lang Ying. She really couldn't imagine what her husband could be doing with Darina? Auntie, calm down. Taking advantage of Darina's distraction, Xin Feng managed to break free in an instant. In fact, with his strength, it is not too easy to get rid of a 60-year-old woman. But he was afraid that people would just lie on the ground. Is this okay? This is not good. Seeing Xin Feng leaving her, Darina hurried forward, trying to catch up with Xin Feng. But before she took a step, Lang Ying came towards her. What's going on with you guys? A moment later. After a brief explanation, the four people almost understood the whole story. It was basically a misunderstanding. It's just a small matter. Only. When Lang Ying saw Qin Feng's sketch, she immediately decided not to sell the painting. I won't sell it no matter how much money you offer. In front of the president's desk. Lang Ying held the oversized A4 paper in her hands carefully, and couldn't help but look at Qin Feng with a little surprise. Honey, did you really draw this yourself? Of course, I saw Mr. Qin finish this painting with my own eyes. Darina answered before Qin Feng spoke. She looked at Lang Ying sincerely and asked earnestly, Miss Lang, the artistic beauty of this painting is so strong, please think about it again. As long as you are willing to sell this painting to me, I am willing to design a set of jewelry for Lang's incense industry for free. After that, Darina continued to increase the stakes and said, I can offer $2 million. $2 million, converted to more than 14 million. It is very difficult to sell a simple sketch at such a price even internationally, let alone the buyer is an internationally renowned designer like Ms. Darina. This high price is also a disguised recognition of Qin Feng's paintings. But when she heard the price, Lang Ying still shook her head and answered very firmly. Not for sale. As she spoke, she carefully placed the sketch on the table and admired it quietly, while also looking at Qin Feng. She really didn't expect that Qin Feng's painting skills could be comparable to those of modern masters. It's incredible. What to do? The more she looked at Qin Feng, the more she liked him. But at this time, Qin Feng didn't understand Lang Ying at all. If you don't make money, you are a bastard. It only took him a little time to paint a picture, so 14 million was obviously a huge profit. Lang Ying, how about selling it? I can draw one sketch an hour. At worst, I can draw another one for you later. Holding the phone, Qin Feng quietly sent a WeChat message to Lang Ying to ask. After Lang Ying read it, she pouted and looked at him dimly. She said in front of Darina, this is different. This is your first painting. It has a different meaning. I don't want to sell it no matter how much money you offer. Is that so? After hearing this explanation, Qin Feng was a little stunned, and then he smiled helplessly. He didn't expect Lang Ying loved him so much that she even wanted to collect his first painting. Ms. Darina, you heard it too. My wife said she likes this painting, so I can't sell it to you. But if you really want, I can spend some more time to draw another one for you. Turning towards Darina, Qin Feng said calmly. In fact, if he said he wanted to sell the painting now, Lang Ying would agree. But since his wife wants it, he can just be a little willful and spoil her. It's not a big deal. Just 15 million, is that a lot? He makes millions every minute. Ahem. No wonder Mr. Qin doesn't want to study abroad. It seems that you two really love each other. Darina said very embarrassedly. Based on Lang Ying's out-of-control remarks just now, she could certainly guess a little. I really fed her a lot of dog food without realizing it. She is already 60 years old and it still can't be avoided. If he wants to, I won't stop him. Already knowing what was going on, Lang Ying smiled lightly and answered very seriously. She would never hinder Qin Feng's future. If he wanted, she could always fund Qin Feng's study abroad. All right. Darina smiled helplessly, looked at Qin Feng, and asked again, are you sure you want to give up an opportunity to make everyone remember your name? Your talent is unmatched, you will definitely reach the pinnacle in the future. Only your paintings can definitely sell for 100 million. I can. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Qin Feng interrupted Darina before she could finish. Painting is just a hobby. If a hobby becomes a job, it is no longer a hobby. He just wants to be happy and doesn't want his life to be hijacked by a hobby. No matter how many billions. He is not happy. He wouldn't do it even if he was given 10 billion. After hearing Qin Feng's answer, Darina's expression gradually became serious. She glanced at Lang Ying, closed her eyes slightly, and then said, "Forget it, since you don't want to cooperate, I won't force you, but I don't think it's necessary to continue the cooperation with Lang's incense jewelry design." After saying, she stood up and walked towards the office door very slowly. In fact, Darina's temperament is well known internationally. She is a very gentle design master. But she really didn't want to waste Qin Feng's amazing talent. This is the only way to threaten Lang Ying. Only. As the president of Lang's fragrance company, Lang Ying feels that being threatened is like drinking water. It makes no difference whether it's one more time or one less time. "Butler Lin, please help me see the guests off," she said in a flat tone. Although losing Darina's cooperation would halt the development of her company's high-end jewelry business, which it had just expanded into, the losses would be huge. Previous processes, publicity costs, and company reputation. All will go to waste. Even in the next year, it will cause additional market losses, at least 1.5 billion. But so what? If Qin Feng doesn't want to, she doesn't care. "Ms. Darlene, this way please." Beside, Linden walked forward silently and helped Darina open the door. But because she walked too slowly, it had been dozens of seconds since Linden opened the door, but Darina was still moving slowly. Ms. Darina, are you feeling unwell?" Seeing that Darina was unwilling to move her legs significantly, Linden raised his eyebrows and asked. "No." Darina looked at the open door, hesitant. She thought for a moment, as if she had made a big decision, and turned back. This operation made Linden a little confused. "Then I'll make another proposal. I'll stay and cooperate with Lang's incense industry for a long time, and even help you train talents," Darina said helplessly. "But there is only one thing. Let Mr. Qin study with me. It only takes 2 hours a day." Since Qin Feng is unwilling to study abroad, at least he can study systematically. Don't waste such a great talent. Only. Lang Ying was a little surprised by Darlina's huge concession. Is Qin Feng's talent really that good? The contracts they had discussed before were only design contracts, not long-term ones. Just 1 or 2 designs. But for Qin Feng, an international master like Darina was actually willing to change the contract into a long-term employment contract. These are things you can only get if you have money and qualifications. But even so, Lang Ying still looked at Qin Feng, waiting for his decision. If he is willing, then agree. If he is not willing, that is fine too. Anyway, this company was open for him and the money was earned for him. It only takes 2 hours a day, which is no problem, but the main thing is that I don't know how to design. Qin Feng answered with a helpless smile. Although painting and design have something in common, painting is not the same as design. Design is about language. And to work with different materials, you need a lot of experience and book knowledge. This is another skill, and Qin Feng really hasn't learned it. It's okay, I can teach you. As long as you are willing, I can teach you all my knowledge, Darina said excitedly. Well, I can try, but I may not be able to learn it well. After thinking about it, Qin Feng decided to agree. Just treat it as a game. This designer is beneficial to Lang Ying's company, and keeping him will only mean losing some time for playing games. Come on. If he is proficient in design, he will be able to directly help Lang Ying with design in the future. It's always a big profit. That's great. I'll prepare 2 books for you when I get back to the hotel. Take a look at them. They contain the basic concepts of jewelry design. Darlina walked briskly, not at all unsteadily as before, and walked out the door in a flash. Qin Feng, Lang Ying, and Linden were all stunned. Was it acting before the relationship? If you want contact information, ask Mr. Ling for it. Looking at Darina's back, Qin Feng gave her a few reminders. But she seemed not to hear it. Maybe I was too excited. When Linden was about to close the door, Qin Feng suddenly saw a familiar figure. Excuse me, is Mr. Qin Feng here? Chapter 51 Shocking. Lin Shohan has his own self-attack skills? Outside the corridor leading to the president's office, a beautiful, tall girl with long straight black hair and a yellow floral dress was holding a pile of documents in her hands. She looked at the old lady running past her with a confused look on her face. The speed at which the old lady walked reminded her of a famous eye-catching advertisement of a browser. Shocked, a 60-year-old man who can walk briskly actually ate this? Shaking his head, Lin Shohan saw that the old lady was going to take the elevator, and quickly pointed to the passage ahead. Excuse me, is that the president's office over there? Of course. Darina hurried into the elevator, nodded slightly, and continued to immerse herself in excitement. Thank you. After getting a response, Lin Shuhan answered very politely in English, and didn't care much about Darina's strange behavior. Because now she just wanted to see Qin Feng as soon as possible. Last night she and Qin Feng were texting each other and they had a great time chatting back and forth. She swore that it was the first time she had such fun chatting with someone. She was like a person who had fallen in love and couldn't extricate herself, wanting to see Qin Feng all the time. Where is it? The president's office? Walking slowly, Lin Shuhan looked around and checked every door, afraid of missing anything. Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited is really big. I never thought that Lang Ying's sister had such great power that she could rent out the entire building. It's incredible. You know. His father Lin Tian only rented 3 floors as office space for Lin South Real Estate. Lang Ying spanned the entire building, of course she was shocked. While sighing, Lin Shuhan had unknowingly reached the end of the corridor. This is the last door, and the sign above it clearly reads CEO's office in large letters. Is this the place? Lin Shuhan lifted up the documents in her arms with her hands, freed her hands and gently knocked on the door, asking, "Excuse me, is anyone there?" "I'm Lin Shuhan from Lin's Real Estate, Qin Feng, are you there?" "Butler Lin, please help open the door, thank you." Inside, a magnetic male voice came out softly. Hearing this voice, Lin Shuhan's expression suddenly became happy. Because this is exactly Qin Feng's voice. "Qin Feng, I'm here to deliver the documents to you." Seeing the door of the president's office being pushed open, Lin Shuhan hurriedly jumped in, but the next scene almost made her doubt her life. Just see. Qin Feng sat upright in a chair behind his desk, while a woman who was much more beautiful than her was sitting next to him, looking at him lovingly. That look basically fits the description in romance novels, with eyes full of love. "What are you doing?" Feeling a little aggrieved, Lin Shuhan shouted. Hearing this voice, Qin Feng and Lang Ying immediately looked up. "Lin Shuhan? Why are you here?" Seeing that the person coming was Lin Shuhan, whom he had met at the previous party, Qin Feng asked in surprise. When Linen was about to close the door, he saw Lin Shuhan, and he thought he was seeing things. "I didn't expect it to be true. I'm here to bring you the documents." Looking at Qin Feng's surprised expression, and then at Lang Ying beside him, Lin Shuhan said with a tearful voice. "Oh, give it to Steward Lin. I asked you to deliver the documents, not to come in person. Aren't you hot in this temperature?" Qin Feng said somewhat helplessly, but he didn't pay attention to Lin Shuhan's crying tone. Beside, because Lang Ying knew about this the night before, she was not too surprised to see Lin Shuhan suddenly appear. "After all, it must be that my husband is so outstanding that he inadvertently touched my sister's heart. Handsome guys always have so many troubles." She understands too. "Butler Lin, please help her carry some of the documents. She has a lot of documents to look at." With a calm tone, Lang Ying asked Linen to help put a bunch of documents including the land purchase contract certificate and transaction records in front of her desk. Okay. After receiving Lang Ying's instructions, Linen took all the documents from Lin Shuhan's hands, walked to the desk, found an empty space and put the documents there. Facing Qin Feng, Linen asked quietly. "Isn't this the daughter of Lin's Real Estate? Why did she come to see you?" "Have no idea." Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders in response. What confused him was that after he answered, Linen decisively showed an expression that said "I understand" and then ran away. He often encountered this kind of thing when he followed Leng Zian in his battles. The daughter of that business tycoon invested hundreds of millions just to meet Leng Zian. He had seen Leng Zian pick up 3 campus beauties alone. Not to mention that the daughter of a certain agency boss fell in love with Leng Zian at first sight, and seeing that the company was in a disadvantageous position, she tried her best to help. The beloved daughter of Mo Dao was accidentally rescued by Leng Zian, and she had to marry him. A girl like Lin Shuhan, who is quiet and gentle and who even knocks on the door when she comes to look for someone, is acceptable. Qin's son-in-law is a bit weak. This is what Linen thought in his heart. And when he left and closed the office door, Lin Shuhan finally couldn't help it. She tried hard to hold back her tears and asked with a sob, "Qin Feng, why are you with Lang Ying from Lung's company?" Lin Shuhan's personality is quiet and gentle, and she is a bit naive. The thought that her husband suddenly became someone else flooded into her mind, making her a little dazed. Now she only felt aggrieved and had no other thoughts. And she didn't dare to make a fuss, after all, this was someone else's territory. Hello, I'm Qin Feng's wife, my name is Lang Ying. Without letting Qin Feng speak, Lang Ying stood up, walked to Lin Shohan, and explained calmly. Her powerful aura made Lin Shohan stop sobbing. Why are you so fierce? Lin Shohan took a step back unconsciously and trembled. Sorry, I'm used to it. Trying her best to suppress her arrogance, Lang Ying's tone became a little softer. Just now, she directly put herself into the role of the wife beating the mistress, forgetting that the little girl in front of her was just unilaterally attacking herself. Qin Feng doesn't like you. He bought your unfinished building just because it has great commercial value. Don't get me wrong. 100 million yuan was spent to win the beauty's smile. It was just a joke because the gossipy hearts of those rich people were aroused. Lang Ying spoke in a very gentle tone. But I don't know why. These words hit Lin Shohan's heart like a hammer. I don't believe it. Brother Qin Feng and I talked a lot. He likes me. Don't try to lie to me. I'm so smart. As she spoke, Lin Shohan took out her cell phone from her bag, opened WeChat, found the WeChat record and spoke. Can I take a look? Looking back at Qin Feng, Lang Ying took Lin Shohan's iPhone 13 and looked through the chat history. Lin Shohan, brother Qin Feng, when will the documents be delivered to you? Will they be delivered to Lang's Incense Company? Tomorrow, yes. Okay, I'll ask my dad for the transfer documents for the unfinished building. Omega? Good. Every other day. Brother Qin Feng, I forgot to send you the documents today, how about tomorrow? Sure, around 10 in the morning, in the president's office of Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited, tell me my name. Good. Looking at the few chat records, Lang Ying felt like laughing. The content of the chat was like a conversation between a goddess liquor and a male god, but Qin Feng accepted every one of them out of politeness. And the little girl in front of me comes with a self-guided strategy. And there are only a dozen records, all of which are about unfinished buildings, which is really not much. Sister Lin, Qin Feng is my husband, and he really doesn't have any interest in you. Returning the iPhone 13 to Lin Shohan, Lang Ying pinched her shoulders and said helplessly, also, you should go back and see a psychologist to correct your self-assault habit. Chapter 52, Qin Feng, the scumbag, the 3-year deadline has expired, so I don't want to stay in the Lung family? Only. Because Lang Ying's aura is too strong, a little lamb like Lin Shohan is no match for her. Lang Ying simply patted her shoulder to comfort her, but it turned into a threat to her. Shivering a little, Lin Shohan shrank slightly and took a step back. Don't come over here, I know Taekwondo. And suddenly, her eyes fell on Qin Feng, who was sitting on the president's desk. In an instant, she felt like she had found a life-saving straw. After glancing at Lang Ying, Lin Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then reluctantly took a step forward and said stubbornly, I don't believe you, brother Qin Feng must like me. Do you think everyone has 100 million? You must be jealous of me. Hearing this, Lang Ying was speechless. She explained again, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, there's no need for me to be jealous of you. Qin Feng and I have already obtained the marriage certificate. Don't lie to yourself anymore. No. You are jealous of me. Jealousy has changed you beyond all recognition. That must be the case. Not knowing where the courage came from, Lin Shohan turned her head to look at Qin Feng and asked weakly, unless Qin Feng tells me in person that it was a misunderstanding and he doesn't like me anyway. Seeing Lin Shohan so determined and stubborn, Lang Ying knew very well that no matter how she explained, the girl in front of her would not listen. Only Qin Feng can explain. Turning around, she looked at Qin Feng and asked for help, you tell her. Qin Feng raised his head, looked at Lin Shohan, and then answered in a very calm tone. It's really just a misunderstanding. I don't like you. Is that so? Listening to Qin Feng's explanation silently, Lin Shohan's face suddenly changed, as if the sky had fallen. What did she just hear? Sounds like an auditory hallucination? No. Her husband said he didn't like himself. What's going on? Woo woo woo, how could you even lie to me? I'm not that smart. There was a hint of crying in his voice. Lin Shohan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Qin Feng's answer was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. A moment. Her mentality collapsed. The worst thing in life is that a relationship ends before it even begins. Scumbag, I never want to see you again. Wiping her tears with her hands, Lin Shohan could only feel the grievance in her heart. After looking at the scumbag Qin Feng, she now just wanted to leave this sad place. accompanied by a sound of pang. The door of the president's office was slammed shut by Lin Shohan. She went off cursing. As the crying sound became farther and farther away and the president's office became quiet, Shin Feng was confused. Does this earn him the title of scumbag? How could he be such a scumbag? Don't just use the newly learned words casually. He is handsome and everyone loves him, and flowers bloom when he sees him. So is it his fault that his sister wants to confess her love to him when she sees him? He looked at Ling Ying, speechless. Are all rich girls so naive? I haven't had the chance to scum her yet. When Lang Ying heard Qin Feng's words, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Looking at the tightly closed door of the president's office, Lang Ying shook her head helplessly and replied, I don't know if she is innocent or not, but Lin Shohan is quite cute. As she said that, she turned to face Qin Feng, looked into his eyes and said unhappily, but you are also wrong. You didn't explain it clearly before, causing others to be in unrequited love for 2 days. If you are not a scumbag, who is the scumbag? I won't be polite if this happens again. Walking towards where Qin Feng was sitting, Lang Ying said dimly, otherwise, I will kick you out of the Lang family. Alas, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was alienation. The 3-year deadline has expired. I will no longer stay in this Lang family. Although he was a little speechless, Qin Feng still spoke very seriously, imitating the performance in a certain eggplant promotion advertisement. And obviously, Lang Ying had also seen these ridiculous promotional ads and couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm talking to you about serious matters, and you're being glib, you scumbag. Lang Ying found it a little funny when he teased her, but she realized that they were talking about serious matters now, so she could only try her best to pretend to be angry. But Lang Ying laughed, and Qin Feng had explained to her before that it was a misunderstanding. So Qin Feng simply assumed that Lang Ying didn't care. But, I have to compensate her. How do you know I'm a smooth talker if you don't try it? Qin Feng smiled evilly, and immediately showed a smile that all LSP could understand. Lang Ying had been with Qin Feng for a long time, and seeing him like this, she knew what he was thinking. Again? Can you do it faster this time? Lang Ying said weakly with her lips pouting. How can a man be fast? Kissing for more than an hour can help burn fat. I'm helping you. Qin Feng looked so righteous that if you didn't know him, you would think he was a gentleman. He stood up from his chair and walked in 2 steps to Ling Ying. He stretched out his left hand to hold her waist, and his right hand gently climbed up to hold the back of Lang Ying's neck, then kissed her passionately. Lang Ying did not resist and was very submissive. A kiss without words. The president's office was silent, and only a few subtle noises could be heard outside. During this time, the housekeeper Linen was also very observant. After half an hour, there was no intention of returning. Well, are you really going to kiss me for an hour? I can't breathe. With her face flushed, Lang Ying patted Qin Feng's strong chest and spoke hesitantly. Qin Feng immediately let her go after hearing this. However, due to the accumulation of saliva, you can pull the dragon beard cake while separating them. It's only been 20 minutes. Where have we got to? After wiping his saliva, Qin Feng answered as a matter of course. If Lang Ying really didn't stop, he could kiss her for an hour. It's too painful to look at. I can't eat it. No wonder Lin Shohan called you a scumbag. It turns out that you are a scumbag. If you are not a scumbag, who is? Looking down, she saw that her saliva had flowed onto her clothes on her chest. Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng with gloomy eyes and said unhappily. Okay, I'm a scumbag, and the scumbag is me, so will you let the scumbag be a scumbag? Hearing Lang Ying's unpleasant tone, Qin Feng moved his seat and came over to ask. But this question made Lang Ying choke. She hesitated and stammered, but never answered. Lang Ying regretted teasing Qin Feng that he was a scumbag. If Qin Feng is a scumbag, then isn't the scumbag now cheating on himself? And most importantly, I seem to be enjoying it quite a bit. TSK, you scumbag, I'll let you be a scumbag, okay? Although she was a little shy, Lang Ying still said it as if she didn't care. I didn't expect that President Lang also likes to let scumbags be scumbags. Seeing Lang Ying pouting her lips, looking unconvinced but helpless, Qin Feng couldn't hold back and started laughing. How could his wife be so cute and fun? That was really funny. There is no better winner in life than this. If you say that again, I won't let you kiss me anymore. Patting Qin Feng's arm shyly, Lang Ying said that she couldn't think of any way to threaten her husband in the end. This is the only answer I can give, which seems to be half-hearted. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Xin Feng grabbed Lang Ying and hugged her around the waist, but this time he didn't kiss her. Instead, he suddenly asked, by the way, after you and Butler Lin went back last night, did you get along well with your dad? Chapter 53, 1 against 10? Is the father-in-law a little bit stronger? About that. Lang Ying was somewhat puzzled by Qin Feng's sudden question. Her eyes dimmed immediately, but she still answered, albeit slightly perfunctorily. Seeing his lovely reaction, Qin Feng suddenly remembered the time when his parents asked about his grades during the final exams when he was a child. He just said one word at that time, almost. Boss Lang, has no one told you that you are not good at lying? Qin Feng keenly noticed the change in Lang Ying's expression, lowered his head and blew into Lang Ying's ear, speaking lightly. Hubby, stop making trouble. Feeling somewhat helpless, Lang Ying smiled and rubbed her ears, her heart beating a little faster. Behind her ears is her sensitive area. As soon as Qin Feng's breath full of male hormones approached, her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. She couldn't stand it when they kissed for the first time, but Qin Feng didn't notice it. Tell me the truth. Still not noticing Lang Ying's little peculiarity, Qin Feng asked again. He is now mainly worried about the relationship between his wife and father-in-law. Actually, Lang Ying thought for a moment and replied, we didn't get along very well last night. That's right. Tell me more about it. Qin Feng held Lang Ying in his arms and sat on the chair behind the president's desk, intending to listen to the details. This is important information about his conquest of Lang Zian. Even if it's meaningless, it's like having a heart-to-heart talk with my wife. After I got back, I reported my work to my dad, and he asked me to communicate more with Li Yunche. Without hiding anything, Lang Ying's eyes unconsciously turned to the left, recalling what happened last night. But I said I wasn't interested, and then I went back to my room to rest. During the meal, my dad was fine, but after we finished, we started fighting, and then... Hey, knock on the horse Japanese. Before Lang Ying could continue speaking, Qin Feng interrupted her. He pressed his head against Lang Ying's delicate face, nodded and said word by word, you and your dad started fighting after dinner? Yeah. My dad is a great fighter. Lang Ying said as a matter of course. How powerful is it? Qin Feng asked. 1 against 10. After thinking for a while, Lang Ying answered very seriously. After hearing these words, Qin Feng was a little confused. His father-in-law actually beat 10 people alone? Lang Ying definitely didn't exaggerate the matter, but rather minimized it. Lang Zian is a middle-aged man in his 40s. How could he have the physical strength to fight 10 people alone? Is he Master Yi? Can you spar with your dad? Don't get yourself hurt. Leaning back a little, Qin Feng looked up and down at his lovely wife's body, fearing that she might be missing some limbs. Just the look in his eyes made Lang Ying burst out laughing. It's okay. After all, I've practiced Jeet Kune Do for a few 100 million points. I can easily beat my dad. As she spoke, her eyes still revealed confidence. Seeing Lang Ying like this, Qin Feng could only nod. Good job. He was almost dying of laughter. It turned out that Lang Ying was a hidden filial daughter. Only. He really didn't expect this. The elegant and easygoing father-in-law Lang Zian whom I met in the special area of Thompson Epine before could actually beat 10 people alone? Oh my goodness. There was some sweat on his forehead and Qin Feng shook his head. It seems that he also needs to learn some physical skills to deal with it. What if Lang Zian finds out that I kidnapped his daughter before I can make a name for myself? Wouldn't that mean he would have to break his legs? Your family relationship seems to be quite harmonious. Qin Feng continued listening with a helpless smile. Afterwards, Lang Ying gave a brief account of what happened last night. After the discussion, she took a shower and rested, and then came to the company. After listening to Lang Ying's detailed explanation, Qin Feng seemed to be thinking about something. 2 words, plain. It's no different from an ordinary family. However, during the long time between Lang Ying's meal and her father's sleep, neither of them spoke more than 3 sentences except for reporting their work. The relationship is still in a stalemate. It seems that finding a way to get along is a bit difficult. Oh, yes. Qin Feng suddenly remembered something. He looked at Lang Ying, then took out a watch with a blue strap and a silver dial from his pocket and asked, are you sure you want to wear a watch worth more than 2 million at a cocktail party full of rich second generations? It's not much money. Is 2 million a lot? Lang Ying took the watch and asked casually. She rubbed Qin Feng's neck affectionately and said obediently, I will buy you something better in the future. If you like, I can even give you this company. Stupid wife. Qin Feng said helplessly as he reached out and lightly tapped Lang Ying's little head. This soft rice, why does it taste better the more you eat it? While the two were being affectionate and studying the human emotion experiment sweet talk together, Lin An's voice sounded outside at an inopportune time. Miss, your development meeting on high-end jewelry is about to start this afternoon. Is it still open? Lin An asked softly as he walked in without knocking. Inside, Lang Ying pouted when she heard there was a meeting. Compared to meetings, she prefers to snuggle in Qin Feng's arms. But today's jewelry conference is a new section that Lang's fragrance industry is about to develop, and she has to supervise and design it personally, so she has no choice but to attend it. And there is extra work in the afternoon. Qin Feng looked down at Lang Ying, who was pouting, and wondered what she was thinking. With a helpless smile, he said gently, Go to work, I will cook for you when you come back in the evening. When she heard that there was something delicious to eat, Lang Ying's eyes immediately began to light up. But she still didn't want to leave Qin Feng. I'm going over there, are you going home? Although there is something going on over there, I can at least go with you to the conference room. Qin Feng did have some things to do and had to go home to take care of them. Speaking softly, he pulled Lang Ying up and walked to the office door. As soon as the door opened, Lin An was seen standing quietly with a thick document in his hand. As soon as they came out, Lin An hurried forward and handed the documents in his hand to Lang Ying. Miss, this is designed by my subordinates. It needs to be voted on and approved one by one. Please take a look first. Yeah, no problem. Lang Ying took it, nodded, and looked at it carefully. Qin Feng understood and let go of Lang Ying's hand at this time, and walked in front to lead the way for her. Soon, we arrived at the door of the meeting room. Honey, I'll come to see you again tonight, Omega? Although she was a little reluctant, Lang Ying still went in with the documents. And after that, Lin An will follow in. But Qin Feng grabbed him. Lao Lin, wait a moment. Is there something wrong, son-in-law Qin? Lin An asked puzzledly. I want to ask, can my father-in-law really fight 10 people like Master Yi? Although Qin Feng believed Lang Ying's words, he still couldn't help but ask Lin An. He has followed Ling Zian in battles for many years and should be very familiar with Ling Zian. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that after he asked this question, Lin An suddenly laughed out loud. Immediately, Lin An explained to him in detail what Ling Zian did when he was young. As he listened, he was stunned. Moment. Inside the elevator, Qin Feng murmured. If negotiations fail, he will just fight with his fists. All the gangsters respect him. 1 against 10 is a basic operation. At that time, Ling Zian and 5 other people fought against 300 enemies. They fought in a roundabout way and stayed up all night to complete the task. I have never lost in stocks, in business, or in picking up girls. Oh my goodness, I'm the male lead and he's the male lead? Qin Feng raised this question. Ling Zian's behavior when he was young was obviously that of the male protagonist in the novel. He was confused. This father-in-law is a little bit stronger. Chapter 54 Investment, Ingui Pharmaceutical, Longwa Mealy Pictures? Imagining his father-in-law's gentle and easygoing movements, while he was saying I'm going to beat 10 of them, Qin Feng couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body and shivered. No, I have to learn something tonight, otherwise I'll be screwed if I get beaten. I touched the powerful abdominal muscles in my lower abdomen. Qin Feng suddenly felt that with his physique, he would be letting his body down if he didn't practice something. When he finished thinking, the elevator just arrived downstairs. Qin Feng took out his cell phone from his pocket and checked the time, then raised the corners of his mouth and hurried out. He came to the company at 10 o'clock and stayed in Lang Ying's office for a long time. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There is only half an hour left until the next stock market opening. Half an hour. He happened to go home and use his computer to manage his investments. The reason why he didn't use the computer in Lang Ying's office directly was because of the conversation he had with Mo Shuang, vice president of Will Venture Capital, at the party. Qin Feng discovered Mo Shuang was actually able to find out some of his own information simply by looking up the stock purchase records. Information leakage is a big problem. It would be fine if he was investigated, but Lang Ying's name must not appear on the investigation list. Although it's just buying stocks, it's no big deal. But Qin Feng still thought it was better to be safe. If a stock starts to rise as soon as he starts investing in it, it will always arouse suspicion. Call. Taking a deep breath, Jean Fong hurried out of the Lang's fragrance building and walked towards the seat of his Lamborghini Aventador. Only. As soon as he walked out of the building, he saw Lin Shuhan, who had run away earlier, squatting on the stairs next to him. She buried her head in her legs and groaned, probably crying. Originally, Jean Fong was wrong. If he had made it clear at the time and withdrawn after buying the land, he wouldn't have to offend this naive girl. But now things are no longer clear, so it's best not to disturb you. What a bad fate. I should have explained it to you earlier. Shaking his head, Jean Fong hurried away. He didn't intend to bother this little girl anymore, so it would be better to leave as soon as possible. And the coincidence lies in this. He had just taken a few steps when Lin Shuhan's cell phone rang. She looked up to get her bag and saw Jean Fong. Don't go. With tears in her eyes, Lin Shuhan quickly stood up, then opened the bag she was carrying while walking, searching for something. As Jean Fong is an old scumbag, how could he just not leave when she said so? Hearing Lin Shuhan calling him, Jean Fong decisively ran away. Don't come here, I admit it's my fault, I'm a scumbag, but if you want to hit me, can you do it tomorrow? Today I want to go home and buy stocks. He quickly ran to the car door and was about to open it and run away, but at this time Lin Shuhan had already walked over. She didn't say anything, but just sobbed uncontrollably, and then looked at Jean Fong quietly. Are you going to hit me to vent your anger? Looking back at the pitiful Lin Shuhan, Jean Fong sighed helplessly, stretched out his hand and asked. No, I'll hurt you, but I'll be the one crying. Lin Shuhan muttered something softly, then reached out and handed him a bracelet made of red rope. Seeing Lin Shuhan's pitying look, Jean Fong hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted it. He looked down and saw that the bracelet was woven crookedly and looked very ugly. I don't know how to weave. My mother taught me. After wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Lin Shuhan felt like laughing when she saw the ugly bracelet. I just don't know whether I'm laughing at the bracelet being really ugly, or at myself being stupid. She calmed down a little, then looked up at Jean Fong and explained, if you accept the bracelet, this matter will be over. Just treat it as a misunderstanding. After saying that, she walked outside alone. When he walked outside the wall of Lang's building, he turned around and waved at Jean Fong several times before turning around and walking away. Jean Fong watched the whole process but did not get in the car. If there is any reason, it is only because I feel pity for Lin Shuhan. Hateful. He is such a scumbag. Why do you feel guilty? Looking down at the ugly bracelet, Jean Fong took out his cell phone, took a photo and sent it to Ling Ying. He explained that it was given by Lin Shuhan. After delivering the message, he got in the car and started catching shrimp farmers. Lang Ying, who was in a meeting in the conference room, saw her phone vibrating and quickly replied. There is only one word Lang Ying was not that magnanimous, but she knew that Jean Fong would not betray her. She trusted Jean Fong, and that was enough. And the other side. Sakura Community Parking Area. After parking his car, Jean Fong hurried upstairs. Turn on the computer, mobilize funds, quickly find the high-quality stocks prompted by the system, and start investing one by one. The first high-quality stock he invested in was Ingui Pharmaceutical, which was the stock with the largest price fluctuation he had seen recently, and it is now showing a steady upward trend. To be honest, it was Leng Zian who asked for his advice, and that is how he accidentally saw this potential stock. The next step is to raise funds crazily. Waving his hands and twisting his neck, Jean Fong quickly operated on the computer to find the next high-quality stock. Then it is time to invest the right amount and break the whole into smaller pieces. And all these are added up. In just half an hour, Jean Fong spent 300 million yuan and invested in more than a dozen high-quality stocks. These stocks have a system guarantee, so you can make money without doing anything. In the last 30 minutes before the stock market closed, Jean Fong increased his investment in several high-quality stocks that he was optimistic about. 3:30 p.m. The stock market is closed and all trading is restricted. Jean Fong looked at the dozen or so high-quality stocks he had invested in and breathed a long sigh of relief. Engage in finance. It's really exciting. Even if there is a system, he doesn't dare to operate it at will. What about those who have no system prompts and rely solely on their own experience to battle the stock market? If you are not careful, your position may be closed immediately at best, or you may lose everything. Call. Jean Fong let out a long sigh and closed the stock market after checking for the last time that he had not invested too much or made the wrong investment. Staring blankly at the computer screen in front of him, he shook his head, got up and went to the bathroom. Wash your face and wake up. But at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. When I took it out, it was a message. Dear Mr. Chin, Longwa Mealy Film Company, Limited will hold a shareholders meeting in 3 days. Because your decision is very important to your company, please try to arrive. After browsing, Chin Fong held the phone and frowned. Longwa Mealy Film Company, Limited? Isn't that the shares rewarded by the system? A few minutes ago. He seemed to have taken a look at the company's stock. TMD. It's all green, and the market can't fall any further. Fortunately, it has the support of its parent company, Qianda Pictures, so it will not suffer losses after all. But this company is in Yinjing. Do I still need to go to Yinjing for this meeting? Stroking his chin, Chin Fong didn't want to go over. Joke. Wouldn't it be nice to play with your lovely wife every day, buy some stocks, and run a company to show off? Why go to Yinjing? Chapter 55, Brother Jie, don't want it? I'm so brave. Ignoring the message on his phone, Chin Fong threw his phone onto the sofa in the living room, then went into the bathroom to wash his face. After. Out of boredom, he started practicing international standard dancing. No way. You can't embarrass your wife, right? Although Lang Yingming said that she didn't need to slap those rich second generations in the face, they didn't dare to say anything bad about her. But since he had already started practicing, he should make use of the good quality of his Japanese friends who lived a good life and liked to delve into one thing to the extreme, and practice other types of international standard dance as well. After all, you have to practice. If you want to practice, then you have to practice to the best of your ability. This is what the chosen one should do. But unfortunately, halfway through the practice, the young man who liked to play King of Glory started swearing again. The one above, weren't you tired last night? Even if you took Luwei Dihuang pills, you can't be so tired, right? Why are you yelling so loudly? After hearing this, Chin Fong certainly couldn't bear it. He took off his coat, revealing his muscular body, then rushed downstairs and knocked on the young man's door. In an instant, a slightly thin middle school student opened the door and looked out. Chin Fong saw that the person opposite him was an elementary school student, so he sneered and said in a ruffian voice, imitating the young and dangerous gangsters, "My name is Zhang Jie, if you keep talking nonsense, I will blow your ass." Just you? The skinny middle school student sneered, "I'm just kidding, I'm super brave." Chin Fong looked at the elementary school student in disbelief. He didn't understand who gave this skinny elementary school student the courage. Are all elementary school students like this nowadays? Just wait for me. What are you doing? Why did you come in? Brother Jie, don't. 10 minutes passed. Chin Fong returned to his home again and continued to practice international standard dancing. Finally, no one was making any noise. After 5 hours of hard work, he almost learned the waltz and other international standard dances. The waltz has been practiced to perfection. A piece of music was playing in the living room. Chin Fong was standing in the middle of the living room at this moment, with his hands clasped together as if he was hugging a lady, and then he jumped up. The dance is graceful, the movements are smooth, and there is a sense of power that belongs only to men. Elegant and calm. There is power and charm in it. When the song ended, Chin Fong also stopped. With a perfectly optimized body by the system, Chin Fong was not tired after this round. He was even a little surprised now. The perfect level of skills and strength movements are far better than the teachings of the masters on the internet. The master is actually me? Swing at any time, elegant and relaxed. Only after making sure that he had mastered the dance moves and techniques did Chin Fong begin to learn the next topic. Martial arts. His father-in-law Lang Zian could be so elegant and easygoing as to say one man can beat 10, so of course he couldn't be timid. Drink some water, watch some videos, and protect Ionia. After resting for 2 hours, Chin Fong started watching videos about martial arts again. However, the traditional martial arts that can be found on the internet are almost all of the same type as Baogua Comrade and Yuanfang Qigong. There is no way. Chin Fong had no choice but to go into YouTube and try his best to find some training and combat teaching from the Marine Corps, as well as Israeli Gamma combat techniques for informal learning. After 2 hours of hard work, it was already evening. He found that he was still a half-baked person. Have no choice. Chin Fong could only give up for the time being and practice again later. At this time, the lovely wife he picked up at the Civil Affairs Bureau should come over for dinner. And as the saying goes, Man is iron, food is steel, if you don't eat for a while, you will be hungry. Lang Ying, a foodie who believed in this statement, knocked on Qin Feng's door at 6:10 p.m. on time. At this time, Qin Feng had already prepared 4 dishes and put them on the table. Fried shrimp, braised bamboo shoots, vegetarian duck, and poached chicken. All of them are local Shanghai dishes. When Lang Ying smelled the fragrance, she immediately threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. After giving him a big kiss, she rushed to the sofa, picked up a small piece of bamboo shoots on her tiptoes and started to taste it. As she chewed the food in her mouth, stars appeared in her beautiful eyes. Hubby, I love you so much. Woo woo, delicious, delicious. Looking at Lang Ying's foodie look, Qin Feng leaned against the door, feeling helpless. But now he is not afraid that Lang Ying will feel uncomfortable if she eats too much. He quietly controlled the amount of food. You want me to die? If you keep eating like this, the landlord will have no food left. Qin Feng said jokingly and went over to help Lang Ying share some of the burden. He practiced for an entire afternoon and his physical strength was exhausted. He also needed a good diet to replenish his energy. This is mine, you are not allowed to eat it. Ouch. Protecting food? No, husband. The next day. Nearing evening. The delivery man from Armani Custom Clothing came to Qin Feng's home and delivered 2 sets of high-end suits that were expedited. The clerk who delivered the clothes also gave specific instructions on how to care for the suit. Nothing else. They only support lifetime free dry cleaning. If you need service, just call. If you choose another dry cleaner, ask them to wash your tops and bottoms separately, otherwise color differences will occur over time. The suit is made of wool. Although this material is very comfortable, its durability is average. If they are washed separately, the colors will be different, and even Qin Feng's good looks cannot make up for it. After explaining these little bits of knowledge very responsibly, the Armani clerk left. In the living room, Qin Feng slowly untied the red silk bow on the black gift box and then opened the lid. Then 2 suits with straight cuts and smooth lines appeared in front of him. It smells like money. Qin Feng raised his nose and sniffed the suit, then raised his eyebrows and said helplessly, "Don't underestimate them. They're just 2 suits." Together with the Breguet luxury man's watch that Lang Ying gave him, as well as the tie, cuffs, and shirt, the total value of all these items reached more than 3.2 million. This is not a suit, this is a money suit. At this time, Lang Ying, who was far away in the company, also sent a message, asking if he had received the suit. Qin Feng simply chatted with his wife for a few words and then tried it on the spot. After putting it on, Qin Feng made some slight movements and couldn't help but admire it. It is worthy of being an Armani haute couture suit. The shirt fit his perfect body perfectly, and every part, from the collar to the cuffs, was cut and sewn perfectly. This suit also has some great details. The obsidian cufflinks that Lang Ying picked for him were the finishing touch. The pattern and color of the tie were also matched by Lang Ying. It fits Qin Feng's temperament as the chosen son and his inner charm very well. It's expensive for a reason. Facing the mirror in his own bathroom, Qin Feng looked at himself in a suit, looking so handsome, and couldn't help but admire himself. It is true that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. He looked even more serious in such a formal suit. It's full of force. Even if he went to the party and did nothing, he would still be embarrassed. Alas, ordinary people don't understand the troubles of handsome guys. After a very narcissistic flirtation, Qin Feng's face turned red. He took a photo and sent it to Lang Ying, then took it off and started practicing martial arts again. Handsome is handsome. Personal abilities still need to be improved. Chapter 56 Lang Ying, boys should protect themselves outside. The next day. It was almost 6:10 in the evening. At this time, Lang Ying had already arrived at Qin Feng's residence, Sakura Community, and was waiting. At the door. Lang Ying was wearing a blue dress dotted with diamonds, holding a small Chanel bag that was only wrist length in both hands, and silently looked at the floor of the community where Qin Feng was. Come on down, I'm waiting for you. Standing on tiptoe out of boredom, Lang Ying held her phone and started sending messages to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was almost ready, and when he saw the WeChat message Lang Ying sent him, he went downstairs immediately. Before he reached the door, he saw the dark-colored Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance of the community. That symbol of nobility. But, compared to the luxury car, what really attracted Qin Feng's attention was Lang Ying, who was standing next to the car. Lang Ying is so beautiful today. It is as eye-catching as the bright moon. A tight blue long skirt shows off her beautiful figure to the fullest. Through the fabric, Xin Feng could even see her faintly visible waistline. Coupled with her cool and domineering face, she is extremely alluring. It's no exaggeration to say. She just sticks there casually, and her invisible aura can crush everyone. You've been waiting for a long time. Xin Feng walked quickly out of the community gate, came to Lang Ying and spoke gently. No, I just waited for more than 10 minutes. After seeing Xin Feng, Lang Ying did not greet him immediately, but was in a daze. There is no way. Xin Feng looked so stunning in his suit and tie. He was handsome with a hint of steadiness, which fascinated her. When Xin Feng saw Lang Ying's cute stuttering and helpless look, he couldn't help but laugh. He pointed his finger at the edge of his mouth and said, "Boss Lang, wipe the saliva from your mouth." Ah. Lang Ying came back to her senses, showed a puzzled expression, and actually stretched out her jade hand to wipe her mouth. But there was nothing. There's nothing. No, are you really going to wipe it? Xin Feng was almost dying of joy when he saw the cute look of his wife. No, how could you trick me? Her face flushed a little, and Lang Ying stamped her feet shyly. But she wasn't angry. She also liked being teased and tricked by Xin Feng. Don't try to trick me anymore. Seeing Xin Feng laughing non-stop, Lang Ying immediately stepped forward and slapped him on the arm. After that, she took Xin Feng's arm and pulled him into the car quickly. Okay, I just said it casually, who knew you would really wipe it? Getting into the car slowly, Xin Feng couldn't help but reach out and tap Lang Ying's forehead. This is his lovely daughter-in-law. Although on the surface she looks like a real queen. But once he gets close to her, she will automatically turn into a lively and lovely girl next door. She gets shy when teased and is reluctant to accept. This kind of wife is awesome. There's something at the corner of your mouth. Don't you dare say that again. Seeing that Xin Feng was still teasing her, Lang Ying blushed and immediately pressed towards Xin Feng, trying to cover his mouth. But Xin Feng was so strong that he fought back. In the end, he was the one who suppressed Lang Ying. I won't say anything more, please stop making trouble. Looking at Lang Ying's seductive look, Xin Feng swallowed and quickly stood up. It's too painful to look at. Lang Ying's body stiffened and she nodded obediently. In the front, Linen, who was concentrating on catching shrimps, glanced at the rearview mirror inside the car, then raised the fender to let Lang Ying and Xin Feng make a fuss. You deserve to be suffocated for bullying me. Holding the car door and sitting up, Lang Ying tidied her messy hair and spoke unhappily. But at this moment Xin Feng was too lazy to speak. By the way, do you really know how to dance international standard dance? Lang Ying suddenly asked while fixing her makeup. Why would I lie to you? You'll know when the time comes. Xin Feng smiled, straightened his suit, and started to be serious. Although the essence of his LSP remains unchanged. But what kind of temperament should be suited to what kind of occasion? It's good that he is more serious. 6:40 p.m. Linen drove his Rolls-Royce to the venue of the cocktail party. The cocktail party was held on the 25th floor of the famous Shangri-La Hotel in Shanghai. It was almost the top floor of the hotel. The space was huge and one wall was made of special tempered glass, and it was one-way. Standing in front of the huge and clean one-way glass, standing on tiptoe and looking out into the distance, you can just see the famous Huangpu River in Shanghai. This venue is perfect for holding a party. And most importantly, this venue is only open to the richest people in Shanghai. The rental fee, excluding alcohol and service tax, is as high as 670,000, making it a truly high-end venue. Below the hotel, Xin Feng took Lang Ying's arm and got out of the car and looked around. It was easy to spot many people who were well-dressed and exuded nobility. When these people saw Lang Ying, they were all very happy and took the initiative to say hello. Beautiful Lang, you are a little more attentive today. You never wore makeup when attending parties before. Hey, President Lang, you look so beautiful today. Hello, Mr. Lang. Is the guy next to you your boyfriend who was officially announced on WeChat Moments? He's even more handsome in person than in the photo. Obviously. Xin Feng's outstanding appearance attracted the attention of that group of wealthy people. Their curiosity about Xin Feng seemed to be even stronger than Lang Ying's. No way. He is really handsome. After a while, the situation became increasingly out of control. Just like when he attended the party with Sun Feifei before, there were many rich women at the scene who wanted to come up and ask for Xin Feng's prestige. If Lang Ying hadn't been beside him, that group of rich ladies would have wanted to take him away directly. Honey, you're in danger. Lang Ying was very keenly aware of the gazes of the group of rich women. She pursed her lips and turned her head to speak to Qin Feng. You protect me. With a helpless smile, Qin Feng shamelessly hid behind Lang Ying. Okay, I'll protect you. Seeing Qin Feng's action, Lang Ying smiled gently, then immediately turned to face him. She stretched out her jade hand, grabbed Qin Feng's tie, and began to help Qin Feng carefully adjust it, and pecked his cheek gently. And this trick really works. In an instant, the number of eyes watching them decreased significantly. Boys should protect themselves outside and don't get caught by bad guys. Lang Ying said very seriously while helping Qin Feng tidy up his suit. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh, and immediately replied, Okay, I promise my wife, I will protect myself. TSK, you're so talkative. Gently patting Qin Feng's strong chest, Lang Ying pulled him and quickly entered the hotel. Linen sat leisurely in the car, with his eyes closed. Soon, the elevator reached the 25th floor. Chapter 57, Li Fugue? He had no choice but to return home and inherit hundreds of billions of assets. As soon as the two of them entered the cocktail party venue, Qin Feng immediately became very aware of dozens of unfriendly eyes looking at him. Needless to say, it must be the rich second generation who pursued Lang Ying. Why do I sense a murderous aura? Turning his head, Qin Feng asked Lang Ying quietly. Because I brought you here this time, these people just want to see who you are and why I will marry you. Come on, husband. With her hands behind her back, Lang Ying gently patted the back of Qin Feng's hand and gave him a look that said you're in trouble. Seeing Lang Ying's expression of enjoying the show, Qin Feng smiled helplessly. He put his left hand behind his back, quietly climbed up Lang Ying's slender waist, then pulled her into his arms, leaned close to her ear and blew, saying, I can't beat those people, my wife, please protect me. When Qin Feng suddenly hugged her like this, Lang Ying's face immediately turned red. After realizing that she didn't have enough strength to push Qin Feng away, she suddenly became a little panicked. Let me go, there are so many people watching. No, I'm scared. Qin Feng joked. For some reason, he now likes to see Lang Ying panicking more and more, like a frightened little white rabbit. Okay, I'll protect you. With so many people watching, Lang Ying couldn't just act like a spoiled child and beg him to let her go like she had done before, so she could only agree. I told you it wouldn't end. Hearing the answer, Qin Feng immediately loosened his arm around Lang Ying and instead held her hand normally. Let's go over there. Seeing that Lang Ying's blush had recovered, Qin Feng slowly pulled her to an inconspicuous place. However, since the focus of the scene was on the two of them, even if they deliberately walked to the corner, most people in the party still looked at them vaguely. And what they did just now was assumed by this group of people to be flirting. It seems that the beautiful Lang has a good relationship with her boyfriend. That's right, they can flirt in front of so many people. But I wonder if her boyfriend has been approved by President Lang? Cocktail corner. Although she couldn't hear it clearly, Lang Ying could still guess their conversation. See, here's another topic for those idle people to gossip about. Lang Ying hit Qin Feng in annoyance and was a little angry. She doesn't want to be the center of attention. Is it her fault that she's pretty? But Qin Feng looked indifferent. He patted Lang Ying's shoulder gently, and then replied calmly, even if we don't do that, they will still discuss me. It makes no difference. After saying that, he lowered his head on the dining table to think, and finally took a piece of fruit cake and started eating. By the way, he hasn't had dinner yet. These desserts are just right to fill my stomach. Seeing Qin Feng like this, Lang Ying sighed and said nothing. She also thought that what Qin Feng said was right. Even if you do nothing, those gossipy people will still discuss it. It's like when you come home from the city wearing a fashionable leg-revealing artifact, which is nothing wrong in itself, but your neighbors may discuss it for 2 or 3 days, and they may even speculate that you will never get married. All the same. This cake is delicious, would you like a bite? Gently pinching a piece of cream cake, Qin Feng placed it in front of Lang Ying as if nothing had happened. Lang Ying took a look, then opened her mouth and took a bite. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Delicious. Foodie. Qin Feng gave the whole cake to Lang Ying and went to find some more for himself. Stupid husband. Taking the cake, Lang Ying couldn't help but smile gently. She ate the cake in small bites and looked around to see if there were any business partners she could make. Before she took a few steps, a tall and thin foreign man came up to her. Li Fugue? Lang Ying was a little surprised when she saw this foreign man and exclaimed unconsciously, "Oh, classmate Lang Ying, please don't call me by my Chinese name. Just call me Tom." Tom was speechless. He held his forehead and explained in poor Chinese. At this time, Xin Feng heard the noise and walked over quickly. "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing." Lang Ying was in a happy mood. She pulled Xin Feng over and introduced him to Tom, "My husband, Xin Feng. Xin Feng, this is Li Fugue, my classmate when I was studying in the United States." Li Fugue? This name sounds full of wisdom. Hearing the name, Xin Feng looked up at the good-looking foreign man and felt a little funny. Why is such a nice young man named Li Fugue? Xin Feng stretched out his hand, shook hands with Tom, and said awkwardly, "Hello, Mr. Li Fugue." Tom was stunned and quite embarrassed. "You can call me Tom, too." Xin Feng immediately understood, "Okay, Rich Tom." Tom's eyes widened in disbelief. "You should just call me Rich." "That's what you said." Xin Feng answered decisively. While listening to the brief conversation between the two, Lang Ying covered her mouth and laughed, and her stomach began to hurt. How could she not know that Xin Feng was teasing Tom on purpose? "Don't tease him, Xin Feng." Lang Ying touched her lovely husband and said with a helpless smile. Hearing this, Xin Feng shrugged his shoulders to indicate that it was none of his business. "By the way, why did you come to the Magic City? Before graduation, didn't you say that you inherited 300 wineries from your family? The hidden value of that winery is simply inestimable." Ignoring Xin Feng's bad taste, Lang Ying took his arm and turned to ask Tom. They were studying the same major, but Tom left school before graduation because his father died. However, he was not very good at his favorite field, finance, and did not achieve great enough results to prove his family's success. There is no way. He had no choice but to return home and inherit hundreds of billions of assets. To him, he has nothing except money. What else could it be? It can only be a business matter. Tom made a helpless expression in his broken Chinese. "Oh, because of business." Lang Ying nodded. In fact, this is the only reason that could have allowed the young master of a famous foreign wine group to come to Longwei in person. The order seems to be very large. These businesses are all private. Lang Ying knew this, so she just nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After chatting with Tom for a few more words, Lang Ying was about to leave. But at this time, most of the dining tables in the middle of the magnificent venue had been taken away. The music started slowly. It is the accompaniment music for international standard dance, a typical slow three-note music. The tempo is slower than standard music, making it very suitable for this type of social occasion. This dance is very casual. As long as you have a dance partner, you can enter at any time. For a moment, many people gathered in to watch. "Oh, classmate Lang Ying, the dance has started, can you come and show your face?" After looking at the dance floor in the middle, Tom suddenly turned around, bent down and extended his hand to invite Lang Ying like a gentleman. "Oh, Mr. Rich Tom, I'm very honored." Without waiting for Lang Ying to answer, Xin Feng grabbed Tom's wrist. Chapter 58. Let Daddy take you to dance. Playing tricks on the reader Su Yanran? "Mr. Xin Feng, what are you doing?" Looking down at Xin Feng, who was holding his hand tightly, Tom was confused and at a loss for what to do. "Aren't you dancing?" "My wife is feeling a little unwell, so I'm here to take her place." Xin Feng said it as a matter of course without any reservation. Joke. Dare you invite his wife to dance in front of him? I don't want to live anymore. "Oh, Mr. Xin Feng, our family doesn't have the habit of dancing waltz with men." Tom kept waving his hands and exerting force with his arms, trying to break free from Xin Feng's hands. But for some reason, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move Xin Feng at all. "Mr. Xin Feng, please let me go." "I can let you go." Holding back his laughter, Xin Feng tilted his head slightly, then explained seriously, "But you said that your family has no habit of dancing with men, is this sex discrimination?" As if he had discovered a new continent, Xin Feng immediately rolled up his suit sleeves symbolically, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. "I'm going to fight if you say that. And here's sexism and punches." Tom immediately became scared. His family had been reported by the World Federation of Women before, simply because the women depicted on their wine brand were pretty and gave off a different vibe. He was then reported for objectifying women. But it's nothing, just change the packaging bottle, it's not a big deal. But coincidentally, the red wine they launched was produced in bulk. With low price and excellent quality, it was regarded as the first wave of attack to open up markets in other states, and the quantity was surprisingly large. As a result, the plan to occupy the market was completely scrapped, and their family lost hundreds of millions in just 1 month. At that time, his father still had enough physical strength, but when he saw the business had been messed up like this, he got up from the bed angrily, took out 7 wolves and gave him a severe beating. Until now, Tom still has a shadow in his heart. Now no, Mr. Chin Fong, I don't mean to discriminate against men. I am willing to dance with you. Holding his forehead, Tom felt helpless but still reluctantly agreed. 3 grams of oil, I am very honored. Almost laughing out loud, Chin Fong walked slowly into the dance floor with Tom, who had a sullen face. And next to it. Lang Ying was stunned when she saw Chin Fong and Tom actually walking towards the dance floor. And next. She just burst out laughing and couldn't stop smiling. Lang Ying knew very well that her lovely husband was jealous and didn't want her to dance with Tom. But she just wanted to reject him. You're such an idiot. If you do that, you'll just blow yourself up. Feeling both amused and angry, Lang Ying quickly put down the fruitcake and quickly caught up with Chin Fong. She doesn't want her husband to embarrass himself in public. If you see the situation isn't good, just change it. Actually. She was also curious about what it was like for men to dance the waltz. Who is the attacker and who is the receiver? The two of them flowed into the crowd and onto the dance floor. The rich men and women who were already on the dance floor were all in pairs, but when a man suddenly came, they were stunned. For a moment I didn't know what to do. No, what does it mean? Gay? They're all so handsome. I'm into them. Isn't that the boyfriend of the beautiful Lang? What's going on? Has that foreign gentleman been tricked? That should be the case. I just saw that foreigner going towards Boss Lang. Now we're going to have some fun. The sudden joining of Chin Fong and Tom attracted the attention of many people at the party. They held their wineglasses and discussed in a few words. However, these rich men and women have become very smart people, and they can tell what is going on with just a guess. More and more people gathered around, and Lang Ying finally found a place to sit close to. Suddenly, a strange voice came over. Lang Ying, save me, save me. Frowning, Lang Ying followed the voice and was surprised to see the person who called out, Su Yenran, didn't you say you were going to stay at home and write, and you won't be coming to the party? Su Yenran is a female writer from a certain Jiang province. She likes to feed dog food and set traps for her readers whenever she has nothing to do. She was not short of money, she just felt it was great. For this party, Su Yenran told her early on that she would not come because she had to update her post, but unexpectedly she still came in the end. You should lose weight. After struggling to pull Su Yenran out of the crowded crowd, Lang Ying let out a long sigh and said helplessly. This girl is called plump, you are jealous. Shamelessly referring to fat as plump, Su Yenran giggled, then hugged Lang Ying's waist, rubbed her breasts affectionately, and replied proudly, I stood up those readers. The promised 8 changes were reduced to 2, so I can come. That's not the point. Su Yenran let go of Lang Ying, pointed at Chin Fong and Tom in the middle of the dance floor, and asked in a very CP shy way, what's going on with them? I'm so CP shy. You kowtow. Reaching out and giving Su Yenran a slap, Lang Ying rolled her eyes at her and explained, Chin Fong was teasing Tom, but he also blew himself up. I'm ready to take over at any time. After hearing this, Su Yenran immediately became interested. Hurry up, Lang Ying, get ready. I want to see you dance with your brother-in-law. You have to wait a while. Lang Ying answered guiltily. And Su Yenran immediately gave her a look that said I understand. I didn't expect Lang Ying that you also like gays. Being handsome is the truth. In the middle of the dance floor. Chin Fong tried to hold back his laughter as he looked at Tom, whose face was ashen and a little shy. He suddenly grabbed his wrist and started dancing to the slow 3-beat music playing on the spot. It was obvious that Tom was very shy. Although he could dance the waltz, he danced it very badly. Mr. Tom, please don't be so tight-lipped. Let Daddy take you dancing. After saying that, Chin Fong changed his movements, grabbed Tom's shirt through his clothes with his right hand, and began to dance quickly. The musician was also very helpful, and he was very tactful and changed the song to a fast 3-string song. And so, the two began to dance. Mr. Chin Fong, you can only sing one song. I can't accompany you. Tom was completely led by Chin Fong. He didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements and answered with a hopeless tone. Okay. Qin Feng answered perfunctorily. In a duet, one person must control the rhythm. Tom danced badly, so he came to guide him. It can be said that Tom is now completely a puppet, being controlled by Qin Feng to dance. And at first, the rich people in the dance floor were watching Qin Feng and Tom dancing as if they were laughing at the joke. But I danced for a long time. They found that Qin Feng had a very good grasp of the dance moves and rhythm. It seems to have the meaning and flavor of a dance master. The movements are graceful and calm, without a single flaw, and full of the strength and beauty that a man should have. The almost show-off-like movements made most people who could dance ignore Tom, who was dancing badly next to them. Suddenly, someone clapped sincerely. Immediately afterwards, all the wealthy people who could dance and had good vision gave Qin Feng applause. Something seems a little off. Why are they clapping? Chapter 59. Stunning the whole audience, Lang Ying confesses in public? Something seems a little off. Why are they clapping? Among the crowd of onlookers, Su Yanran was bewildered as she looked at the small group of people around her who were impressed by Qin Feng's dancing skills. The rich attach great importance to education, so the second generation of rich people will at least have one artistic skill, and some are good at horse riding, golf, and archery. Su Yanran learned archery and she couldn't understand dancing. If we don't applaud, then we're done. Qin Feng dances better than all the masters. Isn't it a waste of all their years of dancing? Hold my bag for me, I'm going to help out. After giving Su Yanran a blank look, Lang Ying quickly walked into the dance floor. The moment she stepped onto the dance floor, a white circle of light suddenly appeared on the ground. The staff on site were very smart and temporarily adjusted the lights on the ceiling of the 25th floor to use it as a separate dance floor. Lang Ying, come here. On the dance floor. When Qin Feng saw his lovely daughter coming in, he immediately smiled gently, abandoned Tom and went to catch Lang Ying. When did you learn to waltz? Without resistance, Lang Ying obediently took Qin Feng's hand and threw herself into his arms. Last night. Qin Feng put his right hand on Lang Ying's slender waist, and his left hand stroked her slender and cold jade hand. He crossed his hands and danced again to the rhythm of the music. Don't lie to me. This skill is far beyond some of the dance masters I know. How could you possibly master it in just one night? With a look of disbelief on her face, Lang Ying also began to sway her body to the music. Just for one night, because I'm a genius. He smiled slightly, looking very confident and calm. Qin Feng climbed up Lang Ying's back and patted her gently with his right hand to reassure her, then whispered. Don't be nervous. Look at your body, it's straight. I hope that in your eyes, I am always the best no matter what time it is. I want to show those idle people that you, Lang Ying, have the sharpest vision. Your husband is the most powerful man in the world. After saying that, Qin Feng began to dance seriously, dancing to the melodious music. In an instant, the two of them became the focus of the entire dance floor. Qin Feng's movements were leisurely, smooth and natural, and he took control of the dance in an instant. Lang Ying is not bad either, and if she tries hard enough, she can also take the lead. But now she is willing to let Qin Feng take the lead. Because of what Qin Feng said just now, she loved this husband she picked up from the Civil Affairs Bureau even more. Her vision was never wrong. Even without proof, Qin Feng is the most powerful in her eyes. Dance for a while. The crowd watching around the dance floor was immediately amazed. Just now, Qin Feng and Tom were playing with a king and a bronze player. But now, working with Lang Ying, he has perfectly presented the elegant and noble temperament of waltz. You can almost go directly to participate in national-level dance competitions. Stable. A very stable group. Qin Feng's movements were very orderly, guiding Lang Ying to perform the movements continuously. And at this time, there were fewer and fewer people dancing on the dance floor. In the end, only Lang Ying and Qin Feng were dancing. Lang Ying came back to her senses, and when she needed to turn around during the dance, her eyes left Qin Feng for a moment. She suddenly realized that the expressions of the audience who were originally watching the show around the dance floor had changed from mocking to surprised. They all looked at them. Their expressions amazed the whole audience. The music continues. The music at this kind of cocktail party will be played for a long time, because waltz focuses on rhythm and beat. Even if many pieces are connected together, it will not seem abrupt. Those dancing inside can leave directly if they are tired, and others who want to dance can join in directly. The music continued, but no one joined in. Qin Feng and Lang Ying danced like this, just like two dancing butterflies, leisurely and contented, noble and natural. Lang Ying's blue evening gown embellished with diamonds sparkled stunningly, while Qin Feng's well-fitting black wool suit was steady and elegant. The two of them seemed like a perfect match, dominating the entire venue. Boss Lang, take a break? When it came to the last 8 beats of the rhythm, Qin Feng was very sensitive to the fact that Lang Ying's body was trembling a little. He lowered his head slightly and leaned close to her ear and asked in a caring manner. The long period of concentration also made her a little tired. Besides, they have already dominated the whole place, so there is no need to keep jumping. Okay, I'll take you to rest. On the last beat, Qin Feng and Lang Ying completed a spinning dance, then immediately let go of her and hugged each other. The song changes beats. But at this time, still no one went in to dance. Because at this moment the entire venue has become a performance for Qin Feng and Lang Ying. I don't know who started it, but the rich men and women around started clapping unconsciously, and in the end the applause became continuous. The applause was thunderous, covering up the rhythm of the song. Qin Feng smiled calmly, bent down slightly, and wanted to take Lang Ying off the stage. But Lang Ying started to refuse and held him back. She looked around, thought for a moment, and then spoke domineeringly. Perhaps everyone here generally thinks that my husband has a very poor background. They don't know why I like him, and some people even deliberately come to find fault and make unscrupulous remarks. I want to say here, there is no reason. I just like my husband Qin Feng. In my eyes, he is the most powerful person in the world, and the only person who can make me worry and miss him all the time. I love my husband, and I only love him in this life. After saying this very seriously, Lang Ying immediately followed Qin Feng off the stage and walked towards the audience seats. After a while, the whole place was boiling. No, this is too romantic, isn't it? What did I do to deserve such a big mouthful of dog food? Oh my god, it's so romantic, and the cold beauty is so sexy. My god, why does my wife only do it to me? Ha ha ha, a good father will have a good daughter. Do you think this scene is familiar? Yes, Lang Ying has the same aura as her father Lang Xian, who hooked up with the president of Wanshang Bank, the daughter of the Lin family Lin Yanran. Auditorium. Su Yanran was extremely excited as she watched Lang Ying and Qin Feng slowly approaching her. She rushed to Lang Ying and exclaimed, Lang Ying, you are so domineering. You are my idol. I have decided. The male and female protagonists of my next novel will be you and your brother-in-law. Beside. Qin Feng looked down and saw Su Yanran rubbing her face against Lang Ying's chest and was speechless. He didn't even get this treatment. Okay, just hug me, you're addicted. Qin Feng forcibly pulled Su Yanran away, but he didn't care why this guy was here. Brother-in-law, I already call you brother-in-law, why are you so stingy? Pouting and acting coquettishly. Su Yanran was pulled away with an unwilling look on her face. At this time, Lang Ying held Qin Feng's face with both hands and said seriously, will you come home with me to meet my parents? Even if my dad doesn't agree, I will be with you, no matter what. Is this a suitable occasion to talk about this? Qin Feng grabbed Lang Ying's hands, hugged her waist skillfully, and kissed her. This kind of scene. You should just show your love. So you, agree? Go home, go back to your home. Okay, Beside. Su Yanran looked depressed as she didn't understand why the two of them suddenly kissed. She was still confused when the dog food was already in her mouth. That's too much. There are so many people here. Chapter 60, Lang Ying, who has a regular diet, meets Lin Shuhan again. But Qin Feng didn't care about all that, he just wanted to kiss Lang Ying. And at this time, when many wealthy men and women at the venue saw the scene, they all took out their mobile phones, turned off the flash and quietly took a few photos. Logically speaking, private photography and dissemination of photos at gatherings among wealthy people are not allowed. But the scene of Qin Feng holding Lang Ying in his arms and kissing her passionately was so beautiful that they couldn't help but want to record it. Anyway, they all posted on WeChat Moments. This photo will basically not be seen outside the circle of Shanghai's wealthy people, so it's no big deal. Moment. This time the kiss didn't last that long. After only 1 minute, Qin Feng let go of Lang Ying. He looked down at Lang Ying, whose cheeks were slightly red, and asked, Boss Lang, are you feeling unwell? No. Lang Ying was slightly stunned and answered perfunctorily. But Qin Feng obviously didn't believe it and asked, how can it be okay? Your waist was shaking when you were dancing. Do you think I didn't notice it? Putting his hand on Lang Ying's belly, Qin Feng frowned slightly and looked at her worriedly. Do you have stomach problems? Lang Ying was startled, like a kitten whose secret was discovered. She nodded slightly and explained, I was discussing business during the day and had to drink some red wine. I just happen to have my period these days, so. The more he spoke, the lower his head lowered. In the end, Lang Ying could only look at her toes, standing in front of Qin Feng like a child who had done something wrong. She didn't want Qin Feng to worry about her. We're done here, shall we go home? Seeing that his wife was uncomfortable but very aggrieved, Qin Feng smiled slightly, took her hand and asked gently. Going back to Sakura community? Looking up quietly, Lang Ying asked in confusion. Didn't I just promise you? Let's go back to your house and meet your parents. Qin Feng answered helplessly, feeling a little amused. Although he closed his eyes when they were kissing just now, there were many people around taking pictures and the sound of the camera was not turned off. There was no way he could pretend not to hear the repeated clicking sounds. The circle of wealthy business people in Shanghai is just that small. Lang Xian is a big shot in the business world of Shanghai. This news will probably reach him in an hour. It is better to be proactive than passive. When Lang Ying heard that Qin Feng was willing to meet her parents, she immediately smiled happily. She took a step forward, hugged Qin Feng around the waist, and then put her head on his strong chest, murmuring, "Let me hold you for a while." Can hugging me relieve your stomachache? What you need now is stomach medicine. Qin Feng asked with some concern, lowering his head and stroking Lang Ying, who was hugging him tightly. When they were dancing before, he felt that something was wrong with his lovely wife, and she couldn't even keep up with some easy rhythms. Then her waist began to tremble. He decided immediately not to jump. Even though she was in so much pain that she couldn't bear it anymore, the stupid wife was still reluctantly hugging him. You can cure the disease yourself. Hugging you makes my stomach feel better. Let me hug you. After rubbing Qin Feng's chest affectionately, Lang Ying still refused to let him go. Seeing that Lang Ying insisted on hugging him, Qin Feng had no choice but to look at Su Yanran beside him. What are you going to do? Su Yanran looked at Qin Feng warily. Please buy me some stomach medicine. Lang Ying has a stomachache. Qin Feng spoke quickly, without any unnecessary nonsense. If I don't go, she will be in pain. Su Yanran pouted as she spoke viciously. She skillfully took out a medicine box from her bag and handed it to Qin Feng. Omeprazole enteric-coated tablets, just give her one tablet. I'll go get some warm water. As she spoke, Su Yanran asked the waiter to bring her a cup of relatively warm water. Is this stomach medicine suitable for her symptoms? Don't take it carelessly. When Su Yanran came back with the cup of water, Qin Feng held the enteric-coated omeprazole tablets and asked Su Yanran in confusion. Her personal doctor prescribed it to treat a cold stomach. Handing the cup of water to Qin Feng, Su Yanran answered helplessly. Qin Feng put the stomach medicine into Lang Ying's mouth, and then asked her to slowly drink some warm water, and that was it. Why do you carry stomach medicine with you? After repeatedly looking at the medicine box with the words omeprazole enteric-coated tablets printed on it, Qin Feng looked up and asked Su Yanran. Hearing this question, Su Yanran shrugged helplessly. It's not the first time she's done this. I'll be the one taking care of her after she returns home. Lang Ying forgets to take care of her body once she starts working. Stomachache is an old problem. After listening silently, Qin Feng lowered his head and patted Lang Ying on the back, his eyes full of tenderness and worry. She was not feeling well, but Lang Ying didn't even tell her. Really? Now it seems that he is really a scumbag. Be sure to tell me if you feel unwell in the future. Qin Feng whispered to Lang Ying in a low voice, a little angry. His lovely wife was almost dying from stomachache, but he was like a fool and didn't know it. I really haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a husband. After saying that, he looked at Su Yanran again and asked, does she have any other recurring illnesses? In case. Whenever Lang Ying feels unwell in the future, he can always have some medicine on hand like Su Yanran did. It's just a stomach problem. It's the result of her irregular meals every day. Responding helplessly, Su Yanran took the water cup from Qin Feng's hand, and then said, give Lang Ying another pill tonight and she will be fine. Okay, I have to go home and write too. Qin Feng nodded and watched Su Yanran leave. And then, he looked at Lang Ying in his arms. Still hurts? Like a kitten, Lang Ying squirmed her body and continued to hug him. How do you eat every day? Qin Feng asked with a slight sigh. It's quite regular, one meal a day, usually at noon. After I met you, it became irregular, and I also eat at night. Lang Ying thought for a moment and then answered. After hearing her explanation, Qin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Good job. It's really regular. Su Yanran was right, why wouldn't she be in so much pain? And from what Lang Ying said, her eating habits have become irregular since she met him. Boss Lang, can we go to the car and rest for a while? Qin Feng asked, somewhat speechless, with his head down. Lang Ying nodded slightly and finally let Qin Feng go. And then Qin Feng immediately hugged Lang Ying and slowly walked towards the exit of the cocktail party. Soon, in the parking lot in front of the Shangri-La Hotel, Qin Feng saw the familiar black Rolls-Royce. What's wrong? Seeing Lang Ying being supported by Qin Feng, Linen hurriedly got out of the car and asked worriedly. I have a stomach problem and have taken medicine. Very concise, Qin Feng replied. Linen thought for a moment, then asked, did Miss Su give it to you? Right. That's good, let the lady get in the car and have a rest. Heaving a sigh of relief, Linen hurried to help open the back door. Qin Feng then helped Lang Ying sit down. Just when he was about to get into the car, a female voice suddenly appeared. Squinting his eyes and following the sound, Qin Feng could only vaguely see two men pulling a drunk woman and making physical gestures. Picking up corpses? Shaking his head, Qin Feng had no intention of getting involved in this matter. But he always felt that the woman's voice was familiar. Chapter 61, The Whole Family is Terrifying. Go meet the father-in-law? Hiss, isn't that the daughter of Lin's real estate? It looks like she's in trouble because she's drunk. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't get in the car but kept looking at one place, Linen couldn't help but look over there. Being very good at judging people, he recognized Lin Shuhan at a glance. The daughter of the Lin family? Isn't that Lin Shuhan? Recalling the image of the aggrieved little girl yesterday, Lang Ying slowly got out of the car and looked over. Squint your eyes. She frowned as she watched the scene, then looked at Qin Feng and said, I've never seen those two people before. They don't look like people from the rich circle. They don't know Lin Shuhan, and they don't know her identity. Could they be trying to pick up the body? After saying that, she quickly walked around the car and tried to get over. Don't move, I'll come over. And in an instant, Qin Feng followed. He grabbed Lang Ying, gave her some instructions, and then walked over quickly. At this time, Linen also followed Qin Feng. Hey, you two guys, what are you doing? When Qin Feng arrived at the place where the three people were arguing, he saw that the drunk woman was really Lin Shuhan, and immediately asked. When the two men heard the voice behind them, they turned around and looked at him. Kid, don't mind your own business. One of the men in black leather jackets spoke viciously to Qin Feng. My dear, what's the matter? The other man in a white sweatshirt and with a square face obviously didn't want to get involved and looked at Qin Feng with confusion. Oh, that's right, the one you picked up is my friend. With a fake smile, Qin Feng clenched his hands, and the friction between his bones made a crackling sound. Qin Feng? Hearing the voice she had thought about, Lin Shuhan raised her head and gently shook off the loose hair that was covering her eyes. When she saw that the person was Qin Feng, she burst into tears. Because of what happened yesterday, she went home and cried in her room for a long time. I cried and laughed, laughing at myself for being a naive person. The reason why she came here to attend the cocktail party today was actually to meet the blind date chosen by her father. But as soon as she saw the other person, she showed her dislike for him and planned to go back today. But what a coincidence! When she was leaving, she happened to see the romantic scene between Qin Feng and Lang Ying on the dance floor. She immediately became depressed, drank some red wine, got herself a little tipsy, and then planned to leave. Go home and get some sleep. But unexpectedly, when she came out, she met two men who kept pulling her. She kept asking for help, but people passing by seemed indifferent, as if they didn't see her. With all hope lost, Qin Feng arrived. It was Qin Feng who came to rescue her again. Qin Feng. Lin Shuhan murmured with some grievance, not knowing what to do. She tried her best to break free from the two men's restraints, but how could it be possible with her strength? Let go, or I'll do it. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Lin Shuhan's pitiful expression and then said, Can. Seeing that the two men really knew each other, the square-faced man winked at his accomplice in leather jacket and immediately let go. Qin Feng was just about to go over to answer it, but at this time Linen came over at an inopportune time, cursing. Son-in-law Qin, there's nothing to say to this kind of person, just do it. Walk forward quickly. Linen kicked a man in the crotch, then swung his fist and attacked with all his strength. Beside Shin Fong, Lin Shohan, the square-faced man who didn't want to get involved, and even the accomplice in leather jacket who was beaten by Linen all looked confused. Butler Lin. It's amazing to see that Linen, a man in his 40s, was so straightforward. Shin Fong didn't care about the rule of law that society should try to avoid conflicts. He also stepped forward quickly and attacked with a heavy punch. My dear, have you eaten yet? If you don't eat it, eat my leg. Taking a step forward, Shin Fong kicked the square-faced man in the crotch with great accuracy. Immediately, a roar. The man suddenly screamed, and without caring about Lin Shohan, he covered his crotch and cried bitterly. When hitting someone, grab their crotch. When scolding someone, curse their mother. The eternal truth. Just with this one move from him, the man no longer dared to move forward. Lin Shohan, here. Reaching out and grabbing Lin Shohan's hand, Shin Fong pulled her over. At this time, Linen was still hammering another one. Butler Lin, it's almost done, just save the people. Son-in-law Shin, you don't understand. This kind of person must be dealt with so that he will never dare to do it again. As he said that, Linen kicked the leather jacket man in the chest, then looked at the square-faced man, wanting to knock him down as well. Just now, Shin Fong just kicked that guy. Although this guy's balls were hurting, he was at a certain distance from the two of them. Seeing Linen's terrifying look, he looked around and immediately locked his eyes on Lang Ying not far away. Don't push me. With a roar, he immediately ran towards Lang Ying. Seeing this, Shin Fong immediately let go of Lin Shohan and ran towards Lang Ying. But Linen now looks very relaxed and is not worried about Lang Ying's safety at all. Lang Ying, be careful. Seeing that the square-faced man was still a few steps away from Lang Ying, Shin Fong shouted anxiously. But the next moment, he was stunned. Just see. Before the square-faced man could get in front of Lang Ying, she kicked him in the testicles again, then poked him in the eyes, bent his fingers, kicked him in the knees, and punched him in the nose, knocking him down. The movements are smooth and flowing. After completing this set of smooth little moves, Lang Ying once again held her stomach, which was a little painful, and stood there with a frown. It's amazing. Gurgle. Shin Fong swallowed a big mouthful of saliva. Lang Ying had said before that she was good at fighting. But in this situation, she is actually better than me? Moreover, although Linen is so old, he can fight very smoothly and is even more fierce than young guys. Good job. Is this the female president and her uncle Butler? Then wouldn't her father Lang Xian be defying the will of heaven? Lang Ying, are you okay? Although he knew that Lang Ying was fine, Shin Fong still asked. Something's wrong. I'm scared to death. Unexpectedly, when Lang Ying saw Shin Fong coming over, she quickly hugged him, her body still shaking. Shin Fong was suddenly speechless. Boss Lang, just now. Shut up, you didn't see anything just now. Good. Shin Fong decisively admitted his mistake. Moment. Linen held the leather jacket man tightly with one hand and pulled him over, while Lin Shohan followed slowly behind him. At this time, the stomach medicine takes effect. Lang Ying's stomach didn't hurt as much anymore. She slowly walked forward and supported Lin Shohan. For Lin Shohan. She was not disgusted, she knew what Shin Fong meant. He would never betray her. It's just a pity that Lin Shohan is such a simple and good girl. I smell like alcohol, all because of you. Giving Shin Fong a blank look, Lang Ying helped Lin Shohan into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Shin Fong was helpless. It's his fault too. Butler Lin, what should we do now? Looking at the one lying on the ground and the other in Linen's hand, Shin Fong asked with his hand on his forehead. Son-in-law Shin, can you drive a Rolls-Royce? Linen freed one hand, took out the key from his pocket and asked Shin Fong. Yes. Shin Fong nodded slightly and answered. His system directly gives him the operating skills of various types of vehicles. The car god of Akina Mountain is awesome. There is absolutely no problem driving a Rolls-Royce. I have just called the police and asked them to detain them for 14 days to reflect on their actions. Linen said calmly, as if he had done too many such things. Okay, then I'll trouble Steward Lin. Shin Fong took the key and planned to take Lang Ying and Lin Shohan back first. But at this moment, the man in leather jacket shouted wildly, "Send me to the police station, do you know who I am?" You? You scared me. What for? Shin Fong turned his head, his face full of black lines. At this time, a group of men in suits and ties walked out of the hotel not far away, talking and laughing. The important thing is that one of them looked here, very confused. Linen, is that you? Ah. Mr. Lang? Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Linen turned around and greeted him reflexively. But the next moment, he was confused. He looked at Qin Feng, his eyes full of surprise. Lang Xian? Qin Feng asked intermittently. Linen nodded slightly. Old Lin, what on earth is going on with Lang Ying getting married to this kid? If I hadn't been discussing business with some juniors today, I wouldn't have known about this. Lang Xian cursed and trotted over. His business now only covers the highest levels of various businesses, and he only deals with foreign and domestic older generations. The younger generation handed over all the business to his subordinates and his daughter Lang Ying. Some information about the younger generation circulates more slowly. Today, when I was chatting with a company director, a junior came over to say hello. He asked a few more questions and found out about Lang Ying. I didn't even know she got the marriage certificate. Who asked her to get it? Which kid is trying to steal my cabbages? I'll break his legs. Walking over, Lang Xian loosened his tie, looked at Linen and asked angrily. Hello, Mr. Lang. Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed and looked at Lang Xian and extended his hand to greet him. You're not? Lang Xian looked at the extremely handsome Qin Feng and felt like he had seen him somewhere before. Sudden. He remembered, pointed at Qin Feng and said with a smile, Oh, you are the young man from Thompson First Class, you have a good eye. Ingui Pharmaceutical has really started to rise, I am stunned. Boss Lang? In the car. Lang Ying heard her father Lang Xian's cursing voice, and she slowly got out of the car, holding her stomach. Xiaoying, why are you holding your stomach? Seeing Lang Ying, Lang Xian frowned slightly and spoke casually. When he looked at Qin Feng again, he always felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Who are you? He asked again. I'm the one you want to break the legs of. Qin Feng said weakly. You're the guy who got married to Xiaoying. Coming back to his senses, Lang Xian changed his elegant expression, reached out and grabbed Qin Feng's collar, and scolded him angrily. Seeing this scene, Linen immediately stopped him. Laoling, don't. Lang Xian, let go of my husband. Seeing Qin Feng being picked up by his father like a chick, Lang Ying shouted coldly. You are my daughter, why are you so disloyal? What daughter can talk to her father like that? Hearing Lang Ying's cold words, Lang Xian was furious. The cabbages that were grown well were secretly eaten by others. He was going to hunt pigs, but was rejected by the cabbages he raised at home? Who can I go to for justice? What are you talking about? Let me go, do you know who I am? The man in leather jacket who was pinned down by Linen looked at this family scene and said something very inappropriate. Shut up, do you have the right to speak? Feeling the noise, Lang Xian turned around, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, and the sandbag-sized fist immediately landed on the temple of the man in leather jacket. Immediately. He fainted. Now Linen saved himself the trouble and just let go and threw him to the ground. Lao Lang, if you have anything to say, go home and tell me. Looking at some people coming over, Linen suggested. Okay, let's go back first. Looking around, Lang Xian knew that it was inappropriate to get angry here, so he turned around and drove his own car. Qin Feng was put down, and Lang Ying immediately came up to look at him. Linen patted his shoulder and consoled him, Are you not scared? That's just how President Lang is. It's okay. It's okay. I've seen all kinds of scenes. Qin Feng patted his collar and pulled Lang Ying into the car. Seeing this, Linen hurried to drive the car and ignored the two people who were picking up the corpse. Inside the car, Qin Feng swallowed quietly, feeling a little scared. Joke. He had never seen such a scene before. It was truly a family hell. Lang Ying, what about Lin Shuhan? She's so confused and there's no hope for her. Just take her home first and call her heartless father later. Okay, why is Lin Shuhan's father a ruthless father? Her father's name is Lin Wuqing. Qin Feng. Chapter 62, Lang Xian, whose character has collapsed, is there any hope? 9:30 p.m. In a villa in the special area of Thompson Epin on Binhai Avenue. Lang Xian was sitting on the sofa in the living room with his arms crossed, looking coldly at the handsome man in front of him. It was that man who secretly ate the cabbages he had carefully grown. Your name is Qin Feng? Tell me the truth, how did you hook up with my daughter? He slammed the table angrily, and Lang Ziyan became angrier the more he looked at Qin Feng. At first he actually thought that this man had a good temperament and could be his son-in-law. This is a good guy. It turned out that he had already been won, but he just didn't know it. Lang Ying, you got the marriage certificate a week ago, and I just found out about it now. Do you still have me as your father? Turning his head slightly to look at Lang Ying, who was sitting obediently next to Qin Feng, Lang Ziyan was also very angry. Something as big as marriage can be done without any delay. When he was dating young girls, he was not so casual. He only looked at the pretty ones and flirted with them. No. Are you sure you've ever cared about my life or death? Didn't my mother always take care of me? With some resentment in her eyes, Lang Ying didn't want to look at Lang Ziyan. She glanced aside and answered coldly. I am your father after all. When Lang Ziyan heard his daughter say this, he suddenly felt as if he was choked by something, and his voice became much weaker. Lang Ying is right. When she was young, Lang Ziyan had been running around to run his business, and they were rarely together. Sometimes I don't see them for 2 months. Finally, with the innovation of cold chain technology, he came to the fore. But as his business grew bigger and bigger, he was in a difficult situation, and the opportunities for them to meet not only did not increase, but became even rarer. I remember one time, he finally had some time to go to school to see his daughter. But I forgot what grade Lang Ying is in. I am indeed sorry for you, but you should at least tell me about such a big thing as marriage. I don't even know who the other person is. Look, your mother also kept it a secret. Lang Ziyan slammed the table and shouted. That's right, why don't you take him home earlier to see what a handsome child he is? Lang's mother Lin Yanran agreed with a smile, which was in sharp contrast to Lang Ziyan's attitude. That's right, Sudden. Lang Ziyan looked at the beautiful young woman sitting next to him. He saw Lin Yanran looking up and down at Qin Feng opposite her, nodded slightly, smiled, and seemed very satisfied. No, what's wrong with you? Your daughter has been kidnapped by bad guys, and you seem quite satisfied? Be serious. Poking his wife with his elbow, Lang Ziyan tilted his head slightly and reminded her in a low voice. Oh, that's it. Lang Ying, you really don't take your father seriously. Why don't you tell him instead of me? I'm also very curious. The more Lin Yanran looked at Qin Feng, the more she liked him. Why is her son-in-law so handsome? And he sat up straight, which showed he had good upbringing. After all, she is my own daughter. I have a good taste. Only. Lang Ziyan was speechless when he heard what his wife said. What the hell is this? It seems like he is the only one in this family who disagrees. The rest are rebellious. How come his wife betrayed him so quickly? My dear wife, please shut up. My image as a strict father is about to collapse. Lang Ziyan told Lin Yanran in a silent voice with a hint of begging. Who cares about you? Do I need to tell you about those things when you were young? Your image as a strict father is long gone. Lin Yanran looked at Lang Ziyan with disdain and slapped him on the arm, very dissatisfied. Besides, you never cared about Xiaoying. I was the one who took care of her. Now she has found a man who is more loyal than you. Why are you so angry? Lin Yanran was so angry that she looked at him with resentment, and then slapped him again. No, that boy is dedicated? Can he be better than me? Rubbing his arm with an unconvinced look on his face, Lang Ziyan looked at Lin Shohan, who was sitting next to Lang Ying, with a dazed but aggrieved look on his face, and was speechless. He pulled a beautiful girl from home in front of her daughter. Is this called loyalty? He has heard jokes in the financial circle about people spending 100 million to make a beautiful woman smile. Is this what you call loyalty? He doesn't believe it anyway. On the other side, Qin Feng was a little confused when he saw Lang Ziyan, who had been so stern and confident just now, being punished by Lin Yanran. Boss Lang, is my father-in-law so afraid of my mother-in-law? Tilting his head slightly, Qin Feng asked Lang Ying in a low voice. He just doesn't dare to raise his voice with my mom, but he is very arrogant in front of me and others. Lang Ying answered calmly, as if she was accustomed to it. Oh, am I alive then? That depends on my mom. It's okay as long as she agrees with you. My dad doesn't have the final say. Oh, that's all right. Raising his eyebrows, Qin Feng suddenly felt relaxed. It turns out that this domineering father-in-law is also afraid of his wife. Then it's okay. But Qin Feng was calm, but Lin Shuhan, who was sitting next to Lang Ying, began to tremble. She had never seen such a scene before. "Sister Lang, your father is so scary," Lin Shuhan said weakly, her face a little pale. Lang Ying glanced at Lin Shuhan, and seeing the girl's aggrieved and pitiful look, she smiled helplessly, then patted her on the back and comforted her. "It's okay, he just looks a little fierce, and he's not talking about you." With Lin Shuhan's condition, it would be strange if she could sneak away with Qin Feng right under his nose. Just like a little white rabbit, he gets extremely nervous when scared. This kind of little girl poses zero threat to her. Of course Lang Ying didn't care and just treated her as her own sister. "I don't want to be here, I want to leave, woo." Looking at this funny family, Lin Shuhan just wanted to go home and sleep. I called your dad, but he didn't answer. Steward Lin has already left. Why don't you sleep in my room today?" It was a bit funny. Lang Ying gently stroked Lin Shuhan and continued to comfort her. It is a bit impossible to go back in this situation. Lin Wuqing didn't know what was going on. His private phone couldn't be dialed. It seemed like he had unpaid bills? All right. Lin Shuhan nodded weakly and didn't dare to speak. How could it be her turn to say no in this situation? Three people facing each other. Lang Zian was discussing with his wife, but it was obvious that he was completely at a disadvantage. He just couldn't argue with Lin Yanran. And after hearing what Lin Yanran said, she completely agreed with Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately felt more confident and was no longer timid. "Then can I have a private conversation with this kid? Isn't this my responsibility as a father?" At the end, Ling Zian had no choice but to ask. Lin Yanran agreed to this condition. "Don't make things difficult for my son-in-law." Okay. Lang Zian agreed reluctantly. Seeing Lang Zian's serious attitude, Lin Yanran didn't bother to pay attention to him. She winked at her lovely daughter and went back to her room. Lang Ying knew very well what her mother meant. She nodded slightly and pulled Lin Shuhan to her room. Suddenly, Qin Feng and Lang Zian were the only ones left in the living room. "Well, can you drink?" The two were in awkward silence for a long time, and Lang Zian suddenly asked. "A little bit." Qin Feng scratched his head and answered. "White, red, or yellow?" Standing up from the sofa, Lang Zian suddenly stopped and asked in detail. "It's all right. It's all right." Qin Feng replied with a smile. "Then the white one." Seeing that Qin Feng's expression did not change, Lang Zian went to get the white wine. And if Lang Ying were here now, she would definitely be shocked by Lang Zian's behavior. In her impression, his father never asked for anyone else's opinion except Lin Yanran, and always made his own decisions. But now, he actually asked Qin Feng? There's hope. Chapter 63. I call you brother and you call me dad? My wine cellar is not here. The only liquor I have at home is Maotai. Just drink it. Holding 2 bottles of Kwaichao Matai and 2 red wine glasses, Lang Zian said calmly. He sat back on the sofa, opened the bottle of white wine, poured a full cup, pushed it to Qin Feng, then poured half a cup for himself. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Good job. It seems like the father-in-law is trying to get him drunk. Mr. Lang, you don't need so much. It will be the same if you drink it slowly. Qin Feng said helplessly. You can drink slowly, the most important thing is to chat. Putting the bottle aside, Lang Zian looked at Qin Feng and asked, Introduce yourself first. I don't know your identity yet. Oh, my name is Qin Feng. I used to be a market analyst at Fengyang Technical Analysis Company, earning around 200,000 yuan a year. Seeing that his father-in-law wanted to understand him, Qin Feng immediately began to explain generously. To understand, there is drama. As long as he doesn't rush over and one punch is enough, he can talk. How long have you known Xiaoying? Do you have any brothers or sisters at home? Listening to Qin Feng's generous and calm answer, Lang Zian was a little satisfied with his temperament and continued to ask. He was angry because Lang Ying hadn't told him about her marriage. He got married hastily without even meeting the other person because he was afraid that his baby would be cheated by bad people. As long as the other party is qualified, Lang Ying likes. He actually had no objection. Uncle, Lang Ying and I have known each other for more than 10 years. I am an only child, and my parents are still alive. I am a regular employee. Qin Feng answered in a very cunning way. We played together for a while when we were kids, so we know each other, right? Otherwise, getting married just after meeting each other is ridiculous. My name is Lang Zian, the chairman of the Lang Group, and I know you don't need to explain. I am still Long Ying's father. Ignoring Qin Feng's words, Lang Zian insisted on speaking. It seems that he cares a lot about the word father. Well, go on. Without interrupting Lang Zian again, Qin Feng nodded and listened quietly. Only. Lang Zian stopped after saying this. Forehead. He was a little confused. Anything else to ask? What's going on? When he first met his father-in-law, what questions did the other party ask him? Scratching his head, Lang Zian quietly looked at Qin Feng, feeling a little anxious. A dozen seconds. There was silence and awkwardness. Lang Zian now wants to take out his cell phone and search on the internet. What questions should I ask my son-in-law when I meet him for the first time? How to build a good relationship with my son-in-law. Waiting online, very urgent. Etc. Ahem, I was a little impulsive in the hotel before. Lang Zian pretended to cough, feeling a little embarrassed, but his tone was still majestic. Joke. The character still needs to be established. It's okay, Mr. Lang. Qin Feng answered quickly. And after that, there was silence again. Lang Zian was sweating. Seriously. He wasn't so nervous when he was negotiating with those foreign old foxes. Sudden. Lang Zian shifted his gaze to the wineglass, and he heaved a sigh of relief, and said modestly, Qin Feng, drink. It's better to chat when you're drunk. After a drink, wouldn't the relationship between the two of them become better? Qin Feng looked at the large glass of white wine in front of him with an embarrassed look on his face. Good job. After drinking this cup, he fell to his knees. Okay, Mr. Lang. But there's nothing I can do. The father-in-law asked him to drink, so he had to drink. He reached for the wineglass, but at this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared in his ears. It is detected that the host is forced to drink by his father-in-law, and the system rewards the strongest wine jar skill. The host is found to be drinking, liver function conversion rate +1. Drinking jar skill? You can't say it's a skill of not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups. Listening to the skills he activated, Qin Feng was speechless. The emotion system is a poorly named system. But it's still pretty powerful. What you need will come to you. Now he is not afraid anymore. In one word, drink. Tons. The bitter wine made Qin Feng feel pain in his stomach and heart. He took a big gulp and only drank half of it. But at this time he found something wrong. Why does this mutai sound like water? Boss Lang, you should drink too. It would be boring if I drink alone, right? Seeing that Lang Zian was watching him drink but he didn't move at all, Qin Feng couldn't help but remind him kindly. Oh, no problem. Lang Zian knew what Qin Feng meant, so he picked up the white wine on the table and drank it in one gulp. He didn't pour much for himself. Just one finger. Then, he stood up again and poured the wine into Qin Feng's glass with the bottle. He was very stingy and lowered it another finger higher. Qin Feng saw this and said nothing. Just kidding, he's super brave. However, he still suggested, Boss Lang, if we drink directly like this, won't it be too easy to get drunk? These words were spoken to Lang Zian. He is already in his 40s, and no matter how capable he is, he can't drink so quickly. Only. Lang Zian directly understood this to mean that Qin Feng couldn't drink much and should not get drunk and make a fool of himself. Forest. He was about to shout, but then his voice faded. He took out his phone and said, order takeout. I'll have someone send over some dishes and a plate of peanuts. Good. Qin Feng had no objection and nodded slightly. With peanuts, you 1T get drunk. After doing all this, the two of them had no more conversation. Awkward again. But this time, Qin Feng spoke first. Boss Lang, I think you care about Langing a lot, why don't you tell her? Hearing this, Lang Zian was stunned for a moment. Is it so obvious that he showed it? Outsiders can see it. But outsiders could see it. Why doesn't T. Langing understand? Although he is good at business, he doesn't know how to express his emotions. I remember that I used to pick up girls entirely by relying on my extremely handsome face. The only breakthrough was when he confessed his feelings to Lin Yanran. Come on, have another drink. Silently, Ling Zian and Qin Feng clinked glasses, tilted their heads back slightly and drank it all in one gulp. And after drinking, for some reason, he began to like Qin Feng a little. He is as handsome as me, has high emotional intelligence and is good at speaking. At the beginning, he was just afraid that his daughter would be deceived by bad people and get married rashly without telling himself. But now, he began to accept Qin Feng to some extent. As long as my daughter likes him, the other person is not bad either. But he is not loyal, and that Lin Wuqing's daughter is a problem. But true. The handsome and wealthy man is always tempted by various erotic things, and he believes that his daughter can relax in moderation. When so many young girls chased him, Ling Yanran didn't say anything. Aren't they living a good life now? Ahem, Qin Feng, I don't really have any problem with you. As he spoke, Ling Zian picked up the wineglass and said apologetically, I was a little impulsive before, don't mind it, when you become a father, you will be like this too. After saying that, he swallowed it in one gulp. Don't talk, it's all in the wine. Well, I'll go too. Seeing that his father-in-law had finished his drink in one gulp, Qin Feng also stood up and took a sip. The two of them had a few more drinks. Ling Zian's face was obviously a little red. Qin Feng's liver has been systematically strengthened, and the alcohol dehydrogenase secreted is sufficient to break down alcohol just like water. There's no problem eating 1 pound. But my father-in-law was a little drunk. Qin Feng glanced at the wine bottle quietly. Good job. 55 degrees. If a normal person drinks 1 pound of it, he will basically fall asleep directly. Ling Zian's alcohol tolerance is really good, and he can still hold on now. Boss Lang, are you okay? Qin Feng walked around the table and went to Ling Zian's side. Looking at his father-in-law with a red face, he asked worriedly. Having said that, he went to help Ling Zian. But from Ling Zian's perspective, Qin Feng had already begun to stagger. No. Hold on. At least you can't embarrass yourself in front of your son-in-law. But there are no peanuts now. The takeaway hasn't arrived yet. Damn starving takeout. He couldn't bear it anymore. He is gone. I'm sorry, uncle. Did it hurt you? When Qin Feng was about to help Ling Zian, he turned around and took Qin Feng's hand, saying with a guilty look on his face. Actually, I like you very much. I saw the stocks you mentioned before, and they really went up. I actually care about Xiaoying, don't be angry, brother. I really didn't mean it, don't be angry, brother. Hearing this, Qin Feng was completely confused. He was shocked. What did his father-in-law just call him? Elder brother? Good job. He was a good guy on the spot. Boss Ling, please stop talking. If you keep talking about seniority, it will confuse things. My father-in-law calls him brother, so what is his name? Ling Ying? Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and hurried to help Ling Zian. Ling Zian obviously didn't tolerate alcohol very well, and he immediately entered the third stage of drunkenness, starting to talk nonsense. No, the generations are not mixed up. I call you brother and you call me dad. Nothing is wrong. Ling Zian was dazed and kept grabbing the sofa and struggling. Son-in-law, why did you suddenly become fat? And ugly? But it still has the style I had back then. Qin Feng. His father-in-law is beyond help. At this time, Ling Ying slowly came out of the room, holding her stomach. She walked slowly to the living room, looked at Ling Zian who was drunk and acting crazy on the sofa, and couldn't help but chuckle with her hands covering her mouth. When Qin Feng saw his lovely daughter-in-law coming out, he immediately helped his father-in-law to the sofa with great effort, and then walked over. What are you laughing at? Didn't your dad say he's a heavy drinker? I never thought you could get him drunk like this. Ling Ying said. But finally, her lovely husband was recognized by her parents. This feeling is really good. I got my father-in-law drunk like this the first time we met. Will he bear a grudge against me? Seeing Ling Zian still talking to himself on the sofa, Qin Feng suddenly felt a little guilty and asked Ling Ying. Probably not. He's willing to drink with you, which means he recognizes you. But you drank quite a lot, didn't you? Are you okay? Ling Ying looked Qin Feng up and down and asked with some concern. Qin Feng shook his head slightly. I'm fine, but your dad just pulled me aside and insisted on calling me brother. Is that normal? Ling Ying suddenly laughed and slapped Qin Feng on the arm, in the same way that Lin Yanran had slapped Ling Zian before. Then according to seniority, shouldn't I call you uncle? Forget it then. My husband sounds better. If you want, you can call me anything. Ha! Something's wrong with you. Chapter 64, Call Me Daddy? Can I sleep with you? Langing narrowed her peach blossom eyes slightly, pulled Sheen Foam, leaned on his arms, and said coquettishly, Something is wrong with me, what do you want me to call you? So, call me Daddy? Sheen Foam asked tentatively. When Langing heard this, a blush suddenly appeared on her face. You really dare, aren't you afraid that my dad will beat you up? Langing said embarrassedly after quietly pinching the soft flesh on Sheen Feng's waist. No, it hurts. I just said it casually. It's better for you to call me husband. Taking a breath, Sheen Feng dodged Langing and hurriedly spoke. Compared to dad, he still prefers the title of husband. Especially Langing always likes to speak in a gentle voice. That feeling. It was just like being hit by the bone-dissolving palm, and it made my bones go soft. You're smart, but it's not impossible to do it in the future. Langing muttered softly. Then let's do it later. Sheen Feng replied very decisively. And suddenly, all I heard was a bang. Both of them were shocked. Look back. Lang Zian, who was originally lying on the sofa, had now fallen to the ground, still mumbling something. I think we should move Mr. Ling to bed. With the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, Sheen Feng suggested. He's in good health, so sleeping on the floor is nothing. Seeing Lang Zian's funny drunken look, Lang Ying hugged her shoulders and said coldly. Lang Ying? Sheen Feng met the beautiful peach blossom eyes of his lovely wife. I don't want to care about him. He was mean to you before. That's a normal reaction. Your dad still loves you, he just doesn't know how to express it. Staring closely at Lang Ying's eyes, Sheen Feng began to persuade her. Originally, he would not force Lang Ying to do anything she didn't want to do. But he is his father-in-law after all, and he can also see that Lang Zian loves Lang Ying very much, but he just doesn't know how to express it. This kind of stiff father-daughter relationship is easy to resolve. Just talk it out. Since Lang Zian almost recognized him, he was willing to help his father-in-law. Forget it, there's really nothing I can do about you. Looking at Sheen Feng, Lang Ying finally compromised, her eyes softened, and she answered with a bit of pampering. She pointed to the door next to her and explained, There's a bed in the study over there. Just throw him in there. My mom won't care if we send him back. Come on, let's move together. As she spoke, Lang Ying rolled up her sleeves a little, ready to lend a hand. Seeing this, Sheen Feng immediately smiled. You say you don't care, but your body is so honest. Don't you care about your dad? As he said that, he took off his woolen suit jacket, revealing his strong muscles, walked to the sofa, and helped Lang Zian, who was lying on the ground, up. I don't care about him, I care about you. Don't be fooled by my dad's appearance of being extremely elegant. In fact, he weighs more than 150 pounds. When he is drunk, he is like a dead pig. You can't move him by yourself. Lang Ying followed and, together with Sheen Feng, held Lang Zian, while speaking with disdain. After hearing this, Sheen Feng suddenly felt helpless. My lovely wife is such a filial daughter. Saying that your father is a dead pig, what a lie. The cotton-padded jacket is leaking air. Don't move. Your stomach still hurts. I can do it. Sheen Feng tried to pull Lang Zian, whose body was limp, but felt that he couldn't move at all. Then, the muscles in his arms bulged, and he changed the point of force and lifted Lang Zian up. It's really heavy. It must be at least 170. Sheen Feng said helplessly with a wry smile. 107? Lang Ying was stunned to see Sheen Feng lift his father up in an instant. Is my lovely husband so strong? 170 kilograms, 2 bags of wheat. He carried it up so easily. Really? Her man has good qualities in every way. No, don't just look at it, open the door. Oh, I forgot. I'll be right there. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lang Ying came back to her senses immediately and ran to open the door of the study. She was so stunned that she forgot about it. Then, with a bang, Qin Feng easily threw Lang Zian onto the bed, then found a Pikachu blanket, covered him with it, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, it's no problem. I'll let him lie on his side so he won't have to hold it in if he wants to vomit. Very considerate, Qin Feng patted Lang Ying on the back to comfort her. It's okay. He never throws up when he drinks. Just let him sleep after his drunken streak. It won't delay his going to the company tomorrow. After observing Lang Zian for a while and making sure that he was really okay, Lang Ying nodded slightly, pulled Qin Feng out of the room, and closed the door. You're still going to the company after drinking so much? Don't you want to take a break? Walking with Lang Ying, Qin Feng asked puzzledly. Lang Zian is the chairman of the Lang Group. Can't he even take a break? He has too much work to do. It's unrealistic for him to take a half-day break. If he stops, the company will stop too. With some concern and some resentment, Lang Ying explained silently. After she took over the company, she understood why Lang Zian had never cared about her when she was young. No way. Time is too tight. Even if I rest at night, I will be woken up by a phone call to deal with some things. She is still like that now. But fortunately, the workload is not too heavy. After finishing work during the day, I have free time at night. She also uses this time at night to accompany her lovely husband. She didn't want to owe Qin Feng anything. TSK, it looks like the chairman is even worse off than the grassroots employees. Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying, reached out and held her hand, and asked, So, is this also the reason why you dare not tell others about your stomachache? Hearing this, Lang Ying was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently. How could she not understand Qin Feng's meaning? Slow. Lang Ying turned around and held Qin Feng's cheek with her hands, staring at his handsome eyes with her peach blossom eyes. The love in her eyes seemed to be overflowing. I didn't tell you before because I was used to being alone, but now I have you. I have someone who loves me. If I feel unwell in the future, I will tell you the first time. Seeing Lang Ying suddenly like this, Qin Feng also smiled gently. Well, no one loves your husband as much as you do. He gently hugged his lovely wife to his arms, kissed her smooth forehead, and asked in a childish manner, Little Lang Ying, have you taken your medicine? Your best friend little Su Yenran said that you need to take another pill at night. Lang Ying was amused and kept laughing. She raised her neck and gave Qin Feng a fierce suck on the face, then said with a smile, I've already eaten it, little friend Qin Feng. Okay, it's already 11 o'clock at night, go to bed. After checking his phone, Qin Feng realized that it was already very late, so he hurriedly urged. But there are no rooms here, so you can only sleep on the sofa. With a turn of her eyes, Lang Ying pointed at the sofa and said, It's okay. The house I bought is right next door. I can just sleep next door. Qin Feng didn't understand Lang Ying's meaning, so he thought about it and then gave a solution. No, you can't, Lang Ying hesitated to speak, obviously not wanting Qin Feng to leave. Little Lang Ying, are you thinking of something bad? Seeing Lang Ying's nervous look and hesitant look, Qin Feng reached out and scratched her upturned nose and asked, Can we sleep together? Biting her lower lip, Lang Ying asked hesitantly. Since her father has already approved of Qin Feng, it is only natural for them to sleep together, right? Chapter 65 Who can resist a yellow-skinned mouse? Lang Ying's bare face? When Qin Feng heard what Lang Ying said, he was a little surprised. What did you say? Raising his hand to pick his ears, Qin Feng obviously began to doubt his life. What's going on? What did his cute and adorable wife just say? I said, can we sleep together? Lowering her head slightly, Lang Ying pouted and spoke slowly. The last two words were as soft as a mosquito. The voice can't be any quieter. If Qin Feng didn't have good hearing, he really wouldn't have heard it. Boss Lang, are you greedy? Feeling a little funny, Qin Feng asked tentatively. He slightly turned sideways and looked up at Lang Ying, and immediately noticed that her face was redder than ever before. I am not. Lang Ying hesitated and wanted to say no, but she didn't know why. Before he finished speaking, he nodded. Good job. The soundtrack is not in sync at all. You didn't mix ergotu into your water, did you drink too much? Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lang Ying so flustered. Before he could do anything, his wife started first. Really? Boss Lang, your stomachache is because you ate something cold and raw before your period. What do you want to do by tempting me at this time? Qin Feng helplessly reached out and flicked Lang Ying's forehead, then shook his head and said, Don't be irresponsible to your own body. There is still a long way to go, and they both can afford 1 or 2 more days. The daughter-in-law's health is the most important. Although I drank a lot, I'm not drunk. We can talk about this kind of thing after you're over it, okay? Touching Lang Ying's soft hair, Qin Feng said very seriously. Only. Lang Ying obviously has her own plans. She blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, met Qin Feng's eyes, and then raised her jade hand and swore, "Then I won't do anything, is this okay?" "Do you think I will believe it?" Qin Feng was speechless. Isn't this the same as a man telling a woman to sit on the bed, which is more comfortable than the sofa? They are all lies. Then I just want to sleep with you. I can't sleep alone because of my stomachache. Seeing Qin Feng's determination, Lang Ying had no choice but to cover her belly and said with a haggard face. And seriously. She seemed to have a real stomachache. But for some reason, she didn't feel as much pain when she hugged Qin Feng. Anyway, Ling Zian has almost agreed with Qin Feng now, so it's no problem for them to sleep together and do something even if they are bored. She believed that Qin Feng would love her forever. Does your stomach really hurt? Seeing that Lang Ying's face looked really bad, Qin Feng frowned slightly and felt a little soft-hearted. Well, it couldn't be more true. Lang Ying's eyes lit up and she answered decisively. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then said, "Then holding you won't change anything. I'm not a stomachache medicine. You should drink more hot water." This answer made Lang Ying particularly dissatisfied. It was a rare occasion for her to be so willful. "As long as I hold you, my stomach won't hurt so much. Just stay with me." Qin Feng. "Okay, you promise not to do anything?" Qin Feng asked uncertainly. Yeah, I promise." Seeing Qin Feng agreed, Lang Ying's peach blossom eyes suddenly narrowed, looking very beautiful. What a stupid wife. Qin Feng gently patted Lang Ying's head, took out the key from his pocket, and then said, "Just wear an evening gown? Don't you want to change clothes?" "Oh, right away." Completely different from her previous haggard look, Lang Ying ran into her room as if she had come back to life and started packing her things. Seeing his lovely wife so excited, Qin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. It's really acting. But that's okay, at least her stomach doesn't really hurt. Special 2 villas next door. Qin Feng was carrying 5 bags of clothes in one hand and 2 quilts in the other, with a look of doubt on his face about his life. He looked at Lang Ying, who was wearing Pikachu pajamas, hopping slightly and humming a little tune, and asked with a smile, "Aren't you having a stomachache? Why are you hopping? Besides, aren't we just going to rest here for one night? Is it necessary to bring so many things? The last time I came to see the house, I packed some daily necessities in a big box. No need to bring so much stuff from home." After struggling to put all the things in his hands at the door, Qin Feng handed Lang Ying the key and asked her to open the door. Really? Who told you not to tell me earlier? With a smile, Lang Ying shyly took the 5 bags of clothes from Qin Feng's right hand and helped put them on the table in the living room on the first floor. Is it my fault? After lifting up all the things, Qin Feng became speechless. His lovely wife is becoming more and more naughty, and she doesn't even admit her mistakes. Honey, I was wrong. Lang Ying helped Qin Feng bring 2 quilts into the villa, and admitted her mistake decisively in a soft voice. And she was originally wearing very cute Pikachu pajamas. The 2 yellow ears on the back of the hat stood up, accompanied by Lang Ying's soft voice. Qin Feng couldn't bear it anymore. Who in the world can stand a yellow-skinned mouse admitting its mistakes? Okay, I'll tell you, you really admitted your mistake. I dote on Lang Ying very much, Qin Feng said helplessly. It's so late, take a rest. Holding the quilt, he slowly brought Lang Ying to the second floor. As soon as she went up, Lang Ying saw a very large cardboard box. Is that what you prepared? She ran over quickly and stood on tiptoe to look inside. Just some essential mattresses. After putting the quilt in the room, Qin Feng said, "Go wash up first. I'll make the bed." Okay, thank you for your hard work, husband." As if she was very curious about the new environment, Lang Ying's mood became a little happier. She hurried downstairs and brought up her makeup box. And after a while, Qin Feng made the bed, and Lang Ying also finished washing up and came back. Boss Lang? Looking back at Lang Ying, Qin Feng was suddenly stunned. Lang Ying is now without makeup. Come to think of it, it was the first time he saw Lang Ying without makeup. Looks great. The original royal sister's appearance has lost some of its sharpness and has more of a little girl's vibe. Looks very gentle. A completely different feeling. Do I look ugly without makeup? Seeing that Qin Feng was staring at her face, Lang Ying asked somewhat unnaturally. No, it's beautiful. Qin Feng shook his head and answered very seriously. Compared to the royal sister Lang Ying, he really likes Langing without makeup now. Sheen Fong always had the urge to tease her because of the vague aura of a little girl. Then, go wash up quickly. Being praised by her husband for her good looks, Langing couldn't help but smile, looking very happy. Actually, before this, many people praised her for her good looks. She was never arrogant or impatient, and she thanked politely without showing any joy. I've been praised since I was a child and I'm used to it. But for some reason, Sheen Fong was different. An old double-standard woman. Chapter 66 Painful Mask? Lang Xian's embarrassment. After watching Sheen Fong go to the bathroom to wash up, Langing couldn't wait to run onto the bed and took out her cell phone to search for information online. The movement was so quick, as if she was not the one who had the stomachache before. Ask, how to quickly get my husband's body. Waiting online, very urgent. After sending this message, she quickly opened WeChat and sent a message to her only best friend, Su Yenran. Xiao Su, I'm with Sheen Fong now. Su Yenran replied immediately, I know, beautiful lady Lang, you don't have to go out of your way to feed me dog food, right? I'm busy updating now. It's already past 12 o'clock, and you're still typing? Seeing the message, Langing frowned slightly. Su Yenran was still updating at this time? She is a well-known lazy person in the circle. You're actually typing late at night? He really changed his character. I can't help it. I'm stuck with my writing. I'm almost pulling my hair out, but those readers are still urging me to update. How inhumane. Su Yenran continued to complain, it's fine if you ask me to update, but you still want me to eat dog food? What grudge do I have against you? Su Yenran, who was far away in her single apartment, was sitting in front of her notebook, looking at the data in her book with a melancholy look on her face. 4 words, horrific. Who wants to feed you dog food? This time the situation is different. Why is it different? Su Yenran replied slowly. Ever since Langing and Sheen Fong got together, she has to eat several mouthfuls of dog food every day. I really ate too much. All the landlord's surplus food went into her stomach. I'm going to rest with Sheen Fong for a while. Seeing that Sheen Fong would take a while to come back, Langing typed quickly, her 2 white and tender feet shaking constantly, looking very happy. Su Yenran had a question mark on her face, you mean, you want to sleep with Sheen Fong? Right. Langing replied immediately. Damn, you can do it, are you going to take down my brother-in-law tonight? Su Yenran widened her eyes and suddenly became interested when she saw the message sent by Langing. She is an old romance writer from Jiang County. And suddenly, she frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Why did Langing send her a message at this time? Thinking about it, Su Yenran hesitantly sent a message and asked, you don't know how to operate it, so you want to ask me? You are right. Her face turned red as Langing quickly typed her answer. Seeing this, the corners of Su Yenran's mouth twitched suddenly. She has never even been in a relationship, how can she pass on experience to her best friend? Suddenly, Su Yenran felt a little miserable. At the age of 23 or 24, I had never been in a relationship, my little money was controlled by my parents, and my future as a writer was bleak. If you remove the like, she will be miserable. I think it would be better for you to search for it instead of relying on me. After sending the message with a painful look on her face, Su Yenran returned to her decadent look and started typing. All right. Langing also understood when she saw the news. Her best friend has never been in a relationship, so it's useless to ask her. But the problem is that she only has Su Yenran as a friend in real life, so if she doesn't ask her, she can only ask Baidu. But unfortunately, Langing flipped through the entries for a long time and found that all Baidu gave her were advertisements and plots from romance novels, which were completely useless. Are we just giving up the opportunity like this? Langing said somewhat depressed. What chance? At this time, after Sheen Fong finished washing up, he saw Langing lying on the bed looking somewhat depressed and asked curiously. Nothing. Like a frightened kitten, Langing quickly turned off her phone and put it behind her. Let's go to bed. It's too late. Good. Seeing Langing nod, Sheen Fong reached out to turn off the light, climbed onto the bed as well, slept on one side consciously, closed his eyes and rested. There was a rustling sound in the darkness. Boss Lang, don't touch my abdominal muscles. Huh? What are you talking about? If you keep pretending, whoever touches me again will be a puppy. Woof woof woof. The next day. It was almost 9 in the morning. Lang Ziyan covered his still dizzy head and came out of the study with a confused look on his face. He seemed to be dreaming. My daughter brought a man home, and that guy could drink more than him. What a horrible dream. Shaking his head, Lang Ziyan walked slowly to the living room. But when he entered the huge living room, he suddenly saw a stranger. "Good morning, uncle." On the sofa, Qin Feng saw Lang Ziyan coming out and took the initiative to greet him. "Ha? Good morning." Looking at Qin Feng with some surprise, Lang Ziyan was a little confused. Yesterday was not a dream. What he said then? "Brother, you are my brother. From now on, I will call you brother and you can call me dad." "It's okay, we are all brothers." Lang Ziyan slapped his forehead and felt ashamed. It's so embarrassing. How could he say such a thing? How is he going to get along with his son-in-law in the future? I have something else to do at the company, so I'll leave first." "I really don't want to face Qin Feng," Lang Ziyan said immediately. "Uncle, you haven't eaten yet." Picking up the teacup on the table, Qin Feng poured a cup of warm water for his father-in-law and said with concern, "It's good for your health to drink some warm water in the morning, not to mention that you drank too much last night." "Yes, really? Thank you." The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Lang Ziyan took the cup of water and took a sip. "Don't drink high-concentration alcohol next time. It's really bad for your health." Qin Feng reminded Lang Ziyan after taking the empty cup of water. After drinking this pound of 55 proof Kwaichao Mutai, if Lang Ziyan didn't have a good alcohol tolerance, he probably wouldn't be able to wake up this afternoon. "My father-in-law is already in his 40s and is an elderly person. Drinking in moderation is fine, but drinking too much is harmful to your body." When Lang Ziyan heard Qin Feng's words, he felt a little warm in his heart and nodded rarely. In fact, the alcohol content of that wine is not particularly high. Sitting next to Qin Feng, Lang Ziyan picked up the water cup, poured himself a glass of water, and then asked, "Where is Lang Ying?" She's still sleeping," Qin Feng said with a guilty conscience. Last night Lang Ying kept touching his abdominal muscles, which made him unable to sleep at all. Finally, Lang Ying felt really sleepy and she calmed down. "Still sleeping? Seriously, it's already 9 o'clock." Lang Ziyan looked down at his Patek Philippe watch and felt a little dissatisfied. "She said there were no rooms here, so we went to the house next door." Scratching his head, Qin Feng said embarrassedly. Lang Ziyan was stunned for a moment, then he coughed and said, "That means I'm tired, so it's natural for me to sleep in." What about Lin Wuqing's daughter?" Thinking of Lin Shuhan, Lang Ziyan asked. "Her housekeeper took her back early in the morning." Qin Feng answered immediately. "Oh, you and Lin Wuqing's daughter. It's a misunderstanding. I see." The two fell silent again. Lang Ziyan felt like he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Chapter 67. Are there very few men who can cook nowadays? And at this time, Qin Feng was also embarrassed. He looked at his father-in-law who had been drinking warm water, and opened his mouth to say something, but the cell phone in his pocket rang. "Uncle, let me take the call." Qin Feng took out his cell phone and asked. "Yeah, it's okay, just treat it as your own home, no need to be so reserved." Lang Ziyan waved his hand indifferently. Speaking of which, he was also quite satisfied with Qin Feng. He has good looks and is good at talking, so Lang Ying likes him. The most important thing is that his daughter likes it. That's it. He was angry before because his daughter got the marriage certificate without telling him. What if she chose the wrong person? But it's okay. The other person is pretty good. "Hello, how are you?" Standing up from the sofa, Qin Feng placed the microphone of the mobile phone in front of him and asked. "Well, do I have to go?" "Well, I'll be there pretty much tomorrow." Okay. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng frowned, a little unhappy. "Qin Feng, is there any trouble?" Seeing Qin Feng's unhappy face, Lang Ziyan immediately asked. This expression is exactly the same as when he encounters difficulties. It really looks like myself when I was younger. Just as handsome. "Oh, nothing much, I just have to go to Yanjing." Qin Feng turned off the screen of his phone and put it in his pocket. He smiled and explained, "By the way, you haven't eaten yet. How about I make something for you?" "Can you cook?" Lang Ziyan asked in surprise. A little bit," Qin Feng said modestly. "Joke. With the support of the system and his hard practice, his cooking skills are now better than any other chef. There are very few boys who can cook nowadays, so Lang Ying is lucky enough. Lang Ziyan said with a smile. He is now becoming more and more satisfied with Qin Feng, his son-in-law. Only. You'd better stop working so hard. Waving his hand, Lang Ziyan looked down at his watch and said helplessly, I can't arrive at the company after 11 o'clock. I have a meeting at noon. I'll just buy something to eat on the way. Oh well. After hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly. After Lang Ying's explanation, he also knew that the higher the position, the greater the actual workload would be. Lang Ziyan is responsible for the operation of the entire Lang Group. He can't not go to the company. Otherwise, there is a high probability that big problems will arise. You said you had to go to Yinjing. What was it because? Can you tell me? He originally wanted to get up, but Lang Ziyan thought about it and sat down, then looked up and asked Qin Feng. You still have to care about your own son-in-law. Otherwise, wouldn't I, as a father-in-law, be derelict in my duty? Nothing, I'm going to attend a shareholders' meeting. Qin Feng replied in a flat tone. You are required to participate? Then the shares you hold must be very high. Lang Ziyan asked with interest. Qin Feng had no intention of hiding anything, and immediately said, Dragon Country Mealy Pictures, 31% of the shares. Mealy Pictures, 31 shares? After hearing this, Lang Ziyan was slightly stunned. He has previously worked with Mealy Pictures. The largest shareholder is the young boss behind Mealy Pictures, who holds absolute control over Chenda Plaza. But the situation changed a few days ago. The scattered shares sold in the market were collected by a mysterious person, and the necessary 10% of shares were obtained from Chenda Plaza. Became the new absolute controlling shareholder. Tell him now that the mysterious man is his son-in-law Qin Feng? Qin Feng, you are not kidding, right? Frowning slightly, Lang Ziyan was afraid that he had heard it wrong, so he asked again. Is this worth a joke? Scratching his head, Qin Feng was confused. Staring into Qin Feng's eyes, Lang Ziyan felt that his son-in-law didn't seem to be teasing him, nor did he seem to be pretending. It seems to be true. However, Mealy Pictures' 31% stake is truly an absolute controlling stake. Owning so many shares is equivalent to owning more than 4 billion. Moreover, if Mealy Pictures wants to make a major decision, it must be reviewed by the absolute controlling shareholder. Is that mysterious man really his son-in-law? After thinking for a while, Lang Ziyan said, I have a private plane flying to Yinjing tomorrow. Do you need me to accompany you? I also happen to be working with Mealy Pictures. That's great, I saved money on the plane ticket. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled slightly and nodded. He really wanted to communicate with Lang Ziyan. This top rich man in Shanghai is not as difficult to get along with as he thought. Maybe he could also help resolve the strained relationship between father and daughter. Then I'll leave. Time really can't wait any longer. Lang Ziyan stood up and pointed at the Patek Philippe watch. The time has come to 10 o'clock. It takes time to go to the company. If you delay any further, there really won't be enough time. Okay, take care, and call me next time you need a drink. Qin Feng also stood up and prepared to see his father-in-law off. But when Lang Ziyan heard that Qin Feng was going to drink with him again in the future, his legs suddenly went weak, he staggered, and almost fell. He never dared to drink with Qin Feng again. No way. Qin Feng is really perverted. He was drunk, but Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened. Who can bear this? Ahem, let's add a contact method. After all, he is my son-in-law, so I have to add his contact information even if he doesn't tea drink. Good. Qin sealed Lang Ziyan's phone number. The two also added each other on WeChat. After finishing, Lang Ziyan hurried away. Qin Feng also followed. Opened the door. A black Rolls-Royce was parked not far away, and next to the car stood a middle-aged man whose temperament was somewhat similar to Linen. Good morning, Mr. Lang. Lang Ziyan straightened his clothes and asked, Old Lu, how long have you been waiting? 1 hour and 23 minutes. The middle-aged man answered in great detail. Then let's go quickly. Lang Ziyan said immediately. He turned around and waved at Qin Feng, then quickly got into the car. The middle-aged man was startled when he looked at Qin Feng, then he bent slightly and greeted him politely. Then he got in the car and drove away quickly. Watching the Rolls-Royce leave, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, then walked towards the villa next door to find Lang Ying. In the car, the man Lang Zian called Lao Lu turned around and asked, "That handsome young man is your son-in-law, right?" "Ah, of course." Straightening up, Lang Zian said somewhat proudly, "Not bad, exactly the same as when I was young." Seeing Lang Zian like this, the middle-aged man was suddenly speechless. "At least he doesn't seem to be as cocky as you are now." Hearing this, Lang Zian was not angry. He laughed and said, "You know nothing. I'm just making reasonable use of special advantages." The middle-aged man was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and shook his head helplessly. "By the way, we have to discuss cooperation with Lissaval Pharmaceuticals tomorrow, so today's work must be completed. You can only work hard for a while." "Or Yenjing?" "Yes, the position remains unchanged." "Good." Chapter 68. I can't think of a title. Taking out a tablet computer from the car, Lang Zian was about to look at the plan for today's meeting. But suddenly, he turned off the screen again. Lu Shang, if you want to please someone, what do you think is the best gift?" Looking at the middle-aged man driving seriously in front, Lang Zian couldn't help but ask. "Pleasant? Front." Lu Shang drove with both hands, thought for a moment, and then asked with a smile, "What kind of cattle and horses can make you, the richest man in Magic City, bother to please?" "Why not?" Lang Zian touched his nose and immediately refuted. He stood in the fog and didn't even know who the other person was. "Could that person be your son-in-law?" Lu Shan guessed. What did you do?" "A father-in-law actually wants to please his son-in-law." After turning the steering wheel and making a turn, Lu Shan continued to ask. I almost beat him up before." Scratching his head, Lang Zian answered embarrassedly. Upon hearing this, Lu Shan was stunned. He looked back at Lang Zian with a tone of disbelief, his eyebrows raised and his eyes widened. "No, you said you almost beat up your son-in-law?" "That's about right." Seeing his friend's surprised look, Lang Zian's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a little socially dead. He was so angry at the time that he picked up his son-in-law. Mainly because she was afraid that her daughter would meet bad people. "As expected of you, Lang Zian. You really haven't changed at all over these years." Lu Shang gave a thumbs up and said with great admiration, "When Miss Lin was pursuing you, your father-in-law who runs a bank refused to agree. You should have just gone over and beat him up. Now that your daughter is being chased by someone, you beat up your son-in-law. You are really cold-hearted. I say, if your granddaughter was chased by someone, would you beat up your grandson-in-law?" Unable to help but laugh, Lu Shang couldn't help but shake his head. He also recalled the time when he and Lang Zian were fighting in the business world together. At that time, Lang Zian was at the peak of his career and had a bright future. But his only shortcoming is his bad temper and being too irritable. I didn't expect that it would still be like this when I reached middle age. "Just drive your car. You know nothing." Lang Zian felt a little embarrassed by what his friend said. He held his forehead and was convinced of himself. "Why am I so impulsive? I say, you just need to be nicer to your son-in-law in the future. Things are not irreparable." Entering the main road, Lu Shan was distracted and gave Lang Zian a suggestion. "How can it be better? Can you just give me the money?" Lang Zian asked immediately. "That depends on whether the other party likes it." In front, Lu Shang answered uncertainly, "Although I'm far away, but I have good eyesight. Judging from your son-in-law's handsome appearance, there are probably a lot of young girls clinging to him, and there may be rich women too." "And she might not be a rich woman. You should know that, right?" While waiting for the traffic light, Lu Shan looked at Lang Zian. And at this time, Lang Zian was stroking his chin, thinking carefully. After some rich people have enough material resources, they will discover special hobbies when they are bored. He knows quite a few people. His son-in-law is so ugly in appearance that he is the #1 target of others, right? No. Lang Zian immediately shook his head. He couldn't let his son-in-law be abducted by someone else. "Old Lu, you are right. My son-in-law looks too dangerous. He must be well protected." After patting the back seat, Lang Zian immediately took out his cell phone, found his daughter Lang Ying's WeChat, and sent a message. "Xiaoying, keep an eye on Qin Feng, don't let anyone take him away from you." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Shang in front of him suggested again, "I think you can also give your son-in-law a portion of the company's shares, or even give him a company to play with, so that you can bind him." "Shares?" Companies? Binding? Lang Zian suddenly realized something and nodded. That's a good idea. I'll talk to Xiao Ying about it right away. And at this time, on the second floor of Thompson Epine Special Villa 2, Lang Ying had her hair loose as she looked at the inexplicable message her father sent her. She frowned slightly and was very unhappy. What's wrong? Why do you look so bad? While packing up the things in the room, Xin Feng saw Lang Ying still lying in bed with a bad look on her face, and asked in a gentle tone. Nothing, it's just that my dad sent me a weird message on WeChat, saying that he wants to give you the company and bind you. Lang Ying pouted her lips, obviously a little angry. She showed her phone to Qin Feng, and then said angrily, he is always like this, never asking for other people's opinions. I don't want to use the company to bind you. She jumped down from the bed, fell into Qin Feng's soft arms, and then whispered with a trembling voice, I believe you will not leave me, I am yours for the rest of my life. Stupid, why are you so nervous? Seeing that Lang Ying was a little abnormal, Qin Feng felt helpless and rubbed his lovely wife's soft hair. Having a wife like Lang Ying who was domineering and cute, rich, sensible, and obedient. He was so happy that he didn't even have time to leave. I don't know why, but I'm just afraid that you will leave me. Lang Ying said weakly, curled up in Qin Feng's arms. Don't worry, that won't happen. Qin Feng lowered his head and kissed Lang Ying's smooth forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Why is his wife so cute and silly? Everything is fine, where does she feel a sense of crisis? It's all because I'm too handsome and make my wife feel insecure. Being too handsome is also a sin. Qin Feng sighed silently, patted Lang Ying on the back and comforted her for a while. Wake up? Help me get up. Just get up, how can I help you? Help me, get dressed. Go away, your stomach doesn't hurt anymore? The two of them were so affectionate until almost noon, when Lang Ying finally dressed properly and came out of the villa. After saying hello to mother-in-law Lin Yanran, the two drove to Lang's fragrance industry. Because Lang Ying had asked manager Lin to be informed yesterday that he didn't need to come specially to pick her up. So today Qin Feng drove Lang Ying's car. 11:30 a.m. A fiery red Lamborghini was parked steadily in the parking lot in front of Lang's fragrance industry. Qin Feng got out of the car first, then pulled Lang Ying upstairs slowly. Walked to the office. As soon as Qin Feng entered, he saw a hunched figure. Oh, Ms. Darlene, it's great to see you again. Qin Feng smiled slightly, not surprised. I had made an agreement with her before that I would spare some time every day to come here to study design. And yesterday he spent the whole day learning martial arts at home. I also protected Ionia for a while and didn't come to study at all. Mr. Qin Feng, it's so hard to find you. Darina, who was sitting on a stool, smiled when she saw Qin Feng and Lang Ying, and spoke in fluent English. I don't mean to be angry. Chapter 69 No way, does anyone really find studying difficult? You didn't come to class before and I didn't give you the textbook. Can we start from the beginning today? Darina stood up from her chair, holding two relatively thick books in her hands, and said happily. Of course. Since Darina gave him so much face, Qin Feng certainly couldn't say no. Besides, she really values talent and doesn't want to waste his talent. I'm going over there. After taking a look at Lang Ying, Qin Feng hurried over and took the two books. One book is Basics of Jewelry Design and the other is International Art Appreciation. Both of these are books for designers at a basic level. It can be said to be a must-see for beginners. Ms. Darina was very thoughtful. She made sure Qin Feng could understand first, and then proceeded step by step. She believed very much in Qin Feng's talent. Thank you for your trouble. With a slight smile, Qin Feng took two books and walked to the table in the office. At this time, Lang Ying had no intention of disturbing Qin Feng's studies. She decisively gave up her large desk, took a design plan and walked to the table next to her, which was mainly used to entertain guests, and looked at it carefully with her head slightly lowered. That's all. While Darina asked Qin Feng to read the book, she explained in detail the nature and techniques of design, and also mentioned the artistic beauty. With the support of the system, Qin Feng could do two things at once and was able to handle it completely. Soon. In just 1 hour, he had memorized the entire content of a book. I have a photographic memory, thanks to the system. Lang Ying, who was looking at the design plan nearby, looked up at Qin Feng from time to time and smiled while working. She enjoyed the scene very much. No way. Qin Feng looks so handsome when he studies seriously. For a while, she actually fell in love with the boring job. Nearing 1 in the afternoon. Feeling that the time was almost up, Darina narrowed her eyes, looked at Qin Feng happily, and said, "Okay, let's stop here for today's class. It will be difficult to absorb more. It would be a bit too much for most people to listen to so much professional knowledge in just 1.5 hours." But Qin Feng performed very well and was able to raise very high-level design questions from time to time. This surprised her very much. She has a really good vision, and the other party is indeed a rare talented player. "How are you? Are you okay?" Darina roughly looked at the pages Qin Feng flipped through and asked happily. Designing is indeed a bit difficult. Closing the book, Qin Feng sighed deeply and said honestly. Generally speaking. With the system, he can finish 2 thick professional books in an hour. But I barely finished half of this book? Design is really hard. However, Darina seemed very happy when she heard Qin Feng say that the design was difficult. Because she felt the same way when she first started learning design. This also shows that Qin Feng was really listening, not just being perfunctory. It's normal to find it difficult. It's only an hour and a half. If you can finish reading this book carefully, you're already much better than most people. Darina said with great satisfaction. You are too kind. I don't remember a lot of the knowledge. Qin Feng said helplessly. Seriously. The knowledge related to art is shy and difficult to understand, and most of it can only be understood intuitively, which makes it very difficult to deal with. After reading the book, all he remembered was dead knowledge. If you want to master it, it will take a long time. It is so difficult, no wonder many art masters became world famous at a very old age. There are very few who are slightly younger. Qin Feng now admires Darina very much. The reason why one can put all his energy into a design must be because he loves it more than ordinary people. So what do you think is the most difficult part? Darina thought about it and decided to ask Qin Feng a question. In fact, it's not really a question. She just wants to see where Qin Feng's weaknesses are. If he doesn't understand, she can answer them immediately. Only. Qin Feng was a little confused when he heard Darina's question. He opened his mouth, but had nothing to say. Like. Not difficult. Everything he has seen, he has basically become very proficient in. He had evolved some basic designs many times in his mind, and he was very good at designing low-end jewelry styles. I just have to say it's the hardest. It can only be said that it has not been actually put into practice. I think Lang's fragrance industry needs a design style with a strong sense of lines. Even if it is overly simple, it is very suitable. The design style on page 67 of International Art Appreciation is very close to what we need. Thinking about it, Qin Feng found this in his mind. After hearing this, Darina was confused at first, and then surprised. She looked at Lang Ying, who was still carefully studying the design plan, and asked jokingly, "President Lang, did you install a camera in the hotel where I'm staying?" What? Lang Ying immediately looked up and frowned slightly. I'm kidding. Darina had a big smile on her face and looked very happy. She turned to look at Qin Feng, and her originally calm eyes were now filled with shock. Nothing else. What Qin Feng said was the same as the theme of the jewelry she originally wanted to design for Lang's fragrance industry. The ultimate line. It's a niche product, but it can highlight the beauty of superiority. Jewelry is not valuable, but its design is valuable. Mr. Qin Feng, I feel like it won't be long before you can surpass me. Darina said very seriously. Really? It seems that my talent is amazing. Qin Feng was not modest, and continued with a smile. I didn't expect that after only 1.5 hours of class, I could almost surpass the internationally renowned design master. After hearing this, Darina immediately burst into laughter. Mr. Qin Feng is not only humble and handsome, but also speaks in a humorous way. As she spoke, she turned to Lang Ying again and kindly reminded her, President Lang, I think you should protect Mr. Qin Feng well. He will definitely be pursued by many young girls outside. It's too dangerous. Hearing Darina's reminder, Lang Ying's mouth corners slightly raised, looking very happy. That's the husband she likes, how could he be bad? You can rest assured about this. I will never let him slip away from me unless he doesn't love me anymore. Idiot, how could I not love you? Qin Feng was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Oh my god, it's happening again. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Darina said helplessly. As someone who has been through this, How could she not know that these two people were feeding her dog food? Getting up from her chair, she said seriously, Mr. Chin Fong, you can try to design some gadgets now. As a souvenir for a beginner, this will definitely have different meanings for you in the future. Okay, that's all for today. I won't be a light bulb anymore. I'm leaving. After saying that, she walked to the door of the president's office and pushed it open. Chin Fong and Lang Ying wanted to go up and see him off, but were also declined. After closing the door, they were the only ones left in the huge office. It seems that Darina really wants to make you a more successful designer than her. Leaning against the desk, Lang Ying stared at Chin Fong with her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Indeed, the initial design symbolizes primitive beauty. She must really want to train me. Chin Fong said with a raised eyebrow while sorting out the scraps of writing and drawing he had just done. After finishing, he suddenly remembered something, looked at Lang Ying, and then said, by the way, I have to fly to Yanjing to do some work tomorrow, so I can't come here tomorrow. After hearing this, Lang Ying was stunned. What are you going to do? Can you not go? After saying this, she regretted it. She didn't want to keep pestering Chin Fong, so it was necessary to give her lovely husband some space. But I don't know why. She just wanted to keep seeing Chin Fong. A shareholders meeting to decide their decision. They insisted that I go there. Your father said he would also fly to Yanjing tomorrow, so it would be a good opportunity for him to take me with him. It'll only take a day, actually. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Seeing Lang Ying's beautiful eyes misty, Chin Fong felt distressed and immediately stepped forward to comfort her. One day? Lang Ying's mood improved a little. Although she wanted to see Chin Fong every day, one day would be fine. She didn't want Chin Fong to feel that he had no private space. Real getting along is to give both parties enough space. This is love. Good. Without thinking, Lang Ying nodded slightly. It's only been one day. How far have we gotten today? Chin Fong walked forward and rubbed Lang Ying's hair, then held her delicate face in his hands and gently wiped the tears that were overflowing from her eyes with his thumb. He didn't expect Lang Ying to rely on him to this extent. Yes, I know. Without any resistance, Lang Ying narrowed her beautiful peach blossom eyes and smiled slightly. Seeing this, Chin Fong couldn't help it. His wife is so cute. Who can bear this? What's more, Lang Ying is wearing professional attire now. Balenciaga adds a silver gray pencil skirt, a white slim fit shirt and a silver gray suit jacket. Beautiful and attractive. The most important thing is that she is cute yet innocent. Chin Fong couldn't hold it anymore, so he turned around and hugged Lang Ying in his arms. Bad guy, here we go again. Chapter 70, The King of Eating is my father-in-law? After a long time, the two separated. Lang Ying's delicate and pretty face is like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite of it. You just know how to bully me. After wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Lang Ying slapped Chin Fong in annoyance. I can't help it. You're just too cute. I can't stand it. Chin Fong said helplessly, ignoring Lang Ying's slapping. To be honest, he almost couldn't hold it when they kissed just now. I have such a beautiful and obedient wife by my side, but I can't eat her. This situation was really too torturous for him as an LS. Lang Ying, since your parents have almost accepted me, it's time for you to meet my parents. Rubbing his shoulders, Chin Fong thought for a moment and then asked. He only cares about the attitude of Lang Ying's parents. His family doesn't even know that he and Wang Shui have broken up. I don't know if his vicious mother-in-law has complained to his parents. But there has been no movement from his side so far, so he probably hasn't asked about it. Only. When Lang Ying heard that she was going to meet Chin Feng's parents, her breathing became rapid and she became a little nervous. Are you going to meet uncle and aunt today? I'll go change my clothes. This is a bit too professional and a bit disrespectful to uncle and aunt. Looking down at her own attire, Lang Ying frowned immediately and was about to leave the office in a hurry. She wears professional attire when meeting her parents. This is not a good first impression. She didn't want to show her bad side in front of Chin Feng's parents. What if they didn't approve of her? The woman was panicking. Chin Fong felt helpless when he saw his lovely wife in such a panic. He grabbed Lang Ying, who was about to leave, and explained with a smile, "What are you doing? I didn't say I would meet my parents today. At least you have to wait until I come back from Yanjing." No. Not today. Being embraced by Qin Feng again, Lang Ying blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes a few times in a silly and cute manner, obviously feeling relieved. Of course not today. Today would be a bit too abrupt. I just wanted to discuss something with you. We'll see each other in the future. With his arms wrapped around Lang Ying's slender waist, Qin Feng smelled the fragrance of her hair and spoke gently. He is now becoming more and more fond of this lovely wife who is both domineering and cute. Lang Ying's nervousness indirectly shows how much she values Qin Feng's parents. She didn't have any of the demeanor that a CEO should have, only the nervousness that a daughter-in-law should have. It's hard to find a daughter-in-law like this even with a lantern. I'm a little scared. What if your parents don't like me? Lang Ying asked weakly, shrinking into Qin Feng's arms. No, my parents are very easy to talk to. They will definitely like you. I haven't known my uncle and aunt before. I don't even know their preferences. What should I do, my husband? Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng nervously. Don't panic, I'll take care of everything. Qin Feng bent down and kissed Lang Ying on the cheek, then said calmly, besides, there are still 3 or 4 days left, we'll talk about it then. I saw Director Ling almost get beaten up, but in the end it was nothing, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. Listening to Qin Feng's comfort, Lang Ying nodded slightly and felt less nervous. Let's talk about it later. It's already past 1 o'clock. Do you want to eat? Seeing that it was already past dinner time, Qin Feng remembered that Lang Ying had not eaten yet and immediately asked. Is it already past 1 o'clock? Lang Ying looked down at her watch and saw that it was already 1:30. She immediately became flustered again. I have a meeting at 2 p.m. I was so busy kissing you that I forgot about it. Slapping her head, Lang Ying quickly let go of Qin Feng, walked to the chair where she had been sitting before, picked up the design plan, and walked towards the door of the office. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Butler Lin standing silently at the door. Miss, the meeting will last half an hour. Butler Lin, why are you standing outside the door? How long have you been? I just arrived. Lin said truthfully. Then what I just said to Qin Feng. Don't panic, I didn't see anything. Lang Ying blushed, lowered her head slightly, and then said, hurry up and go to the meeting. And at this time, Qin Feng just came out of the office slowly. Lang Ying, who was about to leave, paused, turned back, walked in front of Qin Bian, stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his lips. Be right back, husband. Having said that, he left quickly. Lin looked at Qin Feng and immediately smiled with relief. The fact that Qin Feng can live here means that Lang Xian has recognized him. Lin also agreed with Qin Feng. He and Lang Xian actually have the same opinion. Lang Ying likes Qin Feng, and Qin Feng also likes Lang Ying. The two like each other. That's good. That's all. After Lang Ying finished the meeting, Qin Feng digested the design knowledge he learned at noon while playing with his lovely wife. Until I get off work at 5 in the afternoon. And today. They didn't return to live in Sakura community. Qin Feng just went back to drive the car over, picked up some clothes, and then took Lang Ying to Thompson Epin's villa. On the way, he also bought a lot of ingredients at the supermarket, intending to make something delicious for Lang Ying's parents. Although now his cooking skills far surpass those of world-class chefs. But yesterday he paid special attention to Lang Ying's kitchen and found that it was similar to that of ordinary people, so he just cooked casually, without any fancy carvings or Western food. Unexpectedly, Lang Xian and Lin Yanran were very happy after tasting the dishes made by Qin Feng. Especially Lang Xian. I don't know if Lang Ying inherited his ability to eat. Lang Xian is almost 40 years old. Logically speaking, his appetite would decrease a little due to his age. But Qin Feng didn't expect that his father-in-law actually drank 3 bowls of white rice for dinner? It's outrageous. No wonder he could defeat hundreds of people when he was young. But the result was that Lang Xian became even more satisfied with him. The next day, Qin Feng woke up in the villa and looked at the time. It was not yet 7 o'clock. However, Lang Ying was already up at this time. She was wearing cute Pikachu pajamas and squatting on the ground with bare feet, preparing clothes and daily necessities for Qin Feng for his business trip. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart. Thinking back, Wang Shui had never cared about him so much. Lang Ying, even though the shareholders' meeting will be held in the morning, you don't have to prepare so early, right? Qin Feng got down from the bed and came to Lang Ying's side. He watched her put her clothes neatly into the small suitcase and asked with some concern. Be prepared for a rainy day. I'll get up early and prepare it for you so you can sleep a little longer. Looking at Qin Feng, Lang Ying said very seriously. But it only takes an hour to get from Shanghai to Beijing. It's only 7:30 now. I even have time to eat and protect Ionia. Rubbing Lang Ying's little head, Qin Feng felt a little amused. Isn't his wife doting on him a little too much? It made him a little overwhelmed. At this moment, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Chapter 71. Lang Zian, who was afraid of his daughter, says, "First do this, then do this, and that'll be it?" Qin Feng listened for a moment and looked at Lang Ying with a puzzled look. At this time, my dad must have come early. With a light sigh, Lang Ying said helplessly, his schedule is to get up on time around 6 in the morning. This time is just right. Uncle has a good schedule. I'll go downstairs. Can you change your clothes? After rubbing Lang Ying's little head, Qin Feng turned around and went to the bathroom to wash his face. Only. Lang Ying was obviously a little unhappy. Looking towards the bathroom, she said angrily, I wanted you to sleep a little longer, but he is like this again. He never asks for other people's opinions and just makes his own decisions. It's okay. I can't sleep either, so let's go early. Rubbing his face casually, Qin Feng comforted Lang Ying and hurried downstairs. My father-in-law. Please bear with this yourself. Besides, there is nothing wrong with getting up early. Walking downstairs, Qin Feng opened the door. I found that my father-in-law was indeed standing at the door. And he is now dressed neatly in a suit and tie, holding a business briefcase in one hand. You can set off at any time. Mr. Lang, you got up really early. Qin Feng asked awkwardly. You're not awake yet? Somewhat surprised, Lang Zian looked his son-in-law up and down. Flip-flops, shorts, and some water stains on the face. This is obviously the rhythm of not waking up yet. It's indeed a bit inconsistent with my schedule. Scratching his head, Qin Feng said helplessly. It's okay, it's okay. Go back to sleep. We're taking a private plane. Time is not a problem. The most important thing is to get enough rest. Seeing that Qin Feng was really a little sleepy, Lang Zian said very decisively. If a private jet cannot fly at any time, it is not called a private jet. He spends so much money every year to purchase air routes, and he can't just fly freely? His son-in-law. There's nothing wrong with taking on more responsibilities. What's more, this son-in-law is so good. Cooking is even better. But if the directors of the Lang Group heard this, they would probably think that the world had changed and that this might be a different world or something. Nothing else. It's just because Lang Zian has a very strong sense of time. He would be very unhappy if you were late even for a second. But now he is pampering Qin Feng so much? Really double standards. It's okay, this time is fine, I can't sleep either. After fully opening the door, Qin Feng took the briefcase from Lang Zian's hand, walked to the living room on the first floor, and continued, but I need to wash up, Mr. Lang, you can take a rest on the sofa first. After pouring a glass of water for his father-in-law, Qin Feng hurried upstairs to wash up. At this time, Lang Ying changed her clothes and came down. Seeing his daughter coming down, Lang Zian had just sat down, and before his but had even warmed up on the sofa, he immediately stood up again. He looked at Lang Ying, who had a resentful look on her face, and said embarrassedly, I didn't know you guys weren't awake yet. I'm sorry for disturbing you. It's okay. I couldn't sleep anyway. Sitting on the sofa, Lang Ying said quietly. Lang Zian was speechless for a moment. He knew very well that his daughter's resentful look was blaming him. But it's hard to say it clearly. It was my own fault for being negligent. Why didn't I send a message to ask? This made the relationship between him and his daughter even more strained. We're just going for a day. I know. I will. I know. Lang Ying answered silently. Lang Zian stopped talking. There was a moment of silence in the living room, so awkward that one could have carved a Roman palace out of the air. The relationship between father and daughter is really bad. Fortunately, Qin Feng acted quickly. In 10 minutes, he finished washing up and came downstairs carrying a small black suitcase. Seeing Qin Feng had packed up, Lang Zian immediately stood up. Moment. The two arrived at the airport. At this time, Lang Zian's good friend and housekeeper Lu Shang had been waiting for a long time. Quickly boarded the private plane. This is starting to take off? Qin Feng and Lang Zian sat together. Along the way, Leng Zian was holding a tablet and looking at the information himself, and his good friend Lu Shang handed him new files from time to time. Xin Feng had nothing to do, so he took the book that Leng Zian had read and looked at it carefully. Generally speaking, any document that passes through Leng Zian's hands is basically company secrets. But when he saw Xin Feng pick it up, he just glanced at it and ignored it. Seeing this, Lu Shang didn't care. The boss's son-in-law. It has been approved. If nothing unexpected happens, Xin Feng will have a share in the Leng Group from now on. What's wrong with the head of Future Group now seeing some company secrets? But at this time, Xin Feng didn't care what Leng Zian thought. He is now immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Because all the documents Leng Zian had read were in Western languages. He watched it for a while out of boredom, and unexpectedly the system activated another skill. The strongest translator skill. I had done well in Western languages when I was studying at Qinfeng University. But it has been many years since graduation, even though his memory is so terrible. I have also forgotten some words. With the help of these documents, Qinfeng just wanted to get promoted. However, as he looked at it, he discovered that there seemed to be some loopholes in the document. Mr. Leng, this document is full of financial terms, and the meaning is unclear. Holding a piece of paper, Xin Feng frowned, handed it to Leng Zian, and pointed it out to him and explained, there are some problems with the terminology of this document. There is a sentence in the middle that sounds like a foreign language translated into Chinese and then translated into a foreign language. And the legal note at the bottom doesn't really apply. Most importantly, one of the pages of data is obviously missing a piece. Isn't this obviously a scam? Listening silently to the problems Qin Feng pointed out, Leng Zian's face was not angry at all, but rather a little embarrassed. Beside, Lu Shang actually tried to hold back his laughter. Seeing their reactions made Qin Feng a little confused. He quickly checked the document again and it was exactly the same as what he was told, no problem at all. Did I say something wrong? Qin Feng looked at his father-in-law and asked doubtfully. How to say it? Overturned? Impossible. Although this kind of loophole in laws, regulations and documents is not very obvious, if it had not been discovered, the other party would definitely have to pay an additional 90 million yuan. Mr. Qin, there is nothing wrong with the flaws you found. Seeing Leng Zian's embarrassment, Lu Shang finally couldn't help but say, but we made this file, and we also set this trap. What is that? After hearing this, Qin Feng was speechless. Good job. My father-in-law wants to cheat me out of money. Son-in-law, is this flaw really that obvious? At this time, Leng Zian came close to Qin Feng, holding the paper and asked in a low voice. When he was doing business exchanges with foreign companies, he was tricked countless times. Among them, this company is the worst. This time, the company used this kind of trick in the documents it sent during the cooperation. He couldn't stand it and wanted to fight back, so he deliberately dug a trap with Lu Shang. After the document was sent over, the other party has approved it. This time we went there only to determine the final shipment volume and specific price. But I didn't expect that even the smallest flaw could be discovered by Qin Feng. Is his son-in-law so strong? Mr. Leng, if the other party is also proficient in financial knowledge as well as law and data analysis, you can certainly tell by reading every page carefully. Qin Feng explained in detail, but if you want to cheat, it's not that troublesome. All right. Since his father-in-law wants to do something wrong, then just make it better. If there is unnecessary trouble, then make it unnecessary forever. It is best to resolve risks that can be resolved as much as possible. Mr. Leng, you. Why call me Lang Dong? Call me Uncle. Qin Feng. Uncle, it should be like this, then like this, then like this, that's it. Chapter 72, Pretending to be Stupid Again? A license plate is more expensive than Cullinan? Qin Feng pointed out in detail the various obvious holes in the problematic document. He kept turning the pen on his fingers and his mind was working fast. He was thinking about all the legal provisions that were in his favor, checking for loopholes and using the differences in professional terminology to see what kind of trap he could set for the other party. But before digging the hole, Qin Feng must ensure that the pit he dug cannot be seen even by professionals who are proficient in business, law, and finance. That's a bit difficult. Looking at the document full of loopholes, Qin Feng murmured in a low voice. Beside, when Leng Zian saw his son-in-law being so serious, he felt as if he saw himself when he was younger. And I have to say it. Xin Feng's outstanding appearance could easily kill him in seconds. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and the more it pleased his eyes. My daughter really has good taste. Sighing, Lang Ziyan immediately persuaded, son-in-law, it's okay even if you can't figure it out. Anyway, they have already accepted this regulation. This time we are just going to finish it. No way. He really likes the son-in-law and doesn't want him to worry too much. What is 90 million? 900 million is fine. His son-in-law's health is the most important. Only. Lu Shang, who was sitting next to Lang Ziyan, was stunned when he heard what he said, and there was some surprise in his eyes. He looked at Lang Ziyan, glanced at Xin Feng, and then asked curiously, Old Lang, I didn't expect you to say such a thing. He and Lang Ziyan have known each other for many years and are old friends. He knew Lang Ziyan's character very well. I hate lazy and poorly worked people the most. If that document was really discovered by those foreign companies, the value of the loss would be much more than 90 million. But now, Xin Feng has been reading the document for no more than 10 minutes, and he is about to let him take a break? It's incredible. Lu Shang shook his head and looked at Xin Feng with some admiration. This son-in-law is really amazing. He can actually make Lang Ziyan, who has done so many things, satisfied. And he also knew Long Ying's vision. She was surprisingly picky and none of the young talents or gentlemen in Magic City were interested in her. But she was unexpectedly won over by this handsome guy in front of her. It's incredible. Just as he was marveling at the idea, Xin Feng had already come up with a solution. Just see. He held the document in his hand, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and asked confidently, Uncle, how many related clauses are there at the back of this document? Old Lu, how many copies of venture capital financial legal provisions and all the negotiation conditions of Zhenxing Pharmaceutical have you prepared? Hearing Xin Feng's question, Lang Ziyan immediately turned to ask his old friend Lu Shang. Lu Shang then took out the thin notebook he was carrying and checked the specific numbers. In just a dozen seconds, the exact number was given. There are a total of 35 more pages after this file. Is there any problem? Lu Shang asked, handing the computer directly to Xin Feng. He and Lang Ziyan are extremely good at beating people up. But they are still amateurs when it comes to digging holes in the files. I just understand a little bit. In this case, we really have to look at Xin Feng 13. That's fine, but I'd like to add a few words. Taking the notebook, Xin Feng pointed it to Lang Ziyan and explained in detail, I can change the legal loopholes and conditional terms above so that others can't see them, but those groups of data are missing. There are 3 groups of drug efficacy test data missing. We still have to fill them in as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we are caught by the other party, they will definitely take advantage of the situation. After hearing this, Lang Ziyan nodded slightly. However, he looked a little embarrassed. These sets of drug efficacy data require human tracking experiments to determine the specific values. But those people lost contact at the time, and when we found them, it was already the end. There was nothing we could do. I see. After hearing this, Xin Feng nodded slightly. That's a problem. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he quickly said, I remember that our country's biopharmaceutical industry is somewhat tolerant of data sheets. If 3 sets of data are missing, you can register the number first. If you can make up for it within 3 months later, then it won't be a problem. After listening to what Xin Feng said, Lang Ziyan was suddenly surprised. He looked at Lu Shang. Want to know the answer? But after hearing this, Lu Shang was also confused. He didn't remember such a rule. Xin Feng looked at the 2 people's unbelieving expressions, but he was not angry. He smiled and explained, this is indeed true. You can check it out in detail. As he said that, he went to get his small suitcase, which contained the computer that Lang Ying had prepared for him. I am editing this page now, which requires space on 2 sheets of paper. Uncle, please make another copy of the rest of the document. At this time, Lu Shang had already found the one Xin Feng mentioned among the numerous legal provisions. After they saw it, they immediately turned to look at Xin Feng, and their eyes changed. Look at him like a monster. Especially Lang Ziyan. At first he just thought that Xin Feng was handsome and elegant, and a good person. He is handsome and he and his daughter like each other. That's it. But I didn't expect it. His son-in-law is so capable. It's just a copy, no problem at all. Lang Ziyan answered decisively. Xin Feng smiled slightly and began to write specific documents to set traps for others to fall into. And soon, He prepared the document and sent it to his father-in-law. Lu Shang and Lang Ziyan studied it together and nodded immediately. The trap Qin Feng set was much better than the one they hired others to set. Apart from the missing data, there are basically no other problems. Qin Feng had nothing to do, so he read the following documents and made some appropriate changes. Around 8 in the morning, the private plane arrived at the airport. The Magic City is close to Yanjing, and with the help of a private plane, the original 2-hour flight time was shortened to 1.5 hours. Walking out of the airport with Lang Ziyan and Lu Shang, Qin Feng saw a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked in front of the airport. The strange thing was that there was no driver in the car. "Is this ours?" Qin Feng asked doubtfully. At this time, Lu Shang had already opened the door and got in the car. Lang Ziyan also sat on it very skillfully. Seeing this, Qin Feng also hurried up. Wouldn't it be a bit too flashy to use Cullinan? Looking at the various expensive interior decorations in the car, Qin Feng said silently. Lang Ziyan and Lu Shang laughed one after another, and then said, "This is normal. The business deals negotiated by various companies are enough to buy 10,000 Cullinans." Qin Feng nodded slightly and said nothing more. What his father-in-law said was the truth. The pits he dug alone were worth 30 million. Really not expensive. Because the shareholders' meeting of Mealy Pictures starts at 10 a.m., it's almost time now. Lang Ziyan decided to send Qin Feng there first and then discuss their business. But I have to say that Cullinan is not that good in Yanjing. There are many noble people on the road whose license plates are more expensive than their entire cars. The three of them were lucky. There was no traffic jam on the road, and Qin Feng arrived in Tongzhou district in just half an hour. Son-in-law, be careful. Don't be afraid if someone taunts you. Tell me your name and I'll help you deal with him. After leaving these words to Qin Feng, Lang Ziyan and Lu Shang left. Qin Feng was speechless. We live in a society ruled by law, so who would still like to show off so much? Chapter 73, Encountering Zheng Xiaohua? Hey, brotherly, long time no see. But where exactly is this dragon country Mealy Pictures? Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, Qin Feng dragged his small suitcase, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the evil map and slowly searched. Lang Ziyan simply told him that Mealy Pictures headquarters was near Tongzhou district. They negotiated directly in a hotel, so who knows where their headquarters is. Therefore, Qin Feng needs to find the specific location by himself. Fortunately, this time the evil map did not give him random navigation, and he soon found the location of Longhua Mealy Pictures headquarters. It is on the 3rd floor of Building A, Shanda Plaza, Tongzhou district. On the way to the destination, Qin Feng also checked the performance of this film and television company on his mobile phone. I found it was actually pretty good. Longhua Mealy Pictures Technology Company, Limited, also known as Mealy Pictures in foreign languages, is an international professional company dedicated to the planning, production, investment, operation, management, introduction, distribution, authorization, development and sales of derivative products for films and animations. The high-quality animation production enjoys an international reputation. As Qin Feng was flipping through the books, he discovered that he had previously watched the second part of the Dragon Nest series, Throne of Elves, with his good brother Chao Jin. Coincidentally, Zhang Xinyue, the school belle of their college, was sitting next to him at that time. But these are all things of the past. All he could remember was that he wanted to go back and watch the Throne of Elves again with Lang Ying. Standing at the zebra crossing, Qin Feng was about to cross when he found that the light was red. He stopped immediately and planned to wait for a minute. At this time, a tall girl wearing a khaki windbreaker and airbangs came out from somewhere and tried to run the red light in a hurry. "Hey, there's a car." Qin Feng was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Seeing that the oncoming car was about to hit the girl, he quickly grabbed her. "Ah!" An exclamation. Qin Feng stood steadily, the car was moving normally, but the girl fell to the ground. "I'm sorry, I bumped into you, are you okay?" Qin Feng was confused and had no time to apologize, but the girl he pulled down was the first to say sorry. She didn't have time to care about the dust on her body. She squatted on the ground and hurried to check the stack of bound sketchbooks in her bag. And when she saw that the album was fine, she was immediately relieved. "Are you okay? I pulled you a little too hard just now, but there's a car in front of us." Seeing that the girl was very polite, Qin Feng asked embarrassedly even though he was helping. "You respect me and I respect you. If you don't respect me, don't blame me for showing off." This is Qin Feng's principle of action. "It's okay, thank you. I was too anxious just now." Put the sketchbook in the bag so that the girl will have time to look at Qin Feng. When she saw Qin Feng, she was stunned. Qin Feng was also slightly confused. School beauty Zhen? Is it Qin Feng? The two shouted almost at the same time. And they all looked at each other in surprise. However, at this time, Zhang Yuxian's cell phone, which had not yet flown out, started vibrating. She looked down at the time, and panic suddenly appeared on her pretty face. Qin Feng, I have something else to do at the company, so I have to leave first. It's noon. Waving her arms anxiously, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had an idea and said hastily, I'm free at 12 noon, let's talk again. Having said that, she left quickly. Qin Feng was left confused. Forehead. Watching Zhang Yuxian walk away, Qin Feng held his phone, his mind a little confused. Neither of them has contact information, so there's no point in chatting. Then we'll see each other again. Looking down at the interface on his phone, Qin Feng followed the map and hurried to Meili Pictures. It's almost 9 o'clock now, and he hasn't arrived at the company yet. And at the same time, Lang Ying, who was far away in the office of Ling's fragrance industry in Shanghai, was sitting on an office chair. Although she was holding the latest monthly turnover data of Ling's fragrance industry in her hand, her mind was entirely on her mobile phone. Miss, you're a little absent-minded when you first get here. The monthly sales data has been stuck on the third page for almost half an hour. If you really don't want to look at it, just leave it there and I'll do it. Beside. Linen looked at Lang Ying's absent-minded look and asked helplessly. Her condition couldn't be more obvious. I want Qin Feng. It's only been a few hours since I left, and I miss him so much. Linen had never seen Lang Ying like this before. Miss, you are a husband control freak. Did your son-in-law Qin drug you with drugs? Linen asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. No, I just feel empty inside and a little bit bad. Putting down the monthly sales data file, Lang Ying clenched it with both hands. Her strength suddenly increased a lot, and her two beautiful and slender hands turned slightly white. Seeing Lang Ying like this, Linen smiled helplessly and said, Not yet? Son-in-law Qin has only been on a business trip for 1 day and you are so distraught. If you were like Mr. Lang who was going abroad to discuss business, you would have lost your appetite and not wanted to eat or drink. Hearing Lin An's words, Lang Ying grabbed her hair, feeling helpless. I don't want this to happen. It was fine before. After meeting Qin Feng, she has rarely left him. She couldn't get used to the fact that a close person was suddenly not around to tease her or bully her. How about you take the initiative to send a message to Qin's son-in-law? Seeing that Lang Ying was really in agony, Linen made a decisive suggestion. But Lang Ying immediately shook her head. What if he's in a meeting? You're not allowed to answer the phone at a shareholders' meeting. What if I disturb him? After asking 3 questions in a row, Lang Ying still didn't dare to call. She was afraid that Qin Feng would think that she was clinging to him and not giving him any private space. Lang Ying understood it very well. Whether they are lovers or married couples, the most taboo thing is space. If you are far away, the feelings will fade. If you are close, you will get tired of each other. She wanted to give Qin Feng some private space, but she couldn't help it. It's really a dilemma. Linen shrugged his shoulders, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Lang Ying's phone suddenly vibrated. She immediately picked it up and quickly opened WeChat to see if it was her lovely husband. But when he saw that it was sent by his good friend Su Yenran, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Turn off the screen and ignore it. When Linen saw this scene, he was speechless and went out. In the office, Lang Ying leaned back and turned to look at the sketch Qin Feng drew on the left wall, pouting with a sad look on her face. She misses Qin Feng so much. So this is what it feels like when your husband is not at home. It's so hard. And at this time, in a large conference room of Longhua Meili Film Company, Qin Feng sat leisurely, looking around at the decoration, feeling very good, and nodded slightly. The person in charge of the site had not arrived yet, so he was quite bored. The other company directors had never seen Qin Feng before, so when they saw him sitting there as if no one was around, they all talked about it in a low voice. Why haven't I seen that young man before? He should be a young master from Yanjing, right? Did his parents give him shares? I think it's Mr. Li who wants to invest in our company. Isn't he also very handsome and has a good temperament? The point is arrogance. How can this handsome guy look like an arrogant person? He is very approachable. At this time, in the corridor outside leading to the office, Li Yunche was walking with extraordinary bearing. Next to him was a pretty secretary in black, and half a body in front of him was a project manager of Mealy Pictures. She was explaining in detail to Lee Yunche the prospects and plans of the latest animation and film and television production. Lee Yunche walked and listened at a brisk pace. After opening the door, he looked around and was a little surprised. "Hey, brother Lee, we meet again. Chapter 74 History repeats itself. I invested in this project?" Shin Fong, who was sitting among many shareholders, saw Lee Yunche coming in from outside the door. Although he was a little surprised, he still smiled and waved to greet him. Mr. Chin? Why are you here?" His eyes narrowed slightly, and Lee Yunche looked at Shin Fong leisurely swaying on the chair, feeling a little confused. He once again thought of the financial circle gathering where Shin Fong spent 100 million yuan to win the smile of a beautiful woman. He ate a big melon at that time. Why do we meet again now? I am a shareholder of this company. A senior executive of this company insisted that I come to the meeting. I have no choice. Shrugging his shoulders, Shin Fong explained calmly, his tone still sounding helpless. Are you a shareholder too? Lee Yunche frowned, obviously a little doubtful. Before he arrived in Yanjing, he had already seen the names of all the shareholders of Mealy Pictures on the plane. Shin Fong's name was not among them. Except for the mysterious person not included in the information. Thinking of this, Lee Yunche's brows suddenly relaxed, and he vaguely guessed something. He nodded slightly and said with a smile, "It turns out that Mr. Chin's company's business also involves animation production." That's fine. After saying. He walked in directly with his secretary, and the project manager also came in with documents. They walked straight to the front of all the shareholders, obviously to discuss something. Seeing this, Shin Fong took a deep breath and adjusted his sitting position. The necessary rules still need to be in place. He watched Lee Yunche go up and had no objection. Actually, Shin Fong had not expected that his former rival in love, Lee Yunche, would appear here. It seemed that his company's business had expanded greatly. After learning about Lee Yunche from Lang Ying, he went home that same day and searched for all of Lee Yunche's information and all of his assets. And I have to say it. This guy is really awesome. At a young age, he owns a listed company with businesses including real estate, finance, internet, tourism, etc. And they all did a good job. A young man with great potential. Although he has the support of his father, he is indeed a son of a plane. This kind of talent. Shin Fong was also unwilling to slap him in the face. He had disliked Lee Yunche at the financial reception, and the main reason he went up to slap him in the face was because he had set his sights on Ling Ying. And Lang Zian also wants to bring them together. He has a sense of crisis. But now he and Lang Ying have reached this point, and have also been recognized by his father-in-law and mother-in-law, so their relationship is very stable. Lee Yunche is not a threat. And judging from his expression, he obviously didn't care about Lang Ying. There is no conflict of interest between the two, and Shin Fong would not deliberately make a mindless slap in the face or ridicule. This isn't a God of War novel, there's no need for me to mess with your whole family if you mess with me. And now it looks like Lee Yunche also seems to have invested in this company. In business, people with common interests are friends. On stage, Lee Yunche pulled his suit tie and told his pretty secretary to cooperate with the project manager in explaining. Then he found an empty chair and sat down next to the shareholder below. His ultimate goal is to discuss the project. Check whether this project is profitable and whether it is worth his continued investment. The rest doesn't matter, I'm not putting on airs. Profit comes first. The following period of time is the time required by the project manager. In half an hour, he gave a very detailed introduction to all aspects of the latest animation production, future plans, quality production, the latest 3D composition projects, and the detailed deployment of the animation plot. There are also plans to connect with major broadcasting platforms, etc. The shareholders below listened to what was said, and so did Shin Fong. However, he glanced at Lee Yunche on the way and found that Lee Yunche listened very carefully and took notes. It seemed that he was planning to do some specific analysis. Okay, these are the latest animated films that Mealy Pictures is going to produce. The project manager put the PPT on the last page and looked at all the shareholders below. Then he said very seriously, the production of large-scale animation films is the project that Mealy Pictures hopes to restart after its second failure. Mealy has failed twice in this regard, but Mealy will not fail a third time. The production of such large-scale animated films and TV shows consumes a huge amount of the company's resources. If it fails, the company's future direction will change. This is the purpose of notifying all shareholders to come here. The company's top management hopes that all shareholders will agree to start this project. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience became agitated. Qin Feng pricked up his ears and listened, and most of them did not support it. That's right, if you can make money steadily, who would suddenly rush in and work on a project that has already failed twice? Moment. There are only a few approvals. Seeing this, the project manager was immediately ashamed. However, at this moment, Li Yunche, who had been looking down at the data, suddenly spoke. The project is good and the PPT is also good. He closed the document and simply ignored the number of shareholders who agreed. His aloof temperament suddenly emanated, and he was extremely calm. I can be responsible for all the RD funds for this project, but the contract needs to be redrafted. I must be responsible for the publicity, and I need to share 50% of the profits from the theaters later on. If you can accept these conditions, you don't have to listen to these shareholders. Really? When the project manager heard that Li Yunche was still willing to invest, a smile immediately appeared on his face. But suddenly, he was in great trouble again. This project consumes a huge amount of human resources and has a far-reaching impact on the company's future. If shareholders do not agree, the project cannot be developed simply by authorization and approval from senior management. Thinking of this, he looked at Qin Feng. He received news from the company's top management that the mysterious man who held absolute control would also attend the shareholders' meeting. His last name is Qin, a single character in Chinese, Feng. His features are very easy to identify, and he must be the most handsome man. He was the only one who really had the final say at the scene. As long as he agrees, the opinions of other shareholders can be ignored. Mr. Qin, would you like to reconsider this? We have been preparing for this project for half a year, and Meili is just one step away from success. The project manager asked again. At this time, everyone's eyes were on Qin Feng. Especially that group of shareholders. They had never seen Qin Feng before and were very confused about his identity. Now the project manager specifically asks for his opinion, which makes them feel very uncomfortable. Manager Lin, this Mr. Qin is really just a young man. Could it be that he has more power than them? Instead of listening to his opinion, you should listen to ours. That's right. This project has failed twice in a row. Meili Pictures is not suitable for large-scale animation and film production. It's better to take a steady approach. Don't let the resentment of some rabble rise to the level of corporate interests. The series of remarks finally made Qin Feng come to his senses. He patted his head, then stood up and said excitedly, I've invested in this project. Seeing this, Li Yunche frowned immediately. This scene is so familiar. Chapter 75, a little mouth tilts, and the aura is fully released? Only. Qin Feng's sudden move left the shareholders present speechless. No, what's wrong with you? You are a shareholder and have already invested. That's right, do you know the rules? Mr. Qin, right? If you want to invest in the project, you just need to add money. Young man, you can't hold your temper. You still want me to invest in this project? Do you think you are Wang Duoyu? Is your father the richest man? Hearing the shareholders collectively besieging Qin Feng, Manager Lin, the project manager on the stage, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Who is that person? He is a big shot who holds absolute control of the company. How dare they do that? But in this situation, it was really not his turn to speak. He could only worry. Buddha, God, Lord Guan, please bless these shareholders and don't make President Qin angry, please don't. Manager Lin was almost dying of anxiety as he prayed silently. And next to it, Li Yunche sat calmly, looking at Qin Feng's excited expression with great interest. He smiled slightly, and then said with a smile, It seems that my guess is right. You are indeed the mysterious person who obtained 10% of the shares from Chenda Pictures a few days ago and has absolute control. Boss Qin, I think this project is really worth investing in. If you have any hesitations, I can explain it to you in person. Win-win is the truth. After he said this, all the shareholders present fell silent. Li Yunche is the project investor and most importantly, the one who is fully responsible. After all, these shareholders just listen to what he says. But the content of his words now surprised them. Boss Li, you said that this young man is the major shareholder with absolute control? That's impossible, are you kidding me? That's right. That requires 31% of the shares. Those shares alone are worth tens of billions. No way. Xin Feng is really too young. These shareholders simply don't believe it. At such a young age, you have control over hundreds of billions of funds? Someone come. Whoever pees yellow, wake him up for me. People with diabetes should not come here, don't give them a taste of the sweetness. Even if your parents are the richest people, you can't do this. It's outrageous. TSK, 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 I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. I'm the major shareholder. Xin Feng really didn't want to listen to these shareholders' nonsense, so he said decisively. These shareholders are good at investing, but their vision is really poor. He is not as powerful as Li Yunche. Brother Li at least saw the money-making potential of this project and was willing to invest all of it. This vision is very rare. You can discuss my identity as you please. Xin Feng sighed, stood up, and said, but I fully support the launch of this project. As for whether it is effective, you can see later. With a twist of her little mouth, her aura is fully revealed. 3 years have passed and the god of war has returned. Get out of the way, he's about to start acting smart again. What a joke. He just doesn't want to show off, but it doesn't mean he will be happy to be ridiculed like the Ninja Turtles. Your name is Manager Lin, right? Ignoring the group of shareholders, Xin Feng looked at Manager Lin on the stage and asked calmly. Yes, I am. Please tell me what's going on. On the stage, Manager Lin quickly answered, deliberately lowering his posture. Xin Feng is now his life-saving straw, the god standing on the 7-colored cloud who saves him. For this project, he just needs to say he agrees, and get authorization and approval from senior management. The opinions of this group of shareholders are really not needed. Traditional animation is no longer profitable and must be reformed. Senior management has already hinted to him that even if shareholders withdraw their investment, the company must still transform. Did you bring the authorization letter from your project shareholder? Xin Feng asked. Of course, I did. Manager Lin then took out a thick stack of documents from the files he brought, took out a few A4 papers from it, then stepped down from the stage and walked quickly to Xin Feng. Are you really going to agree to this? What else? Xin Feng shook his head slightly, picked up a pen from the table, and signed the authorization letter. After he signed, Manager Lin instantly became much more confident. Certainly. It's towards other shareholders, not Xin Feng. Now that we're done, how do shareholders invest in a single project? Putting the pen on the table, Xin Feng asked. Upon hearing this, Manager Lin was slightly startled and immediately became excited. You want to make additional investments? No problem. I'll take full responsibility for you. You just need to add money. After hearing this, Xin Feng smiled helplessly. He looked at Li Yunche, who was already packing up and preparing to leave, and then raised his eyebrows and asked, Brotherly, can you give me 10% of the theater's profits? Boss Qin wants to raise the stakes, so of course I have to help him. Li Yunche didn't even raise his head, nor did he intend to lock in 50% of the theater's profits. He said generously, I'll give you 15%, but to have 15%, you have to increase your stake by 150 million. Do I need that 150 million? Very Versailles, Xin Feng said with a raised eyebrow. Okay, then I'll let you. Li Yunche said calmly. The pretty secretary behind him looked at Manager Lin and said sweetly, the specific contract will be drafted this afternoon and will be sent to me through the legal channel in 2 days. Does your company have any comments? That's totally fine. The legal channels can come later. Manager Lin said quickly. Then everything is fine, right? Manager Lin, please send me your account number so I can transfer the money to you. Bye. Boss Qin, do you have time? Can we chat? I'm so sorry, I don't have time. Xin Feng and Li Yunche walked out of the door on their own. The group of shareholders below have no right to speak at all. They seem to be ignored? Inside the elevator of Mealy Film Technology Company, Limited. Xin Feng lowered his head and fiddled with his phone, then glanced at Li Yunche who was standing tall next to him, looking straight ahead. Brotherly, why are you so happy to let me have 15% of the theater's revenue? Since Li Yunche saw the value of the project, he shouldn't have made so many concessions. Merchant. Profit comes first. That 15% is equivalent to at least tens of millions when converted. Words and contracts are two different things. The contract this afternoon will give you 20% of the theater's revenue. Lee Yunche sighed deeply, and then said calmly, Mealy Pictures will definitely not share the theater's profits with me. It's not like I have never shared the theater's profits with all its assets before. At that time, we only discussed 70% and 30%. 50% is simply impossible. You raised the bet by 150 million. With the addition of funds, I can dilute it as much as possible. I can get close to 64 points. After hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly, and he agreed with what Li Yunche said. The other party is not stupid either. Both sides are smart people, and Manager Lin is definitely not the one in charge. Finally, we still need to talk to the top management of Mealy Pictures. Certainly. This time it is the basis for negotiation. I just didn't expect that President Qin could actually spend more than 100 million yuan. At that time, Lin Shuhan was betting on 100 million yuan. I guess he didn't get it, right? The elevator door opened, Li Yunche walked out, and asked with a smile. Almost. Qin Feng answered indifferently. How is Miss Leng doing lately? Just as Qin Feng followed him out of the elevator, Li Yunche suddenly asked. This question made Qin Feng confused. What do you mean? Sorry, I checked you out and found out that you are Leng Ying's previously announced boyfriend. Besides, you and Leng Ying were so affectionate at the Shangri-La Hotel a few days ago, the news has already spread throughout the business circle. I finally understand why you targeted me at the financial reception. Hearing Brother Li say this in a very calm manner, Qin Feng touched his nose, feeling a little helpless. I am the villain. Isn't this social death? It's okay. I admire you. You have a sharp vision just like me. It's just a pity that he's not as handsome as me. Very arrogant and very appreciative of talent, Li Yunche snorted lightly, then pulled his pretty secretary to the underground parking lot. Only Qin Feng, who looked confused, was left at the scene. You are more handsome than me? Who gave you the courage? Just when Qin Feng was speechless, his cell phone vibrated. He looked down and saw that it was his lovely wife. Honey, what are you doing? Are you done with the meeting? I miss you, Epsilon 3. Chapter 76, Concern from the daughter-in-law, and meeting the school beauty Zheng again? This little fool. Looking at the prestige message, Qin Feng couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. Leng Ying is really a bit dependent on him. Only a few hours have passed and he's already starting to miss her? Smiling gently, Qin Feng looked at Yan's expression and could already imagine his lovely wife resting her head on one hand, her beautiful peach blossom eyes staring boredly at the air in front of her, frowning and thinking about herself. So, how long have you thought about me? Although Qin Feng also wanted to reply directly to the message like I miss you too, he still wanted to tease Leng Ying reflexively. His wife is so cute, what's wrong with Daodu? Stupid husband. Leng Ying, who was sitting in the office of the president of Leng's fragrance industry, blushed when she saw Qin Feng asking this question, and wanted to type an answer. But suddenly, she paused. After hesitating for a moment, Leng Ying put her little mouth close to the microphone of the phone and replied, I started thinking about you from the moment you left me. When you finish your business, come back as soon as possible, okay? Well, but I have an emergency here, so I probably won't be back until tomorrow, or early this morning. Listening to Leng Ying's shy yet proactive sweet voice, Qin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised and a smile spread across his face. Why? Didn't you say you were just attending a shareholders' meeting? Leng Ying was very depressed, and her tone was obviously a little disappointed. I want to increase my investment in this project. We will discuss the specific profit sharing this afternoon. If everything goes well, I can be back around 8 p.m. Qin Feng was very sensitive to the sense of loss in his lovely wife's voice and hurriedly explained. He also wants to go back directly now. However, he must make additional investments in Mealy Pictures, and the specific profit sharing needs to be discussed with Mealy's senior management. There is definitely no going back today. Okay then. I'll wait for you at home. Leng Ying thought for a moment and then answered. She didn't want Qin Feng to think she was too clingy. Oh, by the way, you have to eat on time. My dad has zero emotional intelligence, so he won't care about that. Don't upset your stomach. Don't follow his pace, okay? Leng Ying didn't want to bother Qin Feng anymore, but suddenly she saw the stomach medicine on the table and immediately reminded Qin Feng. She can bear the pain alone. But her lovely husband can't be sad, she will feel distressed. After Qin Feng listened carefully, he felt a little warm in his heart. His stupid wife even habitually forgets to eat, causing her to suffer from stomachaches frequently. Now she is reminding him? I know. I'm going to eat now. You should also take care of yourself. Have you taken your stomach medicine on time? Qin Feng decided to listen to Lang Ying and eat first. When you are alone outside, it feels really good to have someone who cares about your health. And the other party is his beautiful wife. This is awesome. I've already eaten it. Hearing that Qin Feng also cared about her, Lang Ying couldn't help but smile. She was very happy. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly, by the way, when you went to Yanjing, did any woman approach you? When she was in Shanghai, whenever she and Qin Feng went out shopping or on a date, there was always a chance that girls would approach Qin Feng. Now that he goes out alone, there will definitely be a lot of women eyeing him. There are so many bad women out there, she hopes her husband won't be abducted by someone else. Boys should protect themselves well when they are outside, and never be deceived by bad people. The more she thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed, so Lang Ying decisively sent a message. Seeing this, Qin Feng was a little amused and said, although your husband looks good, you shouldn't be fooled by him. Only. As soon as he sent this message, a pretty girl came running over, holding a phone in one hand, and asked in a sweet voice, hello, little brother, I want to get to know you, can we add each other on WeChat? See here. Qin Feng was speechless on the spot. But fortunately, he didn't call Lang Ying, but sent a voice message. If Lang Ying heard these words of conversation, she would probably be even more worried that she might be kidnapped. I'm sorry, I already have a wife and my kids are old enough to help with cooking. Qin Feng politely rejected the beautiful girl and planned to leave. But the pretty girl was obviously not giving up and insisted, that's fine too. I like children too. Besides, who knows what will happen in the future? As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng frowned and was very unhappy. My wife and I have a very good relationship. She is my lifelong love. What do you mean by that? The sudden change in image startled the beautiful girl. That's not what I meant. Don't be angry. If you don't want to add it, then don't add it. She said weakly and immediately took a few steps back. Seeing the girl's timid look, Qin Feng sighed and didn't intend to pay any more attention to her. He walked outside with his small suitcase. It wasn't there just now, but it is now. Holding the phone in his hand, Qin Feng walked out of the door of Mealy Pictures while lowering his head to reply to Lang Ying's message. Tell him what happened just now. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that Lang Ying didn't react as strongly as he had imagined, but instead thought it was very normal. Lang Ying knew that it was normal for her husband to be favored by others as he was so outstanding. What she wanted Qin Feng to be careful of were those bad women with evil intentions. While walking, Qin Feng chatted with Lang Ying for a while. After a moment, he slowly came to a traffic light. At this time, he was using his phone to check if there was anything delicious nearby and planned to eat first. And what a coincidence! While he was waiting for the traffic light, a female voice appeared next to him. Handsome guy, I like you. Can I add you to my prestige? Qin Feng was speechless for a moment. Just as he was about to turn around and refuse, he saw Zhang Yuxian jumping in front of him with her eyes narrowed, looking as beautiful as a crescent moon. Principal Beauty Zhang? See you again. Qin Feng was a little surprised. What a coincidence. Zhang Yuxian smiled slightly and looked Qin Feng up and down. Seeing that he was wearing a suit that looked quite expensive, she thought for a moment and immediately asked, do you work here? No, I'm just here to do some work. Qin Feng shook his head in response. Oh, I see. Zhang Yuxian nodded, adjusted her bangs, and stood next to Qin Feng very naturally. Princess Zhang, you should be working here, right? Are you a painter? Continuing to check out the delicious restaurants nearby, Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Yuxian, looked at the picture album backpack behind her khaki windbreaker, and asked in a calm tone. As early as college, he knew that Zhang Yuxian wanted to be a painter. And judging by her anxious look in the morning, it seemed that her wish had been fulfilled. Yes, I am now an animation and film producer, and just now, the animation and film that our team is responsible for is about to start. Zhang Yuxian was very excited and said happily, I am still a responsible person. If the film and television is successful, I will be a rich woman. Hearing this, Qin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No, you make so much money just to become a rich woman? You are a little girl with low ideological awareness. That's not the case. Didn't you say you wanted to be a gigolo when you were in college? What? Xin Feng was stunned. Nothing, you haven't eaten yet, right? I know a charcoal pot fish restaurant, I'll treat you. Hey, look at the car. Chapter 77, Social Death, I really am not a gigolo, President Zhang? The two walked for a long time. It was almost 12:40 noon. Zhang Yuxian then brought Xin Feng to a restaurant that specializes in charcoal pot fish. Princess Zhang, you work at Longguan Meili Film Technology Company, Limited. After putting the small suitcase next to his seat, Xin Feng adjusted his sitting position, then looked at Zhang Yuxian, who had been staring at him, and asked, How do you know? Do you also work at Meili Company? Zhang Yuxian blinked and asked in confusion when she heard Xin Feng accurately say the company he worked for. That's not the case. The nearest animation production company is Meili Pictures. Xin Feng smiled slightly and explained in a calm tone, and you just said that you became the person in charge of animation production. I can't think of any other company that has the funds to start a large-scale animation and film project. I see. Hearing this, Zhang Yuxian's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Xin Feng with some admiration. You are the same as you were in college, very rational, and your mind works quickly. Just a little bit of reasoning, no technical content. Xin Feng said modestly. On the way, Zhang Yuxian showed him the picture album. He had seen the various sketches and storyboards in it once before at Meili Pictures. It's easy to guess that school beauty Zhang works at Meili Company. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have so many storyboards on hand. Unless she stole it. Oh, by the way, Xin Feng, how are you and Wang Shui? Taking off her khaki windbreaker, Zhang Yuxian carefully placed her backpack full of picture albums on the chair next to her and asked, It's been 3 years. You must have been married a long time ago, and your child must be 1 or 2 years old, right? That's not the case. Xin Feng shook his head, not intending to hide it, and then said, Wang Shui and I broke up. Her mother's gift is too high. I can't afford it. I'm sorry, I don't know. Upon hearing that Xin Feng and Wang Shui had broken up, Zhang Yuxian immediately apologized and said very embarrassedly, Why should I say sorry? Wang Shui and I broke up just fine. Shrugging his shoulders, Xin Feng said indifferently, If he really marries Wang Shui, he's completely screwed. I must be pissed off to death by that vicious mother-in-law. Fine. He was lucky to meet Ling Ying. So what kind of job are you doing now? I see that your suit looks very expensive. Zhang Yuxian asked cautiously. Oh, he found a rich woman to live off of. Xin Feng said jokingly. Zhang Yuxian was a little confused and looked at Xin Feng at a loss. I was just kidding, you didn't really believe it, did you? Seeing Zhang Yuxian's strange look, Xin Feng hurriedly explained. Oh, I see. You scared me. Obviously relieved, Zhang Yuxian patted her proud chest and said thankfully. Although I am a bit handsome and many rich women like me, I will not give up my dignity as a man to live off him. This is a matter of principle. Seeing that Zhang Yuxian really believed it, Xin Feng said in a serious tone. Just kidding, he doesn't want to die socially. If Zhang Yuxian really believed it, he would become famous among his classmates. Only. Just as Xin Feng finished speaking, his cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated a few times. Immediately, a sweet standard female voice sounded for Alipay transfer. Ding, Alipay has received a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Hear this sound. Xin Feng was confused, and so was Zhang Yuxian opposite him. More importantly, the look in her eyes when she looked at Xin Feng really became strange. There was silence. You, 100,000 yuan a month? I really don't eat free food. Zhang Yuxian nodded slightly, then sat back a little, and looked at Xin Feng with a strange look. Xin Feng was very keenly aware of Zhang Yuxian's changes and was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Good job. He was a good guy on the spot. Why does he say that he is a gigolo? This is social death. You don't need to say anything or explain. Those who understand will understand. I won't discriminate against you. I just didn't expect you to be so expensive. Zhang Yuxian interrupted Xin Feng's explanation and said weakly. Hearing this, Xin Feng was even more speechless. Why is he so mean? At this time, the waiter also brought over the cooked fish that had been prepared in advance, helped heat it up, and then left. The two were embarrassed again. Well, I really. Xin Feng still wanted to explain. But unfortunately, today, for some reason, someone kept interrupting him. Is it President Zhang? A middle-aged man with a slightly overweight figure came towards them and looked at Zhang Yuxian with a smile. Boss Wang? Why are you here too? Zhang Yuxian was a little surprised to see the middle-aged man. Oh, my daughter and daughter-in-law wanted to eat this, so they came here. I didn't expect that President Zhang, who is worth more than 1 billion, would still like to eat our common people's food. The middle-aged man called Mr. Wang said cheerfully and calmly. Mr. Wang, you're joking. Expensive things are not really delicious. You're just paying an IQ tax. Without standing up, Zhang Yuxian smiled and answered calmly. She is kind of cute looking. And this sudden domineering attitude of the president made her act like a queen again. Similar to Lang Ying, both domineering and charming. This made Qin Feng refresh his impression of Zhang the school beauty from his college days. Is this President Zhang's boyfriend? He's so handsome. Looking at Qin Feng, Mr. Wang was stunned by his face. We are classmates. Seeing that there was another misunderstanding, Qin Feng hurried to explain. He didn't want to be like Lin Shuhan, so he had to explain it clearly this time. However, the other party obviously didn't believe it. Don't explain. Those who understand will understand. I keep my mouth shut. Leaving a meaningful look behind, Mr. Wang hurried away. After watching the middle-aged man leave, Qin Feng immediately looked at Zhang Yuxian and was very interested in her identity. Are you the president of Mealy Pictures? He asked puzzledly. Yes, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Are you taking care of me? Are you afraid that I won't live as well as you? That's about right. Zhang Yuxian nodded awkwardly. Oh. Qin Feng nodded and said nothing. Zhang Yuxian is doing really well. It's incredible that he was able to set up an animation and film company just 3 years after graduating from university. Just as Qin Feng was thinking, his cell phone vibrated again. 4 times in a row. I'll transfer you 200,000 yuan. You can return the 100,000 yuan. I'll support you. Holding the phone, Zhang Yuxian said in a firm tone. She looked at Qin Feng, her eyes showing worry, but more of love. No, I'm really not a gigolo. Qin Feng almost vomited. Why did this girl assume that he was a gigolo? Does he look like it? It's obviously not the case. You think it's too little? That's fine, I'll give you another one. Seeing Qin Fengxing's hopeless expression, Zhang Yuxian assumed that the money was not enough and decisively added more money. As he spoke, Qin Feng's phone vibrated twice again. Another 100,000. No, I really don't. Not enough? I'll give you another 100,000. No, I am. Qin Feng nodded, feeling hopeless. Chapter 78 Zhang Yuxian, baby, I'm going to make money, wait for me. No way. He was really afraid that Zhang Yuxian would send him another 100,000. That's really hard to explain. Seeing that Qin Feng finally stopped denying it, Zhang Yuxian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. She looked at Qin Feng's phone on the table, pursed her lips, and said decisively, return the 100,000 yuan that rich woman gave you, and tell her that you don't want to be kept anymore. Hearing this, Qin Feng was speechless. However, he still reached out and picked up the mobile phone on the table and sent a WeChat message to his father-in-law Lang Zian. Don't send me money. No matter what, let us make it look good first. Seeing Zhang Yuxian's determined expression, he knew she was not so easily fooled. Well, there is really no advantage in being handsome. When you go out and make a living, people will fight to support you. I've sent it, let's eat first. Seeing that the fish in front of him was almost heated, Qin Feng chose to divert Zhang Yuxian's attention first and spoke decisively. Zhang Yuxian listened to Qin Feng very much. She nodded slightly and picked up the bamboo chopsticks happily. Seeing that the matter was halfway over, Qin Feng quickly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. He had just picked up a piece of fish when the school beauty Zhang opposite him started talking again. I remember there's a nice hotel nearby. Let's go there after dinner. Qin Feng was confused. Is there such a thing? It's outrageous. Ahem, let's eat first, and then we'll talk. Qin Feng coughed and immediately waved his hand. But even so, he didn't dare to say that he was not a gigolo. What if another 100,000 yuan is thrown at me? Slow down, don't choke. Am I too direct? Seeing Qin Feng's surprised look, Zhang Yuxian bit her bamboo chopsticks gently, thought for a moment, and then said, "We should go watch a movie or something to cultivate our relationship. Or maybe shopping." Zhang Yuxian talked to herself and ate slowly. "Princess Zhang, let's finish our meal first, okay?" As Zhang Yuxian's words became more and more outrageous, Qin Feng saw that there were many people around and decisively interrupted her from talking to herself. When Zhang Yuxian saw that Qin Feng was unhappy, she immediately shut up and stopped talking. She didn't want Qin Feng to be unhappy. That's all. The two of them kept eating and it took them almost an hour and a half before they came out of the carbon pot fish restaurant. I have to say, this store is really affordable. The two of them ate so much, and it only cost 200 yuan. The street outside. Qin Feng held his cell phone and walked slowly behind Zhang Yuxian. He is not so concerned about where Zhang Yuxian is taking him now, but is more concerned about the 100,000 yuan that Leng Ziyan sent him. Qin Feng looked down at the WeChat message sent by his father-in-law, his face full of black lines. Actually, Leng Ziyan gave him a red envelope of 100,000 yuan to thank him. And there will be more in the future. Nothing else. The reason was simply that his father-in-law was too happy. The contract they had originally signed was discovered by the lawyer of the foreign company on the other side. After he and Lu Sheng went up, they saw that there were 6 people on the other side, which was obviously a negotiation lineup. They immediately realized that their plan had been exposed and the pit they had dug had been discovered. Really? During the negotiation, the other party claimed that there were missing data in the document and the description was ambiguous, and demanded that the specific drug price be reduced by 3 percentage points. And if it really decreases, the loss of Leng Group will definitely not be less than 100 million. Money is secondary, reputation is important. If this happens, the other party might spread the news internationally that the Leng Group is dishonest and deliberately cheats people. Other business collaborations that Leng Group intends to carry out in the future will definitely be hindered. But fortunately, there is Qin Feng. Leng Ziyan decisively found an excuse and said that the document was their mistake. They had come here with the intention of renegotiating and had already redone the contract. Then he showed them all the documents that had been improved by Qin Feng. After reading it, the other lawyer did not find any problems. The amount of money involved in the project is too large, and both parties cannot withdraw their investment rashly. After much hesitation, the president of the other foreign company decided to continue the cooperation, but the contract will be discussed again in a few days until they have studied it thoroughly. That's all. A loss of 100 million was avoided because of Qin Feng. Leng Ziyan was very excited. She was planning to reward her good son-in-law, and then there came that embarrassing moment when 100,000 yuan was deposited into her Alipay account. After knowing the whole story, Qin Feng could no longer get angry. His father-in-law also likes him and just wants to reward him. But that's all I want to say, but who needs 100,000 yuan in pocket money? Shaking his head, Qin Feng stopped, put his phone in his pocket, looked at Zhang Yuxian, and planned to explain everything. But before he could say anything, Zhang Yuxian, who was walking in front of him, came to her senses and spoke first. She looked at Qin Feng, her delicate and royal face full of apology. "Qin Feng, I'm sorry, something happened suddenly in my company, so I can't go to the hotel today." "Ah? Really? That's great. Zhang Yuxian?" Qin Feng quickly changed his words, "That's a pity. No regrets, it's just a matter of determining the benefits of a project, soon, and even you can listen to it." There was no intention to hide anything. Although she knew that Qin Feng might not understand anything, Zhang Yuxian was still willing to explain it to him. It doesn't feel like being kept by a rich woman. When Qin Feng heard Zhang Xiaohua say that the project's benefits were determined, his eyebrows raised, and he immediately knew in his mind that the project she was going to discuss should be the one he had invested in. But what surprised him was that Zhang Yuxian was the president of Meili Pictures, and that project was obviously very important to the company. Logically speaking, she is absolutely aware of her identity. Even manager Lin knew the names of the shareholders, so how could she not know? I don't understand either. I'll just hang out there, so I won't go. Qin Feng spoke in a calm tone without rushing to explain. Well, I'll be back soon and won't keep you waiting too long. Speaking of. Zhang Yuxian suddenly opened her arms, hugged Qin Feng gently, and then said gently, "Baby, I'm going to make money, you go shopping around here, have some fun, I'll be back soon." After saying that, she left quickly, still a little anxious. That project is really important. However, Zhang Yuxian left after explaining things to Qin Feng. It seems that Qin Feng is better than him in terms of important projects of the company. What a silly girl. Let's explain it to her when we get to the company. Not wanting to repeat the mistake of Lin Shuhan, Qin Feng shook his head, took out his cell phone, hailed a taxi using the Data Taxi app, and rushed to Meili Pictures. On the way. Qin Feng rested his head on one hand and looked at the scenery outside the car window, while imagining what Zheng Xiaohua would look like after she knew his true identity. You should be surprised, right? Thinking secretly, Qin Feng smiled helplessly. Why are there so many misunderstandings today? And because the Carbon Pot Fish restaurant is right near Meili Film Studio. In just about 10 minutes, Qin Feng returned to the first floor of Meili Pictures. By this time Zhang Yuxian had also gone upstairs. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. He walked slowly with his small suitcase. Chapter 79 Li Yun's girlfriend, I'm already married. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Longhua Meili Film Technology Company, Limited, inside one of the conference rooms. Qin Feng was lying on a leather sofa chair made of calfskin imported from the Netherlands, with his legs half crossed, swaying around in boredom. He has been up here for 20 minutes, but Zhang Yuxian still hasn't come. Brotherly, have you eaten? You look so skinny, just skin and bones. It's really boring. Qin Feng glanced at Li Yunche, who had an inverted triangle figure and was very sturdy, and joked. Show me those last few authorizations. Li Yunche raised his head slightly and spoke gently to his secretary. The secretary immediately took out 3 or 4 sheets of A4 paper from the briefcase she was carrying and handed them to Li Yunche. After he got it, he immediately lowered his head and looked at it, and had no intention of paying any attention to Qin Feng. Why are you ignoring me? Qin Feng said helplessly. If you are really bored, just go to my hometown and plow the 50 acres of vacant land. Seeing Qin Feng's bored look, Li Yunche rolled his eyes at him helplessly and then said. After saying this, he continued to look down and carefully review the legal authorization documents prepared by his secretary. 50 acres? Are you trying to tire me to death? Qin Feng said with a smile, amused by Li Yunche. I don't know how you won Lung Ying's heart. Li Yunche sighed, sorted out the scattered documents, then stood up and asked his secretary, Are you tired of standing? Sit down. Ha? I'm not tired, I'm fine. The pretty secretary was slightly startled and answered immediately. However, a slight blush crept up on her face. It's okay, sit down, you've been standing all day. Speaking in a calm tone, Li Yunche took the briefcase from the secretary, put the documents in it, and then threw the bag on the table. He put his hands on the secretary's shoulders and helped her to sit on the chair. Qin Feng was stunned when he saw this. Good job. Li Yunche actually flirted with his secretary in front of him? How can this be? Brother Li, what are you doing? Qin Feng couldn't help but asked in confusion. Nothing, just taking care of my girlfriend. Is there a problem? Li Yunche said very naturally. Your secretary is your girlfriend? Qin Feng looked at the secretary whose cheeks were slightly red, and then looked at Li Yunche. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. Li Yunche is really the best guy. Even the secretary is not spared? Yan Xingyue, we grew up together. Gently patting Yan Xingyue's little head, Li Yunche introduced her very naturally. Oh, so you're childhood sweethearts. That's fine. This was somewhat unexpected, Qin Feng nodded in answer. He thought Li Yunche wanted to be a sea king and pick up a girl. I didn't expect that we were childhood sweethearts. Looking at his gentle look, his eyes were full of Yan Xingyue's feelings, he was really moved. TSK, there is an unexpected gain? Qin Feng smiled and said nothing more. No wonder Li Yunche always brings his secretary with him wherever he goes, turns out she is his girlfriend. He looked at Yan Xingyue carefully and found that her temperament was surprisingly good, her face was full of collagen, and her cheeks were now red, which was very attractive. She is a little lowly, the cute type. After observing, Qin Feng turned to look at Li Yunche who was walking back and forth calmly, narrowing his eyes and revealing a meaningful look. I didn't expect that. That young talent from Magic City with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Li Yunche, actually likes this? And at the same time, in the corridor leading to the meeting room, Zhang Yuxian has changed into a new set of clothes. The original khaki windbreaker and white sneakers have been replaced with a white women's business suit, with a pair of pure white, slightly diamond-studded low heels under her feet. Coupled with her extremely domineering aura of a female president, she has a complete queen style. Behind her, the project manager, Manager Lin, followed closely, as well as a legal officer. Push the door open and enter. She came in immediately with her men. Qinfeng, it really is you. With a smile on her face, Zheng Yuxian sat in the C position and didn't seem surprised to see Qinfeng. And at this time, the female legal officer sat next to her and quickly took out the documents in the briefcase one by one, handing some to her and opening the rest herself. Manager Lin was responsible for closing the door and then stood next to Zheng Yuxian. Do you know each other? Without letting Yin Xingyue get up, Li Yunche walked to the table, took the document he had just read, and then stood up straight. We are college classmates and we just had dinner together. Zheng Yuxian said with a smile. Oh, let's start talking then. Do you mind if my secretary sits here to represent me? Pointing at Yin Xingyue who was sitting next to him, Li Yunche asked indifferently. It's okay. Didn't I tell you that before? Zheng Yuxian also answered indifferently. Listening to the conversation between the two, Qinfeng was confused. What's going on? Why is it different from what he thought? Why is Zheng Xiajie, who should have been horrified, so calm, as if she already knew his identity? You already knew that I am the absolute controlling shareholder of your company, right? After thinking for a while, Qinfeng looked at Zheng Yuxian and asked. I knew the name before, but I didn't see the person specifically. But when Manager Lin first came up, he told me, and I knew it was you. Smiling, Zheng Yuxian said in a joking tone, Baby, I don't think I can support you now. I don't think I'm as rich as you. Hearing this, Qinfeng raised the corners of his mouth and laughed. Now it is clear. And it saves trouble, he doesn't need to explain it. How nice. That's such a pity. Qinfeng shrugged and said. However, although he said this, there was no expression of regret on his face, instead he looked very happy. It's not a pity. I can pursue you too. Zheng Yuxian said. Qinfeng was slightly stunned and looked at Zheng Yuxian in confusion. I can't support you, but I can pursue you. Zheng Yuxian put away her smile and looked at Qinfeng seriously. I don't want to leave any regrets like I did in college. Adjusting her sitting position, she gently brushed her bangs with her hand. Qinfeng, I like you. I knew I fell in love with you the second day I met you. I like the feeling of being with you. Please be my boyfriend. Hearing this, Qinfeng frowned, not knowing what to say. He had heard Zheng Yuxian say this once before, when he was studying at Shanghai Jiaotong University. These words were exactly the same as what she had said to herself in the wetland park outside the school, word for word. Even her nervous feelings then were exactly the same as they are now. Qinfeng didn't expect that she could remember it for so long. I'm afraid I can't promise you that. I'm already married. Not wanting to have the same misunderstanding as what happened to Lin Shuhan before, Qinfeng spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Yuxian, who was sitting opposite him, froze for a moment. Her energetic eyes suddenly dimmed at this moment. Are you married? No, you're lying to me, aren't you? Didn't you say you broke up with Wang Shui? Why are you talking about getting married now? The domineering female CEO temperament was completely gone. Zheng Yuxian's beautiful big eyes were moist, and her tone sounded a little aggrieved. Chapter 80. The negotiation was successful. We will meet again in the future. Zheng Xiaohua. Qinfeng, you were lying to me just now, weren't you? Zheng Yuxian's eyes were moist as she looked at Qinfeng who was sitting opposite her and asked weakly. She really doesn't like the feeling of being cheated. But now, she really hopes that Qinfeng will lie to her. Even if it's just to lie to her? On the opposite side, Qinfeng looked at the pitiful and sympathetic appearance of Zheng Xiaohua, took a deep breath, and shook his head helplessly. It seemed like I had hurt another girl. What's going on? He is obviously not a scumbag. How did he become like this? Princess Shang, I'm really married. After thinking it over again and again, Qinfeng decided to tell the truth. When it is time to cut it. If not, there will be chaos. If you don't tell me now, it will cause more trouble later. And if he really hid it from Zhang Xiaoling, how cruel would it be to Lang Ying, who had already obtained her marriage certificate with him? Her name is Lang Ying. I picked her up from the Civil Affairs Bureau. I love her very much. Qinfeng answered in a calm tone. Everything in my life has changed for the better since I met her. Even. That's enough. Please stop talking. I'm afraid I can't control myself. Holding her forehead with her right hand, Zhang Yuxian sobbed, and her nose felt a little sore. She covered her face with her hands and sat quietly. This feeling of being loved but not being able to get it. She actually experienced it twice? That's ridiculous. At this moment, the entire conference room was silent. After 3 or 4 minutes, Zhang Yuxian's emotions calmed down a little. She wiped the tears from her eyes with her hands, then forced a smile and asked helplessly, Xin Feng, why am I always one step late? Maybe we are really not meant to be together. Hearing this, Xin Feng was slightly stunned and felt uncomfortable. How did this hurt another girl? He is such a scumbag. Then let's start talking about the contract. Seeing Li Yunche standing straight, holding a stack of documents in one hand and looking at them silently, Zhang Yuxian realized that she had failed in her duty. He actually left the investors aside and just felt sad by himself? I think I changed the topic this time. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, for taking up your time. Zhang Yuxian apologized sincerely. She is a president and the decision maker of Mealy Pictures. The second is a girl. Fortunately, the partner this time is a young talent like Li Yunche. If a slightly older, more rule-abiding middle-aged man had negotiated with her today, he would have probably walked away cursing. It's okay. I have plenty of time this afternoon. It's okay for you to wait another hour to talk. Seeing that Zhang Yuxian was in a stable mood, Li Yunche said indifferently. He had originally planned to go shopping and have some fun with Yin Qingyue in the afternoon as a date. It's entertainment, so it's okay to miss an hour or two. Besides, Zhang Yuxian was only delayed for a few minutes. Then let's not waste time and start now. Not wanting to talk any more nonsense, Zhang Yuxian adjusted her bangs, looked at the female legal officer next to her who had already prepared everything, and after exchanging a glance, she began to discuss the equal distribution of the project's profits. Li Yunche did not let his girlfriend Yin Qingyue move, but negotiated with the other party's legal affairs. And I have to say it. Li Yunche is really good at talking. Originally, Zhang Yuxian wanted to give up 25% of the profits, but he managed to get 30%. After he got the rate of return he wanted, he did not make things difficult for Zhang Yuxian anymore. He gave in decisively and added another 10 million. Qin Feng obtained a 20% return rate. But the difference is that he decided on the spur of the moment to invest another 30 million yuan. That's all. The tripartite negotiations were successful. Then comes the issue of specific legal regulations, contract documents, and finalizing the project. These matters can be confirmed online without meeting in person for negotiation. Generally, projects have already started discussing the final benefits, and there will be almost no other problems with the final document confirmation, so it is considered a done deal. 2:30 p.m., Mealy Film Technology Company, Limited. Zhang Yuxian personally saw Li Yunche and Yin Qingyue off. He and Xin Feng came to the door of the first-floor lobby. At this time, her emotions were very stable. Although there were some tear marks in the corners of her eyes, at least there was a smile on her face. Xin Feng, will you come to Yanjing again? Walking beside Xin Feng, Zhang Yuxian asked softly. Maybe. If there is any situation in the company here, I will come over. Xin Feng thought for a moment and then answered. Hearing this, Zhang Yuxian smiled. Then I probably won't be able to see you. I will manage the company well, and some small issues can be resolved online. Is that so? Xin Feng also smiled. Suddenly, he turned to look at Zhang Xiajie and said something for no reason. Then you have to take care of yourself. I don't want you to tell me that you have a headache, backache, or something like that when I see you one day in the future. Zhang Yuxian has a very stubborn character and she will always do what she promised. In order to win an English speaking award, she studied until late at night every day. Memorize words and practice pronunciation. In just 1 week, her spoken English and vocabulary improved dramatically. Finally, I won the first prize. The reason why she worked so hard was because she had made a promise to herself. Well, okay, I promise you, I will take care of myself. Smiling gently, Zhang Yuxian was in a good mood and answered slowly. You go back, I'll just take a taxi. Xin Feng said as he came to the side of the road carrying a small suitcase. Good. Very well behaved, Zhang Yuxian stopped immediately. She looked at Xin Feng, squinted her eyes and smiled, just like before, like a crescent moon, very beautiful. Xin Feng, don't delete me as a friend on WeChat. Good. Xin Feng agreed to this request. Zhang Xiaohua, like Lin Shuhan before her, hopes that something will happen around her that is related to him. It's just that Lin Shuhan is Hongxing and Zhang Xiaohua is a good friend of Weixin. We'll meet again in the future, Zhang Xiaohua. Qin Feng waved to Zhang Yuxian, pulled his small suitcase and blended into the crowd. He disappeared after crossing a few streets. After he left, Zhang Yuxian's cell phone suddenly vibrated. She quickly looked down and saw that it was sent by Qin Feng. The message is, "School Beauty Zhang, please take care of yourself." There was also a photo of the two of them together when they were in college. After seeing this, Zhang Yuxian felt a sudden pang of pain in her nose. But at this moment her complexion was very good and she was smiling gently. "You bastard, isn't this going to make me miss you even more? You scumbag." After laughing and cursing, Zhang Yuxian turned off her phone and hurried back to the company. And at the same time, while walking and sending the message, Qin Feng changed the app and started hailing a taxi. Chapter 81 Lang Xian's Aesthetics? Buying a gift for Lang Ying? That was their original plan. After Qin Feng finished the shareholders' meeting, he went to find a hotel to rest for a few hours, or played around nearby, waiting for Lang Xian to finish negotiating the contract, and then they went back together. When both of them finish their work, it will be around 6 in the afternoon. It's time to take a private plane home. It was exactly 7 or 8 o'clock. Although the time is a bit tight, it's just right. You can rest when you get back without affecting your work and rest schedule at all. But coincidentally, there were emergencies on both sides. Qin Feng was faster and reached a deal right away. Lang Xian was a little slow and the talks broke down. "We need to wait a few days to confirm it. And it's only 3 o'clock now. It's too early." "Uncle, where are you now?" "Hotel? I'm done here too." Holding the phone, Qin Feng sent a message to his father-in-law. And soon, Lang Xian replied to his message and attached his prestige location. Chaoyang District, China World Trade Center Shopping Mall? Qin Feng frowned and looked at the location, very puzzled. Why did his father-in-law go to the mall? Shopping? Shaking his head, he didn't intend to think too much about it. Then he used the data taxi app to call a taxi, intending to quickly meet up with Lang Xian. Because Yanjing Tongzhou District and Chaoyang District are not far away. Not long. Qin Feng came to the China World Trade Center shopping mall. He pulled his small suitcase and walked slowly following the location sent by his father-in-law, and soon arrived at the 3rd floor of the mall. Qin Feng discovered it as soon as he came up. Most of the items sold on this floor are women's shoes. "Oh, are you going to buy high heels for my mother-in-law?" Continuing walking forward, Qin Feng saw his father-in-law and Lu Shang in front of a Versace store. They were both wearing neat suits. Although they were middle-aged, they looked handsome with their noble looks and youth. The return rate is surprisingly good. Seeing this scene from afar, Qin Feng immediately remembered that sentence. After you have experienced the successful, gentle and considerate middle-aged man, you will never want to try the young, impulsive and naive boy who only knows how to rush around. But Qin Feng felt that it was more because of his temperament that so many people in the mall turned around to look at his father-in-law. Or because one of them was holding a marshmallow and the other was holding an ice cream. The contrast is too great. It's like a top student from Tsinghua University seriously doing a math problem of 1 + 1 and complaining that it's too difficult. "Uncle, I finally found you." Holding back his laughter, Qin Feng hurried over. "Hey, son-in-law, here you are." Lang Xian was very happy to see Qin Feng. His face was filled with smiles, and the wrinkles around his eyes were revealed by the smile. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" "Buying a gift for my mother-in-law?" Qin Feng asked simply. "Ah, I have bought the gifts for your mother-in-law. This time I want to buy a pair of shoes for Xiaoying," Lang Xian explained. "Oh, I see." Qin Feng nodded slightly. Lang Xian's thoughts overlapped with his. He also wanted to bring some small gifts to his lovely wife and do something romantic. Speaking of which, ever since he and Lang Ying got together, it was Lang Ying who gave him things, and he had never given Lang Ying anything. The previous sketch was given to me because Lang Ying wanted it. Thinking of this, Qin Feng suddenly felt like he owed his lovely wife. "Uncle, you are so thoughtful. This Versace is pretty good. Shall we go in and take a look?" Thinking of this, he immediately said. Lang Xian nodded, had no objection, and followed Qin Feng in. Lu Shang finished eating the marshmallow and walked in. The three of them wandered around aimlessly. After a while, then I looked at all the women's shoes in the store. Xin Feng decisively chose a pair of blue and white sneakers. Although Lang Ying looks like a queen, her personality is undoubtedly that of a little girl. It's also good to wear nice white sneakers on a daily basis. It will definitely give people a lively feeling. Only, compared to Xin Feng, his father-in-law's aesthetic taste is still better. Just when Xin Feng wanted the clerk to get a pair of shoes that fit Lang Ying's size, his father-in-law Lang Zian suddenly came over with a pair of bright red high heels and asked happily, "How do you think? Does this pair of shoes look good? How about giving it to Xiaoying?" Forehead. Seeing this, Xin Feng was slightly stunned and decisively raised his hand to refuse. Joke. If Lang Zian gave this pair of bright red high-heeled shoes to Lang Ying, the relationship between father and daughter would definitely not improve, but would instead deteriorate. After that, Xin Feng continued to look and chose a pair of sea blue high heels decorated with bright rhinestones. He had seen Lang Ying wearing a similar style when he went to a party before. It's just that this one has a more noble feel than that one. There is not much difference in detail. His lovely wife looks good in whatever she wears. After packing 2 pairs of shoes, Xin Feng didn't plan to go shopping anymore. At this time, his father-in-law brought over a pair of pink high heels and asked confidently, "This is nice, isn't it?" Xin Feng was speechless on the spot. He decisively rejected Lang Zian's suggestion to give Lang Ying a gift. Although Lang Zian felt a little aggrieved, he still followed his son-in-law's advice. No more hanging around. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Xin Feng, Lang Zian and Lu Shang found a noodle shop and ate a bowl of noodles, then slowly came to Yanjing International Airport. Because the private plane needs time to prepare, it will not be ready until about 7 o'clock, and the three of them arrived here before 5 o'clock, so they still have more than 2 hours to wait. The three of them were bored in the private waiting room, so they opened a deck of playing cards. Planning to play landlord. Maybe it was because Lang Zian didn't like playing landlord when he was young. After just 20 minutes, many white stripes appeared on his face. Although Lu Shang is Lang Zian's butler, he is also a friend and will not give in to him at all. After the two people's tacit cooperation, soon, there was no place on Lang Zian's face to put the note. Very funny. And if the directors of the Lang Group in Modu saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death. This is the richest man in Shanghai, the man who controls most of the assets in Shanghai. But now his face is covered with notes stuck on it by Xin Feng? After a while, the three of them changed the way they played. Landlords turned into blackjack. The gameplay has changed. The situation reversed rapidly. Xin Feng didn't know whether his father-in-law had ever worked in Australia. Just 20 minutes. There was no time to put notes on his and Lu Shang's faces. There were only 2 on Lang Zian's face, and they were printed on him because he refused to offset them. Happy times are always short. 2 hours passed quickly. At this time, Lang Zian also received a notification from the airport. The route has been passed, the aircraft has been checked and confirmed to be correct, and it can take off. The three of them then packed up their things, planning to go home. This time there are not so many files. The three of them took a short rest and woke up to find themselves at the airport. 9 o'clock in the evening. Xin Feng finally returned to his own villa in Thompson Epine. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled a fragrance, followed by softness. "Hubby, you're finally back?" Chapter 82. Lang Ying is greedy? What do you mean you're finally back? I was only away for a few hours. Putting down the small suitcase that he hadn't used for a long time, Xin Feng reached out to embrace Lang Ying, holding her in his arms, and resting his chin gently on her shoulder. He looked down at Lang Ying's eyes, which were closed, and she looked very relieved, and chuckled helplessly. Even though he had been away for less than 10 hours, she missed him terribly. Lang Ying's dependence on him is too strong. I know it's only a few hours, but I just feel like you've been gone for a long time. I miss you so much. Holding Xin Feng tightly with both hands, Lang Ying curled up in his arms like a kitten, fearing that her lovely husband was gone. You're an idiot. I think my wife is so cute. Xin Feng turned his head and couldn't help but gently kiss Lang Ying's smooth and white cheek. That's all. The two hugged each other for a long time before Lang Ying reluctantly let go. And because it was already very late. A little after 9. After running outside for a long time, Xin Feng was not physically tired, but he felt a little tired mentally because of Zheng Yuxian's matter. After throwing his computer bag on the sofa, he took his pajamas and went to the bathroom to wash up. Plan to rest afterwards. As a president-level figure, Lang Ying has a good eye, and of course she can see the fatigue of her lovely husband. After Qin Feng went upstairs to wash up, she immediately helped Qin Feng pack his things. Take out the laptop, plug it in and put it away, then go get the things in the suitcase. After a while, in the bathroom on the second floor, Qin Feng finished washing up and came out wearing dark blue smooth silk pajamas. I have to say, it feels great after taking a shower. Especially after running for half a day. Now he just wants to have some intimate contact with the bed and then sleep with his beautiful wife in his arms. Even gods would envy such a happy life. Only, as soon as Qin Feng went out, he saw Lang Ying sitting on the bed in the bedroom, as if she had been waiting there for a long time. When Lang Ying saw him coming out after washing up, she immediately stood up. Well, does it look good? Just see. Lang Ying didn't know when she had changed out of her Pikachu pajamas and put on a slightly cooler dark blue and white gradient halter dress. She put her hands behind her back, just on her hips, and then stretched out her right leg, revealing the pair of blue rhinestone high heels that Qin Feng had chosen, and asked timidly, "Is this a gift from you?" Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled helplessly, and then explained helplessly, "Who else can I give it to if not for you? Buy it for my mother-in-law?" Lang Ying laughed softly after hearing this, and then said happily, "I like it very much, it's very beautiful." Having said that, she turned around. Spinning around, her beautiful long skirt lifted up, and Lang Ying now looked like a free blue butterfly dancing. Light and elegant. When Qin Feng saw this, he was stunned. No way. The scene is so beautiful. Although he had long since gotten used to the good looks of his lovely wife, the dark blue and white gradient dress she was wearing was just too awesome. The clothes are relatively cool, and Lang Ying's figure is already amazing. Seeing it so vague, he couldn't hold it anymore. Lang Ying, didn't anyone tell you that this is dangerous? Qin Feng walked forward slowly, pulled Lang Ying over steadily, and then picked her up horizontally. Princess hug. Lang Ying is a queen type, and her current outfit is more in line with her temperament. It made him a little distracted. Want to have. What are you going to do? With a red face, Lang Ying put her arms behind Qin Feng's neck and spoke softly. Lang Ying, I can't wait any longer. Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Feng put Lang Ying on the made bed. Then he pounced on it. According to previous plan, Qin Feng originally wanted to wait until Lang Ying met his parents and both sides agreed. Find another suitable opportunity. Looking down at Lang Ying's shy face, Qin Feng couldn't wait to reach out and touch her body. Only, as soon as he made contact, he clearly felt that Lang Ying's body was very stiff. He immediately took it back. You are not ready yet. Qin Feng stared into Lang Ying's eyes and asked. I should be ready. Although Lang Ying's eyes were a little evasive, she still nodded slightly. Are you sure? When Qin Feng saw her like this, he braked in time. He just lowered his head and kissed Lang Ying on the forehead, then stood up. You idiot, don't force yourself, there's still a long way to go. He knew very well that Lang Ying was still a little afraid of the last step. Moreover, he was so overwhelmed by desire just now that he almost forgot that she seemed to be still on her period. It almost turned out to be a big mistake. I'm fine. My period is halfway gone. Standing up slowly, Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito with a red face. No way. She was greedy too. You think I don't want to? This isn't the right time. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Qin Feng rubbed Lang Ying's soft hair and explained, let's talk about it later. I choose to be worse than an animal for once. After saying that, he still chose to go to the bathroom again. Take a cool shower. Lang Ying has been in poor health recently, and for the sake of his wife, it's okay for him to endure it. There is a long way to go. Only, the person involved seemed a little unhappy. Looking at Qin Feng's hurriedly leaving back, Lang Ying was slightly stunned. She clenched her hand slightly, grasping the bedsheet, frowned, and murmured, I seem to be a bit incompetent as a girlfriend. Even though her husband has done so much, she is still hesitating. Lang Ying scratched her soft hair, feeling a little depressed. She shouldn't have resisted. Ah, that's so annoying, why am I so useless, carrot? With a melancholy look on her face, Lang Ying helplessly patted her white thigh to express her anger. And soon, Qin Feng came back again after taking a shower. At this time, he was already very calm and steady. It's getting late, shall we take a break? Xin Feng asked Lang Ying after stretching. How about we try it again? I can definitely do it. Raising her little hand and showing 4 fingers, Lang Ying said very seriously. Seeing this, Xin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. My wife seems unhappy. What to do? How to solve the problem of a wife ignoring her husband's body and lusting after him? Waiting online, very urgent. Can we try again after we meet my parents? Xin Feng asked, patting Lang Ying's little head. That's okay. After thinking for a while, Lang Ying nodded slightly and agreed. She also knew that Xin Feng was doing this for her own good. Doing this during her menstrual period will harm her body. So, when can I meet your parents? Looking at Xin Feng, Lang Ying asked puzzledly. She also climbed onto the bed and lay next to Xin Feng, feeling a little anxious. Have you told your uncle and aunt? Xin Feng. Chapter 83, Worse Than Beasts? Meet the parents? After turning over slightly, Xin Feng directly hugged his lovely wife. I'll tell my parents tomorrow. Can we just take a break now? Staring at Lang Ying's extremely beautiful peach blossom eyes, Xin Feng asked with raised eyebrows. They were now facing each other, barely more than a finger's length apart. This distance made Lang Ying a little panicked. Yes. A blush quickly appeared on her face, and Lang Ying nodded slightly in response. No way. Xin Feng's gaze was too hot for her to bear. But fortunately, this situation did not last long. As the two of them fell asleep, they hugged each other tacitly. Lang Ying has a lot of work to do during the day and is a little tired. Plus, Xin Fengjian was worse than a beast and did nothing. Soon, she rested her head on Xin Feng's arm and fell asleep peacefully. I don't know why, but as long as Xin Feng is there, Lang Ying feels very safe. In the second half of the night, she was afraid that she would break her husband's arm, so she changed her position and just held him with both hands. That's all. Until the next day, around 9 o'clock in the morning. Xin Feng just woke up. Your arm isn't numb? Xin Feng rubbed his eyes with his sleepy eyes slightly open, then looked towards the bed with a blank look on his face. Lang Ying hasn't woken up yet. She hugged her right arm with both hands, breathing evenly, her eyebrows trembling slightly, and she was very quiet. Xin Feng had never observed the sleeping Lang Ying at such a close distance before. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't want to wake her up. And the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Lang Ying looks really beautiful when she sleeps. Although her hair was messy like that of an ordinary girl after waking up from a sleep, her long eyelashes, fair and delicate skin, and slightly pink skin made it possible to completely ignore some details. Although her facial features are more like a mature woman, because her eyes are not open, she lacks a lot of fierce aura. Lang Ying now fits the image of a cute girl more. Such a beautiful and cute girl is actually his wife? His ancestors must have been very lucky. In the end, Xin Feng couldn't even look away. Yeah. My wife is really pretty. After looking at it for a while, Xin Feng decisively gave it a high score. But this whispered comment woke Lang Ying up. She was about to wake up, and when she heard the noise, she couldn't fall asleep again. Hubby, I just heard it. With a slight smile, Lang Ying spoke lazily. You heard it? Then there's nothing I can do. I can only silence him. Pretending to be surprised, Xin Feng then made a gesture of cutting Lang Ying's neck horizontally. It made her laugh continuously. After laughing, Lang Ying suddenly remembered what happened yesterday, and then asked, Husband, when can I see my uncle and aunt? I guess, tomorrow. Xin Feng also planned to let his parents meet Lang Ying. It wasn't just Lang Ying who was anxious, he also felt that the time had come. Once the parents of both sides have met, there will really be no worries in the future. I have to say it. That means I still owe Lang Ying a real wedding. The two of them just got their marriage certificate and hadn't held the wedding yet. I will contact my parents now and find a hotel for them to come and meet you. Give them some time to come and meet your parents. As he spoke, Xin Feng reached out to take the cell phone on the bedside table. Holding the phone, he sat up slightly. He opened WeChat skillfully and rejected a lot of girls who applied to add him as a friend. And then I found the fucking prestige. Suddenly, Xin Feng was stunned. Forehead. What's wrong? Seeing Xin Feng looking at the phone page with a puzzled look on his face, Lang Ying also sat up and asked. My parents said they would come to see me today. Xin Feng wanted to laugh as he handed the phone to Ling Ying. Good job. He just wanted to ask the two elders to come over to meet their daughter-in-law. These two men are coming over now. Uncle and aunt said they will arrive at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Is your address still Sakura Community? Ling Ying scrolled up the message, blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, and turned to ask Xin Feng for his opinion. Sakura Community? Xin Feng stroked his chin with his hand, shook his head decisively, and replied, I think, why not do it here? The space here is large and much better than the house in Sakura Community. And while meeting Ling Ying, I can also meet her parents directly. Kill two birds with one stone. There's nothing wrong with it. I listen to you. You can do whatever you want. Handing the phone to Xin Feng, Ling Ying did not interfere and let him do it. Nodding slightly, Xin Feng took the phone and sent a message to his parents, telling them that the location would be here. They didn't say anything, just replied with an okay, and that was it. Is that all right? Ling Ying blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, her eyes full of curiosity. Okay, they said we're almost at the Sakura neighborhood, so let's just head here now. Xin Feng replied. Hearing this, Ling Ying immediately got off the bed. She put on her slippers, adjusted her dark blue and white gradient halter dress, and hurried to the bathroom to wash up. Don't worry, it will take them at least 2.5 hours to get here. Seeing Ling Ying's anxious look, Xin Feng couldn't help but say helplessly. His daughter-in-law seemed very nervous. He was almost beaten when he met Ling Zian before, but nothing happened in the end. 2 hours is short, okay? I must behave well and try to make my future mother-in-law like me and leave a good impression on her. Ling Ying's voice came from the bathroom, and her tone was very serious. To this, Xin Feng just smiled helplessly and ignored it. Ling Ying was so nervous, which showed that she respected him. He knew his mother's character and knew that he would definitely accept Ling Ying. Moment. After they quickly washed up, Xin Feng strolled leisurely to a large supermarket outside to buy some fresh ingredients, intending to cook something for his parents. Ling Ying ran to her parents' villa next door and told them about this. Today happens to be Sunday, and Ling Zian finished all the company's work on Saturday, so he can take a half-day break. Both parties are free, don't be too coincidental. Moment. When Xin Feng came back carrying a bunch of food, he opened the door and saw Ling Zian and Lin Yanran sitting on the sofa on the first floor. Hello, uncle and aunt. He took the initiative to say hello. After Xin Feng finished speaking, Ling Zian immediately stood up and walked quickly over to help him carry his things. Xin Feng, are your parents really coming? Are you kidding? Ling Zian asked very seriously. Of course, just in time for everyone to be free. Putting the ingredients into the refrigerator one by one, Xin Feng answered in a very calm tone. No, it's too sudden. I haven't prepared any gifts for your parents yet. Ling Zian, who was always extremely calm, was now panicking. He was really scared too. When he first met Lin Yanran's parents, he walked straight over to them. My father-in-law agreed on the spot, and we rarely saw each other after that. When I go back during the holidays, we don't talk much, we just have a meal and that's it. I really don't understand. Uncle, please don't. Why call me uncle? Call me dad. Ling Zian said at the time. Forehead. Xin Feng was slightly startled, then he smiled and explained, Dad, I'll let my parents meet Ling Ying first, then have a meal together, talk to them, buffer the situation, and then let you meet them, is this okay? That's fine. Both sides have time to prepare themselves mentally. After listening to Xin Feng's suggestion, Ling Zian nodded and agreed. So what do my in-laws like? Ling Zian was thinking. Old Lu, where are you? What's the point of eating? It's only 12 o'clock. Help me buy something suitable for meeting my in-laws. What exactly? How do I know? Fuck, I knew you couldn't. Xin Feng. My father-in-law seems a bit fierce. Chapter 84, Freeloader? Rich woman? Unhuman parents? It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. A little earlier, Xin Feng's parents, Xin Yi and Li Ningxua arrived at the gate of Thompson Epine Community. And Ling Zian had already greeted the security guard at the gate in advance. Not only did they not stop them, but they respectfully took the two of them to the special villa area, location of Building 2. Along the way, the two looked at the exquisite decoration and near perfect layout of the community, and simultaneously had a question in their minds. When did their son become so rich? Xin Feng's mother Li Ningxue even imagined that her son was hooking up with some rich woman and was living off her at such a young age. His son is quite handsome, so it's not impossible. However, when Li Ningxue told her husband Xin Yi about this idea, the old comrade immediately shook his head. He slowly put forward his ideas. He is even more outrageous. He believed that his son Qin Feng was robbing a bank and bought a lottery ticket on the way and won 50 million. They are indeed my biological parents. At this time, inside the villa, Qin Feng sat on the sofa very leisurely, holding his mobile phone and watching the stock market. Lang Ying was a little flustered and kept busy packing things. Lang Ying, you have wiped that table 3 times. Oh, then I'll go sweep the floor. There is a robot vacuum cleaner. Then I'll go cook. You don't seem to be able to cook. What should we do? Lang Ying suddenly became panicked. And seeing this, Qin Feng was a little amused. His wife is a bit silly and cute. It's just meeting the parents, there's no need to be so nervous. His parents are very easy to talk to. You can't cook, but your husband can. When my parents come, just talk to them. Qin Feng got up from the sofa, walked to Lang Ying, put his hands around her slender waist from behind, and comforted her. How can I let you cook? It should be me who does it. Lang Ying lowered her head, a little dazed. If she had known this earlier, she would have learned to cook. She had asked around online, and found out that not being able to cook was a big minus in her mother-in-law's eyes. She doesn't know how to do it? Okay, I'll go out and see if the 2 elders have arrived. It's almost time to get here from Sakura community. After patting Lang Ying's little head, Qin Feng let her go and planned to go out for a look. But just as he took a few steps, he felt a fragrant breeze blowing by. I'm going to see it. He immediately ran to the door and Lang Ying opened it. And suddenly, but she saw a man and woman in their 40s standing at the door. One of the women happened to ring the doorbell. Who are you? Li Ningxue was a little confused when she saw that a beautiful woman came out. What's going on? Could it be that her son is really a gigolo? But this rich woman is really beautiful. Hello, uncle and aunt, my name is Lang Ying, and I'm the president of Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. You should be Qin Feng's parents. Lang Ying smiled slightly and said generously. I don't know what's going on. When she suddenly saw Qin Feng's parents, she was no longer panicked as before, but calmed down instead. You, rich woman, no, hello, Mr. Lang. A little confused. Li Ningxue almost dropped her lips when she saw the extremely beautiful Lang Ying in front of her. She patted her head, came back to her senses, and asked, Qin Feng, he should be here, right? Uncle and aunt, you can just call me Xiaoying. Qin Feng is inside. Hearing Li Ningxue calling her President Lang Ying was slightly startled and quickly spoke. How could she possibly let her future mother-in-law call her Ms. Lang? Isn't this polite? Uncle and aunt, please come in quickly. It's still quite hot outside. Opening the door completely, Lang Ying invited Li Ningxue and Qin Yi to enter the villa. At this time, Qin Feng heard the noise at the door and walked over. Mom and Dad, here we are. Qin Feng waved his hand towards his parents and said calmly. But Li Ningxue was very excited to see her son at this time. She walked quickly to Qin Bian, pulled him over, and asked in a low voice, when did you become a gigolo? When Qin Feng heard this question, his face was full of black question marks. What's going on? Why was it that the first question his dear old mother asked him when she saw him was whether he was a gigolo? According to common sense, shouldn't she take care of her own body first? Then he asked himself if he ate well, and finally said that he had lost weight. How the hell is it different? No. What does it mean to be a gigolo? Do I look like someone who is a gigolo? Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, with an innocent look on his face. How could a man of such strength as him do something like a gigolo? I can't say he looks like him. He looks exactly like Xiaobian. Taking a step back, comrades Li Ningxue and Qin Yi looked at each other with contempt, and then answered without hesitation. As early as when Qin Feng was 10 years old, various little girls competed to feed him snacks. They knew very well that their son would have a bad stomach when he grew up. Let us look at it now. They have really good taste. That's enough. Qin Feng knew what his parents were thinking, and he was speechless. It has been a long time since they behaved like non-humans. Have you ever seen parents showing affection in front of their children? Have you ever seen a package being delivered to a child who was only 10 years old, no matter how big the package is? During Double 11, he always went there pulling a cart. Now you think he's a gigolo? Lang Ying and I have already obtained our marriage certificate. I am not a gigolo. Do you understand? After rolling his eyes at Li Ningshui and Qin Yi, Qin Feng explained decisively. Have you got the certificate? Seeing Qin Feng's serious explanation, Li Ningshui began to believe it. But then, as if she had thought of something, she hurriedly asked, You and her have obtained the marriage certificate, but what about that little girl Wang Shui? Wang Shui and I broke up a long time ago, didn't you know? Scratching his face, Qin Feng frowned and asked when he saw that his old mother still knew nothing. It looks like the vicious mother-in-law Chen Yan did not complain to her parents. Just disappeared. That's right. Once she tells of such a shameful thing as forcing her son-in-law to run away, Wang Shui will have no chance of finding another employer. She still has some brains. I have no idea. Also looking confused, Li Ningshui shook her head in reply. She thought for a moment, then said calmly, That's fine. Anyway, I don't like that Wang Shui. She has no opinion at all. Her mother is the same. She's always sarcastic. It's good that you broke up with her. Qin Yi also nodded slightly. Come to think of it, he also felt that the girl Wang Shui was not very good. Now this one far exceeds her. Just as they were thinking about it, Lang Ying also came over. Uncle and aunt, there is a sofa there. Have you eaten lunch? How about I go and cook? But this sentence made Qin Feng a little confused. When will his wife learn to cook? Could it be that she has been hiding it all along? Chapter 85. To be honest and smart, one must move forward with a heavy burden in life? No need to cook. We bought a lot of things when we came here. Let's just have hot pot for lunch. When Li Ningshui heard Lang Ying wanted to cook, she immediately waved her hand to refuse. Joke. How can you ask your daughter-in-law to cook the first time you meet her? Only. After Li Ningshui finished speaking, Qin Feng looked down at his parents' empty hands, scratched his head, and asked in confusion, That's the truth, but why can't I see anything? All three of them were confused. I left my things at the gate of the community, and I seem to have forgotten to bring them here. Li Ningshui clapped her hands and suddenly remembered. She looked at Qin Yi next to her, and immediately slapped him on the arm, decisively throwing the blame away. Qin Yi, why don't you take it over? Are you teaching me how to do things, woman? Qin Yi rubbed his arm, as if he was used to being blamed, and turned to get something at the door. Listening to the conversation between the two people that was so similar to something out of a silly romance novel, Qin Feng rubbed his brows, speechless. More than 10 years. They are still talking like this now? I am speechless. I'll go and help. Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Feng shook his head and walked over quickly. Seeing Qin Feng going to the door, Lang Ying also wanted to help get the things, but before she took a few steps, she was stopped by Li Ningshui. Xiaoying, is it really okay for me to call you that? Looking at the ridiculously beautiful Lang Ying, Li Ningshui's eyes gradually lit up and she asked happily. Of course, no problem. Lang Ying said quickly. Changing the way you address yourself is an important part of accepting yourself. Lang Ying knew this very well. When she heard Li Ningshui calling her Xiaoying, she not only had no objection, but was also very happy. Okay, then Auntie will ask you. With a curious look in her eyes, Li Ningshui asked seriously, Why do you like Qin Feng? Or, how did you and Qin Feng know each other? She had checked the housing prices of Thompson 1 before and found them to be ridiculously high. The girl in front of me looks very young. How come you are so rich? And how could such a rich and beautiful girl know his son? The two of them actually got married right away? It's outrageous. What does the other party want? Li Ningshui finds it really difficult to understand the thoughts of young people today. This question made Lang Ying a little stunned. She thought about it and realized that she couldn't say that she had been greedy since she was a child. But now she likes everything about Qin Feng and there is nothing she can say. Because, Qin Feng is very handsome. After thinking for a while, Lang Ying finally answered seriously. When Li Ningshui heard Lang Ying's answer, she was slightly stunned and became confused again. How can this little girl be so honest? Don't you have any brains at all? In the past, when she asked those girls who liked Xin Feng, they would say that they liked her son's character, ambition, and so on. She never mentioned a word about how handsome her son was. Even if it was Wang Shui at that time, her answer was just to take care of her and be nice to her. Good job. The pretty girl in front of her was quite straightforward. I like Xin Feng's good looks. I am greedy for his body. Look. How honest. How heartless. There are really not many girls like this nowadays. I like honest children like you. So smart. Li Ningxue said happily with a smile on her face. Really? As long as you're happy, Auntie. Lang Ying felt a little relieved and was very happy. She didn't expect to pass this level so easily. At this time, Qin Yi and Qin Feng had already returned carrying a lot of things. Come and rescue them. Comrade Qin Yi's face turned a little red, and his voice was trembling. He is already in his 40s. Almost the same as Lung Zian. He was able to carry so many things from the gate of the community, so his physical fitness was actually quite good. Qin Feng still remembers what happened when he was a child. He went shopping in the downtown area with his parents. Then a few hooligans started to make rude remarks and teased Li Ningxue. Comrade Qin Yi kicked the 3 hooligans to the ground with a few kicks, looking very handsome. Now that I am middle-aged, it is really good to have such physical strength. Uncle, give me some. Very conscious, Lang Ying hurried over to help Qin Yi get the things, and then went to help Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng directly refused. His body has undergone systematic transformation, and his physical strength and endurance are beyond ordinary people. There's no problem at all carrying these things. If he had enough hands, he could have taken them all at once. There is no need to trouble Comrade Qin Yi to get it. Divided into 2 waves. The 4 of them put all the things on the table in the lobby on the first floor and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we can make hot pot now. Xiaoying, what kind of hot pot do you like? Li Ningxue smiled and asked Lang Ying, here we have bone soup with mushrooms, Sichuan hot pot base, white milk, and seafood flavor. I can do anything. Lang Ying answered indifferently. She thought for a moment, then turned to look at Qin Feng and asked, what flavor do you like? Didn't you buy a lot of ingredients? Just seafood and Sichuan hot pot, let's make a shabu pot. Qin Feng said as a matter of course. Lang Ying's period hasn't gone away yet, and she also has stomach problems, so she can't eat anything spicy. Anyway, I bought a lot of flavors of hot pot base, so it's really easy to make a Shuangshan hot pot. As smart as he is. After hearing this, Lang Ying nodded slightly and said decisively, okay, I'll listen to you. See here. Li Ningxue burst into laughter. This daughter-in-law is so well behaved and she listens to her son very well. Very good. A double-boiled pot is no problem. I'll go get the ingredients. It'll be ready in a moment. Li Ningxue said very happily. I'll go with you. Lang Ying quickly stood up and wanted to go with Li Ningxue. No, you take a rest. Li Ningxue waved her hand and had no intention of letting Lang Ying join in. Only. Although she said so, Lang Ying still went to help actively. After these 2 people left, only old comrades Qin Feng and Qin Yi were left on the sofa. Your mother likes this daughter-in-law very much. Where did you get such a good wife? Qin Yi left his son and asked in confusion. I found it at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qin Feng answered honestly. His answer made Qin Yi roll his eyes. He is extremely handsome and is the president of the company. The most important thing is that she is very nice to Qin Feng and they like each other. Such a good girl is hard to find even at the risk of one's life. Qin Yi even felt like his ancestors were praying for good fortune. Oh, by the way, what's that girl's name? I seem to have heard of her company somewhere before. Comrade Qin Yi asked casually while fiddling with his cell phone. Oh, Lang Ying, who runs Lang's fragrance business, specializing in high-end luxury products. Qin Feng also answered casually. Oh, Lang Ying, Lang's incense industry. Qin Yi was searching on Baidu. But suddenly, he froze and asked quickly, is her father's name Lang Zian? As clever as you are. Qin Feng nodded slightly. I'm going to go for a walk outside. Qin Yi quickly stood up and prepared to leave. His son actually married the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai? It's outrageous. And just now, he found out that the company he worked for was actually someone else's subsidiary? Even more outrageous. Just go out for a walk, why are you carrying a backpack? You know nothing, life is just about carrying the burden forward. Chapter 86, Lower Stratum? Mother-in-law is a little spoiled? God is carrying this heavy burden? Is this how the word is used? Xin Feng was speechless for a while, looking at Comrade Qinyi who had already stood up. He reached out and pulled Qinyi back, then asked, Dad, what are you doing? Although the title of the richest man in Magic City is a bit outrageous, didn't you have a good relationship with Uncle Leng before? Xin Feng still remembers that his father and Leng Xian had drunk together and beaten up thugs. Even though we haven't seen each other or had any contact for such a long time, there's no need to forget about it, right? You know shit. We had a good relationship at the time, but he took off into the sky while I was still hanging around in the lower atmosphere. Now the level is different. Comrade Qin Yi said earnestly. At the beginning, the living conditions of both families were relatively poor, so of course they could live in harmony and have a good relationship. But now it's different. One is the richest man in Shanghai, and the other is from an ordinary middle-class well-off family. It's been such a long time since we last met. It is simply impossible to say that the relationship has not changed. It's outrageous. Xin Feng listened silently to Comrade Qin Ye's explanation and felt that it made a lot of sense. But so what? His father-in-law Lang Xian has already recognized him, and he came here just to meet his parents. The main purpose is that he and Lang Ying can live without any worries. The level problem has long been solved. Comrade Qin Yi was just a little surprised. Just talk it out. Thinking about it, Xin Feng immediately moved closer to his father, intending to explain everything to him from beginning to end. After the explanation, Xin Ye's eyes changed when he looked at Xin Feng. He stretched out his hand, raised his thumb, and gave the colonel affirmation, I was right about you, you really are a gigolo. Can't you get over this joke? Don't you have anything else to say? Xin Feng was speechless. At the same time, in the huge kitchen, Li Ningxue was melting the beef with warm water while quickly processing the lively crayfish. The ingredients for hot pot don't need to be processed much, just a little bit of preparation will do. Even though they brought so many things, Li Ningxue could actually finish it in just over 10 minutes by herself, and Lang Ying didn't need to come at all. Xiaoying, you just need to remove the yellow and smaller leaves of the lettuce, and then break them into individual pieces. Seeing Lang Ying looking at a loss as to what to do with the lettuce, Li Ningxue quickly reminded her. Okay, auntie. Hearing her mother-in-law's reminder, Lang Ying was flattered and hurriedly did as Li Ningxue asked. Anyway, I can't embarrass myself in front of my future mother-in-law. Even if you don't know how to do it, you have to learn how to do it. Although she was dazed at the time, she was fiddling with her mobile phone, intending to ask Baidu how to deal with lettuce. Now that her mother-in-law has reminded her, she certainly can't do worse. This time I must learn how to cook from my lovely husband. Must. Only. The two of them played with it for a while, and Li Ningxue couldn't help but laugh at Lang Ying's clumsy yet cute look. Xiaoying, you can't cook at all, right? Unable to bear it any longer, Li Ningxue took the lead in asking. When Lang Ying heard this, her body froze. Finished. The truth is revealed. She blushed, lowered her head and looked embarrassed, then said, This is not a question of whether I can cook or not. I have never been to the kitchen. Xin Feng cooked for me before. Xin Feng cooks for you? Li Ningxue was stunned for a moment, and murmured in a low voice, I didn't expect that Xin Feng would be so caring. Living in Thompson 1, you are still so young. It would be strange if this little girl could cook. You can tell whether someone can cook by looking at his hands. Lang Ying's hands were white and delicate, like fine jade, and they should not have been touched by women at all. But her hands are so beautiful that Li Ningxue doesn't want to let her daughter-in-law cook. Since his son can do it, let Xin Feng do it. But when Lang Ying saw Li Ningxue staring at her hands, she suddenly felt a little panicked, mistakenly thinking that she was dissatisfied with her. Don't worry, auntie. Although I can't cook, I can learn. Let's start from today. Can you teach me? With her hands crossed and clasped together, Lang Ying asked quickly. She had never been so nervous even during a negotiation. You want to learn how to cook? Li Ningxue smiled, then shook her head and said arrogantly, Why learn to cook? You have such beautiful hands. Just let Xin Feng cook. As she spoke, she suddenly discovered the blind spot. Yes, let Xin Feng cook for you from now on. If he wants you to cook, just tell me and I will teach him a lesson. Ah. Lang Ying was a little confused when she heard such domineering words from her future mother-in-law. How is this different from what was said in Su Yenran's romance novel? Shouldn't the mother-in-law be very mean to her daughter-in-law? Why does her mother-in-law dote on her so much? It's better for me to learn something. It's not good to let Qin Feng cook all the time. Lang Ying still plans to learn it. She also wants to cook for her lovely husband one day. That must be very fulfilling. That's fine. Watch me operate it and learn something simple first. Seeing Lang Ying's serious look, Li Ningxue was very happy. She was very satisfied with her daughter-in-law. I don't know how his son was kidnapped. Good. Lang Ying nodded and looked at it seriously. Li Ningxue explained very patiently. Actually, it was nothing, just some common sense about meal preparation. Since Lang Ying had never cooked before, she didn't know even these simple facts. Li Ningxue was not angry, but was very happy to teach Lang Ying these things. She didn't care that Lang Ying couldn't cook and lied to herself that she could. As someone who has been through this, she certainly knew what was going on in Lang Ying's mind. I just want to make a good impression on myself. At that time, she also learned to cook before meeting her parents for this purpose. But after marriage, Comrade Qin Yi rarely let her cook, and it was basically he who cooked. Li Ningxue helped and showed off her skills from time to time. And that's it. Li Ningxue and Lang Ying were chatting with each other while preparing the ingredients. Nearly 30 minutes. The two of them finished everything. Because I had to teach Lang Ying, time went a little slower. A huge hall. Qin Feng brought over a slightly lower table, then put the hot pot on, plugged it in, put the base in the pot, and waited. While they were waiting for the water to heat up, Lang Ziyan in the villa next door could no longer bear it. But he didn't dare to send a message to his son-in-law rashly. If the timing is wrong, you're totally screwed. Didn't you just ask the security guard at the door? It's only been an hour, they're probably chatting, don't worry. On the sofa. The beautiful woman Lin Yanran couldn't help but find it funny when she saw her husband walking back and forth anxiously in front of her. When he first met her father, Lang Ziyan seemed to be in the same state. Although some people started to mock from behind, the scene was a bit chaotic. But the result is correct. That's it. You say, Qin Feng is so outstanding, will his parents have high standards? What if they don't like Xiaoying? Don't say that. I also have some feelings when you mention it. That boy is so handsome. No, I want to ask Xiaoying. Chapter 87, We were all big guys when we were young, all for love? Lang Ziyan hurriedly took out his cell phone, opened WeChat, and planned to send a message to Lang Ying to ask what was going on. And just as he was typing, his good son-in-law Qin Feng was the first to contact him. Oh? Staring at the page on his phone, Lang Ziyan frowned with some confusion. Oh my god, you keep making oh sounds all day long. Seeing that Lang Ziyan was just purely confused and didn't say anything for a long time, Lin Yanran suddenly got angry. She quickly got up from the sofa, slapped her husband on the shoulder, and then asked angrily, "What did my baby daughter say? What's going on next door now? Can we go over now?" Standing on tiptoe, Lin Yanran looked at the phone interface and asked curiously. Qin Feng said it's been done, we can go over now. There was some excitement in his words, and Lang Ziyan quickly handed the phone to Lin Yanran. After seeing this, Lin Yanran also became happy. All done? Then Qin Feng would truly be a member of their family. Her daughter is amazing. Let's go quickly and don't let the in-laws wait anxiously. Seeing his wife's happy expression, Lang Ziyan calmed down and spoke quickly. Now is not the time to celebrate victory. It's not done yet, they still have work to do. Okay, then I'll change into another piece of clothing. This one still doesn't seem formal enough to me. Lin Yanran nodded immediately, thinking that what Lang Ziyan said made sense. However, she looked down at her clothes and immediately went back to the house to change clothes. Joke. Of course you should try to be as formal as possible when meeting your in-laws. You're already formal enough, don't change it. Lang Ziyan looked at Lin Yanran's swift speed, raised his eyebrows, and was speechless. No, what if my in-laws get angry? Lang Ziyan. She wasn't so flustered when she met her parents. My wife has some double standards. 10 minutes later. Special area next door, in front of two villas. Lang Ziyan and Lin Yanran were both dressed in low-key and neat clothes, and both looked a little nervous. What are you standing there for? Ring the doorbell. Lin Yanran poked Lung Xian's ribs with her elbow, speechless. Oh. After a moment of confusion, Lung Xian reacted immediately. He slapped his forehead and hurried to ring the doorbell. What's going on? Why is he so nervous? It's just meeting the in-laws. Why is he more nervous than meeting the person in charge of the demon city? In just 5 or 6 seconds, the door of the villa was opened. Strangely, the person who opened the door was not Qin Feng, but a middle-aged man. Lang Xian looked the middle-aged man up and down. His eyebrows are very similar to Qin Feng. Needless to say, it must be Qin Feng's parents. But the more he looked at old comrade Qin Yi, the more surprised he became. Isn't this the good brother he used to hang out with when he was young? What is going on? You are Lao Qin, right? Lang Xian asked tentatively. Comrade Qin Yi was also a little confused when he saw Lang Xian. Fortunately, Qin Feng had given him a heads up beforehand, and he knew that Lang Xian, the richest man in Magic City, was his relative. He was only stunned for a second or two before he immediately came back to his senses. Boss Lang, long time no see. Clearing his throat, Qin Yi stretched out his hand and said with a smile. No, Qin Feng, Qin Yi, so that's how it is, my brain. He slapped his head and Lang Xian cried because of his own stupidity. He should have guessed it long ago. No wonder he felt very familiar when he first met Qin Feng. But I just can't remember the specifics. Now I understand. The father of my good son-in-law turned out to be a good friend of mine many years ago. Why call me Mr. Lang? Just call me Lao Lang. Lang Xian said loudly. Joke. A CEO is nothing. He still remembered that when 5 people were fighting against 100 people, Qin Yi was smart and led most of the people into the alley. Then I found 9 empty wine bottles from somewhere. Kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, they really couldn't do anything and could only run away. When Qin Yi saw Lang Xian's excitement and the lack of any sense of class superiority, his heart suddenly sank. Fine. His good brother did not put on airs towards him because of his improved status. The personality is still the same as before. Heartless. Lowling, it's been a long time since we last met. Comrade Qin Yi grinned and was very happy. You bastard, you didn't follow me to do business at that time, but insisted on listening to Li Ningxue and being safe and sound. Excitedly, he stepped forward and hugged Comrade Qin Yi. Lang Xian said, otherwise, you will definitely become a big. Live a long and healthy life and love your wife. The subject suddenly changed, and Lang Xian had no idea what he saw, and his excitement was immediately extinguished. And see this. Lin Yanran suddenly smiled helplessly. She had seen this situation more than once. Needless to say, it must be my good friend Li Ningxue who came out. Only Li Ningxue's aura could make Lang Xian give in. She had seen Li Ningxue's domineering aura when she was young. She is indeed a strong businesswoman. Unfortunately, she suddenly became pregnant and gave up her career for her family. Hey, Lang Xian, what did you say about me just now? With her arms folded, Li Ningxue walked slowly to the door, looked at Lang Xian coldly and asked. I say it's good to be safe and stable. My Lord Yi has good vision. Giving a thumbs up, Lang Xian gave a colonel-level affirmation. Then you have to tell me, Yishan? He is already over 40 years old, but he is just like a middle school boy. You shouldn't have let Qin Yi hang out with you guys. Giving Lang Xian a look, Li Ningxue opened the door of the villa completely to let them in. Only when she saw Lin Yanran did her mood improve. Ningxue, long time no see. Lin Yanran looked at Li Ningxue with a smile and was also very happy. Now I know that my in-laws are my good friends whom I have known for many years. The nervous feeling disappeared. She should have guessed it long ago. The 4 of them talked about their own things and slowly walked to the living room. At this time, Qin Feng had already prepared the ingredients for the hot pot. He skimmed the foam in the white soup, then picked up a small shrimp with chopsticks, dipped it in the secret seasoning he had prepared long ago, and fed it to Lang Ying to taste. Sesame oil, minced garlic, chili pepper, oyster sauce, coriander, green onion, and crushed peanuts. TM even smells good when dipped in choux sauce. After Lang Ying tasted it, her pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes suddenly began to shine. Carrot. She has never been interested in hot pot. I don't like eating, but I don't hate eating either. But now, for some reason, Qin Fengyi fed her. She liked it. Um. What a double standard. This heartwarming scene was also seen clearly by the 4 people who came from the door. Chapter 88, Small-minded? Red wine that matches your status? These 2 kids are such a perfect match. I really didn't expect that Qin Feng is quite good at teasing girls. Both women smiled at the same time, thinking exactly the same thing. Although Comrade Qin Yi and Leng Zian did not say anything, they had smiles on their faces. No way. Qin Feng fed Leng Ying food. Leng Ying's eyes lit up and she looked very happy. They have all experienced it. Looking at these 2 kids now, it's as if I'm seeing them when they were young. This is all love. Oh. Hello, father-in-law and mother-in-law. When he saw Leng Zian and Lin Yanran, Qin Feng took the initiative to greet them. After saying that, he turned to look at his parents and asked, I won't introduce you, right? You should all know each other. You knew it a long time ago, but you didn't tell me. Really? Li Ningxue looked at Qin Feng and said unhappily. As she spoke, she turned to look at the graceful Lang Ying standing next to the hot pot, her eyes slightly narrowed, and she liked her more and more. Oh, forget it, let's talk about it later. Let's eat first. Leng Zian waved his hand and said. As he spoke, he suddenly slapped his forehead and hurriedly turned back to walk towards the door. Shit, I forgot to bring in the wine. Looking back at Leng Zian walking towards the door while cursing, Li Ningxue looked at Lin Yanran and asked speechlessly. Is Leng Zian really already 40? It should still be around 25. Lin Yanran was also helpless. Both families know each other and are very familiar with each other. Naturally, there is nothing to be shy about. Before they met, they were each thinking about leaving a good impression on each other and thinking bigger. It's all for the children. But it doesn't matter now. You are the same now as you were when you were young. And because the table Qin Feng brought over was a round glass dining table, similar to the ones in hotels, there was no main seat. It saves a lot of trouble. The 5 people took their seats. Leng Ying sat next to Qin Feng, with her legs together, her hands on her legs, blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, looking very well behaved. After Leng Zian took the 2 bottles of high-quality red wine outside the door, he sat next to his wife. Surprisingly honest. He was concerned about Li Ningxue. We're running out of time. Xiao Ying told me you guys were coming at 8 o'clock, so I prepared 2 bottles of red wine. The quality is pretty good. Let's just drink some. Putting 2 bottles of high-quality red wine on the table, Leng Zian said with a smile. It's a shame to say. He called Lu Shang in the morning and planned to buy some good things for his in-laws. But at the same time, he also felt that giving his in-laws expensive gifts would make him seem ostentatious. There are billions in the card but nowhere to spend it. Well. Very depressed. It's outrageous. It was only after Lu Shang reminded him that he remembered to pick out 2 bottles of good quality red wine from the wine cellar. It looks grand yet not extravagant. Okay, stop standing there and eat. It's all ready. Seeing that all 6 people were seated, Li Ningxue clapped her hands and then spoke. Hot pot. This thing is a kind of fast food. It's actually good to just put some ingredients in it and blanch them. Besides, Qin Feng has already prepared those difficult things. Now is the best time to eat. Okay, let's eat. Leng Zian spoke first, picked up the chopsticks and started picking up food. The others immediately started eating. Lao Lang, don't you dislike hot pot? Halfway through the meal, Comrade Qin Yi saw Leng Zian, who was picking up food from time to time and eating happily, and asked in confusion. Huh? There's such a thing? Leng Zian frowned slightly, looking confused. Why did he say he doesn't like hot pot? Joke. He has no dietary restrictions except for things that are truly disgusting. Everything else is fine. Leng Zian looked up at Qin Yi and was about to refute. But in an instant, he saw Qin Yi blinking. Suddenly, he remembered the secret code he and Qin Yi had when they were young. Good job. This is clearly a sign that he wants to drink. Understanding what Qin Yi meant, Leng Zian almost laughed out loud. This should be because Li Ningxue didn't allow Qin Yi to drink. This good brother of his is having a miserable life. He's not even allowed to drink? Thinking of this, Leng Zian coughed and asked, how about we drink some wine? This hot pot is a bit spicy. Let your old friend drink some. And if they drink some wine, the atmosphere between them will be more harmonious. After all, we haven't seen each other for so many years, so there's always going to be something a little inappropriate. Sure. Seeing that Lung Zian still remembered the secret code, Comrade Qin Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. He hasn't drunk alcohol for a long time. The main reason was that he was socializing with others and drank too much. He got drunk and almost scared the little Qin Feng. He hasn't touched alcohol since then. Certainly. He used his connections to be promoted to deputy director level, so he no longer needed to socialize. Besides, Qin Feng is so old now, it's okay for him to drink a little. Ah? You want to drink? Let me do it? Hearing that his old father wanted to drink with Lang Zian, Qin Feng immediately stood up and prepared to get the wine opener and decanter. At this time, Li Ningxue opened her mouth and was about to say something, but no sound came out in the end. Qin Feng, bring 2 more glasses so I can drink some too. She knew very well her husband Qin Ye's little thoughts. But she also felt that it was okay to drink a little. Today is indeed a day to celebrate. Never mind. Let him go this time. I'll go help Qin Feng. Her face turned slightly red. Lang Ying felt that her lovely husband might not be able to carry so many things, so she quickly got up and followed Qin Feng to the kitchen. When the other 4 elders saw Lang Ying like this, they also smiled like aunties. So sensible. This marriage is perfect. No one would disagree. And a moment. Qin Feng and Lang Ying came over with 6 wine glasses, a bottle opener and a decanter. Watching Qin Feng put everything on the table, Lung Zian handed him the red wine. Qin Feng took it and looked down at the brand of red wine. Good job. It's not the 1982 Lafite that's everywhere, but Romane Conti, from the 1999 vintage. He remembered that the wine was sold at a very high price. It is also known as the wine drunk by billionaires. In the evaluation of wine master Robert Parker, the wines of Romane Conti in each vintage are all above 90 points. Moreover, Romane Conti red wine is rarely found on the market. This is mainly because the winery does not sell this red wine alone. Generally, a bottle of Romane Conti is only sold when 12 bottles of wine from other wineries are purchased. This is also one of the important reasons why Romane Conti wine is considered mysterious and elegant. If we have to go by price, the market price should be around 150,000 renminbi per bottle. Use this to relieve the spiciness. It fits Ling Zian's identity very well. Chapter 89. Don't force me to slap you? Can I open a table after that? After reading it, Qin Feng shook his head slightly. He quickly used a wine opener to pull out the tight cork, and then carefully poured the wine into a decanter. Generally speaking, this kind of high-quality red wine absolutely needs to release the gas produced during fermentation. If it doesn't wake up, it will affect the taste. Certainly. If you don't pursue these, you can drink directly without waking up. If you are bold, you can blow into the bottle, or do a dragon sucking water. Soon. After letting the red wine stay in the decanter for a while, Qin Feng began to pour it for several people. It smells very rich. It must cost a lot of money, right? Comrade Qin Yi specializes in liquor. I don't know much about these red wines, nor do I drink them much. But he felt that since the wine was brought by Ling Zian, it must be not cheap. And the fruity aroma of this red wine is very pleasant. It's not much, just my daily meal money. Waving his hand, Ling Zian said indifferently. Only 150,000. For him, money really doesn't matter. A little more or a little less doesn't make any difference. But if we look at it from the perspective of a normal family's consumption, 15,000 for a bottle of red wine is really a sky-high price. Only. Comrade Qin Yi knew that Ling Zian was rich now, but he didn't care. He didn't know what to say. So timid, worrying about this and that. Those 2 really weren't good brothers who had fought over 100 people. Don't tell me the price. We're just drinking this 15% alcohol wine for fun. After waving his hand slightly, Qin Yi let go. Seeing this, Ling Zian was also very happy. He raised his glass and began to drink with Comrade Qin Yi. However, since the alcohol content of this red wine is very low, they only drank it as a symbolic celebration. After drinking half a glass of red wine, the 2 ate some vegetarian hot pot. Li Ningxue and Lin Yanran next to them were also eating their own food. From time to time, he would ask the other person about his current physical condition and other random things. Suddenly, The protagonists of this parents' meeting were not Xin Feng and Lang Ying. They seemed to be ignored. Xin Feng thought this was all good. The two families get along very well, so it's okay if he isn't the protagonist. Xin Feng, what is that? Is it delicious? Without considering the parents of both parties, Lang Ying quickly pointed to a shrimp dumpling in the white soup pot and asked in confusion. That's shrimp dumplings. They do change a bit when put into hot pot, but they're still delicious. As he spoke, Xin Feng picked up a shrimp dumpling with chopsticks and planned to put it in Lang Ying's small bowl. But he didn't do it. But I saw Lang Ying had already opened her mouth. Ah. See here. Xin Feng was stunned for a moment, then laughed helplessly. My lovely daughter-in-law seems to want to show our love. Then just obey. See how it feels to feed dog food to your parents? Thinking of this, Xin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised and he smiled even more happily. When he was very young, Li Ningxue and Qin Yi always show their affection in front of him in an inappropriate way. It really reflects that sentence. His parents are true love, he is just an accident. Now that he had the chance to feed comrades Li Ningxue and Qin Yi some dog food, he certainly couldn't let it go. Come on, open your mouth and take a bite of the shrimp dumpling. Xin Feng was very happy. He held the shrimp dumpling steadily with chopsticks in his right hand, put his left hand underneath to support them to prevent the soup from dripping, and then slowly put them into Lang Ying's little mouth. Seeing that Xin Feng was going to feed her in the presence of both parents, Lang Ying's fair and delicate face suddenly turned a little red. A slight blush appeared. But, seeing Xin Feng's serious, careful and happy look, she couldn't bear not to eat. No matter what, my husband feeds me, I must eat it #. Thinking secretly in her heart, Lang Ying opened her little mouth, leaned forward slightly, and bit off most of the shrimp dumpling. Chewed for a moment. Stars gradually appeared in her eyes. Delicious, delicious, but a little hot. Lang Ying took a deep breath to cool down her mouth, then forced the shrimp dumplings into her stomach. A bit hot though. But it's really delicious. I don't know if it's because Xin Feng fed him more. Xin Feng patiently picked out another shrimp dumpling from the white soup, blew on it a few times, and then gave it to Lang Ying. Lang Ying swallowed it in one gulp this time. Then he couldn't wait to clip it for Xin Feng. He also blew several breaths and then sent it steadily into Xin Feng's mouth. The level of seriousness is much higher than writing a business plan. And at this time, Xin Feng and Lang Ying's two intermittent disabled actions were finally discovered by both parents. Hey, you two are going too far. You're showing off your affection in front of two sets of parents? What's going on? Feeling both amused and angry, Li Ningxue slammed the table in frustration and asked. She didn't even show affection. My son started first. Let her do it. Beside. When Lin Yanran saw her daughter feeding Xin Feng very seriously, she was speechless and followed Li Ningxue to agree. That's right, what a disgrace. And hearing this, Xin Feng immediately refuted. Why can you show off your affection but I can't? At worst, Lang Ying and I can open another table. Li Ningxue's face was full of black lines, and then she said, we are all human beings, don't force me to slap you. Xin Feng immediately thought seriously and asked, after I finish fanning you, can I open another table with Lang Ying? Forehead. Lin Yanran raised her beautiful eyebrows and was suddenly speechless and a little amused. How come her best friend's son is so funny? I thought he was good looking at first, so how come I didn't realize that my son-in-law was also a fool? Beside. Xin Feng's mother Li Ningxue was speechless. She felt that she and Qin Yi had set a bad example. I wouldn't have shown off so much if I had known this. The main reason was that their careers were on the rise at that time and they happened to move into a new community. No one knows. Comrade Qin Yi was always very kind to her even after marriage. Make her feel like she's found the right person. But since no one knew him, he set his sights on the young Xin Feng. But now, she couldn't say anything. Forget it. Hey. Li Ningxue waved her hand and said casually. Xin Feng has grown up and she can no longer control him. Besides, it's no big deal, as long as the two kids like it. Xin Feng, come and have a drink with us. At this time, Comrade Qin Yi and Lang Zian were drinking and in high spirits. Xin Feng was closest to the two of them. Qin Yi planned to invite his son to drink together. Fortunately, Lang Zian was not really drunk. When he saw his good son-in-law being pulled over, he immediately waved his hand. No, you can't let your son come. His alcohol tolerance is beyond the imagination of normal people. He can even make me drunk. It's okay. This red wine is only 15% alcohol. You can't drink too much from 2 bottles. That too. Lang Ziyan also felt that what Qin Yi said made sense. Chapter 90, Drinking with 2 Dads, Another Betrothal Gift? The main reason is that he also drinks this red wine frequently. Even if you finish a bottle in one go, it's fine except for the strong aftereffect. Even if his good son-in-law Qin Feng drinks abnormally, he can reduce his drinking capacity, right? Thinking of this, Lang Ziyan happily poured Qin Feng half a glass of red wine and asked him to drink some. And next to it. Seeing how happy comrade Qin Yi was, Li Ningxue couldn't bear to stop him from drinking. Anyway, I'm happy today, so let's do it once today. As for Lin Yanran, she didn't care whether Lang Ziyan drank or not, he knew his physical condition very well. There's absolutely nothing wrong with having a drink. Lang Ying had seen Qin Feng's drinking capacity before, so she was not worried and let them drink. That's all. The 3 of them opened another table. Qin Feng went to the kitchen and fried some peanuts. Then I made some other side dishes. They then began to drink. Qin Yi, Lang Ziyan. Danger. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The 2 families spent 2 hours eating a simple hot pot. The first part was just normal, eating and drinking as usual. Later on, all we did was chat. And there was also some unexpected situation, so the time was extended a little. Original round glass dining table. Qin Feng sat leisurely, turned his head to look at his father-in-law and old father lying in disarray on the soft sofa, and found it very funny. They had agreed to only drink 2 bottles of red wine, but in the middle of the meal Lang Ziyan pulled out a bottle of 55 proof Matai from somewhere like a magic trick, and the 3 of them took over and began to drink slowly. There's nothing wrong with this. It's reasonable for 3 people to share a bottle of Matai. But what a coincidence. When they drank, the aftereffect of the red wine suddenly hit them, and combined with the alcohol content of the white wine, they got drunk quickly. Then, Comrade Qin Yi was grinding his teeth, but Lang Ziyan was a good drinker. After he pulled his good son-in-law to call him brother Qin Feng enough, he fell asleep. The wine is very good. As for Qin Feng himself, he would be fine because of the support of the system. The liver releases enough enzymes to break down alcohol, and the esophageal mucosa is also protected by the system. He also drank a glass of milk in advance, and nothing happened. Not even on the face. But even so, Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng with great concern. How can anyone drink so much and still be okay? She had asked Qin Feng to drink before, but she didn't expect him to drink so much. From now on, I can no longer let my lovely husband compete in drinking. What should I do if I damage my stomach by drinking too much? It's all her fault. Thinking of this, Lang Ying reached out and tugged at the corner of Qin Feng's clothes, then lowered her head and asked in a low voice, Qin Feng, can you stop drinking in the future? Why? Although Qin Feng has a system, it is impossible for him to read minds directly, so of course he doesn't know what Lang Ying is thinking. He was a little confused about why Lang Ying didn't let him drink. You always drink so much every time. I'm afraid your body can't handle it. Can you try not to drink? Lang Ying explained in a low voice, her face full of seriousness. When Qin Feng saw this, he felt a little warm in his heart. He chuckled, reached out and patted his lovely wife's slender waist, and answered very seriously. Okay, I'll listen to you and try not to drink in the future. Don't drink if you can, okay? Qin Feng smiled, his eyes full of coldness. His wife will also care about his health. Drinking is meant to please your heart in small amounts, but drinking too much can harm your body. He just doesn't drink that much. Besides, he was drinking with his father-in-law and old father today. It's indeed a bit too much for one person to get 2 people drunk. Wife. You're so nice to me. Opposite. Li Ningxue and Lin Yanran glanced at Qin Feng and were speechless. This guy is addicted to showing off his love. There's no end. I know you two have a good relationship, but there's no need to show it so obviously, right? Li Ningxue said speechlessly. How come her daughter-in-law is better at showing affection than her? The disciple surpasses the master? Is that how the phrase is used? But Lin Yanran, who was sitting next to Li Ningxue, was not interested in the two little guys showing off their affection. On the contrary, she was quite happy eating dog food. She felt that the display of affection showed that the two children had a good relationship. That's it. She has no objection. You two have already obtained a marriage certificate, but you haven't done anything else, right? Lin Yanran suddenly asked with a smile. When she heard this question, Lang Ying's face turned slightly red. She nodded slowly and then began to explain. Qin Feng said that we should at least wait until we have met both sides' parents and both sides agree. Yeah, that's right. Li Ningxue obviously agreed with Qin Feng's approach. These gifts, wedding ceremonies and other matters must be discussed after both parties' parents have met each other. But she was weird. These are just questions, why is Lang Ying blushing? Is this weird? Then Qin Feng definitely loves you truly. Lin Yanran nodded seriously, not realizing that Li Ningxue had a different opinion from her. She and Lang Zian were different from these two little guys at the beginning. It was over without seeing my parents. She was probably a bit stupid at that time. Or maybe it was because Ling Zian was too handsome when he was young. The house was robbed before we knew it. But fortunately the result is good. And now. She also believed that Qin Feng would not let his daughter down. Okay, now let's talk about marriage, such as how much is the appropriate gift, where to hold the wedding, and other miscellaneous things. Clapping her hands, Lin Yanran asked with a smile. And this problem arises. Qin Feng couldn't hold it anymore. Good job. He was a good guy on the spot. His relationship with Wang Shui broke up because of the bride price issue. Now I meet Lang Ying. Coming again? Beside. Lang Ying couldn't help but be shocked when she heard her mother talking about the bride price. She knew very well how she had kidnapped Qin Feng back. Now the bride price? Ahem, Mom, I think we can get married without a dowry. And the wedding can be kept as simple as possible. Just invite some close friends who you enjoy having fun with, and book a nice venue for some fun. Unable to sit still, Lang Ying hurriedly said. She didn't want to make her lovely husband uncomfortable. Marriage is originally a matter between two people. The other things are just value-added services provided by the older generation to inform relatives and friends that their children are married. This is the era now. It doesn't really matter whether you have it or not. The main thing is whether both parents can accept it. Isn't a destination wedding a good idea? A wedding doesn't need to be grand or have huge crowds of people. The most important thing is to be happy. When Qin Feng, who was standing next to him, heard Lang Ying say this, he suddenly didn't know what to say. What else can he say about such a daughter-in-law? Be too good to yourself. I pamper myself too much. His eyes softened, and Qin Feng reached out and held Lang Ying's hand tightly. Hold it tightly. Chapter 91 No Dowry? I want you? Xiaoying, did you make a mistake? Seeing Lang Ying's positive attitude, Lin Yanran frowned slightly, a little puzzled, and then explained, what I mean is that we give Qin Feng a gift. Joke. My son-in-law is so outstanding. He is handsome, good at talking, and his cooking is delicious. She fell in love with it the first time she ate it. Such a divine son-in-law still needs a dowry? That's crazy. Only. When the three people present heard Lin Yanran's explanation, their eyes were filled with confusion. Especially Li Ningxue. No, nowadays you rich people like to hold weddings like this, right? Turning to look at her good friend Lin Yanran, Li Ningxue had a black question mark on her face. Good job. A woman marries a man? Isn't this the same as living off a gigolo? Is Qin Feng going to marry into the family? Li Ningxue asked a little confused. Of course not? Seeing that Li Ningxue had misunderstood, Lin Yanran hurriedly explained, and then said, I don't want Qin Feng to marry into the family. What I mean is that there is no need for a dowry. Even if there is, it will be given by our family to Qin Feng. No way. Her son-in-law is so outstanding that she feels that her daughter has done him an injustice by marrying Qin Feng. After hearing the explanation, Li Ningxue was obviously relieved, and her heart sank again. So it's not about Qin Feng marrying into the family. Although she always said that Qin Feng was definitely a gigolo. But that's just talk. There are really few parents in the world who are willing to let their sons live off their husbands. I still feel that it's a bit inappropriate without a dowry. After thinking about it, Li Ningxue insisted. Although their older generation's wedding was very simple. A wealthy family owns a sewing machine and a bicycle. At that time, Comrade Qin Yi used a Phoenix brand bicycle to trick her into his home. But it's different now. They all require a dowry. She remembered that they had asked for a dowry of 400,000 yuan before. Langing is so pretty and listens to Qin Feng so well. She didn't want to treat Langing unfairly. But what a pity. Langing herself doesn't think so. She thinks the most important thing is to make her husband feel comfortable. Auntie, it's really not necessary. Marriage is not about competition, it's a matter between two people. I don't think it's necessary to ask for a dowry. Her little face was very serious, and Langing quietly held Qin Feng's hand. Although she had never heard much about bride price, her best friend Su Yenran had told her before that there were a small number of people in the business world who engaged in business marriages. The two companies used the marriage to integrate their funds. The newly injected capital chain can be regarded as a gift. To put it nicely, it is a powerful combination. To put it bluntly, it is a powerful combination. It's just a business. And now, if she asked for a dowry, then isn't her marriage with Qin Feng just like negotiating a contract? Absolutely not. If you don't want a dowry, then Qin Yi and I can only give you one gift. Knowing that Langing really didn't want any dowry, Li Ningxue smiled slightly, feeling very relieved. A girl like Langing. There really aren't many of them in society. She is so sensible and well-behaved. The more I watch it, the more I like it. Why is my best friend's daughter so nice? This made Li Ningxue want to adopt Langing as her daughter. Why didn't she give birth to a daughter at that time? It will definitely be beautiful. What a pity. When Langing heard Li Ningxue say she wanted to give her a gift, she wanted to refuse. Only. Before she could open her mouth to speak, she felt someone pat her waist. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Qin Feng winking at her quietly. He smiled gently, then understood. Langing knew that Qin Feng wanted her to agree. Since your husband wants to agree, then just agree. Auntie, this is a good suggestion, but it can't be too expensive. She replied immediately. Okay, that'll do. Seeing that Langing agreed, Li Ningxue couldn't help but smile happily. She always feels like something is missing when the older generation doesn't buy things for the younger generation. There was no need for a dowry in the first place. If you don't want the gift, it would be really inappropriate. Well, since the betrothal gift is like this, then let's do the wedding as Xiaoying said, right? Just invite some good friends to come over for the party. Lin Yanran asked with equal joy. The three of them discussed for a while and finally decided on most of the wedding details. The specific time of the wedding depends on the ideas of Qin Feng and Langing. Watch first. Don't be in a hurry. Afternoon, 7 p.m. After more than 4 hours, Comrade Qin Yi and Ling Zian finally woke up. Because both of them drank a lot. Although my body was awake, my head was still a little dizzy. It's outrageous. When they found out that Qin Feng was fine, they felt even more dizzy. Li Ningxue felt sorry for her husband, and seeing that he was still dizzy, she helped Qin Yi to an empty room on the first floor. Then I found a bottle of honey and made him some honey water to drink. Get rid of the smell of alcohol. As for Lang Zian, Lin Yanran couldn't help him at all because of his huge build. Qin Feng could only trouble him to carry him to the study on the first floor to rest for a while. When I feel less dizzy, I'll go back to the villa next door to sober up. Lin Yanran was also in the room wiping Ling Zian's face and getting some warm water for him to drink. A moment. The huge villa suddenly became empty. When Qin Feng came out of the study, he saw Langing leaning against the wall from afar, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, looking at him with a smile. What's wrong? Qin Feng asked doubtfully. Nothing. Langing skipped towards Qin Feng, with her hands behind her back, like a cute rabbit. She came to her lovely husband, tiptoed gently, leaned close to his ear, blew gently, and then said, "Okay, now we have met each other's parents, then you are mine now." Then. She took a step back, then walked forward and gave Qin Feng a gentle kiss on the face. You little fool. Qin Feng was very helpless. He smiled and raised his hand to tap his lovely wife's forehead. You are mine, and I will always be yours. Her face was a little red, and Langing spoke in a voice that was more like that of a queen. After she finished speaking, she could no longer face Qin Feng. This is so embarrassing. She also found out from Baidu. Boss Lang, why are you turning around? Aren't you going to flirt with me anymore? I don't know why. Seeing Long Ying's shy and flirtatious look, Qin Feng wanted to tease her. I won't tease you anymore. I'm afraid you can't stand it. Turning around and walking forward, Lang Ying didn't intend to face Qin Feng again. But Qin Feng could never spoil her. Take a step forward and extend your hand. He easily pulled Lang Ying over and held her in his arms. I can't bear it? It's you who can't bear it. Pinching Lang Ying's smooth, white, jelly-like face, Qin Feng asked with a smile, can your face be any redder? I can't do that anymore. Lang Ying said immediately with confidence. Anyway, everything has been exposed, that's it. Could Qin Feng still eat her? When Qin Feng saw Lang Ying being caught, he looked indifferent and suddenly laughed helplessly. His wife is so cute. How could she have such an expression? Thinking about it, Qin Feng wanted to pinch Lang Ying's face for fun. So chewy. Are uncle and aunt leaving tonight? Lang Ying did not resist Qin Feng pinching her face. She raised her head slightly and asked very seriously. Ah? Qin Feng was slightly stunned, feeling a little amused and helpless. Good job. How much does his lovely wife crave his body? Chapter 92, like boys or girls? I want them all? But I think so. Now they have both met each other's parents and have been recognized. There are no more worries. But Lang Ying's excitement made Qin Feng speechless. How come my lovely wife is more anxious than me? In contrast, he seemed to really feel a little suffering. Qin Feng touched his nose awkwardly, then reached out and gently tapped Lang Ying's forehead, asking helplessly, has your period ended? It's only been 3 or 4 days, right? There's still a little bit left, it should be almost there. Her little face was a little red, and Lang Ying answered happily with her thumb against her little finger. Not even a little bit. Maybe the day after tomorrow. Reaching out and pinching Lang Ying's smooth face again, Qin Feng thought for a moment and then made a suggestion. There is another point that also exists. Besides, he now doesn't quite believe what his wife says. You know. When he first made twice-cooked pork for Lang Ying. Good job. She finished a whole bowl by herself, and at the end she said she was only 80% full and had only eaten a little. Her expression now is exactly the same as it was then. Besides, no matter what, it will be the day after tomorrow, right? By that time. That's about it really. It's really just a little bit. Lang Ying pouted, looking somewhat dissatisfied. But when she saw Qin Feng's righteous look, she could only nod slightly. She should listen to her husband. I will definitely win it the day after tomorrow. Oh, yes. Taking the initiative to hug Qin Feng's waist, Lang Ying put her little head tightly against his chest. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she asked quickly, Hubby, do you like boys or girls? What? Hearing this question, Qin Feng almost thought he had heard it wrong. No way? The destiny hasn't even been decided yet, but my lovely wife is already thinking about giving birth to a boy or a girl? Isn't your prediction a bit too far-fetched? Gently touching Lang Ying's hair, Qin Feng asked with a helpless smile. If I don't advance, what if I hit it in one try? Unlike Qin Feng, who was not as casual as he was, Lang Ying raised her right hand and answered seriously and solemnly. She has seen and touched the body of her lovely husband. Those mouth-watering six-pack abs. She has a perfect figure that makes her look thin when she is dressed and muscular when she is undressed. Absolutely. Yeah, anything is possible. Not wanting to undermine Lang Ying's self-confidence, Qin Feng said very obediently. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Besides, his body has been specially optimized by the system. Better than ordinary people in every aspect. Maybe it really only takes once. It is now acceptable to discuss liking boys and girls. Thinking about. Qin Feng then said seriously, I prefer girls. It would be great to have a cute daughter like you. You like girls? Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying thought for a moment, raised her right hand and clenched it, then answered very seriously, only children make choices, I want them all. All? Qin Feng laughed out loud. What to do? My wife is so cute. Ask. What should I do if my wife is so cute? Do you need boots of resistance? Okay, I'll listen to you and have 2 children. Xin Feng couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Lang Ying's cheek, still smiling. This time, there was no shyness at all. Lang Ying nodded heavily, very seriously. But their conversation was overheard by Li Ningxue, who came out of the room. She showed a puzzled look, walked to Qin Feng's position, and asked, "What do you mean by two? Are you planning to have two babies?" Lang Ying asked me whether I liked boys or girls, and I said girls are cuter. She said she wanted both. Holding Lang Ying's hand, Qin Feng held back his laughter and repeated the statement to his old mother. Two is good. Two children can have a playmate. It would be best if they are twins, a boy and a girl. Li Ningxue answered in agreement after hearing this. She looked at the graceful Lang Ying and actually liked her a little. Nowadays, girls in society are not very willing to have children. On the one hand, they can no longer afford to raise a child, and on the other hand, they really don't want to have children. She didn't expect Lang Ying to be willing to have two. Li Ningxue thought that the two children only wanted one. I also think twins are great. Lang Ying nodded in response. All right, go back to your room and get some rest. The more I look at Lang Ying, the more I like her. After being provoked by these two children, all Li Ningxue is thinking about now is holding her grandchildren. She pushed Qin Feng and Lang Ying, intending to let them go upstairs. If these two people stay in the room for a while longer, won't their grandchildren come over? You two can play in your room tonight. Don't come out without my order. Li Ningxue said very seriously. A single man and a single woman in a room. She just didn't believe that her son was so honest. Otherwise, you would be worse than beasts. Mom, don't be so anxious. Relationships need to be cultivated. Qin Feng was speechless as he was pushed around by his old mother, feeling hopeless. He was born now? So fast? How much does your old mother want to have grandchildren? He just mentioned it casually, and it started already? Old people are just horrible. Do you two still need to cultivate your relationship? You can show off your affection so much, what's the point of cultivating it? He didn't give his older son any chance to refute. Li Ningxue hurriedly sent the two of them upstairs, considerately closed the door, and then went downstairs. Qin Feng looked at the closed door, then turned to look at Lang Ying, who also had a confused look on her face, and held his head helplessly. Why does this feel a little bit wrong? While he was speechless, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He quickly took it out and looked at it. I found out that it was a WeChat message sent by Li Ningxue. Son, I'll clean up the hot pot downstairs. You actually have a Siemens dishwasher? You two don't need to come down tonight. Don't worry about me and your dad. We'll go play next door and then go back in the evening. We have to go to work tomorrow. At the end of the message, Li Ningxue and Qin Feng, who were very cunning, sent a come-on expression. Very accurate. After reading the Wei Xin message, Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Good job. He was a good guy on the spot. My mother's personality hasn't changed at all over the years. Still so hot and furious. And next to it, Lang Ying saw that Qin Feng had a very subtle expression, so she moved closer to her lovely husband and asked in confusion, "Is this from Auntie?" In her eyes. Only Li Ningxue could make Qin Feng speechless and unable to say anything. Yeah, she said she was going to hang out next door and would leave in the evening. They have to go to work tomorrow. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Feng handed the phone to Lang Ying and then explained. Is time so tight? I want them to visit the villa. If they like it, I'll buy them one next door. Lang Ying carefully looked through the chat records between Li Ningxue and Qin Feng. The more I look at it, the redder my face becomes. Watch to the end. She was seen holding Qin Feng's hand. Although her delicate little face was as red as a Fuji apple, she looked very serious. Hubby, I think we shouldn't let down the opportunities Auntie created for us. Chapter 93, A Small Reward, Just a Hand for the King of Glory? What's going on in your mind all day long? Qin Feng gently pushed Lang Ying's little head and was speechless. His wife was really greedy for his body. It's a bit unbearable. We agreed to have your period the day after tomorrow. Don't you have your period today? Aren't you afraid of the pain? Qin Feng said seriously. If he hadn't taken care of Lang Ying's health, could he have lasted so many days? Actually, as an LS, he couldn't wait to execute Lang Ying right now. But now is not the right time. It should be available the day after tomorrow. After Qin Feng pushed her head, Lang Ying saw how serious he was and knew that he was doing it for her own good. That's fine. Oh, by the way, how was my performance today? Are you satisfied? A light bulb suddenly lit up in her head, and Lang Ying smiled, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with a sense of accomplishment. When Qin Feng saw this, he knew that his lovely wife wanted him to praise her. This day was really a bit magical. At first Lang Ying was terrified, like a frightened rabbit when meeting his parents. After meeting, we found out that we both knew each other. Then she was very careful in every way, trying to leave a good impression in front of Li Ningxue. Then at the end we discussed the issue of bride price. It was all so tiring for her. It's not easy for Lang Ying to do so well. Thinking about. Qin Feng pinched her smooth, fair face very gently, then rubbed her head and praised her. Of course my wife is fine. She performed well today. Qin Feng gave a thumbs up and expressed great affirmation. Lang Ying saw this. He was immediately happy and tapped his heels twice. Then he turned around, put his hands behind his back, walked to the bed, and slowly sat down. She looked at Qin Feng and patted the seat next to her with her jade hands. Sit here. What are you going to do? Without thinking much, Qin Feng walked over slowly. To be honest. Not to mention Lang Ying, he is a little tired now. Walking to the bed, Qin Feng lay down on it and then collapsed like Uncle Gu. Too tired. Lie down, I'll reward you too. Seeing Qin Feng's funny lying posture, Lang Ying smiled helplessly. She stood up and helped her husband straighten his body, then sat down next to him, stretched out her jade hand and placed it on his calf, gently pinching it very consciously. Why do you want to have a massage? Lying on the bed, Qin Feng enjoyed the reward from his lovely wife and smiled slightly. This daughter-in-law is so sensible. He was a little flattered. I'm afraid you'll be tired, so I'll give you a massage first. Lang Ying answered with a pout. Anyway, he has exchanged all these back, so it doesn't matter what happens now. Are you comfortable? Then we. Don't even think about it. Qin Feng refused decisively. If a set of blind massage can make him surrender, then he would be too cheap. At least a set of smooth little combos is needed. Only. Although Lang Ying dotes on her lovely husband, even a rabbit will bite when it gets angry. For the first time in her life, she wanted to take a small revenge on Qin Feng. As she pinched, she suddenly used more force. But according to common sense, Qin Feng's physical condition was already good, and after system optimization, his physical fitness became even better. Lang Ying's pinch shouldn't hurt him. But now he clearly felt the pain. Honey, please spare me. I was wrong. Feeling pain in his calf, Qin Feng took a breath and begged for mercy immediately. Humph, I let you bully me, this is a reward for you. As she spoke, Lang Ying released the hand that was pinching Qin Feng's calf, pressed it on his back, and intended to kiss him. After all, he is my husband. If it really hurts, she will feel bad too. It's better to give them a little sweetness. This time it's a real reward. Only. Qin Feng didn't have the ability to read minds, so he didn't understand what Lang Ying was thinking. When he felt a pair of hands on his back, he thought his lovely wife was trying to torture him. He quickly turned over. But what came towards me was a very delicate and beautiful face. Then, a scream. Lang Ying bumped right into his arms. Are you okay? Protecting Lang Ying's little head, Qin Feng asked hurriedly. It's okay for him to feel pain. Don't let your wife feel pain. Why are you so nervous? Supporting her sides with her hands, Lang Ying stood up slightly, looked at Qin Feng's nervousness, and felt warm in her heart. Qin Feng cared about her a little too much. He suddenly fell on the bed. What could happen? She is not a clay doll. It won't disappear at the touch of a finger. I'm afraid you'd get hurt from the fall. Qin Feng explained. No. Lang Ying replied with a red face. And after a while, Lang Ying felt that lying in Qin Feng's arms all the time was not a solution, so she wanted to sit up. But suddenly, Qin Feng didn't know what he was thinking of, and suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms again. What? Boss Lang, do you want to play games? Game? What game? Lang Ying showed a puzzled expression. The king. King? I'm not very good at it. Lang Ying replied, scratching her cheek. She has never been into gaming. Even if there is. These are also games that really exercise your brain. For example, military, layout, finance, strategy, reasoning, etc. Most of these game categories are very hardcore and really test the player's brains. That's what she plays with. She had heard of the mobile game King of Glory a long time ago, and was persuaded by her only best friend Su Yenran to register an account. But she completed the tutorial. And then never touched it again. How to play this? After telling Qin Feng about the situation, Lang Ying thought Qin Feng would give up. But he didn't care at all, he just wanted to have some fun. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Play the game, don't let the game play you. Hearing this, Lang Ying agreed. She was willing to listen to Qin Feng and follow his preferences. He likes to play games, so she plays with him. After all, he is my husband. There's nothing wrong with being willful. Soon, they both went on their own. Lang Ying is just a pure newbie, a novice player. No stages are enabled. Qin Feng's side is more flashy. The rank is Glory King, 25 stars. This was because he hadn't played for several weeks. Lang Ying doesn't understand the difference between herself and her lovely husband. She clicked on Qin Feng's Glory King button with a puzzled expression. How are we different? Oh, it's nothing, I'm just a little higher than you. Putting the two pillows back, Qin Feng leaned his back against the head of the bed and lay comfortably. He gently embraced Lang Ying and let her lie in front of him. Then he held the phone in both hands and placed it in front of Lang Ying. Both of them could stare at their phones. This is the correct way to open the king. Playing with your wife is the real way to play games. Only Lang Ying didn't notice it now. She was studying with a frown on her face. Why her game interface is different from Qin Feng's? Is this rank easy to get into? Lang Ying asked, biting her index finger gently. She remembered Su Yenran saying that Glory Gold was the highest rank in the game. What is this Qin Feng? Oh, it's easy, as long as you have hands. Chapter 94 No way? Can I activate the system by playing games? Qin Feng answered as a matter of course. When he first started playing, he didn't think the game was difficult. Except for the fact that his teammates in the diamond rank were a bit disappointing and he was stuck in the rank for 2 or 3 days, it was a piece of cake for him to rank up to the Star Glory and King rank. It's really like drinking water. Only, since he has to work during the day, if he has to work overtime, when he comes home at night the only thing he wants to do is sleep. So after reaching the king level, he didn't touch the game for a long time. Now that he has the system, the days of spending time with Lang Ying are enough to make him happy. It's a game. It's dispensable, just entertainment. Wouldn't it be nice to play with your lovely wife every day? This time on the number. It's just a bit boring. I'm playing Luna as a jungler. Shall we have a match first? Face to face, Qin Feng slowly helped Lang Ying point at the mobile phone interface and asked in a very calm manner. All up to you. Feeling the strong male hormones so close, Lang Ying's cheeks turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but rub Qin Feng lightly. After rubbing, she quickly turned her head away, keeping some distance from Qin Feng's cheek. No way. She is so greedy. Her righteous husband doesn't plan to touch her tonight for the sake of his own health. But he was so teasing. That's too much. Speak nicely, you're blushing like a bubble teapot. Qin Feng was very sensitive to the little thoughts of his lovely wife, and when he saw her blushing, his evil taste suddenly arose. I don't know why, but he just wants to tease this cute and silly wife. Thinking about. Qin Feng moved his head along with Lang Ying, still face to face with her. Lang Ying resisted for a moment. But then accepted it. All right. You should love the husband you picked up even if you cry. If he likes to put it close to your face, then let him do it. Hopefully nothing goes wrong in the end. When Qin Feng saw Lang Ying pouting her lips and looking helpless, he smiled slightly. How about this, you watch me play first, and then we can play together in the next round. He suggested very considerately. Lang Ying is a complete newbie. If you play against yourself, you probably won't have any gaming experience. It's better to watch yourself play a game first, at least you will have a general understanding. Anyway, it's only a little after 8 o'clock, so there is plenty of time. Okay, I'll watch you play. Feeling a little uncomfortable with the teasing, Lang Ying gave Qin Feng a helpless look and then nodded. Okay. After getting the response, Xin Feng directly switched to the ranking. Only. When he clicked the OK button and entered the 5v5 game, the long-lost mechanical female voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host is playing games with his wife, and the Supreme Passerby King skill is activated. Host, please start a massacre and bloodbath the Glory King. And after listening to the system, Xin Feng held his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. Good job. The skills are legitimate skills, but the system's explanation is not a legitimate explanation. All are glorified. How bad can technology be? Can the parameters of this system be modified? Shaking his head, Xin Feng ignored the system's words and started the game normally. He is on the first floor and instantly chooses the abandoned piece of the version Luna. Previously, the hero Luna was very strong and was a must-pick in ranked games. Not anymore, the damage is reduced. But in the hands of someone who really knows how to show off, this hero is still invincible. Isn't there that saying? There are no bad heroes, only bad summoners. You don't have to take it so seriously, just watch it for fun. After starting the game, Xin Feng controlled the hero to enter the wild area, and suddenly saw Lang Ying's beautiful peach blossom eyes staring at the mobile phone interface, and reminded her helplessly. It's just entertainment. Just for fun. But Lang Ying's serious look was just like when she was studying in class. How can anyone be like this? It's okay, don't worry about me. Lang Ying rubbed her eyes obediently and then lay down for a while. Upon seeing this, Xin Feng immediately resumed the game as normal. Because the hero Luna is positioned as a spell assassin, and the mechanism of her ultimate skill hitting enemies with moonlight marks and then refreshing without cooldown is very special. It is highly maneuverable but also consumes a lot of mana. Therefore, Xin Feng always likes to eat the opponent's blue in the game, which leads to him being often targeted by 5 enemies. But he always managed to escape danger safely. Sometimes the enemy has no control skills. He can also float around, return to the city to taunt, or play around with the opponent in a mean way. After a while of operation, although not many people were killed, the graceful operation made Lang Ying very happy. Her husband is awesome. She tilted her head slightly and glanced at Xin Feng secretly. Lang Ying fell in love with him immediately when she saw his serious look. It is said that serious men are handsome. The same goes for playing games. Just at this moment, Xin Feng didn't notice the little action of his lovely wife. The only thing on his mind now is the game. Joke. Without women in your mind, you will be a god when you draw your sword. The first page of the sword manual, forget your lover. Women will only slow down the speed at which he draws his sword. 16 minutes later, the enemy crystal exploded. Xin Feng won the game easily. Add 1 star. Is that all? When the page returned, Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng with a confused look on her face. What to do? She was so focused on looking at Xin Feng's outstanding appearance that she forgot to watch the game. Well, that's it. Xin Feng answered honestly. I don't think I understand. Reaching out and scratching her fair cheek, Lang Ying was a little afraid to look at Xin Feng. That's fine, WDNMD mysterious code. Handing the phone to Lang Ying, Xin Feng said as a matter of course. The game is about experience. You'll get it if you play around. When he first came into contact with it, he didn't know anything. Lang Ying is so smart that she can easily manage a listed company. What is a 5v5 game? Okay, I'll listen to you. Lang Ying took the phone obediently and started to play in a duo with Xin Feng. And 6 minutes later, they finished the game on time. Lang Ying's record is 0 bars and 21, and Xin Feng's record is 21 bars and 0. Once he died, the whole thing collapsed. Staring at the settlement interface, seeing her own disastrous performance, Lang Ying immediately covered her face in shame. She is such a wimp. She is still suitable for playing elimination games. When Xin Feng saw his lovely wife like this, he smiled helplessly. All right. There is indeed some food. But it's just a game, just play it for fun. Want to come again? Rubbing Lang Ying's little head, Xin Feng asked with a suppressed smile. Want? Lang Ying's face was full of stubbornness, and she looked like she refused to admit defeat. She still wants to try it. And see this. Xin Feng readily agreed. But the situation made him doubt his life a little. The game ended in another 6 minutes. Lang Ying broke the record and died 30 times. The opposing jungler was fed so much that he was a little full, and Pei Qinhu turned into a fat tiger. He couldn't help but wonder if his wife was a takeout sales champion in her previous life. How could she be so good at delivering food? Again? Good. 7 minutes. I want to play more. Come on, it's so late. It's only been 20 minutes. Xin Feng. Chapter 95. Of course my wife is beautiful. Designed by myself? The two of them played a few more games in a duo, and the results were the same. The loss was huge. 10 defeats in just 2 hours. Xin Feng even doubted whether the king of passers-by skills given by the system were fake. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore and just turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next day, 7 in the morning. A ray of early morning sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains that were not completely closed and accurately shone on Xin Feng's face. After opening his eyes, Xin Feng was about to get up. But suddenly, his body felt heavy. At the same time, a very lazy female voice appeared. "Hubby, don't move, let me hug you." Hear this. Xin Feng immediately raised his eyebrows. This is Lang Ying's voice. Thinking about. He raised his neck slightly and looked around. And finished watching. He suddenly felt like laughing. I don't know what's going on. Lang Ying's sleeping posture was quite normal last night. At this moment, a long, white and delicate leg was placed on his waist, and her whole body was hugging his back like an octopus, giving a feeling of extreme dependence. I want to hug you, too, but I'm a little hot. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xin Feng had no choice but to push Lang Ying, then turned himself over. Place your right hand under your head. He rested his head on his arms and looked at Lang Ying, who was wearing Pikachu pajamas, and smiled slightly. This was the second time he saw Lang Ying sleeping. So cute. The fair and delicate face, breathing gently, is white with a rosy glow, making people want to take a bite. Honey, am I good looking? Why do you like looking at me so much? Without opening her eyes, Lang Ying answered calmly. Hearing this, Xin Feng was slightly stunned, then he reached out and flicked the ear of Lang Ying's Pikachu pajamas, and answered very gently. Of course, my wife must be beautiful. I will never get tired of looking at her for the rest of my life. Lang Ying smiled sweetly and said, "TSK, you are so smooth talking. I guess this is how you deceive girls." Only. Although she said that, she still took the initiative to move forward a little. Seeing this, Xin Feng lowered his head and gently kissed Lang Ying's forehead. And because today is Sunday. Lang Ying is not like Lang Xian, who can only rest for half a day and then has to go to work in the company. She can barely have a weekend off. Although I still have to visit the company in the afternoon, overall it's not a big problem. Very comfortable. The two of them stayed together until 10 o'clock in the morning, and they both tacitly agreed not to have breakfast. Taking the time to check the WeChat messages, Xin Feng learned that comrades Li Ningxue and Qin Yi had already returned. Now everything is ready, except for Lang Ying's period to be over. Wait for the day after tomorrow. Bedroom. Xin Feng was still wearing blue smooth silk pajamas. He held the 2 design books that Darina had given him in his hands, flipping through them casually, frowning from time to time. They are all too basic, lacking the beauty of lines. Xin Feng's mind was working frantically as he read through it carefully. He wanted a design that was apparently very ordinary, but had a sudden sense of beauty in lines. Silver jewelry, silver jewelry. Looking up, Xin Feng deftly turned the pencil with his fingers while thinking about it. And the cause. It wasn't that he loved studying at that time, but he had a need. Just now, when Xin Feng was carefully observing Lang Ying on the bed, he suddenly remembered that he and Lang Ying didn't seem to have a pair of rings. It's been several days since we got the certificate. But he didn't even give Lang Ying a ring. It was really careless. It seems that he doesn't care about Lang Ying. Only. He looked at various brands of wedding rings, gold jewelry, silver jewelry, etc. on the internet. I don't like any of them. Although the various rings designed by these brands look luxurious, if you look closely, you can clearly see that the aesthetics of their designs are uneven and very popular. Xin Feng doesn't dislike popularity. Popularity is not a bad thing. Quite the contrary. Anything that is approved by most people can't be too bad. But he now wants to give Lang Ying something special. It's better to design one yourself. Well, the works of top international designers are pretty good, but they're not what I want. Xin Feng stretched out his hand, stroking his chin carefully, and narrowed his eyes to think. And suddenly, his cell phone vibrated. He picked it up and took a look. It was Miss Zheng who sent him some analysis charts of the latest animation in film and television works. Then the other party will be shown as offline. Do not disturb status. Xin Feng knew that Zheng Xiaohua didn't want to disturb his life at this time, and she planned to just watch quietly. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't reply. Sighed. Xin Feng downloaded the plugin and looked at the decomposition diagram with great interest. But I watched. A ring with prominent lines, low-key yet not mediocre, inexplicably appeared in his mind. This is... The more he looked at it, the more amazing it became. Xin Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The temperament expressed by the ring. Just what he wanted. Small, exquisite, and low-key. A simple ring that stands out. The outer lining is in the shape of golden leaves, with light patterns delicately carved around the leaves. Like the growth of trees, like the entwined branches and buds, like the clusters of flowers, and the growing grass and flying birds. Endless life. Based on this, Xin Feng suddenly thought of other decorations. For example, wedding tiaras. I am indeed a genius. Smiling, Xin Feng quickly downloaded the drawing software, Procreate. He had used this software before and it was very good. When designing software, it is barely feasible. It doesn't matter. At this time, Lang Ying had finished washing up, put on her clothes and walked over. Honey, it's time for you to wash up. Jumping and skipping, Lang Ying came behind Xin Feng very happily, stretched out her jade hand and patted his shoulder gently, then said, "Oh, right away. Can we go out and play for a while later?" Turning back, Xin Feng looked at Lang Ying and asked with a smile. When Lang Ying heard that they were going out to play, she was stunned for a moment, then jumped up happily. Great, I get to go on a date with my husband again. But suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, her face fell and she looked very helpless. Butler Lin said that the company has something to do at noon, so I have to go take a look. Darina has already designed 2 or 3 sets of jewelry and needs to register them. I must personally supervise the high-end jewelry. The more she talked, the more uncomfortable she felt. Lang Ying scratched her hair in annoyance and pouted her lips. She really wants to go shopping with her lovely husband. But the company can't just ignore it. Trouble. However, after Xin Feng heard it, he immediately started thinking about it. Is Darina here at the company now? He asked. Not yet, but Manager Lin said she will be here in 2 hours and plans to let me take a look at the design template in person. As she explained, Lang Ying's eyes were dim and she was obviously not in a good mood. Well, I just want her to check my first design for me. Chapter 96. Fortunately, I have a better skill? Suggestion to reincarnate? Not intending to hide it from Lang Ying, Xin Feng took a step back and showed her the cross-sectional diagram that had not yet been fully designed. Your first design? Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying showed a puzzled expression. She leaned forward slightly and squinted her eyes to look at the laptop interface. This looks like a ring, am I right? Pinching her slightly round chin with her delicate hands, Lang Ying leaned on Xin Feng's shoulder, turned her head and asked uncertainly. Because what Xin Feng has made now is just a defective product. There were only a few cross-sections and a few simple lines on the laptop interface, and it was good enough that she could tell that the design was a ring. Be more confident and remove the word seams. This is the ring. Xin Feng patiently pointed to the circular cross-section to Lang Ying. Oh, it really is a ring. Why do you design a ring when you have nothing to do? After Xin Feng's instructions, Lang Ying immediately confirmed her guess, but she didn't think much about it. Instead, she asked in a very cute way, is this the design task given by Ms. Darina? Hearing this, the corners of Xin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at his lovely wife, a little speechless. Good job. He doesn't sleep, play games or watch videos early in the morning. Instead, I studied design hard, searched for information online, and racked my brains to make a ring. Is he free? What do you think? Feeling a little amused and helpless, Xin Feng stared quietly at Lang Ying's beautiful peach blossom eyes. Seeing her husband staring at her like that, Lang Ying was puzzled for a moment, then suddenly slapped her head. Do you want to design our wedding rings yourself? What else? Xin Feng was speechless. I thought, oops, what was I thinking? The delicate and pretty face suddenly turned red, and Lang Ying cried because of her own stupidity. She slapped her forehead, feeling a little overwhelmed. Even his speech was a little stuttering. What was she thinking about just now? Her husband had clearly stated that he was designing a ring, so how could she have connected it to the design task given by Darina? It must be designed for myself. Otherwise, why is Qin Feng working so hard? Hubby, you're so good to me. Not knowing what to say, Lang Ying had to hold Qin Feng's face with both hands and kiss him shyly. Don't talk. In this situation, it would be nonsense to talk anymore. Love is released in the passionate kiss. A kiss and that's it. Hey, why are you on top? No? Of course not. Qin Feng immediately turned around and took the initiative. Joke. You still have to fight for your status in the family. Fine. He is one step ahead. After a few minutes, the two separated. At the moment of separation, some crystal clear water stains fell to the ground. It's saliva. Qin Feng, how come you are so powerful? You can always dominate? Lang Ying asked with a blushing face. Why? You don't like it? Qin Feng smiled slightly. Of course not. Lang Ying answered immediately. After answering, she immediately lowered her head shyly and then said in a very low voice, but every time I kiss you, I almost suffocate. This is a bit too exciting. I'm afraid I can't stand it. Qin Feng has good hearing. Even though Lang Ying's voice was as soft as a mosquito when she said this, he could still hear it clearly. Seeing his lovely wife's silly look, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good job. I want to pursue excitement, but I'm afraid I can't bear it. What should I do next? Then I'll make it shorter next time so you can have some time to rest, okay? Qin Feng said gently as he reached out and rubbed Lang Ying's beautiful black hair. What can we do? I can only go along with her. After all, she is my wife, and I have to take responsibility for her behavior. What's more, this is not too much to ask. Lang Ying nodded, enjoying Qin Feng's pat on the head. The two of them chatted for more than 10 minutes before finally leaving the villa and heading to Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited, to do some business. At noon, it was already 12 o'clock. A very cool silver gradient Lamborghini was parked steadily in the parking lot downstairs of Lang's Fragrance Company. Because Qin Feng came to this place so frequently, the etiquette ladies at the door all knew him. While pulling Lang Ying in, they were discussing in a low voice at the front desk. See? They are holding hands openly. Hey, aren't you disgusting? And you have such small hands. That's right, but President Lang and Brother Qin have a really good relationship. They are both so good looking, they are simply a perfect couple. It's so enviable. Why can't I find a boyfriend as handsome as Qin Gu? Well, first of all, you need to be reborn. Qin Feng and Lang Ying didn't know that just because they held hands, the company started gossiping like the aunties in the community. Soon, the two of them held hands and came to the president's office. When he entered, Qin Feng found that Ms. Darina had already arrived. At this moment, she was sitting on a chair used to receive guests, looking up at the various famous paintings on the wall, and seemed quite interested. When she saw the two people coming in, she immediately stood up and said with a smile in fluent English, "Oh, Mr. Qin, I finally see you again. I really don't have time recently. I was on a business trip the day before yesterday." Qin Feng also answered in English, but he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I agreed before to study art with Darina. It has been so many days now. He had only been studying with Darina for 2 hours. It doesn't matter. I'm going to stay in the country for a long time, for 2 months. Walking over slowly, Darina said nonchalantly, Mr. Qin, you have such a good talent for design. 2 months of study will definitely not be a problem. You are too kind. Qin Feng said modestly. Boss Lang and I will introduce the 2 sets of jewelry we designed this time, and then I will give you a lesson, okay? Darlene said happily. Her passion for talent had not yet faded. After hearing this, Qin Feng thought for a moment, then nodded and said, That's fine. I came here this time to ask you to help me take a look at the ring I designed. But this ring has not been completely drawn yet. There are only 2 or 3 cross-sectional drawings. After you and Lang Ying finish talking, I can finish this one. Then I'll trouble you to help me correct it. Oh? You designed a ring? When Darina heard that Qin Feng had designed something, her eyes suddenly became brighter. She said happily, No problem, don't worry. The worst thing about design is being in a hurry. Just take your time. I have plenty of time. It's okay. Good. Sheen Foam answered immediately. He noticed Darina's enthusiastic attitude towards him. She really values talent. An internationally renowned design master is now making such concessions for him. It's very rare. Chapter 97. No way, no way? Am I really that strong? Nearly an hour passed. Sheen Foam had already carefully drawn the overall picture of the ring, but Darina had not finished yet. No way. Because Darina's jewelry design is a set, which includes many types. There are 7 or 8 styles of just a pair of bracelets. Not to mention necklaces, bracelets, and a host of other things. There are also some messed up cross-sections and more novel designs. Lang Ying's eyesight is limited and it looks like she is struggling. Please read it carefully. It really takes quite a while. But Sheen Foam was not in a hurry. After he finished drawing the ring, he had nothing else to do, so he started drawing the headdress he had designed in his mind earlier. Married such a great wife like Lang Ying. He wanted the best for her. He even wanted to design his wedding attire himself. Next, I need to learn a little bit of tailoring and design a dress for Lang Ying. Sheen Foam held his chin with his hand and smiled gently as he looked at Lang Ying, who was busy working at the huge desk next to him. I don't know why. In his eyes, Lang Ying, who is now extremely busy, is surprisingly cute. Sheen Foam looked down at the headdress that only showed a side view, curled his lips, and then saved the file. He turned off the tablet and put it next to the table. Turned around and quietly found a piece of A4 paper. Although the back of the paper is filled with various numbers and data, fortunately the other side is blank. You can also paint. Using the tablet to fix it, Sheen Foam found a pencil and started drawing slowly. He wanted to record this scene. Photos obviously cannot withstand this value, and some artistic conception can only be expressed in paintings. And then a long while passed. Lang Ying and Darina finally finalized most of the jewelry designs. Both parties agreed to release some side drawings of the jewelry first as a promotion to see how the crowd reacts. If it's good, then start the real production. Of course, it is limited. And it's damn expensive. Okay, Ms. Darlene, that's it for today. Her body visibly relaxed. Lang Ying let out a long sigh, sat down on the leather chair at the back, and reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead. No way. The 2 designs Darina came up with were just too many. She was dazzled by what she saw. I just barely finished watching it. A little tired. Darina was only responsible for explaining the design inspiration of the jewelry and the estimated cost to Lang Ying. Although it took nearly an hour and a half. But apart from being a little thirsty, she was fine. Okay, then I'll go over and see how the ring designed by Sheen Foam is going. Picking up the thermos cup she had brought with her, Darina took a big gulp of water and then spoke. Well, I'll go with you. Although she was a little tired, Lang Ying still wanted to see what the ring designed by her lovely husband looked like. She felt. It will definitely be beautiful. Good. Darina answered with a smile, knowing Lang Ying's thoughts. After saying. The 2 of them walked towards Sheen Foam. At this time, Sheen Foam had just finished his sketch. He looked up and was about to think about Lang Ying's anxious look again, but found that she had already walked over. Is everything settled? Standing up from the chair, Sheen Foam asked gently. Well, honey, have you finished drawing the design for your ring? After nodding in response, Lang Ying put her hands behind her back, turned sideways and asked lively. And because today is Sunday. There were only a few people on duty in the company, so she was wearing very casual clothes today. She wore a white top, slim-fit jeans, the white sports shoes Sheen Foam bought for her, and a red and white plaid mid-length jacket. A head of thick, beautiful black hair spread out behind her back, exuding a fresh fragrance. She has a very girl-next-door temperament. That cute look made Sheen Foam want to show some affection to her. It's both domineering and cute, which is great. And in the moment when Sheen Foam was distracted, Darina turned her attention to the sketch on the table. Oh, Sheen Foam, don't tell me you were drawing this just now? Darina asked with some helplessness and a somewhat uncomfortable look on her face. Yeah, that's right. Coming back to his senses instantly, Sheen Foam quickly answered. Oh, really? Darina didn't even want to watch it. What is it? Seeing Darina's hopeless expression, Lang Ying became interested and jumped forward to look at the sketch on the table. Shockingly, the image of her lowering her head and carefully looking at the jewelry design drawings appeared in my eyes. A moment. Longing smiled sweetly. She knew why Ms. Darlena looked so hopeless. Sheen Foam used such superb sketching skills to portray her. This is dog food. Worldwide. I guess only her lovely husband would do this. Hubby, you tease me like this, I can't stand it. Her voice became gentle, and Lang Ying looked at Sheen Foam, wanting only to throw herself into his arms and hide. But considering that Darina was still there, he suppressed it. I just thought you were so cute back then, so I wanted to draw you. Sheen Foam explained with a smile. But this sentence completely broke down Darina's defense. Good job. She is so old, but she can still be forced to feed dog food by others. It's outrageous. Ahem, please pay attention, there is an old lady here. Darina said helplessly after coughing helplessly. Teacher, we haven't done anything yet. Sheen Foam explained, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I understand. Waving her hand, Darina asked again, where is the ring you designed? I want to see it. Oh. No problem. Here. Seeing that they were back to the main topic, Sheen Foam hurried to get the tablet and handed it to Darina. And generally speaking, this design pattern is basically a copy of the real object. But because it was Sheen Foam, she didn't say anything. She just took it and looked at it slowly. I got the inspiration from watching an anime film. Natural, low-key, and smart are what I mainly want to express. Sheen Foam explained. Although the painting is a bit crude and not very expressive, I still want you to take a look. Scratching his head, Sheen Foam wanted to say something humble. But suddenly, Darina immediately reached out to stop him. She looked up at Sheen Foam and said seriously, Mr. Sheen Foam, please stop your Versailles language, okay? Hearing this, Sheen Foam was confused. Why am I being so Versailles? Although he thought this painting was good, it was still a little immature compared with those of internationally renowned designers. The expression is obviously not enough. He will continue to optimize it next, this is just the first version. That's it. Where is the Versailles? Darina even said the honorific U. No way. Is he really that strong? Sheen Foam, I'm not ready to end my teacher-student relationship with you. Looking through the ring designed by Sheen Foam, Darina sounded a little regretful. Is it that exaggerated? I've only been in class for 2 hours. Sheen Foam answered casually. Darina was very kind to him, and her emotion was nothing but love. This kind of simple quality is really rare. Did you design this for Miss Lang? Watching it carefully, Darina continued to ask. Yes, I plan to use it as a wedding ring for Lang Ying and I. Sheen Foam replied. Chapter 98, Taking My Wife Out to Play? Can I be with Bing? As a wedding ring? Is that so? Swiping the tablet left and right, Darina squinted her eyes and looked at the design carefully. After a moment, she turned to look at Sheen Foam and suggested, this ring is too low-key as a wedding ring. You two can wear it every day, but if it is used as a wedding ring, I think a diamond-encrusted ring would be better, to make it look more serious. Although Darina is just a jewelry designer, her business is extensive. I have also done a lot of research on other silver jewelry designs. Her team covers almost every country's customs, jewelry, decorations, etc. It's not that the ring designed by Sheen Foam is bad. But say, it's a bit inappropriate to use it as a wedding ring. No way. The ring is too low-key, delicate and everyday. And getting married. Even if you don't like to be extravagant, you should have something that can represent the wedding. Is that so? Listening to Darina's advice, Sheen Foam stroked his chin and nodded slightly. He thought Darina's advice was good. Only, he really had no inspiration for designing a diamond ring at the moment. We have to take marriage seriously. You plan to design it yourself. Isn't it because you want to give Miss Lung the best? Seeing Sheen Feng's frowning and thoughtful expression, Darina wrinkled her eyes and smiled slightly, knowing in her heart what he was thinking. After hearing this, Sheen Foam immediately said modestly, it still can't escape the teacher's eyes. Actually, if you don't mind, I can design one for both of you, completely free of charge. After thinking for a while, Darina asked. She really likes Sheen Feng's talent. Humble, serious, and caring. She is also a woman, and Sheen Feng's love for Lang Ying is almost overflowing. It's so obvious. She also wanted to give a small gift to her gifted student. Teacher, I still hope to design for Lang Ying myself. I will come to you for advice in a few days. Is that okay? Thinking about it, Xin Feng still declined tactfully. He still wanted to design a ring for Lang Ying himself. At worst, I can ask Darina to revise it later. Okay, that's fine too. Since you want to design it yourself, just go ahead and do it. Darina wasn't angry after hearing that. She still smiled kindly. And suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, glanced at the graceful Lang Ying next to her, then gave Qin Feng a suggestion with an anti-smile. I see you are thinking hard now. I guess you don't have any good ideas. Instead of this, I suggest you take Miss Ling to other ring malls in Magic City to have a look. Hear this. Lang Ying's eyes next to her gradually began to light up, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes blinked from time to time, looking very cute. She wanted to go out and play with Qin Feng in the morning. She gave full marks to Darina for this assist. As a shrewd person. Of course, Qin Feng knew very well what Darina meant. Only. What made him laugh and cry was that Lang Ying's excitement next to him was really a bit too much. She was being too obvious. Those big eyes of Carmen are so bright that they can shine. Very cute. Okay, teacher. Actually, that was my original plan. Qin Feng agreed decisively with a smile. All right. In fact, it's not bad to go out and play with your beautiful wife. Speaking of which, the two of them haven't gone shopping for 3 or 4 days. Just treat it as a date this time. When Lang Ying heard Qin Feng agreed, her eyes brightened even more. Okay, I've finished my work here. Today I just want Mr. Ling to come over to confirm the style. Darina smiled like an auntie, holding 2 sets of design jewelry drawings, and walked towards the office door. Seeing this, Qin Feng hurried over to help get it. Lang Ying was afraid that her husband would be tired, so she took a portion as well, humming happily as she followed him down. Soon. After seeing Ms. Darina off, the company was indeed fine. Qin Feng and Lang Ying sat in the car together, planning to go shopping and have some fun. It's only 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The journey only takes half an hour, so they can play for almost the entire afternoon. Nearly 40 minutes. Qin Feng and Lang Ying came to Zixing Commercial Street, where they had been before but had not yet finished their visit. Because it's Sunday. It was still around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. There weren't many people on the whole street. People were all resting inside the shops and doing some shopping. They didn't drive in. After walking for a while, Qin Feng felt a little thirsty, so he came to a milk tea shop where there seemed to be relatively few people. What do you like to drink? In the store. Pulling Lang Ying to line up at the back, Qin Feng looked up at the drinks and asked. As you say. Lang Ying answered as usual. Ever since she met Qin Feng, she has become very dependent on him and wants to listen to him. I hope to experience the same feeling as him. Wife, I'm serious, don't tell me you drink casually? Looking up, Qin Feng said calmly. Daughter-in-law, daughter-in-law. Hearing this name, Lang Ying's cheeks turned a little red. It is indeed a bit embarrassing to hear this title in public. She glanced at Qin Feng secretly and found that he was calm and composed, looking very normal. Whatever you drink, I'll drink it. After thinking about it, Lang Ying still answered like this. Oh well. Qin Feng nodded slightly without noticing Lang Ying's shyness. And now it's their turn to choose things. Hello, may I ask? I wanted to ask the usual very standard questions. But when the front desk clerk looked up and saw Qin Feng's face, his heart suddenly stopped. Oops. It is the feeling of blood from the left ventricle flowing into the right atrium, and then ejected from the right ventricle and flowing into the left atrium. Heartbeat. Brother, can I add? The shop assistant was about to ask if she could add a prestige, but she suddenly caught sight of Lang Ying behind Qin Feng. A stunning beauty. Moment. She felt her illusions were shattered. These two people are obviously a couple. What would you two like to drink? The clerk asked with a depressed tone. 2 glasses of lemonade, thank you. Qin Feng replied. And suddenly, he corrected himself immediately. 1 cup is room temperature, and the other is a little colder. I can drink ice now. Lang Ying said in a low voice. Don't listen to her, just 1 warm glass and 1 cold glass. Qin Feng answered again decisively. Yes, sir. Looking at Qin Feng and Lang Ying, the shop assistant gave a meaningful look and then answered. I can drink it ice cold. This sentence is not simple. Chapter 99, Yellow-Skinned Rat and Garlic-Headed Turtle, an Improper Hotel? After a while. Instead of sitting in the milk tea shop, Xin Feng and Lang Ying both chose to stroll leisurely on the street. Come out and play. Not moving is called playing? It's outrageous. Street. Located behind Lang Ying. Xin Feng walked slowly with a glass of relatively warm lemonade, but his eyes were fixed on Lang Ying, who was jumping in front of him. He was a little worried. My wife's aunt is really gone? The day was wrong. It's only been a few days? Ahem, Lang Ying, don't drink something so cold, or your stomach will start to hurt again. After thinking for a while, Xin Feng hurried forward, took the iced lemon water from Lang Ying's hand, and then gave her the warm water from his hand. I can drink ice now. Pouting her little mouth, Lang Ying obediently took the warm lemon water and took a sip. And in an instant, her pretty facial features showed her dissatisfaction, and she spat it out. Cough cough, it's too sour. Lang Ying said while coughing. Is it so bad to drink? Why did you vomit? Some people just don't believe in evil. Xin Feng took the warm lemon water again, and drank it without disdaining Lang Ying's saliva. He, too, Ugh, it's unpalatable, damn Mishue Bingcheng. Speechless, Xin Feng looked at the warm lemon water and just wanted to throw it away. He vomited too. No way. Too sour. There is only one lemon, why is it so sour? I told you it tasted terrible, but you didn't believe me. Seeing Xin Feng frowning and spitting out water uncontrollably, Lang Ying laughed with glee. I don't know why. Seeing her lovely husband being embarrassed, she actually felt a little cute. It's a very strange feeling. Oh, you're actually laughing at me? Lang Ying, you've become more arrogant after not seeing you for a few days. Xin Feng saw Lang Ying's happy smile and immediately pounced on her. I didn't, you just saw it wrong. Like a frightened little rabbit, Lang Ying quickly gave in and ran around. She is really cute when she jumps around. Xin Feng enjoyed this feeling very much. He was not in a hurry and just ran and played with Lang Ying. Only. Not even 2 minutes yet. Lang Ying stopped running and waited for Xin Feng to come over. Why don't you run away? Coming over slowly, Xin Feng asked doubtfully. Look. Lang Ying stretched out her jade hand, pointed to the store next to her, and said, let's go in and buy some clothes. Following Lang Ying's hand, Xin Feng took a general look inside the store. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then said, this is a store that sells couple clothes. Do you want to wear couple clothes with me? Lang Ying nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Well, let's go in and take a look. Seeing Lang Ying's expectant eyes, Xin Feng reached out and rubbed her hair, and readily agreed. He felt that Lang Ying was becoming more and more like a little woman. It's true. A woman in love has almost zero IQ. She is as cute as a little girl now. Enter the store. Xin Feng followed Lang Ying, looking around aimlessly. Lang Ying was in high spirits. When she saw the pajamas she liked, she tried them on and turned around to ask Xin Feng for his opinion. But I don't know why. She picked out all yellow furry sweatshirts. Walked to the end. Lang Ying still picked out a yellow mouse sweatshirt. See here. Xin Feng also understood. My lovely wife has an absolute special liking for Pikachu. How about this one? Is it cute? Lang Ying took off her red plaid mid-length jacket and changed into a loose sweatshirt with a Pikachu pattern on it. She walked around in front of Xin Feng and asked sweetly. Well, yes, my wife is beautiful. As if to coax him, Xin Feng answered with a smile. He doesn't care. His wife is the most beautiful. Not to mention wearing the yellow rat's clothes. Savor it carefully. Xin Feng rubbed his chin with his hand, and a light bulb went off in his head, as if he had thought of something. He turned back to look for his clothes. Soon. He took over a black sweatshirt with Bulbasaur printed on it. Since Xin Feng was wearing a slim-fitting outerwear autumn coat today, and Garlic Turtle's black sweatshirt was relatively loose, he put it on directly. Following Lang Ying's posture, he also turned around, and then asked very seriously, how is it? Yellow-skinned rat and Garlic Turtle, a perfect match. But I really can't stand it. Seeing Xin Feng like this, Lang Ying couldn't help but laugh out loud. She thinks her husband is so cute. And his logic is also very strange. Couple outfits are the same style and print, just in different colors. There are others that just make some modifications. Xin Feng is fine. Just take out another one. However, Lang Ying couldn't bear to make her lovely husband sad, so she stretched out her jade hand and gave him a thumbs up. It's so beautiful. And after saying that, she couldn't help laughing. That's too much. What's so funny about this? Walking up to Lang Ying, Xin Feng saw that she was almost laughing crazy, so he reached out and patted her little head helplessly. No, this is clearly Pikachu and Bulbasaur, not a yellow-skinned rat or a garlic turtle. Lang Ying laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. She hugged Xin Feng and her shoulders began to tremble from laughing. I think they match well, let's buy these 2 sets. Xin Feng said calmly. Well, okay, I'll listen to you. Lang Ying replied with a smile. Moment. Lang Ying and Xin Feng changed back into their original clothes and asked the clerk to pack up the 2 sets of couple sweatshirts. The 4 pieces of clothing cost a total of $675. The clothes are made of good material, very comfortable to wear, and the price is relatively affordable. The overall situation is similar. Carrying 2 bags of clothes, the 2 continued to walk inside. Since Lang Ying was still very curious about those snacks, she wanted to try them when she saw them. She had finished her dinner before she was halfway through her walk. Soon. It was getting towards evening. Some small games gradually appeared on the streets. Lang Ying tried the hoop and basketball, but gave up decisively. Because those games are obviously money-sucking games, she really doesn't like them. After walking around for another half an hour, the 2 of them finally completed the entire tour. And it's already out of the commercial street. Xin Feng held Lang Ying's hand, looked up at the dark sky, and sighed slightly. It seems that he came out today to observe other people's ring designs. Did the topic go off track? And after walking around for so long, he was sweating. Now go home, take a shower, and have a good sleep. Boss Lang, we've finished shopping, shall we go back? Turning to look at Lang Ying, who was still eating candied haws, Xin Feng asked gently. Are you going back now? Lang Ying thought for a moment, and suddenly pointed to a hotel not far ahead and suggested, how about we stay in a hotel today? Who wouldn't go home and stay in a hotel? It's not like there's not enough time. Following the direction Lang Ying pointed, Xin Feng saw that the hotel's fonts were all in the shape of a heart, and young couples came out from time to time. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a smile, and that hotel is not a proper hotel. Isn't this a proper hotel? Lang Ying blinked, very confused. A hotel is just a hotel. Is there still a difference between serious and not serious? Yes, you can tell from the sign that this is a dishonest hotel. The number of pinhole cameras in the room is probably more than the entire building of your Lang's incense company. Seeing Lang Ying's puzzled expression, Xin Feng slowly explained. Lang Ying was slightly startled and thought about it for a while. Immediately. Her pretty face immediately turned red. Of course we can't go, let's go home. Lang Ying shook her head. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you blushing, bubble teapot? Being pulled by Lang Ying to walk quickly, Xin Feng felt that something was wrong with his wife today. First he said he could drink something cold, and now he wants to stay in a hotel. Still blushing for no reason? Chapter 100. Have you decided to spend the rest of your life with me? At 8 o'clock in the evening, we returned to Thompson Epine. Xin Feng decisively went upstairs to take a shower. Spent most of the day strolling around. In addition, he was the one who carried almost all the things Lang Ying bought, so he sweated a lot along the way. Now he just wants to refresh himself. Reduce heat. On the other hand, Lang Ying. She was neither impatient nor anxious. After slowly placing all the things on the glass table in the lobby on the first floor, Lang Ying looked upstairs, pricked up her ears to listen to the noise, and looked a little nervous. However, since the rooms in the villa were soundproofed, she could only hear it alone. A pair of jade hands crossed and clasped together. She looked around and her pretty face turned red again unconsciously. I don't know what I associated it with. Lang Ying was very nervous now, pursing her lips, and was at a loss. She really wanted to send a message to her best friend Su Yanran to ask a question, but she felt embarrassed. Besides, Su Yanran has never even been in a relationship. What can she do? After thinking for a while on the first floor, Lang Ying went upstairs. Xin Feng is her husband. They both got married, isn't this normal? She is not a bad woman and she doesn't do bad things. There's nothing to be nervous about. I'm not nervous. Keep reminding herself, Lang Ying opened the door of the master bedroom and went in. And at this time, Xin Feng had just finished taking a shower and came out wrapped in a bath towel. Lang Ying walked into the room and saw everything. Those mouth-watering six-pack abs, those firm muscles, and that beautiful golden inverted triangle figure. She was a little overwhelmed. You. Pointing at Xin Feng with a trembling hand, Lang Ying hurriedly asked, "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" "I'm wrapped in a towel, okay?" Xin Feng took the clothes on the bed and put them on. But when he saw Lang Ying's anxious look of turning a blind eye, he was suddenly speechless. He pursed his lips and smiled. "I say, can your eyes be opened any wider? I see you really want to see it." "I didn't, you saw it wrong." Being exposed, Lang Ying quickly turned around and didn't dare to look at Xin Feng. After that, she ran straight into the bathroom, leaving only one sentence: "I'm going to wash up too, you hurry up and get dressed." "Why are you so cute?" Smiling helplessly, Xin Feng shook his head, put on another pair of blue silk pajamas, then lay on his back on the bed, fiddling with his phone. All the procedures for handing over the unfinished building purchased from Lin have been completed. It is only a few days away from the Shanghai municipal government issuing development documents. Immediately. I guess all the real estate industries in Shanghai will contact me like crazy. It will probably increase in value 50-fold. I'll be rich. Putting the phone aside, Xin Feng said calmly, "Those who want to achieve great things must remain calm." "How much is this?" "More on that later." While he was thinking, Lang Ying also finished washing up. Hearing the noise, Xin Feng turned his head to take a look. Originally he thought Lang Ying would still come wearing Pikachu pajamas, but that was not the case. "Hubby, why are you looking at me like that?" Wearing the same cool blue halter dress, Lang Ying's pretty face turned slightly red, and she didn't know where to put her hands. She didn't dare to look at Xin Feng. Because, the atmosphere is a bit tense. Gurgle. There was a very obvious sound of swallowing saliva. Xin Feng raised his eyebrows, coughed, and immediately sat up, then said, "Lang Ying, go change your clothes, I can't stand it anymore." Only. Even after hearing these words, Lang Ying didn't move. She pursed her lips, looking very conflicted. "I just can't bear to miss you." I think today I can." "Today, is it okay?" Xin Feng stood up from the bed and walked in front of Lang Ying. When she saw Xin Feng coming over, Lang Ying's body suddenly trembled for some reason. She raised her head slightly and looked at Xin Feng, and asked timidly, "You don't like it?" "I like it very much, but..." Gently pinching Lang Ying's smooth and fair cheek, Xin Feng answered decisively. He put his hands on Lang Ying's shoulders, looked into her eyes, and asked seriously, "It's okay, but have you thought about it? Do you want to spend the rest of your life with me?" Hearing this, Lang Ying's heart was beating fast. She also met Xin Feng's eyes, nodded slightly, and said firmly, "I have thought about it a long time ago, since I was a child." And speaking, she took a step forward and hugged Xin Feng around the waist. Now, she just wanted to merge into his body. "You're using this to test the cadres? Which cadre can't stand such a test?" Feeling the proud figure of his lovely wife, Xin Feng smiled slightly. "So what are you going to do? Do you want to take the test? What exam?" Lang Ying looked confused. The next morning. Although it was Monday, a normal working day, Lang Ying still didn't get up, and the same went for Xin Feng. A ray of sunlight shines in. Xin Feng turned over decisively and wanted to go back to sleep. At this time, a very lazy voice appeared. "Hubby, move aside a little, you're pressing my hair." "Are you okay?" Xin Feng moved to the left obediently, put his hand on Lang Ying's smooth shoulder, and asked in a gentle voice. "Don't ask me, it's so embarrassing." Not daring to look at Xin Feng at all, Lang Ying pulled the quilt, leaving only half of her head exposed. Her face is now so red that blood could drip out. "I can still clearly remember what happened last night. It was crazy." "You still know how to be shy? Why didn't I see you say that last night?" Lying with his head tilted back, Xin Feng looked at the ceiling and spoke slowly. After hearing this, Lang Ying began to dive. She huddled herself into the quilt, covering even her little head, and answered weakly, pretending to know nothing. "I don't understand what you are saying." "And see this." Xin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled. He patted the quilt gently and said with concern, "Don't cover yourself for too long. I won't take care of you if you lack oxygen." "Then you have to promise not to tease me." Lang Ying's voice was a little muffled and she answered unhappily. What happened last night was so embarrassing that her bad husband could still tease her about it. That's too much. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Come out now. Don't get bored. Xin Feng said with a helpless smile. Oh. Lang Ying answered weakly. Then, she stretched out a pair of white and delicate hands and gently pulled down the quilt. But she was still a little shy and only showed a little head. I don't know if her pretty face was because she was shy or really depressed, it was red like a ripe apple. You're an idiot. Seeing Lang Ying like this, Xin Feng smiled and reached out to tap her forehead. Why is his wife so cute and adorable? Where is the promised queen, where is the promised president? Now they have all become soft girl attributes. But it's great. You are the fool, no, you are the villain. Pursing her lips, Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng with a dim gaze. Chapter 101 Makeup Exam? Can you be more disgusting? She still remembered that last night, she foolishly asked Xin Feng what the exam meant. What else could it be? It means to be eaten. Afterwards, he continued to tease me with a righteous attitude, which made me want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. That's too much. What cute husband? He is just a big bad guy. You are the bad guy. Xin Feng retorted. I'm not, you are. Lang Ying bumped her little head against Xin Feng with a very stubborn expression. Okay, I'm a bad guy. Following Lang Ying's words, Xin Feng replied with a smile. Her silly and cute look is so soft. What do you want, sister? Cute girls are the best. And he had merged both of them into one. You have to be more accommodating to her now, as long as it's not too much. Otherwise it would seem that she was too wronged. That's more like it. You're just a bad guy. With a red face, Lang Ying came out of the bed. Although she said that Xin Feng was a bad guy, her body was leaning obediently in his arms. Xin Feng looked at the lovely Lang Ying and thought for a moment. Lang Ying, I suddenly remembered that you got a few questions wrong last night. Let's take a makeup exam. A look of confusion. Before Lang Ying could react, Xin Feng pulled her into bed. What the hell is this makeup exam? Is there such a thing? Her body was about to fall apart yesterday, and now it happens again? I regret it. I should not have been so greedy for my husband's body. Noon. The two of them really got up. With Qin Feng's careful teaching and hard work, Lang Ying was finally able to pass the examination room. And this is after the most exhausting exam. This girl actually wants to go to the company. Xin Feng didn't want her to go, but Lang Ying got up anyway. Downstairs. Lang Ying lay on Xin Feng's shoulder like a sloth, refusing to let go. Just lie down. Xin Feng asked his lovely wife to lie down. But silence remains. Lang Ying lay there, mumbling something, while reaching out to pinch the soft flesh on his waist. 3 things at once. It's outrageous. You're in this state now, why do you still want to work for a company? Can't you just work from home? Enduring the pain in his waist, Xin Feng asked with a look of despair on his face. Now Lang Ying can't even stand. Why go to the company? Does it make him look particularly fit? Isn't this bullshit? Some data cannot be processed at home. Lang Ying's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head and answered weakly. She doesn't want to go to the company either. It hurts so much. But those files cannot be ignored. The general files are fine. But some documents contain commercial secrets, and the data alone can be sold for money. Only she can look at it, no one else can do it for her. Aren't you in pain? Xin Feng looked at Lang Ying, who looked like she couldn't even stand up, and asked with a raised eyebrow. Pain. With a pursed mouth, Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng pitifully. Oh, Miss Lung, you still feel pain? He slowly let go and moved aside to Xin Feng. Hey. No. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Lang Ying stood tall and graceful. It looked fine, but she couldn't move. Xin Feng came in front of her and tried to tease her with a smile. Come on, take a walk if you have nothing to do, he said cheerfully. Hearing this, Lang Ying was suddenly speechless. What happened to her husband? Is it so fun to tease her? You bad guy, come and help me. Feeling aggrieved and wanting to laugh, Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng with gloomy eyes. But Qin Feng didn't know what was going on. But today he was not in a hurry and did not pamper Lang Ying. Just see. He crossed his arms, folded them across his chest, walked in front of Lang Ying, and looked at her with interest. Tell me, are you still going to the company? Qin Feng asked with a pout. Lang Ying thought about it, looked up at Qin Feng, pouted her lips and shook her head, saying, if you don't want me to go, then I won't go. She knows. Qin Feng felt sorry for her. But even if I go to the company, I just sit in the office and process documents. Nothing. But Qin Feng still felt distressed. I'm not going, husband, please don't be angry. Lang Ying lowered her head slightly and answered slowly like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing Lang Ying like this, Qin Feng sighed. You idiot. Qin Feng walked up to her and tapped her forehead in annoyance, then hugged her around the waist and carried her back to the villa in a princess carry. Well, I'm a fool. This time Lang Ying did not refute, but answered very obediently. After hearing this, Qin Feng staggered and almost fell. Okay, I won't call you an idiot anymore, and let's put this aside. His old face flushed, and Qin Feng said decisively. This name is a bit troublesome. It's better to change it as soon as possible. Learn the good habits of childhood friend Xiao Jin and correct your mistakes as soon as you realize them. But Lang Ying felt a little regretful after hearing this. I'm used to hearing it. If you don't call me a little fool in the future, I'll probably feel a little uncomfortable. She muttered slowly. Then change the name. Qin Feng answered decisively. Oh, I know this question. Because it was a princess hug, Lang Ying had her arms around Qin Feng's neck and her body was very stable. She raised her head slightly and looked at her lovely husband, thinking, you can call me honey, baby, or sweetheart. Vomit. The more he listened, the more outrageous it became, and Qin Feng felt like vomiting. This is not a novel. In real life, there are no couples calling each other disgusting names like baby and sweetheart. He quickly waved his hand and interrupted Lang Ying. Wife, you are so disgusting. Where did you hear these words? I learned this from the novel written by Yanran. Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying answered as a matter of course, the hero in her novel calls the heroine sweetheart. And the hero of the novel has a very strange smile. A weird smile? His curiosity was aroused, so Qin Feng asked, is he a psychopath? Why is he laughing so weirdly? Anyway, it was written by Su Yanran. Stop talking. It's definitely a flop book. The character of the male lead is rubbish. Oh, the male protagonist of her novel is a domineering president. Every time he smiles or looks at the female protagonist, he is 3 parts mocking, 3 parts gentle, 2 parts firm, and 2 parts serious. Lang Ying thought about it and recited it. After hearing this, Qin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Wow, it turns out the male protagonist's face is a pie-shaped statistical chart. It can also show different expressions. Unique skills, brother. You should read less books written by Su Yanran in the future, okay? Don't follow the plots in her novels. Qin Feng said hurriedly. We can't let Lang Ying make Su Yanran laugh again. She is so innocent and cute. If you get brainwashed, you're doomed. Beware of fire, theft, and best friends. I know. I just read it when I have nothing to do. She said her book went to the palace to accompany the emperor. I haven't read it for a long time. Lang Ying said very obediently. That's more like it. Qin Feng nodded. As they spoke, they returned to the villa. After carefully placing Lang Ying on the soft sofa, he went to get his laptop. Then he started calling Butler Lin. Manager Lin has a special identity, so no matter how confidential the document is, it doesn't matter to him. Chapter 102, The Profit is 50 times, why don't you go and rob it? You know. He was one of the first people to join Ling Zian in the business world. Designated reliable. It really doesn't matter if you show him the business secrets. I have contacted Manager Lin, and he will give you the documents you need to process in a while. After you read them, put them aside and sign them at the company tomorrow. Go to the second floor and take down the laptop, Qin Feng said slowly. Okay, I'll listen to you. On the sofa. Lang Ying took the laptop and answered very obediently with her lips pursed. All right. Actually, working from home is also good. It's troublesome though. But I can see my lovely husband all the time. You should have listened to me. Reaching out and gently patting Long Ying's little head, Qin Feng said with great concern. I should have known this earlier. He should have been more gentle last night. Got it. Really enjoying the feeling of being pampered, Lang Ying smiled sweetly and opened her laptop. As soon as she logged into WeChat, she saw the message sent by Linen. Butler Lin first carefully asked about Long Ying's condition. Seeing that she was fine, just feeling a little uncomfortable, he didn't ask any more questions. Then he sent a long list of documents and a lot of photos, which contained all confidential documents of Lang's fragrance industry. Looking at these documents, Lang Ying pinched her pointed chin, her brain working, thinking non-stop. Seeing Lang Ying starting to work, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and was about to sit down. But at this moment, his cell phone vibrated. Li Yunche? Holding the phone, Qin Feng frowned and looked at the caller ID, somewhat surprised. When he was in Yanjing, he added Li Yunche's phone number. That's because there are still some follow-up matters that need to be communicated about the project run by Zhang Xiaohua's company, so the two of them can add their phone numbers so that they can keep in touch. But the project was almost completed when he came back. Why would Li Yunche call him at this time when he had nothing to do? Invite yourself to dinner? Honey, the phone is ringing. Hearing the phone ringing, Lang Ying looked up and saw Qin Feng in a daze, and reminded him softly. Okay. After thinking it over to no avail, Qin Feng still answered the call. Li Yunche is a young talent in the Magic City and a true son of the plane. He still had to give this face. Hey, brotherly, you called me because you missed me? Sitting on the soft sofa, Qin Feng turned on the speakerphone and put the phone on the glass table. And the other side. Far away in the Li Group in Yunyuan district of Magic City. Li Yunche crossed his legs leisurely, holding a red-headed document in one hand and looking at it carefully, while holding a mobile phone in the other hand, also turning on the speakerphone, and placed it on the table. Next to him, his childhood sweetheart Yin Xingyue was helping him sort out other things. Very careful. But after hearing Qin Feng's nonchalant voice, Li Yunche paused for a moment, his face darkening. Can't you just talk properly? He said somewhat speechlessly. Seeing the ashamed look on the president's boyfriend's face, Yen Xingyue immediately thought of Qin Feng and chuckled. Ever since I met Qin Feng in Yanjing, she felt that only he could greet her CEO boyfriend in such a casual manner. Other business partners would consciously lower their posture when talking to Li Yunche. If it's a big guy. Although they do not lower their posture, they will speak in a very appreciative tone. Nothing like Qin Feng. Don't talk nonsense. My phone is almost out of service. It will be shut down soon. What do you want to talk to me about? Tell me now. There. After clearing his throat, Qin Feng asked casually. Overdue payment? Shut down? When Li Yunche heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yen Xingyue covered her mouth and chuckled, then went out with some documents. You bought the unfinished building of Lin's real estate with 100 million yuan. What did you want to do with it? He asked calmly. When Qin Feng heard this, he immediately became alert. He glanced at Lang Ying opposite him, and seeing that she looked unhappy and confused, he immediately signaled her not to say anything. Although Lang Ying was confused, she nodded obediently. Why? Brother Li is interested? Qin Feng replied. It's not that I'm interested, it's that I want to. Opposite. Li Yunche kept flipping through the red-headed document, almost tearing it apart. Just 10 o'clock in the morning. As soon as he arrived at the company from home, he saw the documents his father sent him. After reading it, he printed it out immediately. The future education plan of the Magic City government. Although it is a red-headed document, its content can only be considered a small document. But just because it was a message from his father Li Nidian, Li Yunche had to take a good look at it. He checked a lot of information and searched for the word education for a long time. Finally, I thought of Qin Feng's matter. There is a place in Shanghai with a good location and many young people, but it lacks primary education resources. Not far from that place, there is a huge unfinished building. As luck would have it, that piece of land was exactly what Qin Feng bought from Lin South Real Estate. He couldn't sit still anymore. Good job. At that time, he was competing with Lang Ying for land. Although he was successful, he also made a fortune. But compared to the money Lang Ying earned from risking her investment in the rotten land on Qixin Road, it was as if he had eaten some leftovers. Now there are many factors pointing to an unfinished building, and he wants to come and test Qin Feng's background. It would be even better if he can buy it. Only. Qin Feng knew exactly why Li Yunche called him. He smiled slightly and said like an old fox, "Since Brother Li wants that unfinished building, I won't say much. The price is 5 billion. I'll take a small loss." After he finished speaking, Li Yunche on the other end of the phone was stunned. "Qin Feng, are you crazy about money?" Li Yunche yelled into the phone, almost spitting out blood. "Damn. He bought the unfinished building for 100 million yuan. I just felt it had some value, so I came over to ask, and you give me 5 billion directly? Good job. 50 times the profit. This is just the price for purchasing the land, and other development funds are not included. He makes more money than robbing a bank. Brother Li, don't get excited." Very satisfied with Li Yunche's reaction, Qin Feng smiled frivolously and replied calmly, "To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed with this price. What do you think about using this land as a school district house?" School district housing? After hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Li Yunche was stunned again. He frowned and thought. "I've thought of it, but I haven't thought it through completely. If there is a middle school next to that unfinished building, it would be valuable, and 5 billion would be a small amount. But how did Qin Feng determine it? Is he a god? Or does he have a cheat?" Li Yunche held his forehead and thought carefully. "Are you busy now? Can I meet you to talk?" "Oh, sorry, I have something to do and can't leave." "Is there something going on at the company? Then let's find a place to meet and talk some other day." "I'm fine at the company, I'm at home playing with my wife." Li Yunche? Chapter 103, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick is a compliment? Good job. Today is Monday, a working day. As a rich second generation, he works hard to make money. That guy Qin Feng is actually at home with his wife? Li Yunche suddenly remembered a gif he had seen in his early years. A skinny orange cat was starving, holding a wrench in its right paw with a melancholy look on its face. Hateful. Don't these guys need to go to work? You want me to buy that unfinished building, right? Ponder for a moment. Li Yunche asked again. Hey, I didn't say that. Just use your imagination and don't involve me. Qin Feng answered calmly. Li Yunche is a very nice person. Although he is a rich second generation, he is very well mannered. Although he is a bit arrogant, he is also a typical young talent in Shanghai, at the top of the pyramid. And now there is no direct conflict of interest between Qin Feng and him. It would be great if we could cooperate. It doesn't matter who he sells that unfinished building to. In a few days, countless real estate tycoons from all over the world will come to him. I'd like to give Li Yunche a heads up here. If he has good vision, that's fine. And just when he was thinking, there was a rustling sound on the other side of the phone. Where is your home? I can mobilize up to 500 million yuan to invest in your unfinished building. Li Yunche spoke quickly with a decisive tone. Are you serious? When Qin Feng heard that Li Yunche invested 500 million, he was immediately dumbfounded. Brother Li's decision is a bit too decisive. Just listening to his few words and investing 500 million? Of course I'm serious. If I try, I can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Speaking of, there was also the sound of a door opening on the other end of the phone. It's obvious. Li Yunche has already left the office. Brother Li, if you don't succeed, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Qin Feng couldn't help but speak while silently listening to the sound of Li Yunche's movements. Vision. The most important quality for a qualified business warrior is vision. A good vision can discover more business opportunities. In addition to vision, courage and money are also needed. Li Yunche has all these things. And they are all excellent. If this continues, it would be unjust for Li Yunche not to become bigger and stronger. Thank you for your good words, but it's still early. There. Li Yunche said this very modestly. But you can't come to my house. How about this? You go to number 1 Zhongshan Road, number 33 The Bund and wait for me. I'll be there in a minute. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng said slowly. Joke. How could he let Li Yunche come to his house? Okay, I'll be there now. Contact me if you have any questions. Not particularly concerned, Lee Yun-chae answered very concisely. Then he hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the dead tone on the phone, Chin Fong also turned off the screen of his phone. When did you get together with Lee Yun-chae? Lang Ying pouted, her face looked very bad, and she asked in confusion. When we held a shareholders meeting in Yanjing before, Lee Yun-chae happened to be the sole investor in that project. I made additional investment, and that's how we got to know each other. Chin Fong answered in detail without any intention of concealing anything. Is that so? Lang Ying frowned and muttered. Looking at Chin Fong, she actually didn't want to ask in detail. She knew it very well. Even between husband and wife, there needs to be enough space. Otherwise, there will be problems in the relationship. She trusts Chin Fong very much. Chin Fong would never betray her. Are you going out to discuss business with Lee Yun-chae now? Do you want me to come over? Lightly biting her slender fingers, Lang Ying thought for a while and asked aloud. Lee Yun-chae is a very qualified businessman. He is very shrewd. If my husband goes to talk business with him like this, he will be cheated if he is not careful. She wanted to go over and take a look. Of course you can, but can you leave now? Chin Fong pursed his lips towards Lang Ying and asked with raised eyebrows. I can. Lang Ying answered immediately. But as soon as she exerted force with her legs, she felt a tearing pain. Hiss. With her brows furrowed, Lang Ying took a breath of cold air and stood up halfway. You can't. Seeing this scene, Chin Fong smiled helplessly. He walked up to his lovely wife and patted her little head. Suddenly, Lang Ying sat down on the soft sofa again very honestly. But I want to go. What if you get tricked by that guy Lee Yun-chae? Lang Ying said anxiously. Do you think your husband is so stupid? Chin Fong answered helplessly. The little face looked very serious, and Lang Ying nodded immediately. And see this. Chin Fong was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Good job. It turns out that he is the one being cheated by his lovely wife? Does he really look like a sucker? Don't panic, I'm smart. That guy Lee Yun-chae can't cheat me. Chin Fong said with a smile, pinching Lang Ying's smooth and fair face. You are very smart, like Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Pouting, Lang Ying said unconvincedly. However, although she said so, she did not resist Chin Fong pinching her face. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick are complimenting words, okay? Chin Fong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He released his hand that was pinching Lang Ying's face, walked forward to hug her and kissed her slightly red cheek, then coaxed her. Okay, your husband is really smart. He won't be tricked to death by others, not to mention that Lee Yun-chae's brain is not very smart, they are the same. Puff. Hearing this, Lang Ying couldn't help but laugh. Lee Yun-chae isn't very smart either? Joke. She had studied his negotiation skills and diligence. Almost higher than all the young talents in Shanghai. It's really amazing. But now Chin Fong said that his brain was not very sharp. Somewhat funny. Lee Yun-chae, who had just come out of the Lee group, sneezed by coincidence. Forget it. Go ahead. I'll wait for you at home. Not really thinking that Chin Fong would suffer a loss, Lang Ying nodded and replied. She actually just wanted to go over and take a look, hoping to help her husband. To have a sense of existence. But since Chin Fong won't let me go, then just don't go. Listen to your husband. Okay, I'm leaving now. You wait for me at home. I'll come back and cook for you later. After kissing Lang Ying on the forehead again, Chin Fong left. On the sofa. Looking at Chin Fong leaving, Lang Ying felt relieved. Actually, Chin Feng's ability is even stronger than hers. I made 50 million by buying stocks before, and then I made a decision to buy a piece of land for myself and made 500 million. And now it has bought a large piece of unfinished buildings from Lin South Real Estate. Looks like he's going to make money again. But much smarter than her. Moment. Number 1 Zhongshan Road, Shanghai, number 33 The Bund. A cool silver gradient Lamborghini was parked in the open-air parking lot here. Chapter 104, Contact me if you have any problems? Give Brother Lee some soup? Chin Fong got out of the car and looked around. There was no sign of Lee Yun-chae. It looks like they haven't arrived yet. Or have they already arrived? Shake your head. Xin Feng walked slowly to a coffee shop not far away. As soon as he opened the door, he went in. I saw a young man in a suit and tie stood up quickly in the corner of the store and waved at me. Needless to say, it must be Brotherly. Xin Feng turned slightly and walked over without bothering to buy coffee. Brotherly, how come you are so quick? When Xin Feng arrived in front of Li Yunche, he sat down immediately. Before he saw Li Yunche's position, he had a cup of coffee that was almost empty and a document in the middle, and then he added a sentence. Sorry for the wait. Actually it didn't take long, maybe just 10 minutes or so. Li Yunche replied nonchalantly. Yeah. Xin Feng didn't say anything else. When he called Li Yunche before. This guy is obviously working in his own company's office. The Li Group is not far from the Bund, and he arrived so much earlier than me, which is enough to show that he really wants to give it a try. I don't like being serious, let's just chat casually. Leaning back in the chair, Xin Feng tried to make himself more comfortable, then spoke leisurely. That just so happens. Recently, I've gotten tired of talking official language with those big guys in the Demon City. Nodding slowly, Li Yunche agreed. While talking, he picked up the document that had just been placed on the table, stood up slightly and handed it to Xin Feng. I just looked at the relevant information carefully. The location of that unfinished building is very good. If it is used as a school district house, it will indeed be a very profitable business. Hearing this, Xin Feng frowned. He reached out to take the document, picked it up casually, and said without looking up, let's get to the point, no more nonsense. He knew this matter very well. How could the system go wrong? But if Li Yunche asked him to come out mainly to discuss this, then that would be bullshit. That's it? That's it? He might as well go home and play with Lang Ying. I said on the phone before that I wanted to invest 500 million. Li Yunche saw that Xin Feng's expression was a little impatient, so he didn't refute. He crossed his hands, thought for a second, and then decisively began to say the ending. Xin Feng nodded. I feel that the funds are a little insufficient. Is it okay to add another 700 million now? Li Yunche said slowly with a calm expression. Hey, Brotherly, you want to raise the bet? After closing the thin document, Xin Feng looked up at the coffee shop's decoration leisurely and replied calmly, there is no problem with raising the stake. In fact, it doesn't matter who invests in the unfinished building. The unfinished building purchased by Lin South Real Estate is of considerable size. With that kind of land, plus a school district house, it would definitely not be a problem for the value to increase by 40 times. But high returns also mean high investment. This kind of land. Obviously, the overall investment profit is greater. Different from the previous land on Qishan Road. This is a huge investment of billions. Those who come to ask are definitely real estate tycoons in Shanghai, and even wealthy people from other cities will come here to try to seize it. As long as Li Yunche invests in some unfinished buildings, he can make money with his eyes closed. The reason why Xin Feng now gave him 1% of the profits. In fact, it is also a bet on the future. Li Yunche can be considered the son of the plane. If such talents can cooperate, it will be of great help to him in starting his own company in the future. As for why not find someone else? Now there are ruthless people who are willing to invest 700 million yuan just because of his boasting. It's just this guy Li Yunche. Since you said so, Mr. Qin, I won't say any more nonsense. Seeing Xin Feng's absent-minded look, Li Yunche reached out and tapped the table lightly, then said, give me your account, I'll ask Qingyue to transfer the money to you. Brotherly, you haven't even drafted a legal contract. Aren't you trusting me too much? Lying leisurely, Xin Feng asked with a smile. 700 million, Li Yunche said it as if it were 70 yuan. That casual look. He is indeed a rich second generation. I have a basic understanding of your personality. We can draft the investment contract later. It's not a big deal. Li Yunche didn't react much. He held his phone, as if he was sending a message. Besides, this project is obviously a gift from you. If I don't trust you anymore, it would be too much. After hearing this, Xin Feng raised his lips slightly, gave a colonel's affirmation, and then said, Brotherly has a good brain. Really? It's refreshing to do business with like-minded people. But that's true. He was just about to feed the meal into Li Yunche's mouth, what else could he complain about? And there is really no problem in redrafting the contract later. The law is so complete now, if you don't provide the investment procedures yourself. Li Yunche can also recover the 700 million. I've asked Qingyue to transfer the funds that the company can use. Please send me the account later. As for the contract, I'll have someone send it to the company of the beautiful Lang. Is that okay? Turning off the screen of his mobile phone, Li Yunche picked up the little coffee left on the table, took a sip, looked at Qin Feng and asked for his opinion. Sure, that's no problem for me. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and spoke casually. Well, I have to go back to the company right now. 700 million yuan can be a big or small sum, as you know, President Qin. Speaking of. Li Yunche had already stood up from his chair and was adjusting his expensive suit. But when he turned to the table and was about to leave, his body suddenly stopped. Qin Feng, are you going to start a company in the future? He asked. About that. Qin Feng replied. If you encounter something that you can't solve, you can contact me. After leaving this sentence, Li Yunche hurried away. Looking at Brother Li's anxiously leaving back, Qin Feng stroked his chin with his hand, and couldn't help but admire him with an appreciative look. Li Yun's eyesight and brain are really good. The job is done. Qin Feng also planned to leave. This negotiation. It's a bit too simple, really. The main reason was that he didn't expect Li Yunche to be so casual and decisive. An investment of 700 million. He agreed to it casually. But Li Yunche was right. Qin Feng was in a good mood. He slowly walked out of the coffee shop, found his car, opened the door and got in, planning to go home. Only. He wanted to catch the shrimp farmer when a strange phone call came in. Qin Feng thought it was Brother Li calling, so he lowered his head to take a look. But the number shows the location is Yanjing. Yanjing? What do you mean? Qin Feng frowned, thought for a moment, and finally answered the call. The moment the call was connected, a steady middle-aged man's voice appeared on the other end of the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Qin? The voice was too deep and had a distinct Yanjing Mandarin accent. Qin Feng understood immediately. This means someone has discovered his large piece of unfinished building land. Chapter 105, One Price, 5 billion? The kitchen seems to have exploded? But he didn't expect that the first call came from Yanjing. Although his project is very profitable. But the big guys in Yanjing are also interested in getting a piece of the pie? And it's so early? I'm Qin Feng, what's up? After pondering for a few seconds, Qin Feng responded calmly. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm Luida from Yanjing Fengtai Real Estate. The phone over there. Luida held up his phone, introduced himself, and began to explain. I think Mr. Qin Feng also knows my purpose. Let me be clear. I am very interested in the unfinished property you own in Hongqiao Zhongshan District, Shanghai. I just don't know how much that property is worth. Oh, that piece of rotten land? After listening silently, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He guessed right. The other party really wanted that unfinished property. Only. There was clearly no movement in the Magic City, but people from Yanjing came over to ask. The news is really well informed. Mr. Qin, what do you think the bad land is worth? If the price is right, I can sign a contract with Mr. Qin at any time. Opposite. When Luida heard Qin Feng say that the unfinished building was a bad place, he felt nothing. He doesn't think so. Anyone who spends 100 million to buy a dilapidated and unfinished building is a fool. Although he had more or less heard about Qin Feng spending 100 million yuan to win a beautiful woman's smile. But he simply ignored such things. A piece of land that can guide the development of Shanghai in the next few years can be said to be a battlefield for all real estate developers. This kind of early entry allows you to make money from your opponents without doing anything. A forward-looking vision. He only thought that Qin Feng was unfathomable, and didn't think he was an idiot. And the phone is here. Seeing Luida's decisiveness, Qin Feng pondered for a moment and then answered. Since Mr. Lu is so decisive, I will take a loss. I don't want to develop this bad land myself. The price is 5 billion. I won't suffer a loss or be cheated. It's absolutely fair. If not. Hey, Mr. Qin, please stop talking. I understand. Luida was listening carefully at the beginning, but as the conversation became more and more outrageous, he quickly interrupted. What's going on? How can a businessman do a clearance sale? What do you think of the value of 5 billion? Sheen Foam asked. After he said this, Luida on the other end of the phone fell silent. Sheen Foam was not in a hurry and waited quietly. This price. Anyone who is not mentally prepared will just hang up the phone. He wanted to see what Ida was like. After a while. Finally, there was a voice on the other end of the line again. It seems that President Qin has a clear grasp of the value of the unfinished real estate projects in Hangzhou and Zhongshan. Luida said slowly in a very steady tone. If you think it's too expensive, then I can't do anything about it. Sheen Foam replied immediately. Of course not. 5 billion is a price I can accept. How about this? I can be in the Magic City in 3 days. We can meet and do the deal on the spot. Luida cleared his throat, his tone remained calm, but his speech speed was a little faster. Okay. Frowning, Sheen Foam agreed. Okay, I'll send you a message when I get to the Magic City. I'm looking forward to meeting you. By the way, my name is Luida. The tone was calm. Luida remained calm and hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the dead tone on the phone, Sheen Foam immediately turned off the screen and threw the phone on the passenger seat. His eyes looked forward and gradually became distracted. He originally thought that many people would come to inquire about this piece of land, but when he heard the price of 5 billion, he gave up immediately. Only a few who see the true value will pay for it. In the next few days, the Shanghai municipal government announced the specific planning location of educational resources. Only real estate companies, big and small, would bombard his phone with calls. But now, when there is no one around, when there is no news, the unfinished property in Hangzhou and Zhongshan has been sold? And it was an unexpected 5 billion? That's 5 billion. Listening to the indifferent tone on the other end, it was as if he had spent $500. So wealthy? Are you so arrogant? Who is Luida? Sheen Foam gradually came back to his senses and narrowed his eyes, as if thinking about something. He took a long breath, picked up the mobile phone thrown on the passenger seat, opened Baidu and started searching. Yanjing Fengtai Property Limited. A medium-sized comprehensive industrial company. Although the name is real estate, the business tends to be in two categories, the internet and the entertainment industry. Luida's identity is just the legal person of the company. Lukewarm. Can this company come up with 5 billion? Sheen Foam shook his head with some doubt. He turned off his phone and put it aside, then started the car and went home. Let's just treat this matter as a small episode. And at the same time, Luida, who was far away in Yanjing, hung up the phone and kept looking at the floor-to-ceiling window behind his office. TSK, this Sheen Foam, with a clean background, has such a good grasp of the price of that unfinished building? He is an extraordinary young man. Then, he shouted outside the office, Teacher Wang, please change your schedule for the next few days. I need to find time to go to the Magic City. Magic City. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Sheen Foam returned home. The main reason was that he was buying groceries in a supermarket on the way, which delayed him a little. It's not that the supermarket is crowded. Instead, the little girl who was shopping inside kept pestering him for prestige, and he finally bought all the ingredients he needed. Come out and check the time. I've been buying it for 20 minutes. Longing, I'm back. Carrying bags of different sizes, Sheen Foam opened the door and immediately spoke softly. And instantly, a voice responded. Only. The voice sounded a little panicked. Honey, why did you come back so soon? Fast? Feeling a little confused, Sheen Foam carried the food into the living room. But Longing was not on the sofa at this time. He put all the ingredients on the table, then looked around, but still couldn't see his lovely wife. At the same time, a burning smell filled his nostrils. Longing, are you in the kitchen? Asking. Sheen Foam walked quickly and ran to the kitchen to see. The closer you get to the kitchen, the stronger the burning smell becomes. Daughter-in-law? Pulling at the kitchen doorframe, Sheen Foam looked inside the kitchen. The range hood was running like crazy, making a lot of noise. The gas stove was turned to the highest setting, and the flames were higher than the wok. And what is rare is, Longing was not afraid at all and was still stirring the wok. The burnt smell came from the pot. Fuck! Xin Feng hurried over, turned off the gas, and then put the blackened wok on the ground. In. It could be tofu, it could be vegetables, or it could be any ingredient. Anyway, it stuck to the bottom of the pan. And it all became a paste and smelled very bad. Lang Ying, are you okay? Is your hand burned? After finishing, Xin Feng hurried to see his wife, his voice trembling. Good job. He had only been out for an hour. The kitchen exploded when you got back? Chapter 106 Murdering my husband? Blow drying my hair? Honey, I'm fine. When Xin Feng grabbed her hand, Lang Ying felt warm in her heart when she saw how nervous he was, and she quickly replied. Go, let's get out first. We can't stay here anymore. Smelling the dark substance that had turned into a paste in the wok, Xin Feng's stomach churned and he quickly picked up his wife by the waist and ran out. The smell makes me dizzy if I smell it too much, just like the Resident Evil. He carried Lang Ying and ran all the way to the living room on the first floor, and the unpleasant smell disappeared. Smelling the air was much fresher, Xin Feng stopped immediately and put Lang Ying down. Are you really okay? Holding Lang Ying's shoulders with both hands, Xin Feng looked his wife up and down with a worried look on his face and asked again. He was really afraid that Lang Ying would get hurt. I'm really fine. I just want to cook for you, but the vegetables and tofu are too easy to burn and can also cause fire. The two jade hands were crossed and clasped together. Lang Ying lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong, and did not dare to look up at Xin Feng. 10 minutes ago, when she saw that Xin Feng had not come back, she suddenly had the idea of trying to cook for him. Only. The world is unpredictable. It was obvious that she followed the recipe she found online and made it step by step strictly. But for some reason, it collapsed in the end. Almost blew up the kitchen. She really doesn't believe in Baidu anymore. Cook, meal. Holding his waist, Xin Feng listened to Lang Ying's explanation and wanted to scold her but also wanted to laugh. Good job. Is that cooking? That was clearly a kitchen explosion. And the dark, sticky substance in the wok seemed to be prepared by his wife. Don't say. Is that thing really edible? Xin Feng felt dizzy when he thought of that sticky dark substance. Give him that food. Lang Ying wants to murder her husband. Ahem, don't go into the kitchen from now on. I'll just cook for you, okay? Xin Feng coughed and didn't want to say anything when he saw Lang Ying's pitiful look of being wronged and not daring to speak. I'm glad that everyone is okay. He was also worried that Lang Ying would get hurt. What's more, she was kind-hearted and wanted to cook for herself. But, I also want to cook for you. Still with her head lowered, Lang Ying answered in a low voice. When she was preparing hot pot ingredients with Li Ningshua before, she felt a small sense of accomplishment when she saw Xin Feng enjoying the meal. Thinking about. It would definitely feel good if Xin Feng could taste the food he cooked. But things seem to be going a little wrong. If you really want to cook, I can teach you. Don't try to figure it out on your own. I'm afraid one day you'll take over our house. Looking at Lang Ying, Xin Feng answered with a helpless smile. Lang Ying's destructive power is truly unimaginable. If he had returned home any later, he might have lost the villa. I see. Lang Ying admitted her mistake very obediently and nodded slightly. But then, she tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said seriously, however, how can it be so terrible? Can cooking a meal really cost the villa? I think the power you have caused is about the same. Looking back at the kitchen that was still emitting a disgusting smell, Xin Feng tapped Lang Ying's white forehead, feeling a little helpless. Hey. Lang Ying rarely showed her pink tongue in a playful manner and smiled. Seeing this, Xin Feng also laughed. All right. She won. Anyway, he couldn't bear to scold Lang Ying. And at this time, Xin Feng looked around at Lang Ying, and seeing that she could actually walk, he couldn't help but ask, can you walk now? Does it not hurt anymore? Yeah, it was just a little sore this morning, that's all. Nodding slightly, Lang Ying walked to Xin Feng and answered softly with a slightly red face. She practiced dance and martial arts in her early years and has very good physical fitness. The injury recovered quickly. If she hadn't had another makeup exam with Xin Feng when she woke up in the morning. There is actually no problem. But there's no way. Xin Feng's body has been transformed through system optimization, a little fierce. Honey, I want to go upstairs and take a shower. I smell a little bit. Lang Ying raised her nose and sniffed hard, frowned, and asked softly. Oh, that's fine. Xin Feng replied, "You go up and take a shower. I'll go to the kitchen to check. It's just a little smell. I think we can save it." He turned around and was about to walk over, but suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back. "Lang Ying, taking a shower shouldn't affect you, right?" Scratching his head, Xin Feng asked uncertainly. When Lang Ying heard this question, her cheeks suddenly turned red. She glanced at Xin Feng dimly and couldn't help but explain, "Of course it doesn't affect you. You're not really injured. What are you thinking about?" Having said this, she shyly hurried upstairs. "I'm just concerned about you." Watching Lang Ying slowly walk up the stairs, Xin Feng touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Then he went to the kitchen to clean up the battlefield. After a while, Xin Feng had already poured the dark paste created by Lang Ying into the trash can, then opened the window for ventilation, hoping to get rid of the disgusting smell. However, the smell is quite strong and it won't dissipate in a short time. And if the smell can't be dispersed, he can't cook. It was too boring sitting on the first floor, so Xin Feng waited for a while and then went upstairs. "Lang Ying, are you done washing? I'm coming in." I knocked on the door several times, but there was no response. Xin Feng thought for a moment, then turned the doorknob and went in. The moment he entered, he saw Lang Ying. She was holding a hairdryer and walking slowly towards the door, probably intending to open it. But it was obvious from her very strange walking posture that she was still in some pain. "It should be because I couldn't walk fast enough and didn't open the door in time. Did you finish washing?" After closing the door, Xin Feng hurried forward and supported his lovely wife. "Yeah, I was planning on blow drying my hair." With a slightly red face, Lang Ying nodded in response. "Then I'll help you over there. I'm not a disabled patient, don't be so cautious." Seeing Xin Feng's distressed look, Lang Ying's face flushed and she couldn't help but remind him. She is in good health. If it happens again, it wouldn't be a problem actually. But Xin Feng was so nervous that he looked like nothing happened. Okay." Hearing Lang Ying's reminder, Xin Feng nodded slightly, but still chose to support her. Moment. Xin Feng helped Lang Ying to the socket. Just as he was about to leave, something was suddenly stuffed into his hand. He looked down and saw it was a hairdryer. "Honey, can you help me blow dry my hair?" Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying asked in a slightly pleading tone. Hearing this tone, Xin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 107 Shocking. A 20-year-old young man's kidney function is reduced due to staying up late. "Don't look at me like that. I'm afraid I can't control myself." Xin Feng waved his hands quickly, took a step back and said hurriedly. "No way." Lang Ying's puffed up face and begging and coquettish look was so cute. He really can't bear it now. "All right." Lang Ying quickly returned to her royal sister state, standing tall and graceful. She was actually a little scared. If Xin Feng did that again, she probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed. "Sit still, I'll blow dry your hair." Seeing the well-behaved appearance of his lovely wife, Xin Feng raised his eyebrows, stood behind her, turned on the hairdryer and started blowing. And I have to say it. Short hair is easier to take care of. Just blow for a few minutes and it's done. Xin Feng has been standing there blowing his hair for 20 minutes now, but it is still not completely dry. On the one hand, it was because the power of the hairdryer was a bit low, and on the other hand, Lang Ying's hair was really black, thick, and shiny. And because her shampoo smells so fresh. As Xin Feng blew it, he became addicted to the smell. "Honey, from now on, I'll let you blow dry my hair, okay?" Sitting on the soft bed, Lang Ying shook her little feet and asked happily. Hearing these words, Xin Feng came back to his senses instantly. He felt his arm getting a little sore, smiled bitterly, and then said, "Actually, I think it's better if you blow it yourself." "Ah? Why?" Lang Ying was stunned for a moment, then asked, blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes. "What else could it be?" "Wife, your hair is too hard to blow dry." Xin Feng felt a little overwhelmed when he touched the black and shiny hair of his lovely wife. "Too many, too dense. Just like the primeval forest." He remembered that few girls had hair as thick as Lang Ying's. He had also seen Xin Feng's mother Ning Shua blow drying her hair, and it usually took only about 10 minutes to finish. Although Lang Ying had only blow dried her hair for more than 10 minutes, her hair didn't seem dry at all. "It's too difficult." "Oh, I see." Lang Ying's eyes were a little dim. She really enjoyed the feeling. My beloved husband blows my hair gently. But since he didn't want to, she just blew it herself. But suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she quickly said, "Honey, how about I cut my hair shorter? Or thin it out a little, so it will be easier to blow dry." You want to cut it short? Sheen Fong asked with some surprise. Well, this way I can enjoy the blow-drying service from my lovely husband from time to time. Lang Ying said sweetly as her little feet continued to swing. Hair and husband. She decisively chose her husband. If your hair is gone, you can grow it again. She really wants to enjoy her husband's blow-drying package. You just want me to blow dry your hair? Sheen Fong lowered his head and stroked the extremely smooth long hair, then curled his lips and immediately shook his head. He didn't want Lang Ying to cut her hair short. Such good hair. It's such a pity to cut it short. I think you look better with long hair, so don't cut it short, he said immediately. It is said that a girl's hair is her second life. Lang Ying has very long and beautiful hair. Cut it short. It greatly reduces the aesthetics. Instead of this, it would be better if he worked harder. Really? When Lang Ying heard that Sheen Fong was willing to blow dry her hair, her eyes suddenly lit up. The husband she chooses is just good. I pamper myself too much. Of course, don't mess with your hair when you have nothing to do. Sheen Fong reached out and rubbed his lovely wife's little head. He took a deep breath, smelled the fresh scent of her hair, and said with a slight smile, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lang Ying nodded quickly and was very happy. You can still enjoy your husband's blow-drying service even if you don't have to cut your hair short. Marvelous. You look so happy, is it that serious? Seeing Lang Ying's happiness, Sheen Fong felt helpless. Why are you suddenly so cute? He remembered that Lang Ying was not like this before. When they first got the marriage certificate, she was clearly very domineering. Now she has completely turned into a soft girl. Of course I am happy, you don't understand. Lang Ying replied, waving her hand, swaying her white and tender little feet. When Sheen Fong saw this, he just smiled, said nothing more, and then blew her hair carefully. Wife, don't you need hair oil? Huh? What is that? Just pretend I didn't say anything. Sheen Fong shut up immediately. His mother Li Ningxue always applies hair care oil halfway through blow drying her hair so that it will be shiny and glossy after blow drying. Lang Ying, that's good. I've never used it before, but my hair is so smooth. A bit against the will of heaven. And that's it. Sheen Fong knew that it would take a while to dry Lang Ying's hair, so he just had to be patient and take it slowly. Lang Ying was very happy. She was looking at her phone, shaking her feet, and occasionally looking back at her cute husband who was blow drying his hair. A fairy day. And suddenly, Lang Ying's phone suddenly vibrated. She immediately took it and started looking at it. It was a message sent to her by Sheen Fong's mother, Li Ningxue. Asked how the two of them were doing. Who is it? Sheen Fong asked casually. Purely out of boredom. Yes, Auntie. Lang Ying answered truthfully. Aunt? Which aunt? Sheen Fong asked in confusion. He didn't know that Li Ningxue had already exchanged prestige with Lang Ying and chatted for a long time. Who else could it be? Of course it's your mother. Lang Ying answered as a matter of course. My mother? A moment. Sheen Fong paused. He leaned forward, got close to Lang Ying, put his chin on her shoulder, and asked in confusion, When did you contact my mother? Oh, by the way, did she tell you anything strange? What's so strange? Lang Ying was very confused and turned her head slightly to look at Sheen Fong. She had a very happy chat with Li Ningxue and even formed a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law alliance. There's nothing strange about it. My cutie seems to be very worried. Nothing much. I guess I haven't had time to explain it to you yet. Sheen Fong looked at Lang Ying's confused and clueless expression, shook his head slightly and said nothing. His mother, Li Ningxue, has a rather flamboyant personality. She likes Lang Ying so much, she must be crazy about having grandchildren. Back when he was still in college. She likes to push some little bits of knowledge to me every now and then. Shocking. A 20-year-old young man's kidney function was reduced due to staying up late. It's so sad that the boy's kidneys were damaged at such a young age. The culprit turned out to be this? He would read these little pieces of prestige knowledge 2 or 3 times a day. Then Li Ningxue liked to nag him, asking him to take care of his health and find a beautiful wife as soon as possible so that she could have grandchildren. The problem is that he was only 20 years old at the time. It's outrageous. It is a blessing in disguise that Lang Ying has not suffered any harm yet. Chapter 108, Childhood Photos? I want to go back and see them? Popular science? Lang Ying was confused. Oh, I just often tell you some little knowledge about kidney function and how to get pregnant. Qin Feng explained, scratching his cheek awkwardly. Oh. After listening to Qin Feng's words, Lang Ying's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she nodded and said, "So this is what you were talking about." Wrong expression? Qin Feng opened his eyes wide, looking at his wife's shy and calm appearance, and was very confused. This is clearly a disaster. With the Yan's prestige, she started to tell me some knowledge about women's health and how to care for newborn babies at night, and that was all. Tilting her little head cutely, Lang Ying said in a very calm tone. When Qin Feng heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Good job. As expected of his mother. How could he have thought that Lang Ying had escaped? Only. He looked at Lang Ying's indifferent expression. Did you find that she wasn't bored at all, and even liked it a little? I think what Auntie said is right. We can try it more. It would be good if we have a baby at home. Looking up at the ceiling, Lang Ying's face was very serious. Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, she glanced at Qin Feng and found that he was silent. What do you think, husband? After waiting for a while, seeing that her husband didn't say anything, Lang Ying couldn't help but poke him gently in the ribs with her elbow and asked. I think it's not bad, but isn't it a bit too fast? Qin Feng answered instantly. Child. It seems too fast to ask for it now. Where are they now? Well, it's a bit fast indeed. It's better to just let nature take its course. With a sweet smile, Lang Ying turned sideways and reached out to hug Qin Feng around the waist. Then she just leaned sideways in Qin Feng's arms. And because Lang Ying's hair was half dry, when she leaned against Qin Feng, a very pleasant and fresh fragrance rushed into his nostrils. Really? Girls' bodies all smell good. They are all marinated with shampoo and perfume. But Qin Feng thought his wife smelled very nice. There is a long way to go, let's just take it slow. Holding Lang Ying's jade hand tightly, Qin Feng answered with a serious expression. Hearing this, Lang Ying smiled slightly. She stood up and was about to kiss her husband on the cheek, but at this moment, her cell phone flashed at an inopportune time. There's news. Without any hesitation, Lang Ying pecked Qin Feng's cheek gently, and then looked at her phone. Li Ningxue, picture? Seeing this picture, Lang Ying blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes in confusion. But then, she seemed to think of something. He narrowed his eyes and covered his mouth with his hands as he chuckled. What? So funny? Seeing the happy look on his lovely wife's face, Qin Feng turned slightly and glanced at the page on his mobile phone. It would have been fine if I hadn't looked at him, but as soon as I looked at him, his face suddenly darkened. Good job. He was a good guy on the spot. The picture that Li Ningxue sent was the scene when Qin Feng was a child, with several beautiful young ladies surrounding him and competing to kiss him. No way. Qin Feng is good looking, and this was evident when he was a child. At that time, whenever he went out to play, there would be a few young ladies coming over to play with him when he walked on the street. Don't say. He had experienced this scene more than once. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. There were times when the number was higher than that. But he didn't remember that Li Ningxue had taken pictures of this chaotic scene? Show it to my daughter-in-law. Isn't this a public execution? It would be nice to post pictures of him wetting the bed as a child. Lang Ying, don't look. Just when Qin Feng wanted to speak up to stop Lang Ying, Li Ningxue threw another photo at him. This time it was what he wanted. The photo sent over was of him wetting the bed as a child. Although the image quality was blurry, Xiao Qinfeng could still see it clearly. Looking at this photo, Lang Ying couldn't hold back. The laughter became even more wild. At the same time, Qin Feng's face became even darker. Hubby, why were you so funny when you were little? And I thought the way you looked when so many girls wanted to kiss you was so cute. There were tears in the corners of her eyes from laughing. Lang Ying supported Qin Feng, and her shoulders were shaking from laughing. Qin Feng was speechless when he saw this. What can he do? Lang Ying is now just like Li Ningxue's daughter, and even threw this picture away. Recalling the dog food my parents fed me when I was a child. Sheen Fong had a lot of pain in his heart but couldn't express it. He felt like he was given here as a gift for topping up his phone bill, or was picked up from a garbage dump. Lang Ying is the child of Comrade Li Ningxue and Comrade Qin Yi. Lang Ying, what you saw today was all an illusion. I advise you not to go out and tell others about it. Turning his head and looking at Lang Ying very seriously, Sheen Fong put his hand on his neck and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Then he threatened with his eyes, otherwise, I will kill you with a special team. See here. Lang Ying was stunned for a moment, then became serious. She nodded heavily at Sheen Fong. I will keep it strictly confidential, Comrade Sheen. And finished. They both smiled at the same time. It's really nice to have someone who can play with you and pamper you at any time. And the laughter is over. Lang Ying suddenly thought of something, looked at Sheen Fong and asked, by the way, husband, I want to go to the place where you lived when you were a child and reminisce a little bit. I don't know why. After looking at Sheen Feng's childhood photos, she suddenly wanted to go back to the time when they first met. Where you lived when you were a kid? You want to see the place where we met when we were kids? Sheen Fong thought for a moment and shook his head, not knowing what his lovely wife was thinking. He replied, after you moved, my family also moved. The previous location has become a residential area. Ah. I see. Hearing this, Lang Ying's eyes suddenly dimmed. She wanted to relive it again. Now it has become a residential area? But it makes sense when I think about it. It's been more than 10 years. The Magic City is developing so fast. There is no way that small area could have survived this long without being developed. But the places we moved to are still there. Do you want to go and have a look? Seeing Lang Ying's sudden lost expression, Sheen Fong shook his head helplessly and then suggested. Really, Omega? After hearing this, Lang Ying's eyes gradually began to light up. Since the place where they met as children no longer existed, they had to settle for the next best thing. It would be nice to visit the place where my lovely husband grew up. Of course, my home is not far from Tomsonipine. Sheen Fong replied after reaching out and rubbing Lang Ying's little head. He is originally a native of Shanghai. The university I attended is also the Jiaotong University in Shanghai, and my workplace is near Pudong. These locations are very close to his home. Otherwise, his parents wouldn't be able to come and see him in just a few hours, and they left at 9 in the evening. Then I'll arrange my schedule and set aside a day or two to go back with you to take a look. Lang Ying replied with shining eyes. She was very curious about the place where Sheen Fong grew up. What was her husband like when he was a child? He is such an outstanding man. She shouldn't have missed these. If Lang Xian had not risen, she would have grown up with Sheen Fong, or gone to the same university, or become a couple, or got married long ago. But since I missed it, there is nothing to say. Now that I have the chance to make up for it, I must go and have a look. Chapter 109, Retreat immediately. Is this fellow Taoist's heart unstable? Okay, but don't get too tired. Sheen Fong asked with concern. It's okay, actually. There's not a lot going on in the company. Lang Ying answered casually. Compared to the company, she felt that Sheen Fong's affairs were more important. She started the company before just to make money and prove to Lang Xian that she was very capable. But after meeting Sheen Fong, the meaning of her starting a company has changed a lot. The main purpose is to earn pocket money for Sheen Fong. Oh, by the way, honey, have you finished the kitchen? We haven't eaten yet. Lang Ying was so busy flirting with Sheen Fong that she picked up her phone to check the time and was immediately startled. It's already past 2 in the afternoon. They hadn't done anything all morning. As a qualified foodie, how could you go without eating for such a long time? And when she finished, Lang Ying's stomach began to growl, which was in line with the situation. I'm hungry. Covering her blushing face with her hands, Lang Ying spoke softly. It's so embarrassing. Why is her belly so disappointing? It's only been a few hours. Start cooing now? Even if you are hungry, you can't cry. That's too much. Seeing his lovely wife looking so shy, Sheen Fong couldn't help but smile slightly. If you're hungry, then you're hungry. Why are you shy? Sheen Fong reached out and patted Lang Ying's little head, then stood up and prepared to go downstairs. Just wait, it will be done in a moment. Speaking of, he went straight downstairs. Watching Sheen Fong go down, Lang Ying pouted and stood up and went down as well. She wanted to be with her husband. You can also learn to cook, by the way. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Qin Feng and Lang Ying finally had their meal. Because it's already 3 o'clock. The Lang's Fragrance Company's working hours are 5:30 p.m. Although Lang Ying's health has almost recovered now, it doesn't affect her ability to walk. But it was almost time to get off work, and it would be useless for her to go over. She tried her best to finish all the things that Linen was responsible for in the morning. So today, it can be considered as a short vacation for Lang Ying. The second floor of the villa. Feeling a bit bored, Qin Feng took Lang Ying's laptop and began to protect Ionia. After finishing all her work, Lang Ying saw Qin Feng playing games, so she brought a small stool from somewhere and sat next to Qin Feng, resting her chin on her hand and watching with interest. I don't know why. She actually prefers watching Qin Feng play games. She thought her husband's serious look was cute. 3 hours later, Qin Feng played 4 games in a row and won all 4. The rank of League of Legends flexible ranking directly rose to Diamond 3. Diamond 3 in Zone 1. This section is indeed okay. Lang Ying, who had watched for 3 hours, did not feel bored. Instead, she became more and more interested. Lang Ying, don't look at me for so long. It's rare that you don't go to the company. Don't you want to take a rest? Leaning back in his chair, Qin Feng was just about to start another game when he suddenly caught Lang Ying's serious look and reminded her. I've rested enough, and I like watching you play games. Shaking her head, Lang Ying answered very seriously. Hear this. Qin Feng was slightly stunned, then smiled helplessly. All right. Although this daughter-in-law is a little silly, she really dotes on herself. At this moment, a sound came from the computer. The start screen appears. Qin Feng clicked the enter button with his mouse and entered the hero selection interface. But at this moment, he suddenly looked at Lang Ying. Seeing that she was still very serious, he thought for a moment and asked, Lang Ying, are you okay? Obviously not knowing what Qin Feng was asking, Lang Ying looked confused. But then, her pretty face suddenly turned red. I could have done it a long time ago. The voice was as thin as a mosquito, Lang Ying murmured softly. Qin Feng looked outside and saw that the sun had already set and it was almost dusk. He suddenly leaned forward and sent a message on the hero selection interface. Sorry guys, my girlfriend wants it, so I'm hanging up now. After saying, he simply clicked on the sign and exited the game. Because Qin Feng was the last person to choose a hero. The countdown is over. He retreated. The game determines that a teammate is AFK and restarts immediately. As soon as the other 4 teammates matched with him saw this sentence, the interface switched to matching again. They looked confused. Good job. Is this a reason to quit the game and leave it idle? It's outrageous. Isn't this guy afraid of losing rank points? What is a woman? Women will only affect the speed at which they draw their swords. How can a woman be as important as her rank? That fellow Taoist's heart is unstable. This is what women have blinded their eyes to. They are not sour. And here. Qin Feng quickly closed the game interface, stretched, and turned to look at Lang Ying. He. With an expression that showed he understood, he went straight up. Lang Ying felt that her body had recovered, so she lay down reluctantly. Got experience. They did a great job the second time. A lot more comfortable. And by 7 p.m. I ate as usual and played with Lang Ying, and the day passed. Lie on the soft bed. Lang Ying navigated manually, automatically grasped one of Qin Feng's arms with both hands, and fell asleep with steady breathing. Let us look at Qin Feng. He felt a little uncomfortable. Qin Feng quietly freed up one hand, frowned, and touched his waist, immediately feeling a little sore. 7 times. It's indeed a bit forced. Feel the soreness in your waist. For the first time, Qin Feng took the initiative to read the little knowledge sent by his mother Li Ningshui on Weixin. The next day, Lang Ying was in good spirits. She didn't stay in bed any longer and got up directly. But in comparison, Qin Feng's spirit seemed not very good. But he also got up directly. 8:30. After they finished their meal, they went straight to the company. What's strange is, not long after entering the office, Qin Feng's phone started ringing non-stop. In the next half hour, more than a dozen calls came in. Basically, the question is the same. How much does the unfinished property in Hongqiao Zhongshan district cost? Xin Feng's answer was very standard. 5 billion. If you want to buy it. If you don't want to buy, forget it. He knew it very well. These people should be like Li Yunche, with a forward-looking vision. They want to come here to take advantage of the situation and see if they can get any information out of him. Pick up a leak or something. But 5 billion. This staggering price is simply too high to consider. When they heard the price, they immediately hung up the phone cursing. After that, few people came to ask. Lang Ying is very smart. Listening to Qin Feng's answers word by word, she roughly understood that someone was asking about the unfinished building. He was very well behaved and didn't ask any questions. Lang Ying kept her head down and dealt with her own affairs seriously. She believed in Qin Feng. 100 million. Is it a lot? Even if the unfinished building rots in his hands, Ling Zian can buy the development rights. It's just a little troublesome. Chapter 110, You don't sleep until the moon does, are you a bald little baby? She wasn't worried about that anyway. At this moment, the office door was suddenly opened. Butler Lin walked in with a stack of documents. Oh, my lady, you are finally here. I thought I would also be the agent today. Seeing Lang Ying sitting gracefully behind the desk, bending over to write something, Linen immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said with a sense of relief. Lang Ying didn't come to the company yesterday. But it made him a little anxious. Some documents had only been read by Lang Ying and he was not aware of them, so the work was surprisingly difficult to progress. But fortunately, he was also a person who followed Ling Zian in business in his early years, so his business ability is needless to say. All done without any trouble. However, he did not see Lang Ying's car this morning, nor did he receive any notification from Lang Ying, so he thought he would have to serve as acting president today. Now that I see Lang Ying, I feel much better. Butler Lin, thank you for your hard work yesterday. I am indeed feeling a little unwell. Look up. Seeing that it was Linen coming over, Lang Ying answered happily. Are you feeling better now? If you're still not feeling well, I can still work for another day. Linen said without hesitation. He treats Lang Ying as his own daughter. It's okay to be a little tired, just consider it as exercise. Lang Ying is really unwell, so it would be better to let her rest as much as possible. Actually, it's not a big problem, just a minor issue. It will be fine after a good night's sleep. Trying her best not to look at Butler Lin's concerned look, Lang Ying's pretty face flushed as she answered awkwardly. What can she say? Didn't I come to the company yesterday because I was taken first? Still a little painful? Miss, you have to take care of yourself and don't take it lightly. Linen greeted Qin Feng next to him, walked to the desk, and patiently explained, some insignificant minor ailments are actually warnings from the body. When small ailments accumulate, they become big ailments. If you don't take them seriously, it will be too late when something bad happens to your body. As he spoke, he walked to the desk with the documents. I see. It's nothing. Raising her head slightly, Lang Ying stood up and prepared to take the documents from Lin An's hand. But you also have to be careful. Originally he wanted to simply hand over the documents, but when Lin An saw Lang Ying's rosy face and very energetic state, he was confused. His eyes became a little dazed and even his body stopped. What's going on? Didn't you say you were not feeling well? What is this full of vitality? Butler Lin, what are you daydreaming about? Seeing that Lin An was in a daze and refused to give her the file, Lang Ying waved her hand in front of him and asked in confusion. Oh, right away. Lin An came back to his senses immediately and quickly handed the document in his hand to Lang Ying. And at the same time, he quietly observed Lang Ying's expression again. Her complexion is rosy, her eyes are bright, and she is in good spirits. This complexion clearly surpasses that of most young people, okay? Was Lang Ying really unwell yesterday? Thinking secretly, Lin An turned to look at Qin Feng with a somewhat puzzled look. Seeing that he looked haggard, in poor spirits, and pounded his waist from time to time, I immediately understood something. Oh. There is only one truth. The two of them must have played games all night long until dawn yesterday. Lang Ying took a nap in broad daylight, but Qin Feng didn't. As smart as he is. It must be like this. Nodding slightly, Lin An looked at Qin Feng, gave him a meaningful look, and then said, young people should know how to be moderate. Your body is your own, and you have a long life ahead of you. Coincidentally. When he said this, Xin Feng was holding a ceramic teacup and preparing to drink some water. Puff. As expected, it sprayed. Xin Feng was speechless as he heard the cough. At the same time, Lang Ying's face turned even redder, and she was frightened. Is it necessary to react so strongly? Young people should stay up less late and stop playing two-player games all the time. Linen cleared his throat and reminded. Xin Feng was about to refute, but he felt that he couldn't explain it, so he immediately performed the traditional Chinese art of face changing. Alas, Steward Lin is right, I can't stay up late. That's right. You don't sleep until the moon does. You are a bald little baby. Young man, please take care of your health. Very pleased, Linen nodded and replied. Hear this. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. What the hell is this bald little baby? But he couldn't refute it. I could only nod slightly and replied very reluctantly, Butler Lin is right. And because Lang Ying had very sharp ears, Linen's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, so she could hear all the conversations clearly. The car leading to the kindergarten made many turns and finally returned to the kindergarten. Looking at Qin Feng's gritted teeth answer. She wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. But fortunately, after delivering the documents, Linen had other things to do, so after a few more complaints, he hurried out to do his work. Xin Feng and Lang Ying were the only ones left in the office again. Ahem, husband, housekeeper Lin should have guessed it, right? Deliberately coughing lightly, Lang Ying blushed and looked at Xin Feng with her beautiful peach blossom eyes and asked. Probably not. He just talked about staying up late. Scratching his cheek, Xin Feng answered awkwardly. After what Butler Lin did, the atmosphere became a little hard to control. That's right. Lang Ying nodded and was about to continue reading the documents and wait for the meeting. But suddenly, she flipped through the documents faster and faster, with a happy expression on her face. Honey, I don't have much to do at the company tomorrow, so I think I can spare the whole afternoon. It's just right for us to go to my uncle and aunt's house and visit the place where you grew up. After clapping her hands, Lang Ying's eyes gradually lit up and she suggested. Is that so? Xin Feng smiled, then thought about it and said, that's fine, but if it's Tuesday, we probably won't be able to see them until the evening. That's fine too. Not caring, Lang Ying answered immediately. Okay, let's do it this way. I'll tell them in advance. Having said that, Xin Feng picked up his phone and sent a message to Li Ningxue. Li Ningxue replied immediately and agreed. Li Ningxue likes Lang Ying very much and treats her as her daughter. Hearing that she came to see him on her own initiative, her tone when she spoke to Xin Feng became much gentler. This made Xin Feng feel more and more. He is not his biological son. Moment. After reading the document, Lang Ying went out for a meeting. Being bored in the office, Xin Feng began to draw with a pencil. Darina had suggested that he use his current experience and vision to design a set of jewelry, or silver jewelry, etc. Just as a commemoration. Although I don't think much about it. But he really didn't want to waste Darina's kindness, so he started to draw a set casually. If there is time until morning, I can just make one set. He is fully capable of doing so. Chapter 111. Welcome to the North, is this my world? It's almost noon. Ms. Darina surprisingly didn't come. The main reason was that she wanted to communicate with her team about Lang's fragrance industry's latest high-end jewelry designs. Her principle is, now that you have agreed, do it seriously. Lang's Fragrance's high-end jewelry is a newly launched sector with a blank slate, so her team needs to do a lot of initial work. It's not difficult, but it's time-consuming. But today, Xin Feng was rarely stood up by Ms. Darina. Only. He didn't care about that. Holding a few simple design drawings, Xin Feng placed them on Lang Ying's desk, then began to play with his mobile phone leisurely, while thinking about what to eat for lunch. A person who works hard to eat, a person who works hard to eat. After a morning of work, Master Qin skillfully opened the takeaway restaurant and started placing an order. Afternoon. After having dinner with Lang Ying, Xin Feng returned to the Sakura community where he had lived before. Planning to move house. Since I have already got the approval of my father-in-law, then it's not too much to live next to him, right? Besides, Lang Zian doesn't often stay at Thompson Epines' residence. It doesn't matter. Because of the Sakura community, Xin Feng felt that there were very few things he could bring with him. In just 5 hours, everything was ready. And the next afternoon, Xinfeng was busy in the villa with the problem of placing items. Lang Ying didn't come back until the evening. He just got everything done. Because he was really exhausted yesterday, Xinfeng didn't touch Lang Ying today. But at night, Lang Ying still moved her hands unconsciously. Xinfeng instantly thought of a sentence he saw on his mobile phone when he was in college. Once it starts, it can't be stopped. Mr. Shinxiu. Tuesday. After getting off work at noon, Xinfeng arrived at the open-air parking lot outside Lang's Fragrance Company on time. I was a little tired yesterday. He didn't get up, and Lang Ying came to the company to work alone. Xinfeng took a nap. And he waited for about 10 minutes. Lang Ying walked down quickly. She dressed very beautifully today. She was wearing a light blue dress that gradually turned white at the bottom, and she was wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Her hair was scattered behind her back, giving her a very fairy-like look. They had already made an appointment. Just run away during the lunch break. Are you sure you have sorted out all the company's affairs? You disappeared for most of the day, are you okay? Seeing Lang Ying jumping down, Xinfeng hurried over and asked thoughtfully. Such a big company. The president left as soon as he said he would. What to do in case of emergency? It will be troublesome. I asked Steward Lin to help me keep an eye on it. There will be absolutely no problem. Stretching out her hand and making an okay gesture, Lang Ying answered calmly. And see this. Xinfeng nodded slightly and said nothing more. He can still complain to others. But there is nothing to say about what Butler Lin said. Then get in the car and I'll show you my world. Xinfeng helped Lang Ying open the passenger door like a gentleman and said ceremoniously. Lang Ying nodded and sat down with a smile. Xinfeng's home is actually not far from Tangchenipin in Magic City. It is near Qingpu district in the west of Magic City. This was an excellent location before the Pudong New area was developed in Shanghai. But afterwards, it became clear that he was no longer able to cope with the situation. The location became remote. It is located at the outermost part of Shanghai, close to Suzhou. Because the location is fascinating. At that time, Xinfeng had just graduated from high school, and when he was applying for college, he was hesitating between Suzhou University and Shanghai Jiaotong University. I flipped a coin and chose Jiaotong University. If you drive from Lang's fragrance industry, it will take about 2 hours. Lang Ying, let's go. In the car. Xinfeng started the car skillfully, turned a corner and rushed into the traffic. Drive slowly, don't be in a hurry. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Lang Ying smiled sweetly and was very happy. Fortunately, there is not much work in the company these 2 days. Otherwise, I can only wait until the weekend to watch it. She really wanted to see the place where Xinfeng had lived since he was a child. Missed it before. Now I have to make up for it. Following the evil map navigation, Xinfeng drove slowly. After nearly 2 hours, the two of them finally arrived in Qingpu district. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the residential quarters of the state-owned Zhuyuan Steel Company, a cool silver gradient Lamborghini slowly stopped. This is a mid-range residential area with a relatively good environment. Although it is a small county town, it has been well developed, perhaps because it is close to Shanghai. The kind that is neither good nor bad. Here we are. How is it? This may be your first time in such an environment. Get out of the car. Xinfeng opened his arms, pointed at the community, and smiled slightly. That's about the same. Look around. Looking at the places that still had some sense of age, Lang Ying nodded in reply. Soon after Lang Xian's career took off, she was sent to study abroad, and the school she attended was a more aristocratic school. After graduation, I went straight into a prestigious university. After returning to China, she has been living among the wealthy. I go back and forth between the company and home. Seen it. But I've never been to such a place. It feels pretty good. There is no feeling of high-rise buildings, no oppression. How does that feel? Are you still getting used to it? Xinfeng asked. Of course I have adapted to it. This is where you used to live. I like it very much. Lang Ying narrowed her eyes and answered happily. After she finished speaking, she let out a long sigh of relief. This is where her husband grew up. The needle doesn't poke. Fool. Hearing such a provocative answer, Xin Feng felt a little warm in his heart and replied with a smile. Close the car door. He was just about to pull Lang Ying inside. But at this moment, she suddenly thought of something and hurried back to get the things she had placed on the passenger seat. What? Xin Feng asked puzzledly after taking a glance at the two exquisite gift boxes in his lovely wife's hands. Of course it's a gift for my uncle and aunt, but the contents inside will be kept secret from you for the time being. Lang Ying answered very cutely, stretching out her hand and making a hushing gesture. Oh, you even dared to hide it from your husband? Xin Feng smiled. The main reason is that I'm afraid that if you tell your uncle and aunt in advance, it won't be new. Lang Ying explained. Okay, whatever you want, whatever you want. Xin Feng said casually. Actually, even without Lang Ying telling him, he knew what was inside. One gift box packaging is obviously a watch, and the other packaging looks like jewelry. Corresponding to men and women. It's almost the same. But, to his surprise, Lang Ying is so thoughtful. She came back just for fun this time and even prepared gifts for her parents. In comparison, Xin Feng seemed to have not prepared anything for his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Fairy daughter-in-law. Well, is there anything else? If not, let's go in. Xin Feng asked calmly as he took the two exquisite gift boxes very naturally. Oh, that's it. Although she was a little afraid that Xin Feng would see what was inside, Lang Ying still let go and answered. After. Xin Feng took Lang Ying's soft hand and walked into the community. As soon as they reached the atrium of the community, several children who were playing outside ran over. Brother Xin Feng? Wow, Brother Xin Feng is back again. Soft and sticky sounds were heard from time to time. Mostly little girls. Chapter 112, Auntie? What bad intentions does the little girl have? Soon, a dozen little girls jumped and skipped around Xin Feng, looking very happy. Most of these little girls are about 7 or 8 years old. Honey, these are. Taking a few steps back, Lang Ying looked at the group of little girls and asked in confusion. Oh, they are all children from the surrounding families. I took them out to play during the Chinese New Year. Xin Feng squatted down slightly and spoke with his hands open. He looked at the little girl in front of him who looked like a porcelain doll, and said with a smile, Come on, Xiaoyu, have you eaten well after I left? Forehead. Brother Xin Feng, can't you just ask me if I'm doing well in my studies? Listening to Qin Feng's shabby questions, Xiaoyu felt helpless. However, considering his stunning looks, she still happily ran towards Qin Feng and hugged his neck. No, how can studying be more important than eating? Qin Feng gently picked up Xiaoyu and answered seriously. Actually, he wanted to ask other questions, too. But Xiaoyu's weight has always been lower than that of a normal child. Every time I come back. When he saw Xiaoyu's slender arms, he couldn't help but ask her if she had eaten well. Why are you so thin? Of course I eat well, I just can't gain weight. Pouting her lips, Xiaoyu answered helplessly. She is actually not picky about food and eats everything. Eat well every day. But maybe it's due to my body's consumption, I just can't gain weight. Only. Xin Feng couldn't help laughing when he saw Xiaoyu saying helplessly that she couldn't gain weight. He suddenly discovered. Xiaoyu's skills are really similar to those of his lovely wife. Lang Ying always eats a lot at once, and I haven't seen her try hard to maintain her figure. But I don't know what happened. She is also very thin. Xiaoyu, you and your sister are similar. Your sister can't gain weight either. Thinking of this, Xin Feng couldn't help but say. Elder sister? Brother Xin Feng, which sister? When Xiaoyu heard the word sister, she blinked her cute big eyes with a look of confusion in them. All her attention was on Xin Feng. Lang Ying had never mentioned it before, so she automatically ignored it. Now that Xin Feng said this, she was willing to look outside. And in an instant, the graceful Lang Ying came into her sight. Brother Xin Feng, are you talking about this aunt? Xiaoyu stretched out her slightly immature little hand and asked very innocently. Ah, auntie? Lang Ying murmured the name in a low voice, and her body froze. She was very happy to see these little girls surrounding Xin Feng and being very close to him. Just planning to take a look. She wants to know everything about her husband. But I didn't expect it. Any unexpected gains? Aunt? Xin Feng is called brother. Call her auntie? Good job. Does she look that old? Lang Ying immediately looked down at her clothes. She was wearing a blue and white gradient long skirt, a pair of white high heels, gold-rimmed glasses, and light makeup. It's obviously very fairy-like, okay? Being called auntie? She is stupid. And the little girl named Xiaoyu saw that something was obviously wrong with Qin Feng. Damn it. He does whatever he wants just because he is young. But hearing this name, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He quickly put Xiaoyu down, then went to pull Lang Ying, coughed, and introduced her solemnly. She is not an aunt, she is a sister, the wife of brother Qin Feng. Her name is Lang Ying, you can call her Sister Ying, understand? Speaking of, Qin Feng looked at Xiaoyu and emphasized, if you call her aunt, then I am the uncle. Oh, but I still think I should call her auntie. Xiaoyu looked at Lang Ying and nodded, but there was something else to say. When Lang Ying heard this, her pretty face suddenly darkened even more. Is this little girl a little too smart? If you call me auntie, then you have to call Qin Feng uncle. Are you willing to do that? Feeling a little angry, Lang Ying decisively took a step forward and said to Xiaoyu, who was not even as tall as her waist, well, I'll just call you sister. Xiaoyu lowered her head, gave in instantly, and answered in a very aggrieved tone. But after she finished speaking, she hid behind Qin Feng's legs again, pretending to be timid, and then said, Brother Qin Feng, my sister is so fierce, Xiaoyu just called the wrong name. See here. Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying and smiled helplessly. Why are you angry with a child? What bad intentions does the child have? I don't have any. Lang Ying tapped her heel and answered immediately. Something is wrong. There's something wrong with this little girl. And because Qin Feng had held Xiaoyu. After putting her down, the other children also vied to hold her. Qin Feng played with these little girls helplessly for a long time. After holding them in turn, he pulled Lang Ying and continued walking. Because it's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Many people have to go out to buy groceries and go home to cook. They all knew Qin Feng. Seeing him holding a beautiful lady, they couldn't help but greet him out of curiosity. And after asking Lang Ying if she was his wife, he was sincerely happy and envious. Oh, Qin Yi and Ning Shui are so lucky. Yes, I am so blessed. My son is so handsome, and my daughter-in-law is also so beautiful. I won't look at it anymore. The more I look at it, the angrier I get. Why is mine growing more and more crooked? It doesn't look like me anymore. Well, I suggest that you, Lao Wang, roll. Not caring about the neighbor's comments, Qin Feng took Lang Ying's soft little hand and led her into the community. After entering the elevator, Qin Feng pressed the floor button and then waited. At this time, Lang Ying suddenly looked at Qin Feng and said quietly, I didn't expect you to be so popular with girls, even children. Hey, what do you mean you didn't even let the children go? I was just playing with them. Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His lovely wife's tone and aggrieved look clearly showed that she was jealous. But she was even jealous of a child? TSK, you're such a playboy. Glancing at Qin Feng, Lang Ying said with a pout. And speaking. She crossed her arms and took a step to the right, obviously not wanting to stand with her husband anymore. No, how am I distracted? Qin Feng was very sensitive to Lang Ying's little movements, but he had no way to deal with it. What to do? Even my own wife is jealous of the little girl. What bad intentions does the little girl have? She just wanted to be close to me. You're fickle everywhere, and there's something obviously wrong with that little girl. Lang Ying's imaginary answer. I'm so young, what bad intentions could I have? Following Lang Ying's step to the right, Qin Feng put his arms around her slender waist and pulled her in. Without waiting for Lang Ying to react, he simply lowered his head and kissed her. Lang Ying opened her eyes wide and her pretty face suddenly turned red. She didn't expect Qin Feng to kiss her in the elevator. There is surveillance here. But, so sweet. Chapter 113, Messy, I should have picked it up, right? Bite. When the elevator reached the floor, Qin Feng hurriedly let go of Lang Ying. Fortunately, there's no one outside. You bad guy, you kissed me when you didn't agree with me. Wiping her mouth, Lang Ying spoke fiercely with a red face. Then are you still jealous? Even of children? Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Qin Feng took the initiative to hold Lang Ying's hand and walked out of the elevator. Although Lang Ying looked fierce, she was still led by her lovely husband obediently. I just can't stand Xiaoyu. She's quite young, but she's quite scheming. Lang Ying spoke softly, pouting. They are just children, how can they be so scheming? Ignoring it directly, Xin Feng pulled Lang Ying and walked forward leisurely. Lang Ying saw Qin Feng's indifferent look. Cutely puffed up her lips and didn't say anything more about it. And a moment. The two of them came to a house with the house number 4399. Here we are. This is it. Holding Lang Ying, Xin Feng found the key that he hadn't used for a long time, inserted it into the keyhole, and prepared to open the door. But the strange thing is, the key is stuck inside and can't be turned. What's going on? Can't open it? After great effort, Xin Feng finally pulled out the key. He looked at the key in his hand, then compared it carefully with the keyhole, and immediately understood something. Wife, my parents seem to have changed the locks. Scratching his head, Xin Feng smiled bitterly at Lang Ying. What's even stranger is, Lang Ying's face was very calm, and she didn't seem worried at all. Auntie gave me a key before, saying it was at home, and if I wanted to play, I could come over and see if I could open it. Lang Ying took out a key from the Chanel bag she was carrying, handed it to Xin Feng, and spoke slowly. Why did my mother give you the key? After taking the key, Xin Feng compared it with the keyhole, but it didn't feel right either. Mine are all wrong, so yours should be wrong too, right? Speaking of. He inserted the key into the lock. Rotate. Immediately. Click. There was a crisp sound and the door lock opened immediately. Ah, it's really open. Auntie wouldn't lie to me. Very happy, Lang Ying stretched out her jade hand and pushed the door open. And at this time, Xin Feng looked down at the key in his hand, then looked at the key in the door lock, and suddenly felt a little messy. He knew that his parents had been acting like bad people for a long time. He was 10 years old at that time. Since Li Ningxue and Qin Yi didn't want to cook, they asked him to do it. One person makes 3 servings. Shouldn't this be Li Ningxue's job? Let him be a kid. Really not a human being. But that's okay. Thinking that when I grow up, maybe things will turn around. But I never expected it. Still like this. And even more inhuman. Xin Feng stroked his chin, very confused. The key given to Lang Ying can open the door, and he had clearly only come back once a few months ago. It is obvious that the door lock was changed at a later time. At that time, both parties met their parents. Why did Li Ningxue only give Lang Ying the key and not him? Don't even tell him? He pondered. Am I really their biological child? Or is Lang Ying their illegitimate daughter? It's outrageous. Hubby, why don't you come in? What are you daydreaming about? In. Lang Ying had no idea of the confusion in Xin Feng's mind. Seeing that her husband was standing there and didn't come in, she immediately reminded him. Oh, okay, right away. Xin Feng answered casually, feeling suddenly very tired. He came in carrying something. And at this time, Li Ningxue actually walked out from inside. Seeing Xin Feng and Lang Ying, she immediately asked, Why are you so slow? When he saw Li Ningxue, Xin Feng was a little confused. No, today is Tuesday. Shouldn't you be working at the steel mill at this time? He asked immediately. It's only a little after 4 in the afternoon. They should both still be at work. Why are you at home? Didn't you say before that you would bring Lang Ying to visit today? Your father and I have discussed taking 2 days off so that we can see our daughter-in-law more often. Just like meeting her own daughter, Li Ningxue happily hurried to help Lang Ying get her bag, and reflexively ignored the 2 big gift boxes in Xin Feng's hands. Xin Feng has gotten used to this. It has been a long time since my mother has behaved like a bad person. He just replied sourly, Oh, no one helped me get something when I came back. What a pity. I can't give this jewelry to anyone, so I'll just throw it away. What bad intentions does Xin Feng have? He just wanted someone to help him get his stuff. But his little thoughts were directly despised by Li Ningxue. Just shut up, there's no way you would buy me a gift. This gift was obviously bought by Xiaoying, right? Walking in front of Xin Feng, Li Ningxue directly took the 2 exquisite gift boxes, then turned to ask Lang Ying. Face this problem. Lang Ying's lips curled up slightly, and she replied with a smile, Xin Feng and I gave it to you together. That's right, there's also a watch for Comrade Qin Yi in there. Xin Feng echoed. Xiaoying, just spoil him. Hearing Lang Ying's tactful answer, Li Ningxue couldn't help but shake her head and said helplessly. She knew her son's character very well. Give her a gift? Impossible. When they were young, they both tricked Qin Feng to death. This guy giving them gifts is like the sun rising in the west. Although Qin Feng would also give away some really good things, but when she saw such luxurious packaging, she knew it was definitely bought by her daughter-in-law. My husband, if I don't spoil him, who will? As it should be, Lang Ying replied with a smile. Oh my, it's my turn to eat dog food? Hearing Lang Ying's answer, Li Ningxue also smiled. Everything changes, and I'm sure you'll suffer a little. Close the door. Qin Feng walked towards the living room and spoke casually. Shut up. Li Ningxue answered unhappily as she also took Lang Ying to the living room. Mom, I am your biological child. Qin Feng was powerless to complain. The three of them came to the living room. At this time, the voice of Comrade Qin Yi suddenly appeared, coming from the kitchen. Just see. He was wearing a pink kawaii apron around his waist and holding a scallion that had not been fully peeled in his right hand. When he saw Lang Ying and Qin Feng, he immediately became happy and said, "Oh, you two are finally here." But Qin Feng was stunned when he saw Comrade Qin Yi's inappropriate outfit, and then he couldn't help laughing. No, Dad, when did you buy this cute pink apron? You know shit, this is called high street style. After rolling his eyes at Qin Feng, Comrade Qin Yi waved his hand and said, "Come over and help me. Two people can make it faster so that Xiaoying can eat earlier." Hearing this, Qin Feng's smile disappeared immediately. It's fine as long as Li Ningxue sided with Lang Ying. Why is his dad like this? It turns out to be my biological father. Got it. Coming. Speechless. Although Qin Feng didn't want to move, he turned around and went into the kitchen. Because cooking is indeed faster when two people cook. Chapter 114, Come and get something good? A wedding diamond ring? Uncle, why don't Qin Feng and I come over? You and Auntie should take a break today. It's rare to have a day off. Seeing Qin Feng go to the kitchen, Lang Ying put down her bag and wanted to go over to accompany her husband and learn how to cook. But before she left, Li Ningxue grabbed her hand. We asked for leave for you too, how can we let you do it? Just let them cook. Li Ningxue explained. Then, she pretended to be mysterious and waved to Lang Ying, "Come here, come to my room and I'll show you something nice." Lang Ying looked towards the kitchen. Seeing that Qin Feng had already gone in, she also wanted to follow. But since her mother-in-law told her so, she felt that she should follow her mother-in-law. Auntie, what's good to see? After hesitating for a while, Lang Ying decided to follow Li Ningxue. You'll know in a moment. Li Ningxue was very keenly aware of Lang Ying's gaze and smiled helplessly. She thinks this daughter-in-law is really good. His mind is always on Qin Feng. There are not many good girls like this in today's society. How did his rag and bone son find it? Yeah, okay. Not knowing what Li Ningxue was thinking, Lang Ying nodded naturally in response. It's all just a conditioned reflex. Moment. Lang Ying was pulled by Li Ningxue from the living room to a large bedroom. And after entering the bedroom, Li Ningxue let go of Lang Ying's hand and went to get something from the bedside table. Lang Ying had some free time and looked around as usual. She looked at the neat decoration in the room and the big bed in the middle, and it was not difficult to tell that this was the room where Qin Yi and Li Ningxue lived. It's neither too big nor too small, but it's full of life. The most important thing is that it is very clean and tidy, and the air is fresh. Took a step forward. Lang Ying looked at the room and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. She found that this room was very similar to Qin Feng's previous house in Sakura community. Although the mother and son often do not get along, some of their living habits and the placement of items are surprisingly consistent. And here, there seems to be a special fragrance. Auntie, is the perfume you use the Wind Breath series? Lang Ying raised her nose and sniffed hard, then asked. She found that the scent seemed to be the latest series of perfumes launched by her company. This series focuses on this special flavor. The top notes are similar to ordinary high-end perfumes, but the base notes have a special fresh smell, as silky as a breeze. Yeah, I bought it because it was popular. It's quite expensive, but I like the smell. Li Ningxue carefully took out an exquisitely wrapped gift box from the bedside table, then stood up and answered as she walked. Auntie, actually this perfume is made by my company. If you like it, I will just give you a few sets next time, so you don't have to spend money to buy it. Lang Ying answered without even thinking. She actually likes to use this perfume. I didn't expect that my mother-in-law is also using it. Anyway, they were all produced by her company, so she could talk to the people in the product department and it wouldn't be a problem to set aside a few sets. This way her mother-in-law doesn't have to spend money to buy it. She remembered that the perfume was very expensive, about 1 or 2,000 yuan for a small bottle, and was considered an ordinary luxury product. It's not really expensive, and I don't need to trouble you so much. Coming in front of Lang Ying, Li Ningxue said with a smile. No trouble, next time I will. Lang Ying was just about to bring it over next time she came here, but suddenly remembered that she and Qin Feng didn't know when they would have time again. The company is very idle during this period, but you can't say for sure what will happen in a few days. Sometimes the company gets so busy that even her favorite mealtime is squeezed out. Thinking of this, she immediately changed her words and said seriously, Auntie, please tell me the address here, and I will express it to you later, it's the same. Really, no need. I still have 2 bottles here. Li Ningxue insisted. It's okay. Just keep the extra ones as spares. If you get tired of using them, I'll send you a few sets from other series so you can use them in rotation. Lang Ying was equally persistent, and became more and more excited as she spoke. No. This one is good enough. Seeing Lang Ying talking more and more, Li Ningxue hurriedly replied. She was afraid of being rejected again. My wife will send me a bunch of perfume later. She doesn't actually need much, so wouldn't it be great if she could sell it and make some money? Okay, I'll have someone deliver a few sets later. Lang Ying said seriously. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone, intending to tell the people in the company's product department to leave a few sets for the next batch of goods. Only. Before she could turn on her phone, she was interrupted by Li Ningxue. Xiaoying, don't worry about the perfume for now, take a look at this first. Li Ningxue handed the exquisitely wrapped gift box to Lang Ying, and then explained, before you said you didn't want a gift, and I also know that you are not short of money and can buy anything. But your uncle and I always felt that the older generation should do something for you younger generations, so after much deliberation, we bought a pair of diamond rings for both of you. Listening silently, Lang Ying took the exquisitely packaged gift box. Open. There are 2 small ones inside. The 2 English characters EL are printed on the box. Seeing this sign, Lang Ying frowned slightly. It's not bad, it's too good. L. She remembered that this diamond ring brand was a jewelry company acquired by her father Lang Zian. Both its workmanship and design are world-class, and it ranks 13th among the world's high-end jewelry brands. It belongs to the category of top-level luxury jewelry. An EL. In fact, it is the English abbreviation of the word eternity. The starting price of diamond rings of this brand is already around 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, and the price of wedding rings is ridiculously high for ordinary people. Xiaoying, do you think it's too cheap? Compared to your family, our life is indeed nothing but a little bit of relationship, but if you are not satisfied, No, absolutely not. Seeing that Lang Ying kept looking at the EL logo and didn't open the box, with her brows frowned, Li Ningxue thought that her daughter-in-law didn't like it, and hurriedly tried to explain. But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Lang Ying. Auntie, this gift is too precious to me. I dare not open it. Lang Ying said with emotion, tears in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Hearing this, Li Ningxue felt helpless. Her daughter-in-law is a little too sensible. This thing is not expensive for her. I even say I buy it whenever I want. What she meant by precious was probably their thoughtfulness. Xiaoying, this is what you deserve. Open it and take a look. Otherwise, you will be wasting your uncle and me's kindness. Thinking about it, Li Ningxue said. Good. Hearing this, Lang Ying immediately nodded and reached out to open the box. She knew that Li Ningxue wanted her to accept it. This may be the obsession of the older generation towards the younger generation. And after opening, inside the box lay a platinum diamond ring. Chapter 115, a diamond ring worth over 1 million, why does the style change when it comes to you? A look of surprise. Looking at the platinum diamond ring in the box, Lang Ying was a little at a loss. She had seen this pair of rings before. It is the top wedding ring of EL brand. Eternal Platinum Series. This thing costs 250,000 per carat. Judging from the size of the diamond on the ring in the box, it should be 3 carats. Plus craftsmanship, design, diamonds, brand premium. The market price of a single ring is more than 700,000 yuan. Now there is a pair. That SA price of over 1.4 million. Auntie, this is too expensive. She was almost stuttering. Lang Ying looked at Li Ningxue and spoke quickly. She saw the life of Qin Feng's family. Belongs to a middle-class family in Shanghai. Have capital. More than 1.4 million is not a problem. But even so, we can't be so wasteful. 3-carat luxury diamond ring. It's really not necessary. But Li Ningxue didn't care much. She felt that as long as her daughter-in-law liked it, the price didn't matter. It's not like I don't have any family background. Xiaoying, even though your uncle and I have been slacking off at work and traveling a lot over the years, we have still saved some money. Gently grasping Lang Ying's excited hand, Li Ningxue said earnestly, we thought, as for the diamond ring, we should buy a better one, so that you won't be embarrassed when you wear it out. No, absolutely not. Lang Ying immediately shook her head in response. Actually, according to her identity and position, anyone who knew her, even if she wore a candy ring, no one would dare to say anything sarcastic. Do you like it? Li Ningxue asked. I like it very much. Lang Ying smiled and nodded. And at this time, the tears in the corners of her eyes were about to overflow, so she quickly reached out to wipe them away. See here. Li Ningxue suddenly felt distressed. She hates to see children crying. Certainly. Except Qin Feng. She took a step forward, quickly reached out and wiped away the tears from Lang Ying's eyes, and comforted her. Why are you crying, kid? If you like it, you should be happy. Well, I'm just a little touched. Lang Ying nodded slightly and forced a smile. Then quickly opened the other one and looked at Qin Feng's. Be moved quickly and then let Qin Feng put it on you. Li Ningxue said jokingly. Hearing this, Lang Ying burst into laughter. She obediently opened another box. Inside was also a shining platinum ring. But it is different from the women's model just now. The design of the men's ring is slightly different and not as shiny. It's a bit more atmospheric. There are no fancy or unnecessary designs, and a diamond is also tightly inlaid on the top. It looks good too. With red eyes, Lang Ying nodded in response. As long as you like it, are you still touched now? Li Ningxue asked with a smile. No. I'm not moved. Shaking her head, Lang Ying lied. Well, let's go out and let Qin Feng put it on you. Li Ningxue suggested. Lang Ying nodded heavily. Calm down your emotions. The two of them left the bedroom. When I walked into the living room, the table that had been empty just now was already served with 2 or 3 steaming dishes. They both looked towards the kitchen. Just see. Qin Feng has inherited the pink kawaii apron from Comrade Qinyi, and is now carefully carrying a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers out of the kitchen. He saw Li Ningxue and Lang Ying were both standing, and immediately said, It's time to eat, go and sit down. Then he went back to the kitchen to get something. Honey, let me help you. She even dared to call Qin Feng husband in front of Li Ningxue. Lang Ying handed the diamond ring to Li Ningxue next to her and planned to help her husband carry things. But unfortunately, Qin Feng and Qin Yi have already brought out the last 2 dishes. She was lonely. Moment. 4 people sat on the sofa in the living room, with a glass rectangular table in front of them. There were 5 or 6 dishes piled on top. 4 of them were made by Comrade Qin Yi, and the other 2 were made by Qin Feng. But, although this is a good time to eat, but none of the 4 of them picked up their chopsticks. Wow, a diamond ring as big as a pigeon egg, Mom, you've spent a fortune on it. Looking at the sparkling platinum diamond ring in the exquisitely packaged box, Qin Feng waited several times heartlessly and then said, Hiss. Li Ningxue took a deep breath and frowned, looking a little disappointed. What's going on? Why does the style seem a little off when it comes to Qin Feng? Compared to the touched look of my daughter-in-law just now. Her son is a little too calm. Everyone knew that the diamond ring was as big as a pigeon egg, but this was his reaction? Good job. Just be surprised for a moment and that's it? Think about it a few more times. Do you weigh it by kilogram? Be careful, don't drop it. Beside, Comrade Qin Yi had a similar attitude to Qin Feng. I felt nothing in my heart and even wanted to pick up the thermos cup to drink some tea. When Li Ningxue saw her husband's calm look, she felt a little unfamiliar. She remembered the painful look on Qin Yi's face when he paid the money. I feel like my heart is bleeding. Now it doesn't matter anymore. That's strange. Lang Ying was fine. She just smiled quietly, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes were full of doting as she looked at her lovely husband. Lang Ying, stretch out your hand, I'll put it on for you. After playing with it for a while, Xin Feng noticed his mother's look that almost wanted to kill him. He swallowed and hurried to find his wife. Yeah, okay. A little surprised for a moment, Lang Ying reacted quickly and stretched out her right hand. A diamond ring should be worn on the ring finger. Grabbing his wife's soft little hand, Xin Feng put it on her very carefully. Be serious when you need to be serious. He still knows the strength. The diamond ring fit perfectly on Lang Ying's ring finger. I'll put it on you too. Taking the other ring, Lang Ying said. Good. Xin Feng nodded slightly and then stretched out his left hand. Lang Ying put it on him gently. Then, eyes met. Okay, now you have the diamond ring. From now on, you are mine. Xin Feng said jokingly with a smile. At this time, Lang Ying did not show any shyness. She nodded very seriously and replied, well, I will be yours from now on, and I will spoil you forever. Hearing this, Xin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He decisively reached out and scratched his lovely wife's nose, and corrected her, you said it the other way around. It should be me who spoils you. I'm your husband. It's all the same. Lang Ying smiled sweetly. Xin Feng couldn't do anything to Lang Ying, so he just obeyed. Never mind. To be pampered is to be pampered. Who made him like this picked up wife so much? Chapter 116 I have little education, please don't lie to me? By the way, Mom, how much did you spend on this diamond ring? Did you squander all your savings over the years? Xin Feng lowered his head and looked at the sparkling ring on his right ring finger. He always felt like he was wearing money and asked aloud. What do you think? Li Ningxue answered confidently, a little angrily when she thought about it, after buying the diamond ring, your father and I have lost all our savings. These two little things cost more than 1 million yuan. Is it so expensive? Xin Feng was not surprised after hearing this. His eyesight had been sharpened a little by Darlene. The platinum diamond ring in your hand is of great quality in terms of design and workmanship, as well as the purity and cutting craftsmanship of the diamond. They are all great. The price is definitely in the range of over 1 million. Although for so many years, he has been tortured by the affection and love showing of old comrades Li Ningxue and Qin Yi. Moreover, during the festivals, the two of them would always steal his New Year's money on the pretext of keeping it for safekeeping. But now, more than 1 million yuan has been spent without any hesitation. They both knew how to care for their own son. More than 1 million yuan is most of their savings. When he thought of this, Xin Feng felt a warm current flowing through his heart. Then, if you two are out of money, just come to me. I still have some private money from your son. Xin Feng answered decisively. Only. Hearing this, Li Ningxue immediately rolled her eyes at her rag-and-bone son. She knew that Qin Feng's salary as a market analyst was good, but he had only been out there for a few years. Just 3 or 4 years. How much money can be saved? It's good enough if it's not negative equity. Does he have a dime? How much private money do you have? $50? Li Ningxue asked in a calm tone. When Comrade Qin Yi heard his wife say 50 yuan, he suddenly felt that she was overestimating his son. He coughed, corrected himself, and said, hey. Ningxue, $50 is too much. I don't think this guy has $5 in his pocket. Stop talking, I only have 5 cents in my bank account. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and Xin Feng began to speak sarcastically. What's going on? Why is his value so low in the eyes of his old mother and father? He doesn't have 2 billion on him now, let alone 1 billion, but he still has 500 million or 600 million. It's more than enough to support Li Ningxue and Qin Yi, okay? What the hell, I don't even have $5 in my pocket. It's outrageous. Uncle and aunt, Xin Feng is actually quite rich. Listening to what Qin Yi and Li Ningxue said, Lang Ying couldn't help laughing and hurriedly spoke. No way. The scene where her father-in-law and mother-in-law sang the same tune and jointly mocked her husband was a bit too funny. She really couldn't help laughing. Xiao Ying, don't side with him. He doesn't have a dime. Seeing Lang Ying defending Qin Feng, Li Ningxue waved her hand slightly and said helplessly, "Auntie, Qin Feng is really rich." Seeing that her mother-in-law didn't believe it, Lang Ying thought for a moment and then explained, "Qin Feng has a very good business vision. Every investment he makes is a sure thing. He is really smart. My company was competing for a piece of land before, but I didn't have enough funds, so I had to give up. But Qin Feng asked me to invest in another piece of land, and then I made more than 2 billion. And now he has another unfinished building, so he probably wants to make money from it." After hearing this, Li Ningxue frowned slightly, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Feng changed a little. "Is that so? When did Qin Feng become so powerful? With billions?" "Xiaoying, Auntie is not well educated, so please don't lie to me." Li Ningxue looked at Lang Ying seriously and asked softly, "Are you sure that Qin Feng didn't save this money bit by bit because you gave him some money every month?" After hearing these words, Qin Feng vomited. Good job. After all this time, the ring was finally put on. His kind old mother still thinks he is a gigolo. Does he look like it? It's obviously not the case. Is it his fault that he is handsome? Just because he's handsome, can we take it for granted that he's a gigolo? No. He is not an idol, he is talented. Let us talk about the issue of not having enough education. He clearly remembered that his mother Li Ningxue seemed to have graduated from Peking University. I do read a little bit. And next to it. Lang Ying felt a little ashamed when she heard her mother-in-law's doubtful words. "Auntie, that's not true." She then raised her right hand, bent her thumb, revealing 4 slender fingers, and swore, "I have never given Qin Feng a penny, except when we go shopping and I am the one who pays." Seeing Lang Ying swearing, Li Ningxue was shocked and hurriedly held her soft little hand. "You kid, if it's not true, then it's not true. Why are you swearing?" She felt a little distressed. This child is a bit naive. "Are you starting to swear now?" "Auntie, in fact, Qin Feng's current net worth is more than 2 billion. Still obsessed with the issue of Qin Feng's net worth, Lang Ying said with a serious face. "Hear this." Li Ningxue surrendered completely. All right. She really didn't know what medicine her rotten son had given Lang Ying. Why is his wife protecting him so much? That's too much. The two of them are secretly showing off their love. She doesn't even know? Auntie believes it. I don't care whether Qin Feng is rich or not. As long as you two kids are happy, that's all. Thinking of this, Li Ningxue answered decisively. It's not about money. In fact, they are not particularly lacking. There are 2 of us. Just live your life happily. When Lang Ying saw that Li Ningxue believed it, she nodded obediently. Ahem, now, can we eat? Finally. Xin Yi, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but answer. Several dishes were steaming and rushing straight into his nostrils. Especially the 2 dishes made by Qin Feng. It smells a bit outrageous. He smelled hungry. Eat, eat, all you do is eat, get lost. Li Ningxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yi and said unhappily. At this time, Lang Ying's pretty face turned slightly red, and she asked softly, Well, Auntie, I'm actually a little hungry too, so let's, eat. Ah? Are you hungry too? This is a completely different attitude from the one towards Comrade Qin Yi. When Li Ningxue heard Lang Ying say she was hungry, she immediately handed her the chopsticks and said with a smile, Why didn't you tell me earlier? You should eat when you are hungry. Don't starve. You look so thin. Oh, okay, thank you, Auntie. My family said thank you. Stunned by Li Ningxue's 180-degree change in attitude, Qin Yi raised his head and glanced at his son secretly. Shake your head slightly. Good job. Don't say you don't want your son anymore just because you have a daughter-in-law. Li Ningxue even lost her husband. It's outrageous. But after all, his wife is sensible and it's always good that she can go along with him and eat. Picking up the chopsticks, Qin Yi moved the dish. After that, the other 3 also started picking up their chopsticks to eat. Moment. Chapter 117 Love should not be worn away, love should grow day by day. Nearly half an hour. The 4 of them ate up all the dishes on the table. And finished the meal. Li Ningxue asked Lang Ying to go to Qin Feng's room to check, and she quickly took Comrade Qin Yi back to the room to rest. She also came here from a younger generation. Even if you get along well with your elders, there will still be some discomfort. Let's give these two kids a little space. They still live their lives alone. The other side. After Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying into the room, he saw that the window was open, so he walked over and closed it. It's 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Although it's not that hot anymore, it still feels a bit stuffy. Bite. After finding the air conditioner remote control, Qin Feng turned on the air conditioner. After that, he let out a long sigh, looked at Lang Ying, and said with a smile, "Don't you want to see where I grew up? Then let's start from here." Okay. Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying observed everything in the room with great curiosity. The room is neither big nor small, just like an ordinary family's. There is a big bed in the middle of the room and a computer desk next to it. Only. Although it is a computer desk, there is actually no computer on it. Instead, there are some books and papers, a small desk lamp, and 1 or 2 charging cables. To the right of the bed is a large wardrobe with a dressing mirror placed diagonally next to it. There is also a small bookshelf on the right wall of the door. Very normal. And suddenly, Lang Ying's eyes seemed to be attracted by something, and she couldn't help but look towards the bedside table. "Qin Feng, what is that?" Pointing at the many small figurines on the bedside table, she asked in confusion. "What?" Looking in the direction his lovely wife was pointing, Qin Feng took the figurine on the bedside table and smiled slightly. These small figures were collected by him when he was a child. They are all some Pokemon gadgets. There are garlic turtles, water turtles, yellow-skinned rats, Menchi, Rayquaza, the only super ancient beast that cannot fly Grao, and so on. These are all childhood memories. Qin Feng couldn't help but say. Actually, he had been back not long ago and thought these little things were nothing. But when I watched it with Lang Ying, I felt it was very different. Doesn't this reflect a certain saying? When you watch the sunrise, it's never about the beauty of the sunrise, but the people who watch the sunrise with you. Do you like it? Do you want me to give it to you? Holding a small Pikachu figurine, Qin Feng turned around and waved it towards Lang Ying and asked. To this. Lang Ying just smiled and said nothing. And suddenly, Qin Feng suddenly had an idea in his mind. Immediately, he slapped his forehead suddenly, feeling very depressed. How could he have forgotten this? Pikachu and Menchi were both given to him by Lang Ying when he was a child. And after getting Pikachu, Qin Feng liked it very much. After he couldn't find Lang Ying, he subconsciously became particularly fond of Pokemon. I bought a lot. Then I grew up and was overwhelmed by work and forgot about it completely. Did you remember it? With her hands behind her back, Lang Ying hopped to Qin Feng's side and smiled sweetly. Of course. Qin Feng reached out and patted Lang Ying's little head and answered gently. He remembered it now. Lang Ying was very reluctant at that time, but finally gave him the Pikachu. Then it disappeared for a few days. Qin Feng was very puzzled before, wondering why Lang Ying liked to wear clothes with Pikachu on them so much. Even the blanket in Lang Xian's study had Pikachu on it. It turns out I liked it when I was a kid. I should have thought of that at the beginning. Qin Feng replied with great regret. What's the matter? It's okay. Shaking her head, Lang Ying said casually. She didn't mind even if Qin Feng couldn't remember. Now she belongs to Qin Feng, so it doesn't matter whether she remembers these childhood memories or not. I can't remember it even now. Love should not be worn away, love should grow day by day. Love should not recall the past, love should live in the future. If you can't remember these memories, then create some more. The same. By the way, please take me to see where you go to school. Lang Ying stared blankly at the long-lost Pikachu figurine. And suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned around and asked Qin Feng. Now. You probably can't get in now. Qin Feng was not startled by Lang Ying's sudden turn and answered calmly. Can't get into high school? Lang Ying asked doubtfully. Of course, my high school is under closed management. The doors are closed unless it's Sunday, and boys and girls will be warned if they get too close. Thinking about the painful and yet happy days in high school, Qin Feng felt a little helpless. They all said that they missed their high school life the most after entering society. He was very confused. Who could say such a thing? The guy who said this must have had a girlfriend in high school. Otherwise, who would miss such painful days? But Lang Ying's focus was a little strange as she listened to Qin Feng's words silently. She bit her index finger lightly, then tilted her head and asked, "Were you ever warned in high school?" Hearing this, Xin Feng immediately shook his head. Of course not. Really? Really, no. Right. Xin Feng felt a little guilty when being stared at by Long Ying's beautiful peach blossom eyes. All right. Yes, there was. And there are quite a few. But it's not because he has a girlfriend, but because he was too handsome in high school. That was the period of young and handsome men. He is recognized as the most handsome boy in school. Even when I go to the toilet, I can meet girls who come over to chat and say hello. When I go home from school, I am surrounded by all kinds of girls. I can't even leave. Criticisms were reported one after another. In the end, the school was out of options and simply issued a rule. If any girl approaches Qin Feng again, he will criticize her and will not bring her along. So, his name was removed from the top of the criticism column in the school bulletin. Otherwise, he might have really become the top student in high school. The school also understands. Qin Feng's criticism was just a notice of criticism, but it was not recorded in the archives. Well, if there isn't any, then let's go take a look now. And take me for a stroll down there. Not intending to continue asking, Lang Ying put the long-lost Bakacha far away, then took Qin Feng's hand, shook it left and right quickly, and said coquettishly, "How could Qin Feng withstand this? No man can stand Long Ying's soft, cute, and pitiful look." So, he agreed on the spot. 6 o'clock. The two of them lay on the bed in the room and rested for a while before going out. Lang Ying was wearing her original outfit, a blue long skirt and white high heels, but she took off her gold-rimmed glasses and did not take her bag. Qin Feng changed into a black slim autumn outfit. It feels like I'm back in high school again. Honey, you look a lot younger dressed like this. Chapter 118: The Fun of Finding a Partner? At the door. Lang Ying looked up and down at Qin Feng's age-reducing outfit, pouted helplessly, and felt a little depressed. Really? It's fine. Qin Feng looked down at his clothes and answered in a flat tone. It's obviously just an ordinary black slim-fit autumn outfit, but it looks different on him. And suddenly, he looked at Lang Ying and asked with a smile, logically speaking, you wouldn't care about this. Oh. Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something. His deep and bright eyes stared at his wife's beautiful peach blossom eyes and he said slowly, could it be that Xiaoyu called you auntie before, and you are particularly concerned about this now? I didn't. When her husband guessed her little thoughts, Lang Ying blushed and answered stutteringly. She has always dressed like a mature lady in her 20s, but in fact, Lang Ying is only 21 or 22 years old. Qin Feng's face is full of collagen and his features are strong. He is handsome and in line with his age. Comparing the two of them, although both are good-looking, if you look closely, you will feel that Lang Ying is 1 or 2 years older than Qin Feng. It has a more social feel. Lang Ying already felt uncomfortable when children called her auntie. Now that Qin Feng was dressed the same as he did in high school, she felt as if she had grown up again. I really want to call her auntie. Then wait for me, I'll go change into a new set. Seeing Lang Ying's stuttering and extremely conflicted look, Qin Feng smiled and planned to go home and change into another set of clothes. Although this is a bit petty, she is my wife after all. It's okay to pamper her a little. It's always bad for her to feel uncomfortable. Only. He didn't even turn around before he was grabbed by Lang Ying. Goodbye, that's it, it's nothing, let's just go like this. Shaking her head, Lang Ying said immediately. It's already 6 o'clock. Qin Feng would have to waste time going back to change his clothes. Compared to shopping with my husband, she would rather endure it. Okay then. After a pause, Qin Feng nodded slightly and agreed. Moment. The two of them held hands and walked down the stairs slowly. Walking in the community. Many old men and women greeted Qin Feng warmly when they saw him coming back. Fortunately, because it was almost 6:30 and the group of children were mostly eating, there was no scene of many little girls surrounding Qin Feng. As they walked, Lang Ying suddenly looked at Qin Feng, then took his arm. Honey, I found a problem. What's the problem? Qin Feng asked in confusion. You look so young in your clothes, and I look like an auntie in my clothes. If we are together like this, will anyone really suspect that I am supporting a young hunk? Lying affectionately on the shoulder of her lovely husband, Lang Ying blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes and said. Hearing this, Qin Feng was speechless. Good job. It turns out that he can't live without the 3 words living off a gigolo. What's going on in your mind every day? Qin Feng reached out and tapped Lang Ying's fair forehead and said decisively. But the outrageous thing is. Looking down at his own attire, he felt that what Lang Ying said made some sense. After they left the community, Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying to the left, and then turned into a slightly narrow path. This was his shortcut to school. Normally this road is mostly taken by students wandering leisurely. Lang Ying was obediently pulled by Qin Feng. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes kept observing the surrounding scenery, feeling very novel. Walk slower, don't your feet hurt when you walk on this road in high heels? Seeing Lang Ying had walked in front of him, Qin Feng reminded her. This road has been dilapidated and messy since he went to school. It has been 5 or 6 years now and it is still the same. Lang Ying didn't change her shoes when she came out and was still wearing high heels. It's easy to sprain your ankle walking on this road. We are here to have fun, and if we get hurt it will be a waste of time. It's okay. I want to visit your school soon. I don't care at all, Lang Ying said with a smile. There's no need to worry. The school won't run away. Qin Feng said somewhat helplessly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lang Ying listened to Qin Feng's words very much and immediately slowed down her pace. After walking along the narrow path for a while, Qin Feng saw that his wife's heels were a little red, so he decided to take another better asphalt road. This road is called Xinghua Road. It's actually a snack street. It is close to the school opening, and business starts to pick up as soon as many day students come out after school at 9 o'clock in the evening. And the usual night market. Many people also come to eat barbecue, pancakes, buns, etc. But it's only 6 o'clock now, and the snack stalls are not open yet. Only the shops next door are still open. Honey, what is that? Sudden. Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying pointed her jade finger at a store selling tofu pudding and asked in a silly manner. There is actually no other way. This is the only shop open on the entire street. It's just tofu pudding. Didn't I eat it with you on our first date? After taking a look, Qin Feng said casually. No, I didn't eat it that time. Holding Qin Feng, Lang Ying retorted. Then it should be a second date. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng answered seriously. Not even a second time. You must have forgotten everything, you stinky Qin Feng. Pouting her lips, Lang Ying reached out and skillfully patted her hateful husband's shoulder, with a look of indignation on her face. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Qin Feng grabbed Lang Ying's slender arm and smiled slightly. Joke. He has such a good memory, how could he forget? He just wanted to tease Lang Ying. You big bad guy, do you like teasing me so much? Not wanting to talk to Qin Feng anymore, Lang Ying rolled her eyes at him and continued. Wife, don't be angry, can I take you out to eat? Reaching out and grabbing the little hand of his lovely wife, Qin Feng began to coax her. I have nothing to do in life, so I can only make my wife angry and then coax her into peace. It goes on and on. That's the fun of finding a partner. I'm not going. You go if you want to go. Gently shaking off Qin Feng's arm, Lang Ying said quietly. She really thought Qin Feng had forgotten. It's only been a few days. Just forget it. Just tease her, use this to tease her. Unforgivable. When Qin Feng saw Lang Ying like this, he frowned slightly and said, That's what you said. I went there by myself. Speaking of. He walked over slowly. Only Lang Ying was left standing there in a mess. You big bad guy, are you really going to leave? I just said those words in anger. If you insist on coaxing me a little longer, I won't be angry anymore. Lang Ying was really afraid that Qin Feng would abandon her, so she hurried to chase after him. But because she was wearing high heels, she couldn't run fast. Fortunately, Qin Feng didn't really plan to leave. After walking a few steps, Lang Ying caught up. Only. She didn't know what happened during the last step, but the heel of her high heels got stuck on a small stone and she suddenly fell forward. It's over. I'm going to be disfigured. What should I do? Will Qin Feng abandon me? Chapter 119, Climbing Over the Wall? What do you do? I thought I would have an intimate contact with Mother Earth. Lang Ying was prepared to have her face disfigured. But finally, he fell into a soft embrace. It's definitely my husband, Omega? After struggling for a while with her hands, Lang Ying quickly looked up. Just see. A pair of deep eyes were looking at her worriedly at this moment. No, I told you to slow down, why are you walking so fast? I won't really abandon you. If I don't look back at you, you will really fall. Looking Lang Ying up and down, Qin Feng said anxiously. And at this time, Lang Ying didn't want to say anything. She hugged Qin Feng and kissed him gently on the cheek. Because Qin Feng was worried about his wife at this time. A bit careless. The sneak attack was successful. What are you doing? Qin Feng asked blankly, not understanding why Lang Ying suddenly kissed him. Kiss you? Lang Ying answered as a matter of course. No, why did you kiss me? Now we are discussing the fact that you almost fell. If you really fell, I would feel pain if you were in pain. I love kissing you. The answer was irrelevant to the question. Lang Ying stood on tiptoe and answered softly. And hearing this, Qin Feng stopped suddenly. He looked at Lang Ying helplessly, not knowing what to say. He has never been so speechless. You're an idiot. Qin Feng reached out and scratched Lang Ying's slightly raised nose and sighed. She was fooled by this. Do you still want to eat tofu pudding? Think. Foodie, hold my hand and stop falling. Oh. Lang Ying obediently took the hand Qin Feng extended to her. Like a little kid. I'm just a child. TSK, a child of 3 years and 228 months? You guessed it right. Qin Feng. Moment. After buying a portion of salty tofu pudding for Lang Ying, the two continued walking along the street. Coincidentally, they walked to the position facing the high school. Caught up at dusk. Most of the sun had set below the horizon, and the dim light shone on the hands of Lang Ying and Qin Feng. It has a very beautiful feeling. Think back to the past. They were like this when they were kids. It was just that it was summer at the time, so what they saw was sunrise, not sunset. Honey, what is that? It's Daddy. Get lost. Keep moving forward. Soon they came to another intersection. And the corner. This is the high school that Qin Feng attended. It's pretty much what I expected before it came. The school was an evening study and the security guard didn't open the door, so the two of them couldn't get in. Although the security guard was impressed by Qin Feng and recognized him. But due to the strict school rules and regulations, outsiders were not allowed to enter, so they could only chat for a few dollars and then nothing happened. Where are we going now? Holding the unfinished salty tofu pudding in one hand and playing with her long hair out of boredom with the other, Lang Ying asked Qin Feng in a naive way. Since they couldn't enter the school, they had no choice but to return to where they were. Don't panic, I'll take you somewhere. Smiling confidently, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something and pulled Lang Ying to the other side of the school. Where are we going? Aren't we going back? Lang Ying followed Qin Feng obediently, but she was still a little confused and asked. Go back, what the hell? I'll take you to see the place where I jumped over the wall to play at noon. Qin Feng said happily. No, have you ever done this? Hearing this, Lang Ying was a little surprised. Her husband is quite polite. Has he ever done something like climbing over a wall? Of course, everyone has a childhood. Qin Feng answered as a matter of course. At first, he had nothing to do, so he often went to the internet cafe to play. Or go out and buy something to eat. I didn't. I spent my childhood studying. Lang Ying was a little depressed. She had never experienced anything so fun. She became angry when she thought about studying in that prison-like place every day. It's all Lung Xian's fault. What's the point of studying abroad? That's okay, let's make up for it now. Turning back and patting his wife's little head, Qin Feng answered in a comforting tone. Good. Receiving the comfort from her husband, Lang Ying nodded immediately. The two walked forward, turned a corner, and came to the starting point of a bridge. Walking from the right side of the bridge, you can see rows of thick iron pipes that have been covered with yellow rust. Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying and walked over carefully. And then, it was the wall of his school. But even though it is a wall. But this 2-meter height was nothing to Qin Feng, who was well developed at that time. With the help of a few stacked bricks and a running start, it can be done. I climbed the tree directly when I came back. So many years. The few big poplar trees beside the bridge are still alive. The vitality is great. Okay, we can go in from here, Xin Feng said as he patted the big poplar tree closest to him. Where's the road? All I see is a wall. Looking at the more than 2-meter high concrete wall, Lang Ying replied indifferently. Put your feet on the poplar tree and the wall, and when you reach a certain height, turn around and hold onto the top of the wall to get in. Xin Feng was in high spirits as he explained to his wife in vivid detail. Go in with bare hands? Watching the demonstration silently, Lang Ying felt incredible. The wall is more than 2 meters high. Are you going to climb over it just like that? It seems that Xin Feng had good physical fitness in high school. How about I show you how to do it? Seeing Lang Ying's surprised look, Xin Feng smiled slightly and immediately said, no matter how accurate the words are, they do not reflect the true intuition. Besides, after so many years, he really wanted to climb over the school wall again. It has been more than 3 years. All the emotions are brought out. Only. Lang Ying looked at the more than 2-meter high concrete wall and immediately shook her head and said, let's not do it. It's quite high. Don't fall. Don't worry, my nickname at school is Chin Tayo Tayo. Climbing over this wall is just like going home. It's no problem. Xin Feng was in high spirits and answered nonchalantly. And speaking. He took a running start, stepped on the wall with one foot, then stepped on the trunk of a poplar tree, and turned around to climb over the wall. Xin Feng has long arms and legs and outstanding strength. Climbing over a 2-meter wall is not an easy task. 2 seconds. Before Lang Ying could recover from her shock, Xin Feng had already stood on the wall. Pa. How did you do that, honey? It's so cool. With a look of a little fangirl, Lang Ying immediately clapped her hands and said with a smile. It's a pity that I can't bring you up. With a slight smile, Xin Feng looked back at the scenery on the campus. Still exactly the same as the original. There is a small flower bed next to the wall, and inside is the playground and dormitory building. Only. He was admiring the scenery on campus when he suddenly saw a middle-aged man in black security uniform squatting behind a flower bed, looking like a sniper. But unfortunately, the sniper did not see him climbing over the wall. Xin Feng raised his head slightly and looked over. I saw the security guard staring at a young couple not far away, who were hugging and cuddling each other. Good job. It is to catch people in premature love. He was just about to get a closer look at the show. But suddenly, a powerful and resounding voice appeared. Hey, you on the wall, what do you do? Chapter 120 Conditioned Reflex, are they better than you in Fighting Kings? The one standing on the wall, which class are you from? A student was criticized a few days ago, and you dare to jump over the wall and commit a crime against the wind. Just see. On the flowerbed path on the other side of the wall, a chubby, middle-aged Mediterranean man walked quickly over, pointed at Xin Feng who was sitting on the wall, and shouted at him. Oh no, we've been discovered. Xin Feng was startled by the sudden loud scolding and almost fell backwards. Fortunately, he was more skilled and managed to solve the problem by turning over. And then. He then jumped down from the wall, took Lang Ying's little hand and started running outside. The two ran for a while and finally crossed the bridge. No, why are we running? Can the people inside climb over the wall and get out? Panting, Lang Ying grabbed the anxious Xin Feng, looked up and asked. What happened just now happened too fast. She just followed her lovely husband stupidly and even spilled the salty tofu pudding. The security guard inside is calling me, I'm afraid he will arrest me. Xin Feng hadn't figured it out yet, so he spoke honestly. Lang Ying was speechless upon hearing this. She took a breath, then asked with amusement, the wall is so high, are you sure he can climb over it so quickly? Besides, even if you're caught, what's the problem? You're not a student here. If you're caught, just say you came to see the school scenery. Xin Feng listened silently, with a black question mark on his face. Yes. He has graduated for a long time. What are you afraid of? Besides, the security guard was so fat that it would be impossible for him to climb over the wall to catch him. He is not afraid of being criticized in the notice. It's over. This is a conditioned reflex. It's engraved in my DNA. Holding his forehead which was covered with sweat, Xin Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is a conditioned reflex? You are amazing. Lang Ying replied with a helpless smile. Speaking of which. She had never seen Xin Feng so panicked before. It was a good decision to come and have a look at the school. So where are we going now? After finding a trash can on the side of the road, Lang Ying threw away the tofu pudding paper box, then turned to Qin Feng and asked, "What else can we do? Look, it's getting dark now. Let's just call it a day today and go back to sleep." Qin Feng looked down at his phone and realized that it was already past 7 in the evening, so he answered immediately. "How long have they been out? It's already past 7 o'clock. Happy times are always short. Okay, that's it for today." The tone was very cheerful. Lang Ying answered with a smile. "Let's go, little Lang Ying." Qin Feng reached out and gently took the soft little hand of his lovely wife and answered with the same smile. The two crossed the bridge, walked around the school for a while. And because half of the tofu pudding he bought for Lang Ying had spilled, when the two of them passed by the snack street, Qin Feng bought another portion of salty tofu pudding for Lang Ying, and then went home contentedly. Because Lang Ying was wearing high heels, it was inconvenient for her to walk on the bumpy and winding path. Qin Feng took her on a detour, which was a flat asphalt road. But taking a detour means walking a little further. When I got home, it was already 7:30. It wasn't completely dark yet, but the families in the neighborhood weren't hanging around anymore. I guess most people were probably off work and eating at home. 4,399 households. Lang Ying closed the door gently. Seeing that the lights in the bedroom and the living room were off, and only his parents' room was lit in the whole house, she made a hushing gesture to Qin Feng. "It seems that uncle and aunt are resting. Why don't we go back to the room too? You've been walking around for most of the day. Aren't you sweating?" After taking a look at the location of Qin Yi and Li Ningxue's bedroom, Qin Feng pulled his shirt off uncomfortably and then asked. "I walked around the street with Lang Ying for an hour, climbed over a wall, and ran a long distance. He wasn't wearing cool clothes, and the temperature was a bit high today. The body has actually been sweating for a long time. Taking a hot bath at this time is very comfortable. But Lang Ying asked him to go back to the room and rest? How is it possible to sleep? Actually, I want to wash too." Seeing Qin Feng's uncomfortable look, Lang Ying's face turned slightly red and she spoke softly. She was actually sweating a little. Although it was okay, she felt a little uncomfortable seeing her husband's actions. "If you want to take a shower, just go ahead." Hearing that Lang Ying also wanted to take a bath, Qin Feng immediately replied. "I was afraid of disturbing my uncle and aunt. They seemed to be resting." Lang Ying said weakly. There were no lights on in the entire house, only the bedroom was lit. She reflexively thought that Qin Yi and Li Ningxue were going to bed. "I'm too embarrassed to bother you anymore." But when Qin Feng heard his wife say this, he felt ashamed. "Are you kidding? It's only 7:30 in the evening. The nightlife hasn't started yet." They ate early today, starting at around 4 or 5 o'clock. Usually, they always start eating at 7 p.m. Qin Yi and Li Ningxue were definitely not sleeping at this time. Maybe he is playing King of Glory. Even though their combined ages are older than Grandpa Zhang, who dances and flirts with old ladies at the entrance of the community, their toys cost a lot of money. Watch dramas, watch videos, and play King of Glory. A master of all trades. "Wife, go to the door of my parents' bedroom and listen to see what they are doing," Qin Feng urged, poking Lang Ying's arm with his elbow. "That's not good, I don't dare." Lang Ying immediately shook her head. "Isn't it crazy to eavesdrop at the door of your parents-in-law's bedroom when you have nothing to do?" She resolutely refused to go. "Why not? I'll bet you 50 cents that those two guys are definitely playing the King of Glory." Patting his chest, Qin Feng said confidently. He went home and stayed for several days during the Chinese New Year. "Good job. They both have to stay up late at night to get points." "Don't say." Comrade Qin Yi's skills are pretty good and he has already reached the level of a king. Li Ningxue is also good. With Qin Yi's guidance, she also reached the Star Glory level. He remembered that the King season was updated a few days ago, and now they were probably gaining points by playing in duos. "King? Do uncle and aunt play too?" Lang Ying was doubtful and wavering. "Of course, their skills are at least 50 times better than yours." Qin Feng patted his wife's little head and said with great amusement. "And hear this." Lang Ying stopped talking immediately. She had never been so speechless in her life. Her parents-in-law are better at playing games than her. Logically speaking, they shouldn't even be able to understand how to use a smartphone. "You lied to me. No, I want to go and see." The more she thought about it, the more she would lose. Lang Ying was completely shaken. And speaking. She looked back every step she took, and had already walked carefully to a position not far from the bedroom door, listening quietly with her ears perked up. Electric mouse, come on. Yes, Yame. No, wife, you put on the shield, ha ha, kill them all. Tisk, it's still up to me to push the tower. We won. Wan Yan Xingyao finally became the king.